Main plot summary: a life stolen, a soul reborn, and a storm of vengeance awakened. In the shadows of wealth and power, she was once a name feared in the underworld, a master of espionage, a silent killer raised by cruelty, shaped by betrayal. Her end came on the waves, a bullet, a plunge into the deep sea, and the cold sting of treachery from those she once called family and lover. But fate is never finished. She wakes in a different body, young, unbroken, yet carrying the memories, the scars, and the deadly skills of her past life. Reborn into a teenage girl abandoned by society, she takes her second chance not with fear, but with fire. Now, with a new identity and the spirit of a warrior, she sets her sights on rebuilding a life of her own making. The first to feel her presence, her new mother, once discarded, now empowered, and a loyal group of allies who become her chosen family, bound by trust and trained in strength. They call themselves the family of fighters. Yet revenge never sleeps. Her enemies from the past still walk free, a cold-hearted father who once sold her soul, a sister who basks in stolen light, a web of rivals entangled in greed, obsession, and secrets too dark to stay hidden. She dismantles them piece by piece, exposing crimes, breaking their alliances, and toppling their empires without drawing a drop of blood, unless necessary. Along the way, a powerful presence steps into the light, a cold, elite soldier whose loyalty slowly turns to love. As their bond deepens, he too awakens to a world of spiritual power, joining her in a fight that grows beyond the material, into the realm of the unseen. With him come mentors of ancient wisdom and a lineage of power long buried. But the battle is far from simple. Rivals in business, twisted family legacies, corrupt officials, and enemies from beyond the grave all stand in her way. She faces jealous cousins, power-hungry tycoons, and even spirits seeking justice. Her name spreads, not just in the boardroom or battlefield, but in realms where only the truly awakened may tread. She builds an empire from the ground up, one forged by loyalty, sharpened by revenge, and guided by compassion. And with every step, she rewrites her destiny, not as a tool of others, but as a force that cannot be silenced. This is the tale of a soul reborn, of pain, power, and perseverance. From tragedy to triumph, from betrayal to empire, her story has just begun. Chapter 1. Jump into the sea. Far away from the shore, a private luxury cruise ship was moving slowly across the sea. The sea was like a roaring tiger, churning tumultuously just like Tan Aining's present emotions. She was extremely frustrated like a tiger. She was in a casual white t-shirt and jeans, standing on the very edge of the deck on the cruise ship. One step backward and she would directly fall into the deep sea. What was worse, her right shoulder and left thigh were bleeding after being shot. She was trembling and teetering, but still struggled to remain standing there. How brave and determined she was. Actually, 2 shots weren't severe enough to make Tang Aining tremble and teeter. She lost lots of strength because she had been drugged earlier. Otherwise, they could not have captured her that easily. A man and a woman were the heads of a group of people standing against her. The woman was in a white strapless dress with dark red curly hair, heavy makeup, and looked seductive. Her eyes were full of joy, while the man, who was in a white suit, was around 30 years old and extraordinarily handsome. The two stood close to each other in ambiguous posture, seeming debauched. Behind the man and woman were 7 or 8 bodyguards, all in black suits. However, the man who was in white suit had an air of coldness. His eagle-like eyes were fixed on Tang Aining, who was standing right before him. The handgun aimed at her. He was ready to shoot. And the 2 shots to Tang Aining were from the man too. Why? Tang Aining squeezed her voice out of her teeth. Her bloodshot eyes were full of endless anger, pain, regret, and hope. She stared at the man and the woman who looked pretty close. Why? Interesting. The woman, whose name was Tang Yaxin, snorted with laughter like she had heard a ridiculous joke. Tang Aining, you still can't see it clearly, can you? To tell you the truth, I am the person Ziyu loves from the beginning to the end. And you were merely a tool to him. That's the reason why Ziyu was unwilling to sleep with you for the last 2 years. You, Tang Aining choked. If sight could kill people, Tang Yaxin and Chi Ziyu, who were standing in front of her, would be chopped into pieces already. Tang Yaxin, Tang Aining's half-sister, was 2 years younger than Tang Aining. 10 years ago, due to the appearance of Tang Yaxin's mother, Tang Aining's mother had mentally broken down because of anger, encountered a car accident, and had been in a vegetative state till now. At the same time, Tang Yaxin together with her mother, the mistress, had entered the house. As for Tang Aining, she had been dumped by her father to a dark killer organization for training. And she had been doing many dirty deeds for the Tang family afterwards. Tang Aining was surely reluctant, but her mother was in her father's hand. As long as she dared to disobey, her mom would be killed. Qi Ziyu, although having an ordinary background, he was still outstanding. Tang Aining, who had always been clever but were deceived by that hypocritical man. Tang Yaxin, on the other hand, couldn't care less about Tang Aining's irritation. She continued, "Dad knows once your mother is dead, he'll lose control of you. Thus he deliberately sent men to chase you, to make you fall in love and be willing to do whatever he wants. Unexpectedly, you ignored so many men, but precisely chose my man because of an accident. And I had to sacrifice my man to act with you for Tang family's good." While Tang Yaxin was saying, she wore an upset face. Even though she was pretending, she was still attractive. Qi Ziyu, who was standing beside her, comforted, "Baby, no worries, I'll stay by your side from now on, and I'll never leave you alone at night again. Absolutely. You, no matter your body or heart, belongs to me, and me only." Tang Yaxin replied in her coquettish voice, painting circles on Qi Ziyu's chest with her finger. She was flirting with him, which made the man sexually excited and distracted. If they hadn't been in the middle of something important, he would have pressed Tang Yaxin under his body and fucked her violently. Disgusting. Tang Aining felt more disgusted than hurt by the scene. If she hadn't been aimed by a gun, she would never have allowed the two beings so shameless before her eyes. "You," Tang Yaxin's expression changed upon hearing Tang Aining's words, but before she was able to argue back, Qi Ziyu interrupted, "Baby, don't be annoyed. She's doomed. It's not a big deal to let her struggle by words." Tang Yaxin calmed down after Qi Ziyu's explanation, "You're right. Actually, I don't want to deal with her at such an early stage, but she already found out her mother's death. Anyway, I have to say she has a really intimate relations with her mother. She even betrayed the Tang family, and you, for her mother." After a short break, Tang Yaxin added, "Tang Aining, since you've done a lot for the Tang family, I'll give you two choices. 1. You can jump down alone, and 2. Tang Yaxin wore a meaningful smile. 2. You can have fun with my fellows, and enjoy the feelings from a girl to be a woman before your death, how's that?" Tang Aining clenched her fists, and her face turned displeased. She stopped struggling at the end, for now she had no choice but to die. Although she was able to hurt Tang Yaxin before her death, she also knew it clearly that if she had been caught, she would be humiliated and raped by all of those bodyguards, which was unbearable to her. So, Tang Aining sneered at Tang Yaxin and Qi Ziyu, saying coldly, "If I will be alive, I'll definitely pay you back." Tang Aining's words were like a curse. Tang Yaxin and Qi Ziyu felt threatened and chilly immediately, as if the curse would come true one day, but before they could react, Tang Aining jumped into the rough sea directly. Tang Aining's body kept sinking downwards. She fell into unconsciousness gradually, but suddenly, she saw the jade pendant on her chest shine in red light, then she completely lost consciousness. City F, a third-tier city in this country. In a common patient room of the central hospital, there were 4 beds, but only the right one against the wall was occupied. On the patient bed was a girl, who was 17 or 18 years old. Her head was wrapped in gauze bandages. She was a pretty girl with beautiful features, but wore a solemn face, fixing her eyes at the news being played on the TV. Chapter 2. A reborn female student. The news was saying a female body had been found in the sea of City B last afternoon. The dead was around 25 years old. According to the investigation, the dead was exactly the industrial espionage and killer that the police was chasing after today. While watching the news, the teenage girl still seemed serious. Nobody knew the teenage girl's soul had already been coincidentally replaced by the soul of the female body on the news. Yes, Tang Aining had been reborn. Was that unbelievable? But it was what it was. Even Tang Aining, who was proud of her excellent adaptability, had spent a whole morning to accept and face the reality. But since God had let her be reborn, undoubtedly, she would fulfill her oath of the last lifetime. If she could be alive, she would definitely pay Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin back. So, Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin, let's wait and see. Tang Aining was back. She was back for the Tang family who had killed her mother and used her for so many years. The body Tang Aining was reborn to named Ji Yuning, 18 years old. She was born in a normal one-parent family, and her mother gave birth out of wedlock. Because of that, The mother and the daughter had been humiliated and disdained by their relatives for a long time. As for Ji Yuning, she was always called the bastard. Besides, the schoolmates despised, isolated and bullied her as well, which was the reason why Ji Yuning was self-abased, introverted, weak and inarticulate. Ji Yuning's mother, Ji Yuman, was a common factory worker due to her lack of a college degree, earning around several thousand yuan per month. They lived a very hard life. Ji Yuning was a senior studying in a high school of City F. It was just a semester away from the National College entrance examination. However, Ji Yuning was not academically inclined, so it was difficult for her to be accepted into college. And their relatives had laughed at them about that. Someone even pretended to persuade Ji Yuning to marry a random man after the exam for Ji Yuman's good. But upon thinking of the reason why Ji Yuning was in hospital, Tang Aining turned displeased with her eyes showed slight anger. Probably because they had encountered the same problem. Ji Yuning had had a boyfriend before she was in hospital. They had dated for 2 months. Her boyfriend named Qin Zheng, a student in the top class. Qin Zheng was a handsome, outgoing boy, and also good at studying. He was born in a rich family. His father was the head of the tourism bureau, while his mother was a director of obstetrics and gynecology department in the hospital. Qin Zheng was a son of the authorities. It had been beyond Ji Yuning's imagination that such an outstanding boy would have chased her. Most importantly, Ji Yuning had secretly fallen in love with Qin Zheng for a year. Although Ji Yuning had known they didn't match, she had been unwilling to reject. A few days later, she had accepted. But everything had come to an end right away yesterday. Yesterday had been a Friday. Qin Zheng had asked Ji Yuning out for a meeting. Ji Yuning had believed it must be a date, but to her surprise, Qin Zheng had appeared with Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, and he had said he wanted to break up the minute they had met. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, the daughter of Ji Yuning's uncle, was half a year Ji Yuning's senior. While growing up, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had been instilled by her parents that Ji Yuning was a bastard. Moreover, Ji Yuning was more than beautiful than her. Thus bullying Ji Yuning was always funny to Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. Ji Yuning, Qin Zheng never liked you. He was with you only because it was a bet between us. I told him if he could have you to be his girlfriend for 2 months, then dump you, I'll be his girlfriend afterwards. So, from now on, Qin Zheng is my boyfriend. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had said in an arrogant way to Ji Yuning. It had taken quite a while for Ji Yuning to recover from the shock. She asked Qin Zheng, "Is it true?" Qin Zheng, who had been looking at her with disdain, replied with intense dislike, "Absolutely." Ji Yuning, do you really think I would like you, such a poor girl who has nothing? If it hadn't been for Xiaoxiao, I would not have bothered to give you a glance. You're disgusting. For now, Ji Yuning could barely stand. She had believed she had met her Prince Charming, but it had turned out to be an absurd joke. Ji Yuning couldn't accept it. She had run away in shame, but had been caught by a car accident. Her brain had been badly damaged while bleeding endlessly, while the driver had escaped. When she was awake, she became Tang Aining. Right at this moment, 2 soft female voices sounded outside the door, and stopped Tang Aining from thinking. Here's 30,000. That's all the savings of me and your brother-in-law, but I don't think it's enough for Ningning's surgery. This was Ji Yuning's second aunt, Ji Yuqing. She sounded worried. After a few seconds, she continued, "Well, why don't you call our eldest brother?" Ji Yuqing said though, she didn't believe it herself. "I already called, but our eldest brother said his money is all in his wife's hands. He's broke too. You know our eldest sister-in-law. Money is her life. One has to kill her first, then borrow her money." Ji Yuman felt resigned. Ji Yuqingshang, her eldest brother, was the richest one among the family, but also was the stingiest one. It was merely an excuse that his money was all in his wife's hands, and Ji Yuman knew it well. "Right, how about our third brother? He said he just bought a new house, and ran out of money. It's all my fault to let Ningning suffer with me. If Ningning couldn't recover, I'll commit suicide afterwards." Ji Yuman was in pain and desperation. Although Tang Aining wasn't the old Tang Aining any longer, she still had her professional skills with her. Thus she was able to hear the voices from outside clearly no matter how quiet they were. And the dialogue touched her. When she woke up this morning, she was busy absorbing the fact that she had been reborn, and she forgot to let Ji Yuman know she had already regained consciousness. Tang Aining felt guilty about that. Accompanied by a quick sound, the room door was pushed open. Two middle-aged women of the same age walked in. They were all in common, cheap clothes. Although their clothing was old and worn out, it was clean and tidy. Because they didn't earn much money, they barely took good care of their skin. And they looked much older than their real age. No one would doubt if they said they were 50 years old. Mom, Aunt, Tang Aining opened her mouth first. She didn't feel uncomfortable, because she had totally accepted the fact that she had been reborn. Firstly, she maintained Ji Yuning's memories, which reminded her of the deep mother's love. Secondly, she herself held great desire for a mother. Those were the reasons why Tang Aining swiftly accepted Ji Yu Man as her mother. Ji Yu Man made her think of her own mother. Those two both had been abandoned by a man, but Ji Yu Man was luckier than Tang Aining's mother. Though living a hard life, Ji Yu Man was alive at least. Chapter 3. Revealed expectational function. But when Tang Aining, or Ji Yu Ning opened her mouth, Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing was surprised. They couldn't believe their eyes, seeing Ji Yu Ning sitting against the head of the bed. The doctor had said there was congestion in Ji Yu Ning's brain, and it must be removed by surgery, but now she woke up herself. Ning, you're awake. Although being surprised, Ji Yu Man reacted soon. She burst into tears immediately, striding ahead, wanting to hug Ji Yu Ning, but was afraid to hurt her. Thus Ji Yu Man stood there instead, not knowing where to put her hands. Ning, you're awake, you're finally awake. Ji Yu Qing rushed ahead as well. It was still unbearable for her, but she felt happy and excited. Mom, Aunt, I'm awake, Ji Yu Ning said, holding Ji Yu Man's hands in hers to comfort her. Right, what a relief that you're finally awake. Ji Yu Man cried out of happiness. She clutched Ji Yu Ning's hands in case her daughter would disappear. Ji Yu Qing was in tears of joy as well. Such a drama was a difficult test for normal human beings. Oh, I'll go find the doctor, Ji Yu Qing realized first, and ran out directly. Before long, the doctor walked in. He was also super surprised by the fact that Ji Yu Ning was awake. What a magic, but it still needed a comprehensive check to make sure it was real. Therefore, the doctor arranged the exam for Ji Yu Ning at once. After the exam, Ji Yu Qing went to buy food for Ji Yu Ning, while Ji Yu Man stayed by Ji Yu Ning's side to look after her. Ji Yu Ning felt the strong mother's love from Ji Yu Man. It was the first time that she had been taken good care of ever since her mother had been in vegetative state. Although when she had been with Qi Ziyu, she had heard of many sweet nothings, they were lies. After the meal, Ji Yu Qing was gone for afternoon work. And Ji Yu Man was free for today and tomorrow. She had applied to have the rest separate 3 days break of this month together, when Ji Yu Ning had been caught by an accident yesterday. Ji Yu Man had talked with Ji Yu Ning for a while before she told her to have a good rest. Ji Yu Ning knew Ji Yu Man hadn't had any sleep since last afternoon, so she let her catch up on some sleep on a nearby empty bed. Though Ji Yu Ning was awake now, and Ji Yu Man felt greatly relieved, she was still worried before the final result came out. So Ji Yu Man was reluctant to take a break. But Ji Yu Ning said if Ji Yu Man didn't rest, she won't neither. Thus Ji Yu Man agreed at the end. Ji Yu Man was literally tired. She planned to lie down to comfort Ji Yu Ning, but fell into a deep sleep in a few minutes. As for Ji Yu Ning, she couldn't sleep at all. She's staring at the ceiling, thinking about what had happened during her last lifetime. All of a sudden, she saw a pair of feet walking by above her head. Ji Yu Ning was astonished and had her mind back instantly, but there was nothing on the white ceiling. Why she had seen a pair of feet walking by above her head? Was it a hallucination? Ji Yu Ning brought her eyes back from the ceiling. She rolled her body, focusing on the nearby bed where Ji Yu Man was asleep. The woman had withered yellow skin with wrinkles all around her eyes and brow. Ji Yu Man, who had been living a hard life, never bought herself any skincare products, fine food or expensive clothes. But she would try her best to give Ji Yu Ning the best. Fortunately, Ji Yu Ning was always a good child. Although she was self-abased and introverted, she won't compare with others because she knew her family couldn't afford. However, since Tang Aining was Ji Yu Ning now, she wouldn't allow herself and Ji Yu Man to stay poor and weak. Additionally, she was going to take revenge, and she must be powerful. She had ambition. Given that her enemy was the Tang family, she must be stronger than it. Although the Tang family was the third richest family in the capital, it was still a super rich family with billions of assets. And in a third-tier city, it must be the top 1 family. But the Tang family's glorious achievements relied largely on Tang Aining's effort. Tang Aining had done countless illegal things for the Tang family, stealing opponents, confidential documents, killing people, for instances. But Tang Aining had destroyed all the evidence for her own safety the last lifetime. It was impossible for her now to find and use those evidence to accuse the Tang family. Once again, Ji Yuning was distracted. She saw a person walking by a short distance away. Ji Yuning was astonished again, and had her mind back at once. But there was nobody walking by, but a white wall before her. Was she really having hallucination? No, in addition to a person who was walking by, she had also seen a familiar door with a number plate said, 106, the room 106 was exactly the patient room that diagonally across hers. But, how was she able to see the door? Without a reason, she believed it wasn't a hallucination, but the truth. Unconsciously, Ji Yuning looked back at the wall. She focused on it. After a while, the wall before her eyes became transparent. She could see the door of patient room 106, the patients who were walking about, the nurses and the doctors. Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in Ji Yuning's mind. Was this clairvoyance? Ji Yuning was struck dumb by this thought. She had a deep breath. To make sure whether it was clairvoyance or not, Ji Yuning immediately moved her sight to another wall. The wall gradually turned transparent, then she saw what were in the room, the patient beds, the patients and the equipment. Now she was sure that it was clairvoyance. But Ji Yuning still felt unreal. She wanted more proofs, so she looked around afterwards. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning felt a sharp pain from her eyes, then she fell into unconsciousness. In the dream, Ji Yuning dreamed herself was sinking after she had jumped into the sea, and the red light from the red jade on her chest. Then, she heard a distant light voice. The aged voice said, "There's an ancient jade named the blood of the phoenix. It's made of the blood of a phoenix and the soul of the earth. It has magical power, which enables you to live forever or be reborn." Suddenly, she woke up from her dream in surprise. What had happened? While Ji Yuning was confused, a piece of information dawned on her. After a while, Ji Yuning finally figured it out. The blood of the phoenix was made of the blood of a phoenix. Because it was an ancient object, it had a magical power. She could be reborn exactly because of this jade. Chapter 4. The doctor with a gun. In her previous incarnation, she had coincidentally picked up a phoenix-shaped red jade. Although she had no idea whether it was authentic or not, Ji Yuning had kept it because of her fondness for it. Unexpectedly, the jade had magical power, which resulted in her rebirth. Moreover, blood of the phoenix had been absorbed into her soul, causing her to inherit the power of the jade, as well as a pair of jade eyes. Everything turned crystal clear in her pair of jade eyes. With that power, Ji Yuning also gained the ability of clairvoyance and a photographic memory. Spirit Chi referred to a type of pure energy that existed in the myriad entities between the heavens and earth, akin to the essences of the sun and moon. There was also a telepathic eye space. It was a still storage room. One could put any dead object before their eyes into this telepathic eye space just by mere thought. Of course, all of those actions, or the use of jade eyes, cost the power. In addition, a person who had the power could live longer, and can use the power to cure injuries and illnesses. The space of telepathic eyes became larger as the power grew, and was able to accommodate more things. Because blood of the phoenix was a jade itself, it needed the power of jade. Jade consisted of nephrite and jadeite. Nephrites included traditional gems like crystals, corals, agates and so forth. Jadeites were mainly emeralds. As long as it has the power of jade, it would be of use. And jade was always popular and common, no matter in the ancient time or modern society. So, it wasn't difficult for Ji Yuning to find jade. But, Ji Yuning needed a large quantity of jade. Even she herself couldn't calculate the exact number. Thus stone gambling was the only way to satisfy Ji Yuning's need. She needed to accumulate the power of jade for her jade eyes. Since she had the jade eyes now, it was so easy for her to win the game of stone gambling. Only by stone gambling, she could win more and more jade to absorb purer and stronger power. At the same time, she could win money by stone gambling. And if she wanted to win money, she could use her jade eyes in other ways. For example, playing dice cup. You could never fail by using clairvoyance. But, it couldn't last long, because a casino had its own rules. There was a limit of winning money. If one won too much money, his or her name would be on the blacklist, or he or she probably would be skilled. So if there was another way to make money, Ji Yuning would not gamble, stone gambling surely excluded. Antiques were of great use as well, because antiques normally had a long history with the essence from the sun and the moon. If an antique had the essence, it would be an authentic one. The more essence an antique had, the longer time it must had been existed for. Stone gambling could make you a billionaire or a beggar overnight. Antiques had the same effect. If you accidentally got an authentic one, you would be super rich at once, otherwise you would lose every cent you had. But for Ji Yuning, who had gained magical power, those were merely problems. On thinking of that, Ji Yuning was more than excited. The magical power she had was so immensely powerful. If she still couldn't achieve anything with the jade eyes, she would rather die. The scare was also replaced by happiness, for money was easily accessible to Ji Yuning now. As for the jade eyes, it was acceptable too. Ning Ning, are you alright? Hearing the worried voice from Ji Yuman, Ji Yuning immediately got her mind back. She looked at Ji Yuman's face, which was full of concern. Mom, you're awake. Seeing Ji Yuning was fine, Ji Yuman was relieved, but still slightly concerned. I've been awake for a long time, but you seemed distracted. I've called your name for several times. You wouldn't react. I thought your brain was damaged again. You've sacred me. After Ji Yuman's explanation, Ji Yuning felt a little ashamed. Well, I just too concentrated on my thoughts. Ji Yuman didn't ask any further. She only wanted to see Ji Yuning was fine. I'm glad you're awake, that's all I want. It's almost 6 p.m. What do you want to eat? Let me buy for you, Ji Yuman asked. I'm not picky. Anything is fine for me, Ji Yuning replied. Ji Yuman opened her mouth for a second, but didn't say a word. She knew Ji Yuning was a good child, who would not indulge herself for expensive food. Then, Ji Yuman decided to make the decision for Ji Yuning, and buy her some delicious food. When Ji Yuman was gone, Ji Yuning got off the bed to walk around as exercise. But when she had just walked a few steps away from her patient room, a doctor who was walking fast with a white coat and mask, knocked her down. Ji Yuning stumbled and almost fell. Luckily, she caught the wall at once, and kept her balance. Ji Yuning was displeased at first, but then she thought the doctor probably was in an emergency, and didn't knock her down on purpose. Ji Yuning planned to forgive him. But to her surprise, the man who had knocked her down didn't apologize at all, and even glared at her, then rushed away. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second, not because the man didn't apologize and glared at her, but because she had noticed the strong hatred in his eyes. The hatred was not for her. Ji Yuning couldn't help but turn around. Her eyes squinted. The man was weird. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning saw a gun hidden in the man's waist through his white coat. Ji Yuning was worried. Why would a doctor carry a gun with him? And the man seemed he was not a plainclothes police, but an avenger. Although it had nothing to do with Ji Yuning, she couldn't step aside since she had found out the truth. If the man was really for revenge, innocent people could be hurt once he shot. On thinking of that, Ji Yuning couldn't allow herself to ignore. She wasn't the God, nor the Virgin Mary, but she wasn't cold-blooded neither. And she was willing to help as long as she could. Therefore, Ji Yuning followed up quietly. Ji Yuning followed the suspect to an office. When he was about to walk in, a young female doctor, who was in a white coat too, walked out, but was stopped by the suspect. Ji Yuning fixed her eyes on the movements of the suspect. The suspect pulled out the gun the minute the female doctor appeared in his sight. The gun aimed at her. Due to the white coat, the gun wasn't obvious. But the female doctor's face was as white as a paper now. She was scared. Then the suspect talked to her for a while, and the female doctor reluctantly followed him to another side. Ji Yuning followed up immediately. They went upstairs. There were few people in the corridors, because most of them used elevators. And nobody noticed there was something wrong with them. They went straight to the top of the building. It was an open balcony. There was no one else on the balcony, except the suspect, the female doctor and Ji Yuning who was hidden in the dark. Chapter 5. Save People. A check for 500,000 yen. Ji Yuning didn't get involved at once. She decided to observe for a while, waiting for a perfect timing. The suspect held the gun, aiming at the female doctor. They were so close. If Ji Yuning couldn't catch the suspect quickly, he might feel threatened and shoot, which would cause bad result. Ji Yuning glanced over the open balcony. There was a pile of miscellaneous goods at the right side of the exit. Ji Yuning used it to cover herself, and moved closer to them. Yang Hao, what do you want? Facing the gun, the female doctor was trembling. What do I want? The suspect, Yang Hao, snorted. Then he said angrily with his eyes full of fierceness, and Xian, it's all because of you that I end up like this. What do I want? The hospital has fired me. My wife left me for another man. It's you, it's all because of you. Speaking of this, and Xian felt aggrieved. She argued, that's all because of your immoral behaviors. As a doctor, you disobeyed the basic rules. You've secretly accepted the money from the patient's family, and ignored a life. I simply rescued a person. Shut up. That's my own business. You don't have any right to interfere, Yang Hao snapped. His hand around the gun tightened. Now, have someone transfer 5 million yuan to my account, or I'll shoot. And Qian was trembling with fear. She swallowed down with great force. I don't have that much at all, but I have 2 million yuan. No, I want a total 5 million yuan. That bitch left me exactly for that amount of money. I'll grab her back with the same amount of money. Yang Hao seemed crazily excited, and was likely to shoot. Meanwhile, with the cover of the miscellaneous goods, Ji Yuning had moved to Yang Hao's back, 2 meters away from him. Seeing Yang Hao being emotionally excited, Ji Yuning was startled. She was worried that he would shoot by accident. Yang Hao was unusually excited now, intending to do evil things. What Yang Hao had done today was illegal. Even if he could get 5 million yuan today, he still would be punished by the law. He wouldn't have chance to win his wife back. Besides, his wife wouldn't come back to him neither. And the other man, who had given Yang Hao's wife 5 million yuan, must be a man of great wealth. If Yang Hao's wife had left him for money, she certainly wouldn't leave a wealthy man for him. Even if Yang Hao's wife didn't care about the money, Yang Hao was a suspect now. He would be caught and put in jail sooner or later. If Yang Hao's wife chose to stay by his side, she would lose both Yang Hao and the money. Ji Yuning was now worried, and Qian would say something that would irritate Yang Hao. The man could lose his control and shoot. Then, Ji Yuning wouldn't have chance to save her. Fortunately, and Qian was smart enough to notice Yang Hao was emotionally excited. She softened her voice and comforted, no problem, I'll transfer 5 million yuan to you, but I only have 2 million yuan on my account, and I need to call my family for the rest. As long as she could survive, she would pay 5 million yuan for it. She believed the police could catch Yang Hao later. Ji Yuning thought otherwise. Yang Hao wasn't dumb to let go of Qian. If he did so, Qian must call the police afterwards. Accordingly, even if Yang Hao could get the money, he couldn't get away with it. Hearing Qian agreed at the end, Yang Hao was relieved. Great, but you have to use the speaker. Sure, Qian pulled out her phone, trembling still. Yang Hao seemed a little tired after holding the gun for a long time. He loosed his hand. Right at that moment, Ji Yuning seized her chance. She rushed out rapidly to Yang Hao. The latter was knocked down on the floor directly, due to his lack of preparation. The gun in a loosened hand was thrown out as well, and fell down several meters away. It all happened too fast. Qian was struck dumb without knowing her phone was dropped on the ground. But it was not the end yet. Without the gun, Yang Hao was merely an opponent to Ji Yuning. Before he could fight back, Ji Yuning hit Yang Hao into unconsciousness. In case he might be awake later, Ji Yuning found a rope and tied him, plugging his mouth with a rag. Call the police. Ji Yuning looked at Qian, who had no idea what to do. Oh, right. Qian finally got her mind back, and found her phone was missing. She stood still for a while before finding out her phone was lying on the ground. She immediately picked it up. But before she could dial out, her phone rang. Qian was startled. She saw the caller's name, and answered it at once. Hi, Dad. Qianchen, where are you now? I'm at the open balcony of inpatient department. Qian told her father what had happened. Then she asked, Dad, shall I call the police or? Ji Yuning frowned. She didn't understand why Qian said that. What else did she want to do except calling the police? What? How is this possible? Are you alright? Qian's father was extremely worried. His heart was in his throat now. Dad, I'm fine now. Qian replied. Wait for me, I'll be right there. And, do not call the police now. Qian's father said. Qian agreed, then hung up the phone. Ji Yuning had good hearing. She had heard clearly what Xian's father had said. When Xian finished her call, Ji Yuning asked with puzzle, "Why don't you call the police?" "Because if I called the police, the whole hospital would know it. The people would be alarmed, which is the last thing I want to see." Xian explained. Ji Yuning thought it was reasonable, so she closed her mouth. Xian added, "But, Yang Hao will definitely be sent to the police station, in private. I've already recorded the dialogue between us. His fingerprints were also on the gun, which is the proof too." Recorded. Ji Yuning now was respectful of Xian. Being in such a dangerous situation, she was still able to record. "By the way, thank you so much for saving my life." Xian thanked Ji Yuning sincerely. She drew out a check and a pen from her clothing, writing on it for a second, then gave it to Ji Yuning. "I don't know how to thank you actually. This is a check for 500,000 yen. Please take it." Ji Yuning stared at the check. She frowned. Although she badly needed money now, she wasn't willing to accept the check. She had her own principles. Since she had given out a helping hand on her own initiative, she didn't ask for payment. Ji Yuning refused with determination. "I didn't save your life for money. Please take this check back." Xian was surprised, but she didn't doubt whether Ji Yuning rejected the check because it wasn't enough. She felt the kindness from the young lady instead. Chapter 6. A visit. Xian didn't want to embarrass Ji Yuning, so she took back the check. But since Ji Yuning had saved her life, she also felt uncomfortable doing nothing. Thus, after Xian had taken away the check, she pulled out a name card, handing it to Ji Yuning. "If you don't want to take the check, then let's be friends. This is my name card. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to call me. As long as I can help, I'll spare no effort." Compared with money, network was more precious actually. Ji Yuning didn't reject this time. Not because she was greedy, but Xian just wanted to make friends with her. If she disagreed again, she would seem arrogant. Moreover, she needed friends in a network. Ji Yuning didn't think too highly of herself. She believed a network would be helpful. Of course, she wouldn't make people do things for her. It was totally up to the others' will. "Great, then I'll take it." Ji Yuning accepted the name card without further ado. Seeing Ji Yuning accept the card, Xian immediately reached out her hand. "Nice to meet you. My name's Xian." Ji Yuning held her hand at once. "Nice to meet you too. I'm Ji Yuning." This was how they officially met. "Sorry, I have to go now. My mom will be worried if she can't find me. Please don't tell the police that I'm involved. I don't want to get into any trouble." Then before Xian could reply, Ji Yuning turned around and left. "Hey," Xian wanted to stop Ji Yuning. She hadn't had her phone number yet. But Ji Yuning walked too fast. When Xian ran to the entrance of the stairs, Ji Yuning was already gone. But Yang Hao was still there, and Xian couldn't leave, so she gave up. Several minutes later, there was someone appeared on the open balcony. The head was a middle-aged man in a white coat. He was about 50 years old, and followed by two male doctors, who were around 30 years old. "Xianxia, are you alright?" The middle-aged man rushed to Xian once appeared. He asked with worries. "Dad, I'm fine," Xian replied. "Great, that's great." Xian's father was finally relieved, seeing Xian was safe. He then glanced over the open balcony. There was only Yang Hao, who was still unconscious on the ground, and nobody else. Xian's father asked, "Where's the girl who has saved your life?" "Oh, she's gone in case her mother would be worried. And she also doesn't want the police to know her involvement. She doesn't want to get into trouble." Xian told her father what Ji Yuning had said. "Did you thank her?" Xian's father asked again. "I gave her a check for 500,000 yen, but she wouldn't accept. Then I handed her my name card to make a friend. She accepted at last." Xian answered. Xian's father was surprised too. He now felt more respectful than grateful to Ji Yuning. Actually, even if Ji Yuning had taken the money, they wouldn't have blamed her for that, because she indeed had saved Xian's life. The Yin family knew to be thankful. If Ji Yuning asked for more money, they would give it to her without delay. Ji Yu-man had come back to the patient room earlier than Ji Yuning. She didn't find Ji Yuning, and was concerned at once. She dropped a bag of apples, going out to search for her daughter, but the minute she left the patient room, Ji Yuning was back. Ji Yu-man knew she was being overreacted, so she didn't blame Ji Yuning. It was a peaceful night. The second morning, Ji Yuning's report was out. It said Ji Yuning was healthy and was ready to leave the hospital. Seeing the result, Ji Yuman was greatly relieved. She packed up immediately, preparing to go home. Ji Yuning, I'm here to visit you. Right at that moment, a female voice sounded outside the door. It was Xian. Ji Yuning was a little, but not very surprised. Due to what had happened yesterday, it was normal that Xian would visit her. And it was easy for Xian to find out which room she was in, because Xian worked in the hospital. When Ji Yuning had gone yesterday, Xian then realized Ji Yuning, or her mother, must be a patient in this hospital. Or, probably she and her mother were here to visit another patient. If Ji Yuning was a patient, she could ask the information desk. If Ji Yuning's mother was a patient, then it would be impossible for Xian to find them, because she had no idea what was the name of Ji Yuning's mother. If they were merely visitors, Xian thought she might better give up. When Xian had went back to work and passed by the information desk, she had asked her colleague whether there was a patient named Ji Yuning. To her surprise, she was right. So she went to visit her this morning. Miss N, welcome. Ji Yuning stood up and welcomed her. This must be your mother, Xian looked at Ji Yuman. Yes, Ji Yuning answered. Nice to meet you, Ji Yuning's mother. My name's Xian, I'm Ji Yuning's friend, Xian greeted Ji Yuman. Actually, Xian was confused about how to call Ji Yuning's mother. Ji Yuman was around 40 years old, while she was 27. Ji Yuman was merely 10 years her senior. If she called Ji Yuman aunt, Ji Yuman was younger than her aunt. But if she called Ji Yuman sister, it was inappropriate neither, because she said she was Ji Yuning's friend. Ji Yuning was 18 years old, and 10 years her junior. If she let Ji Yuning call her aunt, Ji Yuning wouldn't accept, and she wouldn't neither. Because she wasn't that old to be called aunt. It was an embarrassing age. Xian hoped she had been in her early 20s. If she had been in her early 20s, she would have been young and free, and wouldn't be worried about getting married soon. But she didn't have a boyfriend now, how could she get married? Besides, she wanted to enjoy her single life for a few years longer. She didn't want to marry someone that soon. Fine, she was going too far. Although there was a 10-year age gap between her and Ji Yuning, she didn't feel Ji Yuning was a teenage girl, but a mature woman like her instead. Probably that was precocity. Nice to meet you, Miss N, Ji Yuman greeted Xian. Though she was puzzled why Ji Yuning had a friend who was much older than her, Ji Yuman didn't bother to think further. She didn't limit the freedom of Ji Yuning to make friends. She only wanted Ji Yuning to have her own principles. This is for Ji Yuning. Hope she could recover soon. Xian gave her gift to Ji Yuman. Thank you so much, Miss N. I don't know how to thank you for that. Ji Yuman was slightly embarrassed, because she knew the gift wasn't cheap. But she took it at the end for it's a gift from a friend. She didn't want to reject the kindness. It's nothing, Xian wore a smile. Chapter 7 Go outside. Ji Yuman put away the gift into an end table by the bed, then handed a cup of water to Xian. Thank you so much, Xian took the water and thanked politely. Ji Yuning, how's your body? Xian asked. Oh, I'm fine now, and ready to leave, Ji Yuning replied. Really? Xian was happy for Ji Yuning, congratulations. Thanks, Ji Yuning said. After a while, Xian walked Ji Yuning and her mother out of the hospital. Ji Yuman knew Xian was working in this hospital. She didn't want to bother Xian, so she disagreed. But Xian insisted, so Ji Yuman accepted her offer. While on the way out, Xian had already called the taxi for them. Ji Yuman couldn't thank Xian enough for what she had done. As for Ji Yuning, she was at ease though, but she still thanked Xian out of politeness. When Ji Yuning finally left the hospital, she felt super free and comfortable. After half an hour, the two were home at last. Ji Yuning and her mother lived in an old alley at the old district. It was too old and about to be demolished sooner or later. Therefore, Ji Yuning and her mother wouldn't stay here for much longer. This house was the property of Ji Yuning's grandparents. When her grandpa had passed away 10 years ago, her grandma moved to live with her eldest uncle, Ji Xianxia. And the house became the home of Ji Yuning and her mother. But they needed to pay the rent. Since they were family, Ji Yuning and her mother only needed to pay half of the rent. It was an old area in the old district with old amenities, so the rent wasn't high. The house had 2 floors. Each floor was around 40 square meters. The first floor was living room, kitchen and bathroom, and there were 3 rooms on the second floor. In the past, when the Gu family had lived together, Gu Ning's grandparents had shared a room. Her eldest uncle, Gu Xianxia, and third uncle, Gu Qinyang, had shared another, while the third room was shared by Gu Qing and Gu Man. It had been extremely crowded. Then, Gu Xianxia became rich and bought another house. Gu Qinyang had got a cradle-to-grave job with a house allotted by his company. The Gu family had lived a better life afterwards. But this old house had been left with some basic furniture, without any household appliances. Gu Ning was astonished to know that her family was dirt poor. Tang Aining, in her previous incarnation, had never ever lived such a miserable life. Luckily, Gu Ning didn't feel hopeless, but satisfied, because she had the strong deep love from her mother. She wanted to earn money as soon as possible to let Gu Man live an affluent life. The first thing Gu Ning wanted to do after she earned money was to buy a big house, then buy some good clothes and expensive skincare products for Gu Man. She wanted her mother to enjoy her life. Gu Man wasn't an old woman actually. She was only 39 years old. There were a lot she could do for the rest of her life. For 18 years, Gu Man had stayed single. Gu Man was pretty, indeed, and had many admirers, but she didn't want Gu Ning to feel uncomfortable, so she never agreed to marry again. Since Gu Ning had grown up now, probably it is time for Gu Man to chase for her own happiness. So Gu Ning made up her mind to find her mother a good man in the future. As for Gu Ning's biological father, Gu Man never talked about him. Even their relatives had no idea who he was. All Gu Ning knew was that Gu Man got pregnant when she was just 19. Gu Man had been in her second semester as a freshman in her college, then she dropped out of her school and gone home. At that time, the Gu family were all astonished by the fact. It was beyond their imagination that the most docile girl in their family would have done such a bad thing. It was a great humiliation to them. They all agreed to have Gu Man abort the baby. Gu Man was unwilling to abort her child. To keep her baby, Gu Man left her family, and worked outside on her own. It had been a hard time. Gu Man hadn't successfully got any job due to her pregnancy, and Gu Qing had taken care of her. Gu Ning's grandpa had been alive at that time, and he had always loved Gu Man, his youngest daughter, so he had brought Gu Man home at the end. During the time when Gu Ning's grandpa had been alive, Gu Ning had been under the care of her grandpa, while Gu Man had worked hard to earn money. Since Gu Man had lived in her parents' house, her income had always been used by the whole household. 10 years ago, Gu Ning's grandpa had passed away. Her grandma had moved to live with her eldest uncle, Gu Xianxia. Gu Xianxia and Gu Qinyang had been unwilling to let Gu Man occupy their parents' house, so they had persuaded their mother to ask for rent. Ningning, have a rest on the bed first. I'll cook now, and don't forget to change your clothes. I'll do the laundry later. Gu Man said, Mom, you can cook, and let me do the laundry. Gu Ning felt sorry for Gu Man, who was skinny and always reminded her of her mother from the last lifetime. She wanted to do something for her. No, you're the patient, Gu Man disagreed. I'm fine now, Gu Ning argued. I said no, Gu Man pretended that she was mad. Fine, Gu Ning gave up. Half an hour later, the meal was ready. Because they lived a poor life, the meal was very simple. They didn't have meat normally, except today, because Gu Ning had just left the hospital. During the dinner, Gu Man kept sending the meat into Gu Ning's bowl, while herself didn't have a piece at all. Gu Ning was moved and about to cry. Actually, Gu Man now needed nutrition more than Gu Ning. Mom, there's enough meat. Please have some yourself. It's hot today, and we better not leave it to the night. It will be smelly. Gu Ning immediately gave Gu Man several pieces of meat. Gu Man surely knew what was on Gu Ning's mind, but she didn't reject because she didn't want to hurt her daughter. However, she felt sad in her heart. She blamed herself for being unable to provide her daughter a good life. After dinner, Gu Man urged Gu Ning to take a rest in her room. Gu Ning didn't want to lie down, but to hang out on the antique street. She wanted to try her jade eyes and win some money. Gu Ning took out her savings of 500 yuan and her ID card. Mom, I want to have a walk, and I'll be back soon. Ji Man was worried, because Ji Ning had just left the hospital, but, you need a rest now. You just left the hospital. No worries, Mom, I'm fine now, a walk in the sunshine are good for my health as well. Ji Ning replied, but, Ji Man was still slightly worried. Mom, I'm not a little girl anymore. I'll take good care of myself. And, I have my phone with me. You can call me if you're worried, Ji Ning said to comfort her mother. Chapter 8. A drama at the jewelry store. At the end, Ji Man compromised, then you must be cautious, and call me once you feel uncomfortable. I will, Ji Ning answered, then went outside. When Ji Ning was out on the street, she looked at her phone in her hand with intense dislike. It was a cheap old phone. To be honest, Ji Ning was used to smartphones, and she disliked the old one with buttons on it. I'm going to make money and buy my mom and myself a smartphone. Ji Ning thought to herself. There was no direct bus from where Ji Ning lived to the antique market, so she decided to transfer from the downtown. Luckily, it wasn't the rush hour, and it only took Ji Ning 20 minutes to arrive at the downtown. Ji Ning stepped off the bus, and walked ahead for another 300 meters to get on the next bus to the antique market. There were many jewelry stores of well-known brands around the downtown. Ji Ning was attracted by the jade shown in a window of a nearby jewelry store. She wanted to walk inside and take a look. Although she knew how to absorb the power, she hadn't practiced yet, and was curious about the feeling. But when she just entered the store, she heard an acid female voice, "Wow! Isn't this Ji Ning? What, you dare to walk in a jewelry store when you have no money to feed yourself?" Yes, when Ji Ning was at school, she was known for her poverty. Though Ji Man gave her allowance every day, which was enough for her meals, she was used to saving as much money as she could, and normally ate a steamed bun as her dinner. That was how she had managed to save 500 yuan. The girl who had verbally abused Ji Ning named Xiao Feifei. She was Ji Ning's classmate. Back in the classroom, Xiao Feifei had always laughed at Ji Ning. She would hurl abuse at Ji Ning, throw garbage into her desk and even ruin her textbooks. The reason why Xiao Feifei hated Ji Ning so much, not because Ji Ning was from a poor family, but because Ji Ning was more beautiful than her. Xiao Feifei, who was so called, the prettiest girl, among the students was super jealous of Ji Ning. Ji Ning was merely a poor girl from a poor family. How could she be more beautiful than Xiao Feifei? And there was another girl of the same age stood beside Xiao Feifei, but Ji Ning had no idea who she was. Everyone in the store turned with one accord, looking at Ji Ning. Those well-educated ones stayed calm, while those who were arrogant wore a face with dislike. Especially when Ji Ning showed up in her worn-out clothes, it was a humiliation for the rich people to be in the same place with the poor. But Ji Ning ignored all of them except Xiao Feifei. "This isn't your home. Why couldn't I be here?" she argued. "Well, can you afford anything here?" Xiao Feifei laughed at Ji Ning, then wore an exaggerated face with surprise. "Ji, do you plan to steal something?" At that time, everyone's look on Ji Ning changed, especially the workers who were alert. They obviously believed what Xiao Feifei had just said. Ji Ning was annoyed. "Xiao Feifei, you don't have any proof for that, and I can sue you for libel." Her eyes were full of coldness. "You." Xiao Feifei was scared by Ji Ning's look at first, then was even more astonished. Ji Ning had argued back. In the past, no matter how Xiao Feifei had laughed at Ji Ning had always stayed quiet. "Sister, let's go now." The girl who was with Xiao Feifei felt threatened. She wanted to leave right away. "Why, I'll stay and see what can she afford." Xiao Feifei raised her voice. She didn't want to run away in front of Ji Ning. In her eyes, Ji Ning was merely a poor student without any power, wealth or support. Then she looked at Ji Ning with aggression. "I don't think I have to buy something just because I've walked in," Ji Ning argued again. "If you aren't going to buy anything, then you shouldn't have walked in," Xiao Feifei insisted. "I want to have a look first, and it's none of your business," Ji Ning said. "You." Suddenly, Xiao Feifei had no idea how to fight back. Ji Ning then ignored her, walking by directly. Though those rich people disliked the poor, nobody stopped Ji Ning. Just like what she had said, you didn't have to buy something just because you had walked in. But all the workers in the jewelry store kept their eyes on Ji Ning, like she were a real thief. Actually, There were many monitors in the store, and all the jewelry were locked in thick and heavy glasses. It wasn't easy to steal a piece of them. Ji Yuning felt uncomfortable under the suspicion, but she didn't say a word. She went to the area of jade, and focused on them. Seconds later, there was a layer of light white fog appeared above those jade, and the fog was exactly the power Ji Yuning needed. However, the fog was thin, which meant the jade wasn't good enough. Ji Yuning didn't care at all, but the glasses blocked her out from those jade. She could only absorb the power without anything in the middle. Thus Ji Yuning had to give up. She sighed slightly, but her sigh drew attention again. The poor can't afford a piece of jade, and all they can do is sigh. Poor little thing, a woman said. Exactly, the poor can never afford a piece of jade throughout their whole life. Another woman agreed. Ji Yuning was speechless. Whatever the poor had done, it was wrong. But how could they be so sure that she wasn't able to buy it throughout her whole life? She was poor for now, but it didn't mean she couldn't afford an expensive commodity in the future. Ji Yuning looked to those two women. They were around 40 years with good appearance. Both were in luxury dresses, a little over though. Especially the right one. There were 3 diamond, gold and jade rings around both of her 2 fingers. And a gold bracelet around one of her wrist while a jade bracelet around another one. Chapter 9. The Antique Market. Around her neck, there was a platinum necklace with a large jade. And her gold earrings were also too big to ignore. The woman was apparently showing off her wealth. But after a while, Ji Yuning couldn't help but snort with laughter. The woman's face changed a little with anger. What are you laughing at? You, of course. Since you're so rich, why are you still wearing a cheap fake bracelet and jade? Ji Yuning replied plainly. Yes, the bracelet and the jade around the woman's wrist and neck were fake. Ji Yuning had intended to absorb the power of the woman's jewelry, but had failed, because they weren't authentic. As for the gold, Ji Yuning barely knew, but the jade ring around the woman's fingers was authentic though. Ji Yuning understood the woman probably had no idea that most of her jewelry weren't real. She did it on purpose to pay the woman back. Ji Yuning admitted that she wasn't tolerant, and she wouldn't stay quiet any longer. What did you say? The woman was irritated. She felt embarrassed at once. Those jewelry were from her husband, who was a super rich man. How could they be fake? And in front of her was just a poor girl, who knew nothing at all. Ji, shut your mouth. You're being jealous. Ji Yuning stayed calm instead. Believe it or not, there's a jewelry appraiser in every jewelry store. You can try it yourself. And now if you'll excuse me, I have something else to do. Then Ji Yuning turned around and left. The woman didn't want to let go of Ji Yuning, but was stopped by another woman beside her. Let it go, she's merely a poor girl. We better stay away from her. The woman immediately put on airs, behaving like she was a real royalty. She said to Ji Yuning's back with disdain, I don't care you poor people at all. Then, she focused on the jade again. However, Ji Yuning's words stayed in her mind, and she wanted to identify them herself. On the other side, Xiao Feifei stood at the entrance of the jewelry store, waiting for Ji Yuning. She had also witnessed everything that had just happened inside. Seeing Ji Yuning going out, Xiao Feifei criticized, isn't it interesting? You can't afford a piece yourself, and you're so jealous of the rich. If you can afford it, why don't you buy a piece? Ji Yuning argued. Xiao Feifei felt humiliated, because Ji Yuning had hit the point. Although Xiao Feifei was born in a rich family with millions of wealth, she still couldn't afford on her own. The jewelry cost dozens of thousand yuan each, while she only had a monthly allowance of several thousand yuan. Besides, she spent much every month, and had no money left for a piece of jewelry. She had been here today only because her birthday was around the corner. She wanted to choose her birthday gift, and her mother would buy it for her. Ji Yuning ignored Xiao Feifei, and left. Although Xiao Feifei disliked the feeling of failure, she had no idea how to fight back again. Xiao Shui, who was Xiao Feifei's cousin, held her breath in case Xiao Feifei would vent anger on her, which had happened before. Xiao Shui did this only because her family needed the sources from Xiao Feifei's family. Ji Yuning went straight to the antique market after she had left the jewelry store. It took her half an hour on the bus to get to the antique market from the downtown. When she finally arrived, it was about 3 p.m. The antique market, also known as the old market. Only the old and ancient objects were called antiques. The antique market had been popular for many years, and there were many people visiting the antique street. Most of them were middle-aged men or the elderly. Ji Yuning barely saw young people on the street, especially a female student of her age. Even though there were teenagers, they were either accompanied by their parents, or hanging around. So when Ji Yuning walked by the stands, nobody paid attention to her. At the both sides of the street, there were countless stands with numerous commodities. However, authentic antiques were still rare. Both antiques and the jade were business of high risk. The unspoken rule in this industry was, no anti-counterfeiting. You paid and got the commodities on site without any after-sales service. If you were lucky enough to get an authentic one, you would be rich overnight, otherwise, you would be broke. Ji Yuning walked slowly, because she felt exhausted after she had used her jade eyes for a short time. She needed to take a break before going on. Along her way, Ji Yuning hadn't found out a single authentic object. She was disappointed. The antique market had existed for too long to leave any authentic pieces for her. Ji Yuning felt she was naive to try to earn money by antiques. There were many choices for stone gambling though, but most of the stones came from Burma and Province Y, and there were less quality stones in other cities. Anyway, it wasn't easy to find a perfect stone. City F was far away from Burma, and it cost too much for Ji Yuning to fly to there. Though the flight ticket wasn't very expensive actually, it was a lot for Ji Yuning and her mother. And the last thing Ji Yuning wanted to happen was for her exceptional ability to be revealed. She didn't want her mother to know as well. So, even Ji Yuning was willing to go to Burma, she was short of a good reason. Ji Yuning didn't maintain much hope in City F, but she still tried to find some. As long as it was a real gem, she would take it. In the end, when Ji Yuning was ready to leave, an object on a not noticeable stand got her attention. It was a bracelet consisted of 12 blocks of china. Each block was as big as a toe. There were many stains and dirt around it. It didn't have a good appearance, but Ji Yuning saw a layer of light white fog from it. Chapter 10. Pick up by accident. If it had the power, it must be an authentic one. Ji Yuning was happy, but didn't show her happiness on her face. Ji Yuning walked to the stand. The stand owner ignored her because she was a teenage girl in an ordinary clothing, and seemed poor. Ji Yuning didn't care though. She pointed directly at the bracelet. How much is this one, please? The stand owner took a glance at the bracelet, then frowned with disdain. Why? Because in his eye, this bracelet was fake. He even intended to throw it away. But since there was a buyer for it, he opened his mouth. 50 yuan. 50 yuan were merely much, but it was still a lot for Ji Yuning. However, Ji Yuning wasn't willing to miss any chance to win money. She didn't want to show her real intention at the very beginning, so she bargained, could you please sell it for a cheaper price? I'm just a student with less money. Then 40 yuan, that's all. The stand owner agreed. He still believed the bracelet was a worthless junk. Ji Yuning pretended to hesitate for a second, then said, great, I'll take it. Then she gave money to the stand owner. The stand owner took the money and gave the bracelet to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning went straight to the appraisal center with the bracelet afterwards. She went to the appraisal center not to identify the bracelet, but for money. Only with money that she was able to do other things. There was a monthly large fair in the antique market with many visitors. In a normal day, many visitors would come and make deals, but the price wouldn't be high because dealers were not adequate. When Ji Yuning arrived at the appraisal center, there was already someone in there to identify antiques. Bystanders stood around. Some were here just for fun, while some were here for the results. If there was a real one, they would bid. Those appraisers were all experienced, and the appraisal center had its own rules. If it was a fake one, they would not charge for it. If it was a real one, then you need to pay for the service. If the antique was sold on site, the service price would be higher. The rules were quite acceptable. Ji Yuning walked to the table of appraisal. There was an appraiser in the middle of identification. It was a delicate snuff bottle, and looked like an authentic one. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes. She didn't see any fog around it. It was fake. It's fake. It only took the appraiser around 10 minutes to have the result. What? It's fake. A male voice sounded in shock among the crowd. The man wore an astonished face. It's impossible. How could it be fake? Are you questioning me now? The appraiser wasn't happy to be questioned. The man explained at once, no, but it's an heirloom from my grandpa to my father and to me. I can't accept it's fake. The rest of the people in the center showed their sympathy. Bro, even if it's an heirloom, it could be fake. True, probably your grandfather had made a mistake. It's quite normal. Others echoed. The man wore a displeased face. He left swiftly with his heirloom. He had believed it must be a real antique, and wanted to sell it, but to his surprise, it was fake. Then, there were more fake ones, but no one felt disappointed because the owners didn't pay much for their antiques. Hi, could you please identify this bracelet for me? It was Ji Yuning's turn. She handed over the bracelet she had just bought. Ji Yuning's appearance raised discussion among the crowd. Ji, where did she get this dirty thing? It's so ugly. This little girl must be crazy about money. It's apparently fake. Ji Yuning ignored all of them. Let's see, she thought to herself, though the appraiser didn't believe it was real. Neither. He did his work though. When he took the dusty bracelet over, he almost hated it at the first look. However, while he was cleaning the stains by a napkin, the real color of the bracelet appeared. It was white and blue in random order, and it was made of china. The appraiser frowned a little. He thought it was merely a modern artwork. In the ancient time, no one would use china to make bracelet. But since he had begun, he decided to finish his work. Then, he kept on cleaning the bracelet. After a while, he felt something was unusual. Others asked immediately, what happened? Is it real? The appraiser stayed silent, focusing on his work. Before long, the bracelet was clean and shiny. Everyone now discovered that the bracelet was made of china. All of them were assured that it must be fake, because no one had ever heard a china bracelet could be made in the ancient time. It must be a modern artwork. While the appraiser thought otherwise, he now was astonished and super excited. The china is blue and white porcelain from Ming and Qing dynasty. He suddenly said, what, really? Everyone was shocked. Blue and white porcelain from Ming and Qing dynasty. Then, it was a real one. Though blue and white porcelain in Ming and Qing dynasty wasn't as expensive as in Yuan or Tang dynasty, it wasn't cheap at all. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Ji Yuning in jealousy. Instead, Ji Yuning was as calm as usual, which made people wonder that she had known it already. Actually, Ji Yuning only knew it was real, but had no idea what it was exactly. It is blue and white porcelain from Ming and Qing dynasty. I suppose the original one is broken, and somebody has made it into a bracelet. Or, no one would intentionally break a valuable blue and white porcelain to make a bracelet. Hey young girl, where did you get this bracelet? Someone asked. I just bought it from a normal stand, Ji Yuning told the truth. What, you picked it up by accident? What a lucky girl, everyone agreed. Young girl, do you want to sell it? I'll give you 30,000. A middle-aged man in a suit made a bid without any delay. Chapter 11. First bucket of money, 30,000. Are you kidding? I'll give you 50,000, young girl. 60,000, another man bid. 70,000, 80,000, 120,000. Everyone was shocked again. 120,000 for a blue and white porcelain bracelet from Ming and Qing dynasty was way too much. Ji Yuning was shocked as well. This was her first time to sell an antique. She knew antiques were expensive, but the price was still a great surprise to her. She thought 40,000 would be high enough, because the power of this bracelet wasn't strong. It wasn't worth too much because it had a short history. 120,000 meant nothing for Ji Yuning in her last lifetime, but for now, it was a huge amount of money. In the end, Ji Yuning sold the bracelet for 120,000 yuan. Although everyone felt surprised by the high price, only experts knew this bracelet was worth much more than that in the market. A bracelet made of blue and white porcelain from Ming and Qing dynasty, even from a broken one, was expensive. Nowadays, a blue and white porcelain plate from Ming and Qing dynasty was worth millions of yuan. The price of this bracelet wouldn't be lower than 200,000 in the market. Though Ji Yuning wasn't experienced, and had no idea how much exactly this bracelet was worth, she wouldn't regret. She needed money right now, and had no time to wait for a more generous buyer. Besides, she didn't know how to put this bracelet into the market. There was a designated bank in the antique market. One needed to go to the bank for the money. Ji Yuning didn't have a bank card, but her ID card, so she had one bank card on site. When she had received the money, she gave the bracelet to the buyer, and the service fee was transferred to the appraiser afterwards. The service fee ranged from hundreds to thousands. It depended on the seller. What Ji Yuning had earned wasn't much in the antique industry, so she only needed to pay 2,000 yuan. But Ji Yuning was generous, who directly paid the appraiser 10,000. When she had left the bank, Ji Yuning felt she was targeted. The antique street wasn't a safe place with all kinds of people around. It was quite normal that she had become someone's target as soon as she had earned a large amount of money. Ji Yuning calmed down. She left the antique street without any delay. The minute Ji Yuning had left the street, several men, who had been stalking her, rushed ahead to stop her. 4 hoodlums around 20 years old surrounded Ji Yuning. The others all ran away in fear, and no one was willing to help. "Give us all your money, or I'll teach you a lesson." The head of those hoodlums, who has yellow hair, threatened Ji Yuning. "Oh, how?" Ji Yuning squinted, like she couldn't care less. And the onlookers were surprised by Ji Yuning being so calm. Wasn't she scared? Was she pretending? Or did she think anyone would help? Those hoodlums were notorious around this area, and no one dared to be involved. Don't ever hope that someone would help you. Let me tell you, no one dared to. Just give me your money. The man in yellow hair threatened once more. Ji Yuning knew no one would help her, because everyone had run away. However, she was confident she could easily beat those bad guys. "Take it by yourself if you want." Ji Yuning challenged him. "You." Those hoodlums was irritated at once. "Great. Beat her," the man with yellow hair ordered. Then, 2 hoodlums ran to Ji Yuning, trying to catch her. But before they could come near her, Ji Yuning kicked one man in the stomach. The man fell down on the ground in pain immediately. Then, Ji Yuning turned to another one, and punched him directly. The latter suffered at once. The other 2 hoodlums were in shock now. It was beyond their imagination that a teenage girl could be so violent. All of a sudden, a boy who rushed out nearby attacked the man in yellow hair. The man fell down instantly. The only one, who was left alone standing there, escaped right away. Unfortunately, he ran too fast to recognize the direction, and hit a pole, then bounced back to the ground. Ji Yuning laughed out loud by this funny scene. Right at this moment, the boy who had attacked the hoodlum in yellow hair ran to Ji Yuning. He said in excitement, "Ji Yuning, it is really you. I thought I was wrong. Wow, you're so good and beat down 2 men easily." Ji Yuning knew this boy. He was a senior from the top class in their high school. His name was Mu K. Mu K was nearly 5 feet 11 inches tall. He was a handsome and good-looking boy. Ji Yuning and Mu K were from different classes. She knew Mu K was Qin Zheng's classmate and they were good friends. Mu K also knew the truth behind she and Qin Zheng's relationship. But Mu K was different from his friends. He was a good upright boy, and even told her secretly that Qin Zheng wasn't her mister. Right, but back then, Ji Yuning had loved Qin Zheng so much. She wouldn't listen to anyone else. Thinking of that, Ji Yuning actually held a great opinion of Mu K. "Thank you so much, Mu K." Ji Yuning smiled to Mu K, and thanked him sincerely. Though she was able to deal with it all on her own, Mu K had helped her indeed. She ought to thank him for that. Ji Yuning was a beautiful girl. She seemed ordinary only because she spent less time on appearance. Ji Yuning's smile had made Mu K flush. "You're welcome, and I think even though I didn't help you, they couldn't hurt you at all." Mu K was a little shy before Ji Yuning. "Anyway, thank you so much for helping me," Ji Yuning said. Suddenly, Mu K remembered something important. He looked at Ji Yuning with astonishment. "Oh, I've heard Qin Zheng has broken up with you on Friday, and then you've caught by a car accident. How are you right now?" Mu K had no intention to hurt Ji Yuning's feelings. He really cared about her. But he hadn't been there in person, so he had only heard of it. He believed it was Qin Zheng's fault, but he had no right to get involved in his friend's personal relations. Chapter 12. Ji Yuqing's family. Ji Yuning's face changed a little, but not because of Mu K. She knew Mu K cared about her. Thus Ji Yuning asked him back for fun, "Do I look like I'm in a bad condition?" Mu K was struck dumb. Ji Yuning was absolutely fine and well. She seemed like nothing had happened at all. Or, she wouldn't have been able to knock down 2 grown-ups. "That's great, and now you know what kind of a person he is." So, Mu K intended to tell Ji Yuning to give up any illusion on Qin Zheng, but he thought it wasn't his business after all. "It'll never happen again. I've already given up on Qin Zheng." Ji Yuning knew exactly what was on Mu K's mind. She didn't care at all. Great to hear that, Mu K felt relieved. Mu K wasn't in love with Ji Yu Ning actually. He just hated to see an innocent girl be bullied. It's late now, I have to go home, Ji Yu Ning said. Sure, bye-bye, Mu K replied. Since Ji Yu Ning had made a lot of money today, so she took a taxi to go home. Ji Yu Ning wanted to buy a smartphone at first, but it was too late for that. She didn't want Ji Yu Man to be worried, so she got home directly. Indeed, Ji Yu Man called her once when she was halfway, while it took Ji Yu Ning another 20 minutes to be home. The taxi line was shorter and faster than a bus, so Ji Yu Ning had spent only 40 minutes on her way home. A half less time than the bus. When Ji Yu Ning had arrived at her home, it was almost 6 p.m. Ji Yu Man had already prepared the dinner. Ji Yu Qing's family were here today too. They came to visit Ji Yu Ning because she had just left the hospital. Ji Yu Ning's uncle named Zhang Shu, and her cousin called Zhang Xinyue. Ningning's home. The minute Ji Yu Ning walked in, Zhang Shu and Ji Yu Qing welcomed her. Aunt, uncle and Xinyue, nice to meet you all, Ji Yu Ning greeted them. Sister, nice to meet you too, Zhang Xinyue greeted Ji Yu Ning. She was a shy girl. Zhang Xinyue was 15 years old now. She was a third-grade student in middle school, and a quiet girl of few words. Luckily, she wasn't as self-abased as the old Ji Yu Ning. She was academic and had lots of friends. Among the young generation in the Ji Yu family, Zhang Xinyue only liked Ji Yu Ning. For the rest, she had seen them through. Zhang Shu was 2 years Ji Yu Qing's senior, 45 years old, but looked older than his real age. He worked as a truck driver in a construction site. It was a labor work. Zhang Shu earned thousands of yuan every month. With Ji Yu Qing's salary, they lived a better life than Ji Yu Ning and her mother. However, the family of Ji Yu Qing still lived on a tight budget. They were not able to buy a house, but lived in a rental one. Though City F was a third-tier city, the house price wasn't low, especially in the downtown. Even in the suburb, it cost at least hundreds of thousand yuan to buy a house for the whole family to live. Zhang Shu's parents had passed away for a long time, so he didn't need to support his parents, but it was still very hard for him to save enough money because of expenditure on renting and tuition. So it was a sky-high price for them. As long as they had food to eat, clothes to wear, and their child could go to school, they felt happy. Although the family of Ji Yu Qing lived on a tight budget, they would help Ji Yu Ning and Ji Yu Man whenever they could. When Ji Yu Ning had been in hospital, the rest of the Ji Yu family had ignored. Even when Ji Yu Man had called them to borrow money, they all had rejected. Only Ji Yu Qing and Zhang Shu had visited Ji Yu Ning. Moreover, they had given Ji Yu Man all of their savings to help Ji Yu Ning with the surgery. Fortunately, Ji Yu Ning had recovered at the end. Ji Yu Ning didn't want to tell Ji Yu Man that she had earned a lot of money. She wanted to wait till she could afford a house. And she surely would never forget the family of Ji Yu Qing. She would also help them to live a good life when she became rich in the future. Thinking of that, Ji Yu Ning opened her mouth suddenly. Mom, Aunt, and Uncle. I promise I'll let you live a good life when I become successful in the future. Everyone was surprised by Ji Yu Ning. No matter if it was going to be true or not, they felt happy that Ji Yu Ning cared about them. And Ji Yu Ning had just grown up, her future was still unpredictable. Great, we'll wait till the day come. Ning, we believe you can be successful. Exactly, we all believe you. Ji Yu Qing and Zhang Shu was moved, and encouraged Ji Yu Ning at the same time. Ji Yu Man then found out Ji Yu Ning had changed. She was more outgoing now than before. Because they really loved each other as family, they had a good time that day. Lying on the bed before falling asleep, Ji Yu Ning took out her notebooks to read. Though Ji Yu Ning was a good student in her previous incarnation, but not excellent enough. It was harder for Ji Yu Ning in this incarnation to get into college. So, Ji Yu Ning had to spend more time and energy on studying. She opened her notebooks, reading them 10 lines at one sight. The content had all deeply borne in her mind. The jade eyes was really extraordinary. The second day was Monday. Ji Yu Man had already called Ji Yu Ning's head teacher for a few days' leave due to her accident. Though Ji Yu Ning was fine now, Ji Yu Man still wanted her to stay at home. But Ji Yu Ning believed otherwise. She wanted to go to school. Ji Yu Man agreed at the end. Ji Yu Ning had encountered Xiao Feifei yesterday. She didn't want her head teacher to know that she had recovered but wasn't willing to attend the classes. Ji Yuning didn't care about the difficulties. She just didn't want to get into any more trouble. The first class was at 6:50 a.m. It took Ji Yuning around 20 minutes to get to her school by bus. Normally, Ji Yuning would get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Ji Yu-man went to work at 8:30, because the factory wasn't far away. It took Ji Yu-man half an hour on her way to work, so she left home at 7:40 a.m. Thus, to let Ji Yu-man have more sleep, Ji Yuning never eat breakfast at home, but would have all her 3 meals at her school. She only went back home when the last class had been finished. Chapter 13. Shameless people. Ji Yuning had a weekly allowance of 100 yuan. It wasn't much, but for Ji Yuning it was a lot. When Ji Yuning left her home, Ji Yu-man gave her 100 yuan. Though Ji Yuning had a lot of money now, she didn't want anyone to know that. She took the money from Ji Yu-man as usual. Ji Yuning didn't take the bus, but ran to her school. Because Ji Yuning wasn't in good health, she needed to exercise. Ji Yuning decided she would run to her school from now on, except on rainy days. The number 3 high school of City F was a normal high school. There were 5 high schools in City F. Only the number 1 high school was excellent, and the rest were all common. Ji Yuning had run for half an hour when she arrived at her school. Ji Yuning was weak indeed. Half an hour of running made her exhausted. Ji Yuning wanted to be strong, but she also knew it will take time to achieve her goal. So, she didn't want to push herself too hard. She wanted to accomplish it step by step. Ji Yuning had left her home earlier, so it was still 20 minutes before the first class. She decided to have her breakfast first. She went to buy her breakfast, and finished on her way back. Ji Yuning. The second Ji Yuning walked into the teaching building, a male voice called her with uncertainty. Ji Yuning frowned tightly, because she knew who this familiar voice was. It was Qin Zheng. She looked over. It was Qin Zheng indeed. Qin Zheng was around 5 feet 11 inches tall in a white t-shirt and jeans. He was a very handsome athletic boy, and popular among the girls. But what he had done to Ji Yuning was so shameless. What? Ji Yuning stayed emotionless, like the boy was merely a stranger to her. Actually it was the truth. Though she had all the memories of Ji Yuning, she was Tang Aining after all. Except Ji Yu-man and the family of Ji Yu-qing, the rest were all strangers to Ji Yuning. Even those relatives in the Ji Yu family, she wouldn't care about them. Qin Zheng was the cause why Ji Yuning had died, but Ji Yuning had been reborn now. She had no intention to take revenge on him. If they wouldn't find her any trouble, she would let it go, but if they would, Ji Yuning would fight back. Seeing Ji Yuning, Qin Zheng was greatly surprised. Hadn't she been caught by a car accident? Why she looked so good now? Due to his astonishment, Qin Zheng didn't realize Ji Yuning's attitude towards him had changed. He asked, Are you alright? Though Qin Zheng didn't like Ji Yuning, he felt guilty about her accident. And then, Ji Yuning asked back. What? Qin Zheng didn't understand. What do you mean? Ji Yuning snorted with laughter. She looked at Qin Zheng like he was an idiot. Qin Zheng, are you blind? Can't you see that I'm standing here right before your eyes? I'm fine. Leave me alone. Qin Zheng was displeased at once, because he had been humiliated. However, he was more surprised by Ji Yuning's change. She was so brave and straightforward now, which was totally different from the old self-abased quiet Ji Yuning. Was this because of the car accident? She had changed a lot. Yes, the soul had been exchanged, and the personality had changed as well. What? Ji Yuning said calmly, like she hadn't shouted at him at all. Bravo! A loud female voice sounded. Those shameless people build their happiness on others' suffering, and they're even proud of that. The girl was in a school uniform with long straight hair. She had very beautiful features with big round eyes, thick lips, and looked cute. But her behavior was so different from her appearance. She swaggered over in abrasive manners. It was 10 minutes away from the first class. There were many students walking inside. The girl's words attracted much attention. Qin Zheng was well known in their high school for his good looks, excellent performance and rich family. But, all those were in others' eyes. Only his closest friends knew what he was really liked. If he was a real good boy, he wouldn't have chased Ji Yu Xiaoxiao on a condition of hurting another innocent girl. However, the onlookers all stood on Qin Zheng's side. They didn't believe that what had happened between Qin Zheng and Ji Yuning was immoral. They thought it was interesting instead. Only Mu Ke had warned Ji Yuning. And no one else, except them, knew the truth about what had happened. Qin Zheng hadn't allowed Ji Yuning to tell others, because it had been a game from the beginning to the end. If anyone else knew Qin Zheng had a girlfriend like Ji Yuning, who was poor, self-abased and bad at studying, he would be humiliated. Chu Peihan, you. Qin Zheng was annoyed while the crowd was confused. He wanted to argue back, but had no idea how to. He knew in his heart that he had done something bad. On the other side, Ji Yuning frowned a little when she heard the name, Chu Peihan. She knew the girl was famous in school. But the girl wasn't famous for anything good. She was always late for classes, involved in fights and so forth. She had received countless warnings. Normally, she would have been expelled, but she was so good at studying and always be the top 40. Moreover, she was from a powerful family, so she wasn't afraid of being expelled at all. Gee, don't be mad so easily. I didn't call your name after all. Chu Peihan laughed at Qin Zheng. Chapter 14. Yu Mixi. Chu Peihan's arrogant attitude made Qin Zheng be in a rage. He was speechless though, because Chu Peihan indeed hadn't called his name. Qin Zheng knew it wasn't a wise decision to stay here longer. He snorted, glared at Chu Peihan, and gave Ji Yuning a complicated glance, then was gone. Ha, I thought he was brave. He's merely a boring coward. Chu Peihan felt bored when Qin Zheng left. Qin Zheng hadn't gone far actually. He heard every word Chu Peihan had just said. He was irritated, but tried his best to curb his anger. Though Chu Peihan wasn't famous for anything good, Ji Yuning liked her. She thought she was a good and funny girl. At least, Chu Peihan was being real. Hey, is this the boy who you have loved? What a choice. Chu Peihan raised her eyebrow with disdain. The reason why Chu Peihan knew everything is because she had happened to see the scene when Qin Zheng had broken up with Ji Yuning. Though she strongly disagreed what Qin Zheng had done, she wasn't interested in getting involved. She stood up for Ji Yuning today only because she agreed with every word Ji Yuning had just said to Qin Zheng. Well, I guess every girl will meet a bad boy when she's young and dumb, Ji Yuning joked. Yeah, sure, Chu Peihan laughed. Oh, it's almost the time. Let's go to the classroom. Ji Yuning ignored Chu Peihan, running away. Chu Peihan followed up immediately. I like what you've said, and I'll use it in the future. Ji Yuning didn't know what to say. Was she really enjoying swearing? Be my guest, Ji Yuning replied. What else do you have? Chu Peihan asked sincerely. Ji Yuning was speechless. Nothing, Ji Yuning answered casually. She didn't want to be bothered any longer. Chu Peihan pursed her lips, and closed her mouth. Chu Peihan studied at the second classroom, while Ji Yuning at the fourth classroom. Their classrooms were on the same floor. After a while, both of them went up to the third floor. Chu Peihan entered her classroom first, and said goodbye to Ji Yuning. In the fourth classroom of grade 9. The minute Ji Yuning walked in, she felt unfriendly sights right away. She looked over. Xiao Feifei was staring at her in an evil way. There were several other girls around her who glared at Ji Yuning in the same way. Yang Yulu shared a table with Xiao Feifei, and the girl sat before them called wuxia. Those three girls were always together. Yang Yulu and wuxia were Xiao Feifei's acolytes in fact, because they followed Xiao Feifei's orders. If Xiao Feifei hated Ji Yuning, they would do the same thing. Yang Yulu and wuxia was willing to be Xiao Feifei's acolytes for a reason. Xiao Feifei was from a rich family, while Yang Yulu and wuxia were from a normal family. They could have a relatively luxurious lifestyle as long as they followed Xiao Feifei. Moreover, if any rich boy picked them, they could change their life. Xiao Feifei's family only had millions of wealth, and wasn't the super rich family. The super rich families would own hundreds of millions wealth. If a family didn't have that much assets, they wouldn't be called the super rich. But in normal people's eyes, Xiao Feifei's family was rich enough. The No. 3 high school was a common high school without many real rich young generation, so people like Xiao Feifei was able to show off. Seeing Ji Yuning coming, Xiao Feifei's sight turned eviler. Xiao Feifei was still angry about what had happened yesterday. Though she knew Ji Yuning was different now, she wasn't scared of her. In her eyes, Ji Yuning was still the poor pathetic girl. As for Yang Yulu and wuxia, they were simply doing whatever Xiao Feifei did. Ji Yuning ignored them instead. She couldn't care less about those ridiculous people. She found her seat. It was at the back row. Ji Yuning, so nice to meet you again. You didn't come to class yesterday. I'm worried. After Ji Yuning had sat down, the girl beside her talked to her immediately. Ji Yuning barely had friends in her school, except this girl, Yu Mixi, who shared a desk with her. Yu Mixi was also from a poor family. Her mother had been lying sick on the bed for many years. Her father ran a breakfast shop to support the whole family. Yu Mixi's family was living on a tight budget as well, because of her mother's illness and her tuition fee. Additionally, Yu Mixi's relatives disliked her family either. Those two poor girls ended up being good friends. Facing Yu Mixi's kindness, Ji Yuning was moved. She explained, I didn't feel comfortable yesterday, so I didn't come. Oh, are you alright now? Yu Mixi asked. I'm fine, Ji Yuning replied. Good to hear that. Yu Mixi was relieved. Ji Yuning noticed her desk was clean today. She understood immediately that Yu Mixi had helped her. She felt grateful again. It was 6:50, the first class began. The students were supposed to read out loud, which helped them to remember the content. Ji Yuning was reading the book quietly. Before long, the head teacher came. The head teacher's name was Zhang Chuhua. She was around 40 years old, and was a strict teacher. Most importantly, she treated every student equally, no matter if the student was from a poor or a rich family. Ji Yuning liked this teacher. Zhang Chuhua stood in the front of the classroom. When her sight fell on Ji Yuning, she was surprised. Ji Yuning, come out with me. Then, Zhang Chuhua stepped out of the classroom first. Chapter 15. Do you have a crush on me? Seeing Ji Yuning asked out by Zhang Chuhua, everyone was looking at her. Some were puzzled, and some gloated, especially Xiao Feifei and her friends. Xiao Feifei believed the head teacher was going to blame Ji Yuning for her yesterday's absence. Only Ji Yuning stayed calm, and she knew the real intention of her head teacher. Ji Yuning, Yu Mixi called her with worry. It's fine. Ji Yuning gave her a glance to comfort her. Professor Zhang, nice to see you again, Ji Yuning greeted Zhang Chuhua politely. Ji Yuning, your mother told me that you were in a car accident, and needed a surgery. How could you be alright all of a sudden? Zhang Chuhua asked with doubt. The day before yesterday, Ji Yu Man had just called Zhang Chuhua and told her Ji Yuning had been caught by a car accident, but Ji Yuning showed up as usual in school today. Everyone would ask what had actually happened. Ji Yuning understood that, so she explained, I did have a car accident. My brain has been damaged and I fell into unconsciousness. The doctor said there was blood congestion in my brain and must be cleaned out by surgery. However, I woke up the next day, and the blood congestion was gone. So I'm fine now. Zhang Chuhua thought it was so unbelievable, but she didn't ask further. Miracles could happen. I'm glad you're fine, but you need to take care of yourself. If you feel uncomfortable, just let me know. Now, you can go back. Zhang Chuhua said. She cared about her student, especially she just had recovered from a car accident. Thank you so much. Ji Yuning thanked her teacher, then went back to classroom. The minute Ji Yuning was back, everyone's sight fell on her again. They all wanted to know whether Zhang Chuhua had criticized her. However, Ji Yuning looked the same as usual. Nothing was different. Xiao Feifei and her friends felt upset. Hadn't Zhang Chuhua criticized Ji Yuning? Or, Ji Yuning was merely pretending that everything was fine. Exactly, she must be pretending. Zhang Chuhua must had strongly criticized her. But Xiao Feifei still felt uncomfortable to see that Ji Yuning didn't wear a sad face. Ji Yuning, are you alright? Yu Mixi asked immediately when Ji Yuning sat down. I'm fine, Ji Yuning smiled. Yu Mixi was relieved seeing Ji Yuning was really fine. She continued to read when Zhang Chuhua walked in. After a while, Yu Mixi finally realized that Ji Yuning was different, but she didn't know where and why. Ji Yuning, on the other side, focused on her books. She read and flipped fast, bearing the context in her mind. Xiao Feifei paid her attention to Ji Yuning once in a while. She saw how fast Ji Yuning read a book. Look at Ji Yuning, she's so good in pretending. How could she read a word by flipping so fast? And she even pretends to be a good student. Xiao Feifei said to Yang Yulu. Exactly, she's pretending to be a good student. Yang Yulu agreed. Xiao Feifei intended to cause trouble when the class was over. Yulu, Qingya, let me tell you something. Xiao Feifei called Yang Yulu and Wu Qingya, but her voice was loud enough to let everyone in the classroom hear it clearly. Everyone instantly knew what was going to happen next, and they have all their ears on them. Please tell us. Yang Yulu and Wu Qingya cooperated actively. I met somebody who's too poor to afford a meal in a jewelry store yesterday. She was disliked because she didn't have much money. And she even said the jewelry of another person were fake. Wasn't she being so jealous of the rich? Xiao Feifei talked to Yang Yulu and Wu Qingya, while watching at Ji Yu Ning all the time. It was apparent that the somebody in her story was precisely Ji Yu Ning. No one doubted Xiao Feifei, but looked over at Ji Yu Ning with disdain. Though many of them weren't from a rich family, they lived a much better life than Ji Yu Ning. Moreover, none of them dared to walk in a jewelry store, which was the rich people's place. Of course she was jealous of the rich. Yang Yulu and Wu Qingya responded in a perfect accord. Yu Mixi glanced at Ji Yu Ning with worry. She knew Ji Yu Ning was not like that, and was mad at the others' behavior. Especially Xiao Feifei and her friends, they were all bullies. Wasn't a jewelry store open to anyone? Who said the poor couldn't walk in a jewelry store? And why did someone has to buy something once he or she walked in a jewelry store? But Yu Mixi was too weak to argue back. She only kept the anger to herself. Well, I think somebody does have a good appearance. If she can't buy it on her own, she can find herself a sugar daddy. As long as her sugar daddy is pleased, she's able to buy one then. Xiao Feifei added. Hearing this, everyone stared at Ji Yu Ning in a strange way, like she had already found herself a sugar daddy. Even Ji Yu Ning herself was displeased now. She threw a cold look at Xiao Feifei. The latter felt threatened at once. But a few seconds later, Xiao Feifei felt she had been humiliated, and was annoyed. She yelled at Ji Yu Ning, "What do you think you are? I'm not talking about you. If you're willing to admit, be my guest." "Oh, have I admitted that you're talking about me? I'm just curious, why do you keep looking at me while you're telling the story? Do you have a crush on me? Sorry to tell you, I only like boys." Ji Yu Ning wore a serious face while she was joking. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Everyone laughed out loud, which made Xiao Feifei feel embarrassed. She hit the desk with a snap sound, shouting at Ji Yu Ning, shut your mouth. You're literally shameless. I don't like you. If you dare to say it again, I'll tear your mouth apart. While saying this, Xiao Feifei seemed she was ready to fight. Ji Yu Ning, you're a shameless girl, and stay away from Feifei. Yang Yulu helped Xiao Feifei, and glared at Ji Yu Ning. Exactly, Ji Yu Ning, how could you be so shameless? Wu Qingya followed up with an evil face. Ji Yu Ning, Yu Mixi called her with concern, trying to stop her from standing up against Xiao Feifei. But before she could say it, Ji Yu Ning stopped her by a glance. Ji Yu Ning knew Yu Mixi was worried about her, but she was different now. She wasn't scared of Xiao Feifei any longer. And she wanted to deal with her issues by herself. Chapter 16. Beat Xiao Feifei. She hoped her real friends would understand her instead of questioning her decisions. Ji Yu Ning decided to talk to Yu Mixi later about that. It was the first time that Yu Mixi had seen Ji Yu Ning being so aggressive and brave. She closed her mouth and stayed quiet. Facing Xiao Feifei and her two helpers, Ji Yu Ning stayed calm. Then you tell me, why did you look at me all the time while you were telling the story? Ji Yu Ning did it on purpose to irritate Xiao Feifei. Xiao Feifei immediately argued back with intense dislike, because the somebody was you. Do you want to deny it? You're poor and you dared to walk in a jewelry store. You couldn't afford anything in there, and you were jealous of those who could. If you want a piece of jewelry, take my advice and find yourself a sugar daddy, probably your sugar daddy. Xiao Feifei stopped all of a sudden, because her mouth was stuck by a ball of paper. The paper ball was exactly thrown by Ji Yu Ning in a quick, violent and accurate way. Everyone was struck dumb with amazement. What has happened? Did Ji Yu Ning just throw a paper ball into Xiao Feifei's mouth from 3 meters away? Yes, I'm sure you're right. Really, it couldn't be true. It must be a coincidence. Probably. The rest remained speechless. Everyone was shocked, but believed it was merely a coincidence. Xiao Feifei almost swallowed the paper ball down, and felt disgusted. She spat the ball out at once, roaring in anger to Ji Yu Ning, "You bitch. How dare you?" Ji Yu Ning didn't say a word, but approached Xiao Feifei step by step. She stared straight at Xiao Feifei, which frightened Xiao Feifei. Ji Yu Ning walked to Xiao Feifei and soon she's in front of her. Before Xiao Feifei was able to react, she raised her hand and slapped Xiao Feifei across the face. Bam! A loud snap sound. Everyone was more than shocked now. Ji Yuning beat Xiao Feifei. Not only had Ji Yuning hit Xiao Feifei, she also had hit her with great force. Xiao Feifei was slapped dumb with a mark of palm on her face. Ji Yuning, you're so rude and unkind. How could you hit Xiao Feifei? At that moment, Yang Chengjun argued, like it was all Ji Yuning's fault. Everybody knew Yang Chengjun liked Xiao Feifei, and he would stand up for her no matter what she had done. Unfortunately, Xiao Feifei didn't like him. Though Yang Chengjun was tall and handsome, he was from an ordinary family. Xiao Feifei wouldn't like a boy from a much poorer family than hers. But Xiao Feifei enjoyed the feeling that she was protected by somebody, which showed she was charismatic. Xiao Feifei would not reject Yang Chengjun neither. Probably Yang Chengjun still believed he had a chance, or he was merely enjoying chasing. He never gave up on Xiao Feifei. Wasn't she being so rude to humiliate me? Ji Yuning asked back. But she didn't hit you, Yang Chengjun argued. Then I can humiliate her as well. Ji Yuning sneered. Suddenly, Xiao Feifei shouted out, Ji Yuning, how dare you beat me? You're a bitch. Xiao Feifei swore at Ji Yuning and raised her hand. Before her hand fell down, Ji Yuning caught it in the air. Everyone was astonished by Ji Yuning's speed. She was able to catch Xiao Feifei's hand so quickly. If you dare to call me bitch anymore, I'll let you suffer more than a slap. Ji Yuning warned coldly. Xiao Feifei felt the pressure immediately. She looked at Ji Yuning with her mouth shut. The rest of the students in the classroom all remained silent. Nobody dared to utter a word. Ji Yuning loosened Xiao Feifei's hand, returning back to her seat. After a few seconds, Xiao Feifei realized she had been hit and humiliated by Ji Yuning. She tried to win back. Ji Yuning, do you want to get away with it like that? Xiao Feifei shouted again. She threw a bottle of water on her desk to Ji Yuning's head. Seeing this, almost everyone waited to witness another drama. Though they found Ji Yuning was different and became brave as well as persuasive, they still had a very low opinion of her. In their eyes, no matter how Ji Yuning had changed, she wasn't able to change the fact that she was from a poor family without any influence. As for Xiao Feifei, she was born in a rich powerful family. Ji Yuning was doomed to fail in the end. It was so easy for Xiao Feifei's family to deal with such a little trouble like Ji Yuning. So, what Ji Yuning had done only raised dislike. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning turned around, hitting the bottle of water back at Xiao Feifei. The bottle knocked straight on Xiao Feifei's forehead. Her forehead was already starting to swell. Once again, everyone was amazed. If Ji Yuning had done it by chance the last time, then she must have aimed at Xiao Feifei this time. Now, everyone's opinion of Ji Yuning began to change. At short notice, Xiao Feifei cried out. Feifei, Yang Yulu and wuxia ran to check Xiao Feifei's injury. Ji Yuning, you. Yang Chengjun was annoyed. He clenched his fists, and was likely to fight with Ji Yuning. Right at this moment, the head teacher came in. What happened? The head teacher asked seriously. Seeing the head teacher was here, Yang Chengjun immediately replied, it's Ji Yuning. She slapped and hit Xiao Feifei. Chapter 17. Ain't afraid of Xiao Feifei. Yang Chengjun wanted to have a preemptive strike on Ji Yuning, but he forgot that the head teacher never jumped to conclusions without knowing all the facts. So, the head teacher turned to Ji Yuning and inquired, Ji Yuning, can you explain all of that? Yes, I admit that I've hit Xiao Feifei, only because she has insulted me first. I went to a jewelry store yesterday. I just wanted to take a look, but she humiliated me for being poor. And today, she laughed at me in front of everyone, saying I needed to find myself a sugar daddy. I simply used a ball of paper to shut her mouth, then she called me bitch. I was so irritated, and slapped her. She threw a bottle of water to me afterwards. I raised my hand to protect myself. Unexpectedly, the bottle of water flew right back at her, and hit her forehead. That's all, Ji Yuning answered. She did tell the truth, but didn't say that she deliberately had aimed at Xiao Feifei to hit her by the bottle of water. Ji Yuning think there was no need to hide. The head teacher was more than disappointed now. She turned to Xiao Feifei, is it true? Xiao Feifei wanted to argue, but she was afraid of the head teacher. She didn't say anything at the end, but lowered her head. Yang Chengjun, wuxia and Yang Yulu remained quiet as well. They all didn't want to get into trouble. Now, the head teacher knew what really had happened. It was Xiao Feifei's fault to insult Ji Yuning at first, then it was Ji Yuning's fault to hit Xiao Feifei back. Since you both have made mistakes, you either both receive a punishment or forgive each other. You can choose. The head teacher decided to let them make the choice themselves. Punishment couldn't solve every problem. Their attitude mattered most. The head teacher didn't care whether they would fight again, as long as they didn't fight in the school. Ji Yu-ning agreed. That was exactly what she wanted. So she said to Xiao Feifei casually, Xiao Feifei, you can choose whatever you want. I don't mind. Xiao Feifei thought it was a challenge though. She was angry, and glared at Ji Yu-ning. Xiao Feifei absolutely would not forgive Ji Yu-ning. She was the one who had been injured after all. However, she didn't want to be punished neither. Thus, even though Xiao Feifei was annoyed, she had to call it an end. But she promised to herself that she would beat Ji Yu-ning one day in the future. Alright, Xiao Feifei was hurt, and must go to the infirmary now, the head teacher said. Then, accompanied by Yang Yulu, Xiao Feifei went to the infirmary. Yang Chengjun glared at Ji Yu-ning before he went back to his seat. The second class began. There were few people outside. Xiao Feifei said with anger, Ji Yu-ning, let's go and see. I'll definitely pay you back. Sure, we must teach Ji Yu-ning a lesson, Yang Yulu agreed immediately. The head teacher taught math. She was a strict teacher, and no one dared to zone out. Ji Yu-ning focused on the class as well. Though she owned the jade eyes, she needed to learn. Luckily, she was a good student in her last incarnation. It wasn't difficult for her to learn. As for Yu Mixi, she was still worried during the whole class. She felt slightly uncomfortable about Ji Yu-ning's change, but she was more concerned that Xiao Feifei would revenge on Ji Yu-ning. At last, the class was over. Yu Mixi asked Ji Yu-ning at once, Ji Yu-ning, you've had bad blood with Xiao Feifei. Aren't you afraid? Before Yu Mixi could finish, Ji Yu-ning interrupted her. Ji Yu-ning wore a serious face. She said in a low voice, Mixi, I know you care about me, but I just want to let you know staying quiet and weak won't help you with anything. I've had enough, and I don't think Xiao Feifei is able to hurt me. If you're scared of her, you can stay away from me. I won't blame you. If you're still willing to be my friend, then get used to my changes. And I do hope you can change as well. You need to say no to whatever you dislike. You need to fight back against unfairness. Most importantly, you need to fight for what you want. I'm not going to force you to. It's all up to you. Ji Yu-ning would not force Yu Mixi to change. She just wanted to help. What Ji Yu-ning had said literally shocked Yu Mixi. She thought Ji Yu-ning was right. If you were always weak and quiet, nobody would care about your real feelings. Seeing Ji Yu-ning being so outgoing and confident, Yu Mixi was encouraged. She wanted to change too. Though she was still afraid of Xiao Feifei, she wasn't willing to stay quiet and weak any longer. She wanted to live for herself. She would say no to her dislikes, fight against the unfairness, and fight for what she loved. Yu Mixi had the answer in her heart, but she couldn't help doubting herself. Ji Yu-ning, you're right. Being weak and quiet won't help us with anything. I hate to be humiliated anymore. I want to change, but can I? As long as you want to, then you absolutely can, Ji Yu-ning said. Yu Mixi was determined now. I will. Mixi, since you're my friend, I promise if you need me, I'll spare no effort to help you. And I hate betrayal. Please tell me directly if you don't want to be my friend, instead of hurting me for benefits. Ji Yu-ning said, warned and promised at the same time. Chapter 18. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao facing Ji Yu-ning's warning and promise, Yu Mixi replied with honesty, Ji Yu-ning, I cherish our friendship. Yes. Though Yu Mixi was self-abased, she knew what was loyalty. Once she had taken somebody as her friend, she wouldn't betray. Great, I believe you, Ji Yu-ning smiled lightly. For this time, Ji Yu-ning sincerely took Yu Mixi as her friend. It wasn't easy for Ji Yu-ning to trust someone, but as long as she decided to, she would take it seriously. Ji Yu-ning of course wouldn't tell her friend everything, but she wouldn't hurt her friend either. She was always willing to help her friend. During this morning, Xiao Feifei, Yang Yulu, wuxia and Yang Chengjun all glared at Ji Yu-ning with hatred. Ji Yu-ning knew Xiao Feifei wouldn't give up, but she wasn't afraid at all. She was different now. When they had finished morning classes, Ji Yu-ning and Yu Mixi left the classroom. They went straight to the canteen. Fortunately, Xiao Feifei didn't find them any trouble. But the minute Ji Yu-ning walked out of the teaching building, she was stopped by a girl. The girl was Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, Ji Yu-ning's cousin, who was one of the causes of Ji Yuning's death. Though Ji Xiaoxiao wasn't as pretty as Ji Yuning, she had good features, otherwise Qin Zheng wouldn't have fallen in love with her. Moreover, Ji Xiaoxiao was from a rich family. Although the Qin family has the power and some money, it wasn't enough. They needed more money to achieve their goals. Ji Yuning, I didn't expect you could survive. Ji Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of hatred and unkindness. She had had nightmares for 2 days after she had witnessed the car accident. But when she heard the news from Qin Zheng this morning that Ji Yuning had survived, her hatred grew deeper. She had suffered from nightmares for 2 days, while Ji Yuning was fine and healthy. Ji Xiaoxiao couldn't stand the truth. Ji Xiaoxiao was a selfish girl who only cared about herself. In her eyes, it was all Ji Yuning's fault. If I really died because of that car accident, aren't you afraid that I'm going to find you as a ghost? Ji Yuning stared at Ji Xiaoxiao with a fake smile on her face. Ji Yuning knew Ji Xiaoxiao must be terrified, and had 2 terrible days because of the car accident. Of course, Ji Xiaoxiao didn't feel guilty at all. She was merely scared. Ji Xiaoxiao's face changed. Ji Yuning had hit the point apparently. Though Ji Xiaoxiao was annoyed, she didn't want to mention the car accident anymore. Ji Yuning, Qin Zheng never liked you anyway. You're no longer his girlfriend. So please stay away from him, and don't embarrass yourself. Ji Xiaoxiao said to Ji Yuning. Ji Xiaoxiao was being proud like she was the winner. She just wanted to hurt Ji Yuning. She wanted to see Ji Yuning being sad and miserable. Unfortunately, Ji Yuning had already changed. She would not be hurt, but instead felt disgusted. And in Ji Yuning's eyes, Ji Xiaoxiao was merely a joke. I don't want such a terrible boy like him at all. Only girls like you will find him attractive. Disgusting. Ji Yuning argued. What? Ji Xiaoxiao was surprised. She couldn't believe what she had just heard from Ji Yuning. She said she disliked Qin Zheng, and even thought he was terrible. Ji Xiaoxiao wouldn't believe it. Ji Yuning must be pretending that she didn't care. Ji Xiaoxiao responded afterwards, Ji Yuning, keep lying to yourself. Do you really think I'll believe you? Believe it or not, I don't care. Ji Yuning couldn't care less about Ji Xiaoxiao. Then, she walked away directly. Ji Xiaoxiao was irritated. She wanted to catch Ji Yuning and argued back, but had to give up because she was waiting for Qin Zheng. After a while, Ji Xiaoxiao suddenly realized Ji Yuning was a little different now. In the past, Ji Yuning would never argue back. However, she was so aggressive now. Had her personality changed after the car accident? When they had walked away, Yu Mixi looked at Ji Yuning once in a while. She seemed she had something to say. Just tell me, what do you want to say? Ji Yuning asked first. Though Ji Yuning actually knew what Yu Mixi wanted to know, she still intended to let Yu Mixi ask out herself. After a few seconds, Yu Mixi couldn't help but inquire, Ji Yuning, have you really been with Qin Zheng? It was beyond Yu Mixi's imagination that Qin Zheng would be with Ji Yuning. The two were from hugely different backgrounds. Yu Mixi was curious. Kind of. Ji Xiaoxiao wanted to humiliate me, so she let Qin Zheng chase me, then dumped me after 2 months. She merely wanted to see me being a joke. So I don't think I really have been with him. Ji Yuning didn't hide. She told the truth. What? Yu Mixi was shocked. Then she felt aggrieved for Ji Yuning. They're just a bunch of bullies. How could they do that to you? Yu Mixi felt sorry for Ji Yuning, and also felt guilty for she couldn't do anything for her friend. It's fine. It's an old story. I'm good now. Ji Yuning comforted Yu Mixi. Yu Mixi took a look at Ji Yuning, making sure she was actually good. Then Yu Mixi felt better. Did he take advantage of you? Yu Mixi asked later. No, we even didn't walk hand in hand, Ji Yuning replied. Yes, they even hadn't walked hand in hand, let alone other intimate behaviors. Qin Zheng never liked Ji Yuning. Their relationship was merely a game. Qin Zheng would never touch Ji Yuning. Great. Yu Mixi was relieved. Ji Yuning smiled, but didn't explain further. She thought Yu Mixi was a lovely friend. When they finally arrived at the canteen, Yu Mixi went to take food, but asked Ji Yuning to stay on her seat. Ji Yuning knew Yu Mixi wanted to buy her lunch in case she would eat a beamed bun as usual. But Ji Yuning rejected. Chapter 19. Humiliation from Chen Zio. This meal is on me. Let me tell you a secret. I've picked up some money on a road. It was said that you must share the money that you accidentally picked up with someone else, or you'll have bad luck. Ji Yuning lied to Yu Mixi with the same old excuse. Really? That's great. Then this time is on you. I'll buy you a meal this afternoon. Yu Mixi didn't reject this time. She also had heard the old saying. The canteen had 2 floors. The first floor was for the public, providing cheap and not delicious food. The food was made in a large amount every time. Taste wasn't the first priority, as long as the food was cooked. The second floor was a private dining place. You could order whatever you wanted first, then the cook would cook for you one by one. Accordingly, the price was much higher. If you dined in the public cafeteria, 10 yuan would be enough. However, if you dined in the private cafeteria, 100 yuan were barely enough. So when Ji Yuning proposed to have their meal on the second floor, Yu Mixi immediately refused. Ji Yuning wouldn't listen to her, and walked to the second floor directly. Yu Mixi then had to follow up. Though the students in the private cafeteria weren't as many as the students in the public cafeteria, the second floor was mostly occupied, because there were lots of rich kids. The second Ji Yuning and her friend went upstairs. An unkind female voice sounded, "Ji, isn't this Ji Yuning from the 4th classroom? Isn't she the well-known poor student? Why is she here?" Ji Yuning actually wasn't famous at all. Only her classmates or Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Qin Zheng's friends knew her. The girl had already mentioned Ji Yuning was from the 4th classroom, which meant she wasn't Ji Yuning's classmate. The girl also couldn't be Qin Zheng's acquaintance. Ji Yuning was sure that she must be a friend of Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's. Ji Yuning had no intention to argue back. She looked over at the girl. The girl was exactly Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's good friend. Her name was Chen Zio. She was a senior from the 2nd classroom. Chen Zio was born in a rich family as well. Her father, who had dozens of millions of assets, was a director of a famous real estate corporation. The corporation Chen Zio's father worked for was in close cooperation with the company Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's father worked for. They gathered together often. Chen Zio and Ji Yu Xiaoxiao became good friends naturally. Chen Zio also knew what had happened between Ji Yuning and Qin Zheng. However, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Qin Zheng had asked her to keep the truth to herself, so she never told anyone. Ji Yuning just gave her a glance, then ignored her. She went to an empty table with Yu Mixi, starting to order. Ji Yuning ignored Chen Zio, but in Chen Zio's eyes, Ji Yuning was a coward. She was used to laughing at Ji Yuning all the time, and Ji Yuning never had argued back. "I think she probably has picked up money on a road," a girl who sat beside Chen Zio added. They never miss any chance to make fun of Ji Yuning. Yu Mixi, on the other side, was surprised that the girl knew the fact. Seeing Yu Mixi's face, Ji Yuning didn't know how to explain. Before long, Ji Yuning had finished their order. It was the best meal they ever had in school for all those years. "Ji Yuning, isn't this too much?" Yu Mixi asked. They had spent almost 200 yuan. If they ate in the public cafeteria, 200 yuan were totally enough for a week. "Don't worry, it's nothing," Ji Yuning replied. Yu Mixi then closed her mouth. "Oh, let me see, what do you two poor little girl have today?" Chen Zio stood up, walking towards Ji Yuning. She assumed Ji Yuning and Yu Mixi must be too poor to have something really good. Only those rich girls who were bored would enjoy making fun of others. The minute Chen Zio came over, Ji Yuning put away the bill. She stood up and went to the cook. Ji Yuning directly ignored Chen Zio again. Chen Zio was displeased. She reached out to grab the bill. However, Ji Yuning wouldn't allow her to do that. Ji Yuning moved slightly away. Chen Zio grabbed nothing but air. She felt embarrassed, shouting at Ji Yuning afterwards, "Ji Yuning, how dare you to escape?" Chen Zio's angry voice raised attention from many students. Ji Yuning ignored Chen Zio earlier because she didn't want to get into trouble, but now the trouble found her. Ji Yuning decided to face it. She stopped, looking straight at Chen Zio. "Why not?" Chen Zio was struck dumb suddenly. She didn't expect Ji Yuning would argue back. In Chen Zio's eyes, Ji Yuning was merely a poor, weak, miserable girl. She could bully Ji Yuning whenever and wherever she wanted. But now everything was different. Ji Yuning even argued her back in front of everyone. Chen Zio felt shamed. "Ji Yuning, you know you're a poor girl and have no right to fight against me. What's wrong with me being a poor girl? It's none of your business. You have no right to stand in my way." Ji Yuning argued again. She never liked Chen Zio. Chen Zio was annoyed. Actually, Chen Zio did have no right to stand in others' way. Now, the onlookers all believed Chen Zio had shamed herself. Amid everyone's dislike, Chen Zio was more than irritated. She knew she had no right to stand in Ji Yuning's way, but she was so used to making fun of Ji Yuning. Chen Zio couldn't accept the fact that Ji Yuning had stood up against her. Therefore, Chen Zio didn't give up. Ji Yuning, do you know your mother was pregnant before getting married? You're merely a bastard without a father. Chapter 20. Hit Chen Zio, bam. Before Chen Zio was able to finish, she was slapped heavily on the face. This time was much heavier than last time on Xiao Feifei's face. What Chen Zio had said completely irritated Ji Yuning. Not only had Chen Zio humiliated Ji Yuning, but also had humiliated her mother, which was absolutely unbearable. Chen Zio was hit dumb, and didn't know what to do next all of a sudden. It was beyond her imagination that Ji Yuning had the nerve to hit her. Everyone was also shocked by what had happened, but no one disagreed. Though some of them disliked Ji Yuning when they found out her background, they all believed it was rude to humiliate Ji Yuning in that way. Not everyone would make fun of other people's pain. Ji Yuning, how dare you hit me? Chen Zio finally realized what she had got. She raised her hand, trying to beat Ji Yuning. However, the second she raised her hand, she was caught tightly by Ji Yuning. Chen Zio was in pain immediately, but unable to run away. Ji Yuning, let me go. Chen Zio's face changed because of the pain. Ji Yuning didn't let her go. She looked coldly at Chen Zio. Her sight was like an icy sword on Chen Zio's neck. Chen Zio felt threatened at once with horror on her face. Chen Zio was even trembling under the pressure of Ji Yuning. Everyone was also astonished by Ji Yuning's power. The private cafeteria was quiet like death all of a sudden. Ji Yuning opened her mouth. Chen Zio, I don't think I have ever hurt you. Why couldn't you stop doing this to me? Do you really think I'll let you get away with it when you've humiliated my mother before my face? Then, Ji Yuning threw Chen Zio away by her hand. Chen Zio stumbled, and almost fell. The girl, who was with Chen Zio, didn't dare to say a word. Chen Zio herself was still in a shock. At the same time, Ji Xiaoxiao and her friends had just showed up on the second floor. They saw there was a crowd nearby, and were curious. They walked near, then found out Ji Yuning and Chen Zio were in the center of the crowd. Ji Xiaoxiao immediately shoved through to the center. There was a swollen red palm mark on Chen Zio's cheek. Ji Xiaoxiao was mad at once. Zio, what has happened? Chen Zio heard Ji Xiaoxiao's voice, then got her mind back. Though she was scared of Ji Yuning now, she was full of anger. But Chen Zio didn't know what to say now. She only glared at Ji Yuning with anger, which was a response to Ji Xiaoxiao's question. Now, Ji Xiaoxiao knew Ji Yuning had hit Chen Zio. She found it hard to believe that Ji Yuning had done that, but she shouted at Ji Yuning at once, Ji Yuning, how dare you hit Zio? Are you insane? What? Ji Yuning hit Chen Zio? That's ridiculous. A boy named Zhang Yiming, who was with Qin Zheng, suddenly said out loud. He couldn't believe it was the fact. Exactly, they all knew what kind of a girl Ji Yuning was. Ji Yuning was always weak, quiet, self-abased and never ever dared to argue with another person. It was impossible that Ji Yuning had hit Chen Zio. Indeed, I don't believe it neither, another boy called Fuming Liang agreed. While Qin Zheng believed it. Yes, I did hit Chen Zio, so what? Ji Yuning admitted in front of everyone, then she turned to Ji Xiaoxiao, it's none of your business. Hearing this, Zhang Yiming and Fuming Liang were both astonished. What? She really hit Chen Zio? How was it possible? Ji Xiaoxiao was annoyed. She was angry that Ji Yuning dared to argue with her in public. Zio is my friend, it is my business. Wow, Ji Yuning sneered, so what are you gonna do? You have to pay for what you've done. You either knock your head on the ground for 10 times, or let Zio hit you back on the face for 10 times, Ji Xiaoxiao said with pure unkindness. Everyone held their breath after that. 10 times. Ji Xiaoxiao was so cold-blooded. It was Chen Zio who had humiliated Ji Yuning first. Suddenly, everyone had a different opinion of Ji Xiaoxiao. Qin Zheng and his friends frowned with dissatisfaction too. They also thought it was too over. However, Qin Zheng still remembered what Ji Yuning had done to him this morning, so he didn't stop Ji Xiaoxiao. As for Zhang Yiming and Fu Mingliang, both of them lacked of sympathy. They all came to have fun. Moreover, they were also curious about what Ji Yuning would do next after she had hit Chen Zhao. "Oh, Ji Yuning, it's you again. How come everyone wants to cause you trouble? You're pathetic." Before Ji Yuning could say a word, a female voice sounded first in an ironic way, but without any unkindness. Ji Yuning knew who this girl was when she heard her voice. It must be Chu Peihan. Indeed, it was Chu Peihan. Chu Peihan walked over with her hands in pockets, like a hoodlum. Everyone immediately stepped away and let her go through. They seemed scared of her. Chu Peihan was a widely known bad girl in their school. She was skillful at fighting, so no one dared to annoy her. Even Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zhao were willing to stay away from Chu Peihan. Thus, when Chu Peihan showed up, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zhao lowered their voices at once. Qin Zheng, Zhang Yiming and Fu Mingliang weren't afraid of Chu Peihan though. They knew Chu Peihan was from a powerful family, and wouldn't stand up against her normally. Though Qin Zheng had been humiliated by Chu Peihan this morning and hated her, he didn't want to fight with her. Chapter 21. The drama in Canteen. Qin Zheng was confused about the relationship between Chu Peihan and Ji Yuning. They didn't seem like friends, because Chu Peihan always talked to Ji Yuning in an unfriendly way. However, she stood up for Ji Yuning. Qin Zheng wasn't sure whether Chu Peihan was helping Ji Yuning, or merely hated him. If Chu Peihan hated him, he honestly had no idea why she would do that. On the other side, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zhao didn't know what had happened this morning. They believed Chu Peihan was here to laugh at Ji Yuning too. In Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's and Chen Zhao's eyes, Ji Yuning was a joke herself who was meant to be bullied. They never thought about the possibility that Chu Peihan and Ji Yuning were friends. It was impossible from their perspectives. Why? They didn't believe Chu Peihan, a girl from a powerful family, would make a friend with Ji Yuning, who was from a poor family. Actually, they weren't clear about Chu Peihan's background. They only knew she had support from the principal. Everyone, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zhao included, believed Chu Peihan was here to make fun of Ji Yuning, except Qin Zheng, who looked doubtful. Yu Mixi was nervous now, but didn't dare to say anything. "I know, they're all jealous of my beauty," Ji Yuning joked, like her beauty was really a burden to her. Zhang Yiming immediately laughed out loud. He looked at Ji Yuning with disdain. "Ji Yuning, how dare you to say that? I don't see your beauty at all, but your poverty is quite obvious." "Exactly, nobody will be jealous of you. You poor girl." Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zhao agreed at once. Though they did bully Ji Yuning because she was prettier than them, they would never admit it. No one knew the real reason why Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zhao enjoyed bullying Ji Yuning, but it was a common acknowledgement that Ji Yuning was more beautiful than Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zhao. Thus, Ji Yuning's reply didn't raise much dislike. Ji Yuning wasn't mad at all. "Then why won't you leave me alone? I don't think I've ever hurt them. If they're not being jealous of my beauty, then what?" While Ji Yuning was saying, she unconsciously wore a cute face. Everyone, Qin Zheng included, was attracted by her at once. Ji Yuning was a beauty indeed. Before Tang Yining was reborn to her body, she had always been quiet, self-abased. Even though she was beautiful, nobody appreciated her beauty. But now, Ji Yuning was full of confidence and power. It was hard to ignore her. Now, more and more students around them believed Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zhao bullied Ji Yuning only because Ji Yuning was prettier than them. After a while, Ji Yuning added, "And Chen Zhao just said I'm bullied because of my poverty. Actually, I don't understand why my poverty somehow becomes the reason that she should bully me." Ji Yuning said in a calm and slow way, without anger or hatred, like she wasn't the one who had been bullied. Hearing this, everyone's opinion of Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zhao became very low. Some even felt anger and unfairness for Ji Yuning. What Ji Yuning had said was the plain truth, which everyone had seen and heard. At short notice, Ji Yuning won most students' support. Exactly, what's wrong with being poor? They're bullies. No one would stand still and wait to be hit. Idiot, she has even humiliated the girl's family. She's such a bad person. The crowd of onlookers started to blame Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was so irritated that she didn't know how to argue back. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was speechless too. While Qin Zheng, Zhang Yiming and Fu Mingliang stayed away from the drama. They noticed Chen Zhao lost everyone's support, and wasn't willing to be involved. The boys didn't want to ruin their fame as well. Ji Yuning, what have you done the last lifetime? Your poverty now becomes a problem in others' eyes. Chu Peihan rolled her eyes at Ji Yuning with dislike. Well, in that case, I must be super rich one day. Ji Yuning responded. She would sooner or later. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao immediately mocked. Ji. Live in your dream, Ji Yuning. She wouldn't believe Ji Yuning could be rich throughout her life. I think it's possible, Chu Peihan suddenly said. Chu Peihan had the feeling that Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was surprised that Chu Peihan helped Ji Yuning. Wasn't she supposed to laugh at Ji Yuning as well? Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, let's go and see. I'm poor now, but it doesn't mean I'll be poor forever. Ji Yuning replied with determination and confidence. Before Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zio could argue back, Ji Yuning opened her mouth again. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zio, I advise you both to stay away from me from now on, or you'll regret for sure. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao warned them with a cold look. Ji Yuning actually didn't care about whether Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zio would listen to her. She had made her mind to stand up for herself against them. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zio were certainly displeased by Ji Yuning's warning. Ji Yuning, what do you think you are? You. Right at that moment, Qin Zheng interrupted. Enough. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was his girlfriend, and he ought to protect her. Chapter 22. A bad girl. Qin Zheng now understood Chu Peihan was here to help Ji Yuning. If he didn't get involved, the drama wouldn't end. But, Ji Yuning hit Zio. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't willing to give up. Before Qin Zheng could reply, Ji Yuning said first, she deserves it. If she does it again in the future, a slap won't be enough. Then Ji Yuning gave Chen Zio a cold look. The latter trembled out of fear. Now Chen Zio was really scared of Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, let's wait and see. Though Chen Zio felt frightened, she didn't want to escape like that. She pretended to be calm and left with Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. Or, escaped away. Qin Zheng and his friends took a look at Ji Yuning, then were gone too. They all thought to themselves that Ji Yuning was literally different now. Seeing this, Ji Yuning merely sneered, then walked back to her seat. The rest of the students dispersed afterwards. However, a girl had no intention to leave. She sat down right beside Ji Yuning. I'm starving now. Where the hell is my food? An unkind voice as usual. Ji Yuning didn't mind though. Yu Mixi felt nervous the minute Chu Peihan sat down. She was confused as well. Wasn't Chu Peihan attacking Ji Yuning a moment ago? Why are they looked so close now? You can't let them go like that. If I had been you, I would have beaten them all. You need to teach them a lesson first, then they will stay away. Chu Peihan complained. She disagreed with Ji Yuning about what just had happened. Ji Yuning couldn't help but pull her lips. Chu Peihan was really a bad girl who liked fighting so much. Though Ji Yuning appreciated what Chu Peihan had said and done, she knew she wasn't a teenager girl anymore. Her soul was a 25 years old mature woman. Ji Yuning would not beat someone unless it was necessary. She wasn't a coward. If I had beaten them, I must pay for their treatment as well. I don't want to do that, Ji Yuning said. Chu Peihan was struck dumb at first, then realized Ji Yuning was from a poor family. She immediately felt embarrassed. But, Chu Peihan felt slightly uncomfortable. Was Ji Yuning implying that she liked to pay for others' treatment? Chu Peihan did pay for others' treatment every time she had beaten someone. She had spent a lot on that indeed, but there was always someone that annoyed her. At this moment, the food was on the table. Chu Peihan dropped the topic at once and enjoyed her meal. The meal was enough for 3 of them. On the other side, Qin Zheng and his friends had to go to the infirmary due to Chen Xiao's injury. They didn't have a chance to eat. After the meal, it was still too early for the afternoon classes. Most seniors went back to their classrooms because they were under great academic pressure. However, it wasn't necessary for Ji Yuning to spend her leisure time on studying, so she had no plan to go back. Do you want to go back to the classroom reading, or hang out with me? Ji Yuning asked. No, I'm not going to study. I would rather fool around if I'm free. Chu Peihan disliked studying apparently. She would skip her classes to play outside, and definitely wasn't willing to study while she was free. However, Chu Peihan could always earn high scores even though she hated studying so much. And there would be some students who always earn low scores no matter how hard they studied. Actually, if you wanted to have a high score, you needed to be clever and active in thinking, instead of remembering everything in the books. Chu Peihan was the kind of smart girl who knew how to make full use of her knowledge. Besides, she did spend some time on studying. It wasn't enough to be clever only. I'll go with you. Though Yu Mixi studied hard, she needed to relax as well. Yu Mixi was one of the top 10 excellent students in her class. She was hopeful to get into a great university if she could do well in the entrance exam. Yu Mixi knew when to unwind, and when to study hard. Thus, the three of them went to a small forest afterwards. Although Yu Mixi felt slightly uneasy with Chu Peihan, she didn't receive any unkindness from Chu Peihan. Yu Mixi gradually relaxed herself. Ji Yuning actually noticed the fear from Yu Mixi to Chu Peihan, but she didn't say anything. She wanted Yu Mixi to feel and judge on her own. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao had gone to the infirmary and applied some ointment, but her face was still red and swollen. She had to go back home afterwards. The break time soon passed, and the three girls went back to their classrooms. Every time Ji Yuning went into her classroom, she would receive many unkind looks, but this time, Ji Yuning found there were fewer unkind looks. Many of her classmates had already witnessed what Ji Yuning had done to Xiao Feifei this morning, and then heard about the drama in the canteen. They now knew Ji Yuning was certainly different. Still, there were some students believed Ji Yuning had found herself a lot of troubles. Ji Yuning didn't care actually. She just wanted to stay alone. She would only fight against someone who stood in her way. Xiao Feifei and her friends deliberately escaped from Ji Yuning's sight. The afternoon classes were over after a short time. Ji Yuning went to have meal with Yu Mixi as usual. They didn't meet Xinzheng, but Mu Ke instead. The minute Mu Ke saw Ji Yuning, his eyes brightened. He immediately ran to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, what a coincidence. Let me buy you a meal, Mu Ke said. Why? Ji Yuning asked. She wasn't familiar with Mu Ke actually. Seeing Mu Ke being so polite, Ji Yuning knew he must have something to talk to her. Mu Ke scratched his head with shyness, then answered directly, well, I saw what you've done yesterday on the street, and I want you to teach me. Though Mu Ke didn't like fighting normally, he loved watching action shows. Chapter 23. Suffer from pain. Yu Mixi was confused. She didn't understand what they were talking about. Well, I didn't show much yesterday. Aren't you afraid that I was just pretending, and I know nothing about Kung Fu? Ji Yuning didn't answer Mu Ke's question immediately, but asked him back. Even though I'm wrong, it's the undeniable truth that you're better than me at Kung Fu. If you're willing to take me as your apprentice, that will be the best. Mu Ke looked at Ji Yuning sincerely. If Ji Yuning had been an ordinary girl, she wouldn't have been able to knock down 3 men easily. She must be a master of Kung Fu. Mu Ke was worried that Ji Yuning would reject his proposal, so he added, please, I won't bother you when you're studying. You can teach me when you're free. And, I can pay for your classes, or do whatever you ask me to do. Anything, Mu Ke said in all sincerity to show his determination. Actually, Mu Ke hit the point. Ji Yuning hesitated before, but now felt touched. She thought of Xian. Ji Yuning lacked of friends now, while Mu Ke was from a powerful family. She might need his help someday in the future. Ji Yuning admitted she did this for her own good, but also because Mu Ke was a good guy and would be a good friend. Thus, Ji Yuning replied, I can teach you if you like, but you don't need to be my apprentice. I don't want your money neither. All I want are your help and support. Really? Mu Ke was excited that Ji Yuning agreed. Since all our classes are over now, I'm free, and I can teach you later, Ji Yuning said. Really? Mu Ke asked again with excitement. It was too good to be true for him. Sure, he said. Mu Ke repeated his word for several times to show his happiness. He would have jumped up high if Ji Yuning hadn't been here. Then, Mu Ke invited Ji Yuning once again to have meal with him. Ji Yuning accepted. She, along with Yu Mixi, followed Mu Ke towards the second floor of the canteen. Yu Mixi was still curious about the discussion between the two, but didn't know how to ask for more information. Though Ji Yuning had said there was no need for Mu Ke to be her apprentice, Mu Ke insisted to call Ji Yuning boss in order to have a closer connection with her. Ji Yuning was reluctant as first. She didn't like to be called boss actually. However, Mu Ke insisted to call her boss or master. Compared with master, boss was more acceptable for Ji Yuning. During the meal, Mu Ke called Ji Yuning boss all the time. He actively served Ji Yuning without any complaint, which raised much attention from students around them. Ji Yuning felt embarrassed, and stopped Mu Ke from doing that. If Yu Mixi hadn't found out the truth from their discussion, she would also have believed Mu Ke was in love with Ji Yuning, and was chasing her. When Yu Mixi was told that Ji Yuning had beaten down a man by a single hit, she was more than astonished. But when she thought of what had happened this morning between Ji Yuning and Xiao Feifei, she believed Ji Yuning was really powerful. All of a sudden, Yu Mixi admired Ji Yuning more. Ji Yuning, would you please teach me as well? Yu Mixi almost begged. Sure, Ji Yuning answered quickly. Ji Yuning actually hoped Yu Mixi could learn some kung fu to protect herself at least. But she would never force Yu Mixi to learn. It all depended on herself. If Yu Mixi was just passionate about it for a very short time, then gave up, Ji Yuning wouldn't bother to teach her, but if Yu Mixi was determined, Ji Yuning was ready to train her like a professional fighter. After the meal, 3 of them walked straight to the small forest. There were few people there. They didn't want to bother others and vice versa. Since Ji Yuning had promised to teach them, she must show her real ability. She needed to let them believe that she was a real master of kung fu. Thus Ji Yuning didn't hesitate at all. She beat Mu Ke down to the ground within one move. Mu Ke was struck dumb, not by pain, but by shock. Though Ji Yuning didn't hesitate, her body wasn't in a very good condition now. Her strength was limited. Mu Ke felt the pain, but was safe. A fighter must learn and grow from his pain. Yu Mixi, who was standing aside, was amazed with her mouth open. She now admired Ji Yuning more than ever. Amazing. This was so amazing. Get back to your feet now, Ji Yuning criticized Mu Ke, who was still lying on the ground. Since Ji Yuning decided to teach them, she would be a strict teacher. Outstanding students were trained by the strict teachers. Ji Yuning valued quality and efficiency most, so she wouldn't allow them to waste time. Mu Ke immediately stood up, and focused on his training. Ji Yuning intended to let Mu Ke understand the skills quickly, so she attacked Mu Ke with full force afterwards. Of course, Ji Yuning wouldn't physically abuse Mu Ke. She adjusted her move according to Mu Ke's ability. Ji Yuning wanted Mu Ke to experience the pain and skills together during the training. After a while, Mu Ke suffered a lot from the pain around his body. Though he was in great pain, Mu Ke wasn't willing to stop or give up. He faced his challenge with courage. Yu Mixi was totally absorbed in watching the training. Every time Mu Ke shouted out in pain, she would tremble at the same time, like she was the one who was being beaten. Although there were few people in this wood, Mu Ke's shout attracted several students' attention. Seeing a boy beaten down by a girl, they were all astonished. Some boys even raised their voices. What the fuck, this girl is too powerful. The boy isn't able to fight back at all. Chapter 24. Surrounded by hoodlums, exactly, let me take a video of them, then upload it onto our school's forum. Haha, a boy took out his phone, and was ready to shoot. But before he started, Ji Yuning and Mu Ke stopped. Why stop? Go on, I'm about to shoot, the boy raised his voice with anxiety. Ji Yuning looked at the boy coldly. She walked towards him. Well, why don't you have a try and fight with me? If the boy took a video of them and put it on their school's forum, everyone would know it. Ji Yuning didn't want to get into trouble. The boy was frightened, then immediately rejected. No, I don't think there's a need for that. Then he stepped back far away in case Ji Yuning would hit him like the boy on the ground. Once Ji Yuning and Mu Ke stopped fighting, the onlookers dispersed gradually. Hey, boss, you're much more powerful than I thought you would be. I am right. Mu Ke was in great pain now, but he struggled to ran to Ji Yuning. He looked so excited, like he was the master of kung fu, instead of Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning smiled back, but she felt upset in her heart. Compared with ordinary people, she was quite good, but compared with herself, Ji Yuning knew she was still weak. She was merely as good as herself in the last incarnation. How are you now? Yu Mixi asked Mu Ke with worry. She knew Mu Ke suffered a lot from the beating by Ji Yuning, but couldn't help asking when he put on a casual face. I'm absolutely in pain, but it's quite normal. You learn and improve from the pain. Mu Ke replied. He enjoyed it so much. At this moment, Ji Yuning said to Yu Mixi seriously, Mixi, it's never easy to learn kung fu. If you really want to be a master, you must be prepared for continuous pain and injuries. Besides, You need to be determined as well. To train yourself like a fighter may help you to protect yourself in the future, but it's all up to you whether you want to learn or not. Mixi wasn't born in a rich family. She had been doing labor work to support her family when she was a little girl. Pain was her friend to some extent. Like what Ji Yuning had said, it might be of great help in the future to train yourself like a fighter. Especially for a girl, knowing how to protect yourself was a great advantage. Thus Mixi didn't give up. She accepted the training with courage. Mixi had to learn from the very beginning because she knew nothing about Kung Fu. Ji Yuning didn't demand Mixi that she should run to school from her home every morning. It was dangerous. She asked Mixi to arrive at school earlier, then began to run. At the beginning, Ji Yuning wasn't very strict with Mixi. She allowed Mixi to practice according to her ability. Qin Zheng somehow heard of the news that Mu Ke had invited Ji Yuning to dine with him. In the evening class, Qin Zheng asked Mu Ke, "I heard that you've bought Ji Yuning a meal." Why? Qin Zheng honestly didn't know why he would ask Mu Ke. Since he had already broken up with Ji Yuning, it was none of his business that Ji Yuning had her meal with whom. But Qin Zheng couldn't control himself. "Nothing, I just met her on a road, then bought her a meal." Mu Ke didn't tell Qin Zheng everything. Qin Zheng apparently wasn't satisfied with the answer. He couldn't help but criticize Mu Ke, "Since when you've been so familiar with Ji Yuning and didn't fill me in?" Mu Ke was irritated by Qin Zheng's criticism. "Qin Zheng, what's wrong with you? She's not your girlfriend any longer. Why can't I have a meal with her?" Though Mu Ke and Qin Zheng spent lots of time together, they weren't close. Mu Ke didn't care to argue with Qin Zheng. Moreover, Ji Yuning now had an important position in Mu Ke's heart. He would stand up for Ji Yuning without doubt. Qin Zheng was slightly mad, but he soon realized it was none of his business, so he closed his mouth. It was 9:30. The evening class was over. Those students who were from a rich family would be picked up by a car, while the rest would take a taxi or a bus. Ji Yuning, on the contrary, wouldn't take a taxi or a bus. She ran. Although the district where Ji Yuning lived was under reconstruction and unsafe, Ji Yuning wasn't afraid at all. It wasn't the first time that she went back home alone at night. She had never been in danger before. However, tonight was different. A black van ceased in front of Ji Yuning at short notice. 3 young men got off from the car and went straight to Ji Yuning. Every man had tattoos around their arms. They seemed like hoodlums. "You're Ji Yuning, right?" the head of the 3 asked with certainty. "Who sent you?" Ji Yuning wasn't scared, but inquired calmly. Though she had no idea who was behind them, she knew they must be sent by Xiao Feifei or Chen Zio. "Don't you know whom you've had bad blood with?" another man mocked. "Too many to remember," Ji Yuning said. Now, the 3 hoodlums noticed Ji Yuning had remained calm all the time. She wasn't terrified at all. They felt shamed, but were curious at the same time. "Ji, what a brave girl. Now I know why you dared to have bad blood with the daughter from the Xiao family." This time, the hoodlum directly revealed the people behind them. It was Xiao Feifei. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised neither. "Then, so what?" Ji Yuning asked airily. "She wants us to rape you, then post the video on the internet." The hoodlum told Ji Yuning everything. He didn't care whether Ji Yuning knew it or not, because they were going to do it anyway. Chapter 25. An extraordinary man. Even those hoodlums had to admit that this female student before them was unusually beautiful. They had played around with many female students before, but no one was as pretty as Ji Yuning. On the other side, Ji Yuning was extremely mad now. To rape her and take a video, Xiao Feifei had crossed the line once more. "In your dreams, idiots." Ji Yuning was annoyed. She kicked straight at the leading hoodlum's dick. The man didn't expect Ji Yuning would attack him, and even that fast. Before he could escape, he was hit right away. A scream sounded loud in the cold night, which was utterly frightening. The man bent on his knees on the ground in great pain. He covered his dick with both hands. Beads of sweat around his forehead. The other 2 men were scared, and even wanted to run away. They comforted themselves that even a broken clock was right twice a day. Ji Yuning was merely a teenage girl. Then, the 2 swore at Ji Yuning, trying to punch her with fists. Ji Yuning threw her backpack on the first man's face directly with great force. The man was hit down and knocked on their van. Within a second, Ji Yuning lifted her foot, kicking the second before her. This man was much taller than Ji Yuning, so she almost fell when she kicked on his lap. Ji Yuning threw her backpack in hand once more, aiming at the man's head. The second man was caught right away, then fell down on the ground. At the same time, the first man got a steel pipe from the van. He ran to Ji Yuning afterwards. Ji Yuning stepped back at once. But before Ji Yuning could fight again, a shadow sprang out from a corner. He hit the back of the three hoodlums' necks separately without any hesitation. Those hoodlums immediately fell into unconsciousness. It all happened too fast. Though Ji Yuning had seen it clearly, she had no idea how the man was able to do that. Ji Yuning smelt the disgusting flavor of blood before she could see the man's face. She frowned unconsciously. The man was injured. The next second, Ji Yuning's sight fell on the man. The minute the man walked into Ji Yuning's sight, Ji Yuning was amazed by his appearance. This man was extraordinarily handsome. He probably was the most handsome man Ji Yuning had ever met till now. The man was in a suit of black clothes. He was around 6 feet 3 inches tall and 25 years old. His features were beautiful and delicate. Only his skin was a little pale. Probably the man had lost much blood because of his injuries, thus he looked pale now. Although the man was injured, he seemed dangerous still, especially his deep dark eyes. Even Ji Yuning felt threatened. The man was so powerful. He must be an extraordinary man. Do you drive? Suddenly, the man said with coldness but politely. Yes, Ji Yuning answered at once. Drive me to the Fenghua luxury mansion. This is your reward, the man said, and took out a green jade in the size of a quail egg to Ji Yuning. Seeing it was jade, Ji Yuning unconsciously used her jade eyes. Then she was amazed again, because there was a thick white fog around the jade. Ji Yuning knew little about jade, but she could tell this jade must be expensive from its power. The man must be of great wealth. Great deal, Ji Yuning answered without further delay. She took the jade over directly before the man could tell her the value of it. The man was a little surprised, for Ji Yuning didn't hesitate at all. Did she knew this jade was real? If she knew the jade was authentic at the first sight, she must be a special girl. Anyway, the man made a deal with Ji Yuning. Besides, the jade was real indeed, and was worth of dozens of million yuan. A deal was made based on the willingness of both sides. Though Ji Yuning made the deal with the man only because she wanted the jade, the man wouldn't criticize her for that, because she earned it herself. The man turned around and got in the car. He wasn't worried that Ji Yuning would regret after she had taken the jade. When the man turned around, Ji Yuning immediately put the jade into the telepathic eye space. The second the jade was in the telepathic eye space, everything became clearer before Ji Yuning's eyes. She felt relaxed too. The jade was helpful indeed. Now, Ji Yuning had a stronger desire to collect more jade, but she had to wait till weekends. Ji Yuning got into the black van without delay. She started the car and left. And the three hoodlums were left on the street. Well, are you alright? Do you want me to help you with your injuries? Out of politeness, Ji Yuning asked the man. No, thanks, the man answered. He had no intention to talk. Since the man didn't want her help, Ji Yuning closed her mouth. After a few seconds, Ji Yuning suddenly realized she had made a bad decision. She drove the hoodlums' car away directly. What if they sued her for stealing? And there were surveillance cameras around the street. They couldn't deny it. Thinking of that, Ji Yuning slammed on the brakes. The man, who was sitting at the back seat, flew ahead. What's wrong with you? The man asked with dissatisfaction. His voice sounded much weaker than before. We just grabbed others' car. What if I'm sued for stealing? There are surveillance cameras on the street. I can't deny it. Ji Yuning was worried. She didn't want to be caught into the police station. Relax, you won't be involved. The man said. His voice with determination comforted Ji Yuning. She didn't waste more time, and drove away. Before long, Ji Yuning's phone rang. Without looking at the caller's ID, Ji Yuning knew whom it was. It must be Ji Yu Man. Ji Yuning immediately took out her phone. It was Ji Yu Man indeed. She answered the call at once. Before she could say a word, Ji Yu Man's anxious voice sounded. Ning Ning, where are you now? How come you're not home yet? Chapter 26. Lang shouting normally, Ji Yuning would be home 20 minutes earlier. And now Ji Yu Man was worried about her. Ji Yuning instantly comforted her mother. Mom, let me explain. My classmate has sprained her ankle by accident. I'm sending her home now. Please don't worry, I'll be right back home as long as she's home. Hearing this, Ji-Yu Man was relieved. She always trusted her daughter. Great, you must be careful yourself, Ji-Yu Man said. I will, Mom. Bye-bye, Ji-Yu Ning said. She breathed out a long breath. Ji-Yu Ning didn't notice that the man at the back was a little upset and envious while she was talking to her mother. Fenghua Luxury Mansion was the best living area in City F. It was near downtown, quiet and had the best location, amenities as well as environment. People who lived in Fenghua Luxury Mansion were either the rich or the authorities. Ji-Yu Ning's eldest uncle, Ji-Yu Xianxia, had always wanted to buy a house in Fenghua Luxury Mansion, but it was too expensive to afford. Each house cost at least 5 or 6 million yuan. Though Ji-Yu Qingshan has millions of wealth, he couldn't afford it. Ji-Yu Qingshan's assets included his movable and immovable property, while his movable property was merely around 8 million. He also needed much money to run his company. If he used the money to buy a house, his company would go bankrupt. Ji-Yu Ning, on the contrary, had made her mind to buy a house for Ji-Yu Man and Ji-Yu Qing's family respectively in Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Ji-Yu Ning was a skillful driver. She drove fast and steadily. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Fenghua Luxury Mansion. The man got off the car the minute it stopped. Drive the car back to where it has been. I'll handle the surveillance cameras. You don't need to worry, the man said, then turned around walking towards the gate. Ji-Yu Ning didn't care that the man was being cold. She knew that was the way the man behaved. Besides, they were merely strangers. Ji-Yu Ning drove the car back afterwards. Another 20 minutes later, Ji-Yu Ning was back while the hoodlums were gone already. Ji-Yu Ning had no idea whether those hoodlums had woken up and left on their own, or someone had discovered them then called the police. They might have been sent to the hospital. Though the man had promised Ji-Yu Ning wouldn't be involved, Ji-Yu Ning still wanted to stay away from what had happened tonight. She parked the car, then ran to her home. Far away from the building they lived in, Ji-Yu Ning saw Ji-Yu Man standing at the entrance of an alley. All of a sudden, Ji-Yu Ning felt like crying. She ran ahead, and called Ji-Yu Man with love, Mom. Ji-Yu Man treated Ji-Yu Ning so well, which moved Ji-Yu Ning and made her feel guilty at the same time. She shouldn't have let Ji-Yu Man be concerned. Seeing Ji-Yu Ning was fine, Ji-Yu Man was finally relieved. Ning, are you alright? I'm good, Mom, let's go back home, Ji-Yu Ning replied. She held Ji-Yu Man's arm, leaning close to Ji-Yu Man like a little girl. Ji-Yu Man wore a happy face. The mother and her daughter went home together. Their shadows became longer and longer under a street lamp. In a luxurious bedroom, the man was half naked, lying on the bed. There were many wounds around his body. Most were gunshot wounds that had already become ugly scars. Some of them were extremely unsightly. Meanwhile, there were 2 bleeding holes on his left shoulder and waist. They were new wounds. A family doctor was administering medicine to him, then wrapped his wounds. The man was exactly the one who had made a deal with Ji-Yu Ning, and let her drive him back. After a while, the family doctor left. A man in a gray Armani casual suit walked inside. He was around 25 years old with white smooth skin. His eyes were deep dark and charming. Thick eyebrows, Grecian nose and perfect lips, all showed the man's elegance and nobility. I've handled the surveillance cameras. Nothing left, the man said with pride, almost showing off his ability. Great, a simple answer. The man asked with curiosity, Xiaoting, how did you manage to come back? And why do you need to destroy the tapes of those surveillance cameras along the way home? Someone sent me home, but we stole a car. No evidence should be left. So the tapes of the surveillance cameras must be destroyed. Lang Xiaoting said calmly, but the man was shocked. What? You stole a car? It was so unbelievable that Lang Xiaoting would do that. Enough, I need some rest. You can leave now. Before the man could ask more, Lang Xiaoting forced him to leave. The man felt aggrieved. This was his house after all. How could the guest force the host to leave? The man was upset, but not dared to say it out. Thus he left the bedroom reluctantly, and closed the door for Lang Xiaoting. Lang Xiaoting couldn't sleep, he just wanted to stay alone. The next day, Ji-Yu Ning got up at 5:40. She spent 10 minutes on brushing teeth and washing face. At 5:50, she left her home, running to her school. Half an hour later, Ji-Yu Ning arrived at school. She bought herself breakfast, heading to the football field while eating on the way. Ji Yuning finished her breakfast on her way to the football field. When she finally arrived, Mu Ke and Yu Mixi were already there. Both of them were running. The two apparently wanted to learn Kung Fu well. Ji Yuning joined them afterwards. Ji Yuning, good morning. Seeing Ji Yuning was here, Mu Ke and Yu Mixi greeted her at the same time. Mu Ke breathed steadily, while Yu Mixi sounded weak. How many circles do you have already? Ji Yuning asked. 3, the two answered. Ji Yuning was satisfied with the answer. A circle around this football field was about 400 meters. 3 circles amounted to 1,200 meters. Yu Mixi had done well, given she wasn't physically strong. Very well, Mixi, if it's possible, you can have another 2 circles. If you can't do it, it's fine. You can stop right away. Chapter 27. If I'm not here, where should I be? Yu Mixi was exhausted now. Another 2 circles were a big challenge for her. Thus Ji Yuning didn't give her much pressure. As for Mu Ke, Ji Yuning wouldn't hesitate to torture him. Mu Ke, run after me at the same speed, now, Ji Yuning said, then ran ahead first. Mu Ke immediately followed up. He had intentionally slowed his pace down when he had been running with Yu Mixi. Now with Ji Yuning, he could enjoy the feeling of running like a wild horse. Though Ji Yuning was running fast, she knew this wasn't a race. Mu Ke knew it as well. Physical training wasn't the same thing as race. He didn't run past Ji Yuning on purpose, but remained behind her. After a circle, Mu Ke started to be out of breath. 2 circles later, Mu Ke fought for his breath. After 3 circles, Mu Ke was exhausted and gradually was left behind by Ji Yuning. Then Mu Ke found out Ji Yuning's pace of running was all the same, no matter how many circles she had run. Even every step was of the same length, when Ji Yuning was running. Though there was several centimeters difference, it could be omitted. Mu Ke was 100% sure that Ji Yuning must have received professional training for years. He was more respectful and curious about Ji Yuning now. Seeing Ji Yuning and Mu Ke had already finished 3 circles, Yu Mixi felt envious. She wished she had been as physically strong as them. No pain, no gain. Yu Mixi knew it clearly. Ji Yuning and Mu Ke had trained themselves for many years, while she had just started to exercise. Yu Mixi was envious, but not jealous. She made up her mind to do better than herself. As long as she was determined, she could be as strong as Ji Yuning and Mu Ke one day in the future. 4 circles later, Mu Ke was far behind Ji Yuning. He could barely breathe, and his pace slowed down gradually. Mu Ke actually was physically strong. Running fast cost much more strength than running slowly. 5 circles of running at a fast pace was equal to dozens of circles at a slow pace. Even Ji Yuning had to stop after 6 circles of fast running. She was able to continue, but wasn't willing to. Ji Yuning, you're incredible. You can keep the same length of each step, and run at the same pace. Wow, Mu Ke actually stopped after 5 circles. He was out of breath, and felt thirsty. He kept walking for a while, because he knew he couldn't sit down right after running. You'll get used to it, Ji Yuning replied while catching her breath. When Ji Yuning and Mu Ke had finished their circles, Yu Mixi was completely tired after 2 circles. She could barely stand, but struggled to finish her training. Ji Yuning walked over and stopped her. It's alright. You've done very well today. Let's have a walk first, then take a rest. Yu Mixi immediately leaned against Ji Yuning. She felt dizzy and unable to walk by herself. After a long while, Yu Mixi finally recovered. Ji Yuning pulled out 2 bottles of water from her backpack, handing them to Mu Ke and Yu Mixi. Then she took out another bottle for herself. Ji Yuning bought the water on her way to football field. She knew they would be in great need of water after running. Thanks, Mu Ke and Yu Mixi thanked Ji Yuning. They both opened the bottle immediately, and poured the water into their mouth, like they hadn't had water for many days. It was 5 minutes away from the morning class. They went back to classroom together. They planned to continue their training when they were free. Xiao Feifei was in good mood today. She assumed those hoodlums she had hired had successfully done what she had asked them to do. Though she hadn't received their call, Xiao Feifei believed Ji Yuning wasn't able to fight with several men. Probably those hoodlums were too happy to call her. Feifei, what has happened? You look so pleased today. Exactly, tell us now. Yang Yulu and Wu Qingyu didn't know what Xiao Feifei had secretly done. They asked with curiosity. It is a good news, but it's not a great time to tell you. I'll let you know when we finish the classes today, Xiao Feifei replied. Though Yang Yulu and Wu Qingye were curious, they didn't dare to force Xiao Feifei to tell them. It was 2 minutes away from the morning class. Everyone was in the classroom, except Ji Yu-ning and Yu Mixi. Seeing Ji Yu-ning was absent, Xiao Feifei was more certain that Ji Yu-ning had been in trouble. She put on a big smile. But next, Xiao Feifei's smile froze on her face. She looked frightened even. It was Ji Yu-ning. She showed up at the door of the classroom. Ji Yu-ning had no idea whether Xiao Feifei knew the truth or not. She only understood Xiao Feifei's face must be interesting when she appeared. Thus the minute Ji Yu-ning walked in the classroom, she stared at Xiao Feifei. Noticing Xiao Feifei being in shock, Ji Yu-ning knew Xiao Feifei wasn't aware that her plan had failed. Ji Yu-ning, why are you here? Xiao Feifei jumped up from her desk. Everyone around her was confused. This was classroom, and Ji Yu-ning was supposed to attend the classes. What was wrong with that? Oh, if I'm not here, where should I be? Ji Yu-ning asked Xiao Feifei with provocation. Didn't you? The second Xiao Feifei opened her mouth, she realized she shouldn't have done that. So she immediately shut her mouth. Ji Yu-ning wouldn't let her get away with it easily. She asked, what? No, nothing. Though Xiao Feifei didn't know what exactly had happened yesterday and she was more than disappointed now, she knew she had to keep it a secret. Chapter 28. The King's Green, really? Ji Yu-ning apparently didn't believe her. Why do you even ask me why I'm here? This is my classroom. If I'm not here, where should I be? Ji Yu-ning continued. Xiao Feifei panicked. She didn't know how to deal with it. Yang Yulu and Wu Qingye knew Xiao Feifei so well. They immediately understood Xiao Feifei must had done something to Ji Yu-ning secretly. She probably assumed she had succeeded. That was the reason why she was so happy today. But Ji Yu-ning appeared as usual. Xiao Feifei was surprised and felt guilty. Xiao Feifei didn't dare to tell the truth. Yang Yulu and Wu Qingye both shut their mouth too. They were also unwilling to add fuel on the flames, in case Xiao Feifei would blame them for that later. Luckily, the bell rang, and it was time for the morning reading class. The head teacher was here as well. Ji Yu-ning let go of Xiao Feifei, then went to her seat. There would be ample time ahead. Besides, Ji Yu-ning had no intention to reveal the truth. She preferred to torture her opponents without others knowing. Seeing Ji Yu-ning walk away, Xiao Feifei breathed out. She was annoyed to herself for feeling guilty. What would Ji Yu-ning do even if she found out the truth? Ji Yu-ning was merely a poor girl. She couldn't do anything to hurt Xiao Feifei. After that, Xiao Feifei didn't feel guilty at all. She glared at Ji Yu-ning with intense hatred. She believed Ji Yu-ning had only been lucky to have escaped away yesterday. It wasn't the end of the story. Xiao Feifei started to plan her next step. Ji Yu-ning actually received the unkind look from Xiao Feifei, but she ignored it. The head teacher left after a while. Although Ji Yu-ning's eyes were on her book, she was busy thinking something about herself in her mind, how to build her power. It wasn't as easy as making money. Without power and sources, you could never build your empire only with money. Property and sources were an important step. But before that, Ji Yu-ning needed to have enough money. For Ji Yu-ning, stone gambling was the quickest way to make money. She had the jade eyes, and she would never lose. However, she wasn't able to gamble on stones anywhere she wanted. It wasn't convenient. The main origins of stones were Burma and Province Y. They were both far away from City F. There was no direct plane from City F to Province Y. One needed to spend around 2 hours on waiting before transferring to the destination. Thus it took around 7 hours from City F to Province Y. Ji Yu-ning only had her weekends. She didn't have enough time for that. Moreover, she was a senior in a high school, and under great academic pressure. It wasn't easy to ask days off, and her mother Ji Yu-man wouldn't allow her to leave school as well. Thus, Ji Yu-ning had to choose a nearest city with stone gambling. Which city allowed stone gambling? Ji Yu-ning had no idea. She needed to look up on the internet. Unfortunately, her phone was too old to surf the internet. Right at that moment, Ji Yu-ning realized the importance of a great phone. As for her startup fund, she only had 110,000 yuans, which was barely enough. She couldn't buy a single stone with all her savings. Therefore, Ji Yu-ning intended to sell the jade that the man had given her yesterday. She had already absorbed the power of the jade anyway. It was useless to her now. Once she was rich, she could buy whatever jade she wanted. Though the power had been absorbed, the jade was still of excellent quality. Ji Yuning was a doer, instead of a talker. When they had a break at noon, Ji Yuning left her school immediately after she had told Yu Mixi that they would continue the class in the afternoon. The minute Ji Yuning walked out the gate of her school, she went on a taxi to the downtown. The downtown wasn't far away. Ji Yuning arrived there after 20 minutes. She went straight to a phone shop, and bought a homemade mobile phone with the best equipment. If she had had a good reason, she would have bought another one for Ji Yuman. Ji Yuning left the phone shop, going inside a plaza. She found herself a well-decorated restaurant to have meal first. Then she surfed the internet about the knowledge of jade. Since she was going to be in touch with the jade, it was better to know it well first. For now, Ji Yuning wanted to find out the quality and value of the jade in her hand. She was going to sell it at a good price. In Ji Yuning's mind, a jewelry store was the only way to sell her jade. In that way, the jade could be sold out at a good price. And the jewelry store was always willing to buy a jade of high quality. Ji Yuning knew she probably wouldn't get the highest price in the market, but the price wouldn't be low. But she was totally shocked when she found out the background of this jade. Ji Yuning knew this jade was of excellent quality, but didn't expect it to be that valuable. It was the top king's green. The king's green was rare in the market, and was super expensive. A ring made of the king's green was worth of around 1,000,000 yuan in the market. Its price could even be higher at auction. The king's green in Ji Yuning's hand was as big as a quail's egg. It weighed 10 times heavier than a ring. That was to say, if it was sold according to its weight, it was worth 2,000,000 yuan in the market, at least. At auction, it could be sold out at the price of several million. The price could be higher though. Thinking of the price of the king's green, Ji Yuning breathed in a long breath. The man had been so generous to give her such a valuable jade. The rich was really different from the poor. What Ji Yuning didn't know was the king's green meant nothing to Leng Xiaoting. In Leng Xiaoting's eyes, it was just a stone. He would have already thrown it away if the jade hadn't been so valuable. He had carried the king's green with him, only because his good friend wanted it. He had planned to send it to his friend as a gift, but had ended up giving it to Ji Yuning. But Ji Yuning was a poor senior student now. She had no idea how to sell the jade at auction. Besides, there was no auction in City F. Chapter 29. Yiqui Jade Store in Qingyifan. Ji Yuning was satisfied even though she could only sell it at the market price. She found an old jade store named Yiqui Jade Store, with 100 years of history on the internet. It wasn't big, but had great fame, because the boss of this Yiqui Jade Store was the head of the Jade Association in City F. The jade in Yiqui Jade Store was also well known for its good quality and reasonable price. Thus, Ji Yuning made up her mind to go to Yiqui Jade Store, which had a history of 100 years. Though Ji Yuning didn't know much about Yiqui Jade Store and she also had no idea whether it was as fair and good as those internet users said online, she would like to trust Yiqui Jade Store more than a common jewelry store. She knew the value the jade anyway. If she didn't get a satisfactory price, she wouldn't sell it then. The flagship store of Yiqui Jade Store was in the antique market, but it also had many branches in many plaza. Right now, Ji Yuning was in a commercial building in the downtown. She decided to go to Yiqui Jade Store later. After the research, Ji Yuning put her phone and the jade into her backpack and started to eat afterwards. After her meal, she went straight to Yiqui Jade Store. The jewelry stores were on the second floor of the building. It took Ji Yuning a while before she found Yiqui Jade Store. Yiqui Jade Store wasn't big, and was decorated in a retro style. All the workers inside were in Cheongsam. The minute Ji Yuning walked inside, a saleswoman stepped forward to her. Ji Yuning had received a polite greeting as well, though she was a student. She now immediately had a high opinion of Yiqui Jade Store. "Miss, what can I do for you?" the saleswoman asked. "What's your best jade here?" Ji Yuning replied, "The best emerald we have is this one. It's of great quality. The color is bright light green. Then we have this violet emerald. It's very rare and we don't have many jewelry of it. If you want, you can book first," the saleswoman said. "Do you have the king's green here?" Ji Yuning asked. The saleswoman was a little embarrassed, then said, "Sorry, the king's green is the rarest kind of emerald. I've worked in this industry for many years, and I've never seen the king's green in my career. Then do you buy an emerald? Ji Yu Ning inquired. The saleswoman was a little surprised now. She had no idea what Ji Yu Ning wanted to do. Out of politeness, she still answered, we do buy in some emeralds of high quality at 8/10 price of the market price. 8/10, that was fair. Great, can I see your manager here please? I want to sell a king's green of the size of a quail's egg, Ji Yu Ning said. What, the king's green? A male voice sounded with amazement. A good-looking man, who was around 25 years old and in a suit, strode towards Ji Yu Ning from the door. He asked with excitement and doubt, do you really have a king's green of the size of a quail's egg? Hearing the man's voice, the saleswoman finally recovered from the shocking news. She called the man with great respect, Mr. Chin. Yes, Ji Yu Ning replied. Can I have a look please? If it's real, I'll buy it at the market price. Qin Yifan's eyes were full of anticipation. Though he couldn't believe a student would have the king's green, he wouldn't mind to have a look. The king's green was too rare to miss. I'm sorry, sir. Since I've turned to Yiqui Jade store before you, I'm afraid I'll only make a deal with you if Yiqui Jade store refuse to buy my jade. Ji Yu Ning apologized to Qin Yifan. Ji Yu Ning would like to sell her jade at the market price, but she had already accepted the price offered by Yiqui Jade store. She didn't want to break the rule. Qin Yifan and those workers in Yiqui Jade store were all surprised by Ji Yu Ning's integrity. She would adhere to the rules. Everyone thought highly of Ji Yu Ning now. Miss, this Mr. Chin is the son of our boss. You can make a deal with him directly, a saleswoman introduced. She smiled with sincerity due to her great impression of Ji Yu Ning. He was the son of the boss of Yiqui Jade store. Ji Yu Ning was a little amazed. Nice to meet you. My name's Qin Yifan. My father owns Yiqui Jade store. Qin Yifan introduced himself to Ji Yu Ning, reaching out his hand at the same time. Nice to meet you too. I'm Ji Yu Ning. Ji Yu Ning shook his hand lightly. Then, can we see the king's green now, miss? Qin Yifan asked without ado. Sure, Ji Yu Ning said. She used her backpack as the cover to pull out the king's green from the telepathic eye space. The emerald hadn't been wrapped and packed at all. Qin Yifan and his workers were shocked again. If this was a real king's green, wasn't she afraid that it would be scratched? Qin Yifan took the emerald then started to identify it. Qin Yifan was born in a family of jade. He had grown up with all kinds of jade, and was an expert to some extent. Though the king's green was rare, he had seen it before. The king's green was dark green, which was the most valuable green color among emeralds. Under the light, the king's green shined in a special dark green. It looked like dark blue sometimes, then turned into light green. Its color changed in different lights. After a while, Qin Yifan was sure this one was the real king's green. Qin Yifan was more than excited now. His hands were shaking even. This is real. The real king's green. Since it's real, please give me a price, Mr. Qin. Ji Yu Ning had classes this afternoon. She didn't want to spend much time here. Chapter 30. 10 million yuan, no problem. Qin Yifan actually wanted to close this deal more than Ji Yu Ning. He wanted to own the king's green himself. But Miss Ji Yu, may I ask the source of this emerald? Qin Yifan needed to know whether this emerald was from a legal source, so he wouldn't get into any trouble because of it. Ji Yu Ning understood, so she didn't feel offended. Please don't worry, it is from an absolute legal source, Ji Yu Ning said. Hearing this, Qin Yifan was relieved. From the size and weight of this emerald, the market price would be over 10 million yuan. I will pay 10 million yuan for it. What would you say, Miss Ji Yu? Although Ji Yu Ning kind of knew the price of the king's green, she was amazed by Qin Yifan's offer. Ji Yu Ning could sell it for an even higher price in the market, but she was satisfied with Qin Yifan's offer. If she had brought it to another jewelry store, she probably wouldn't get such a generous offer. 10 million yuan were beyond her anticipation. Ji Yu Ning was satisfied of course. Then they need to sign an agreement and transfer the money. Once the agreement had been signed, both sides couldn't regret. Ji Yu Ning had signed the agreement and got the money, then was about to leave. Qin Yifan stopped her on her way out. Miss Ji Yu, this is my name card. If you have any other emeralds of great quality, please feel free to call me. Qin Yifan suddenly had the feeling that this girl wasn't an ordinary teenager. Besides, Ji Yu Ning's good manners had impressed him. Sure, Ji Yu Ning accepted his name card willingly. She didn't need to tell him her phone number, because it was on the contract. Qin Yifan didn't bring his sight back until Ji Yuning disappeared. He barely could look away from the king's green in his hand. Don't tell the chairman about this. I want to surprise him, Qin Yifan said to his staff. His father's 60th birthday was around the corner. He wanted to carve a small object from this king's green, and give it to his father as a birthday gift. Qin Yifan's father ran the business of jade. He had seen many kinds of jade. However, the king's green was too rare that even Qin Yifan's father didn't have one. Though Ji Yuning pretended to be calm, she felt nervous indeed. 2 million. To be honest, she had never had that much money in hands in her last lifetime because of the control of the Tang family. Ji Yuning was nervous, excited and couldn't believe it was true. She had checked the message several times, then accepted the fact. Ji Yuning deleted the message afterwards in case someone else would find out. Though 2 million were a lot for Ji Yuning, it wasn't enough for a startup. She decided to use the 2 million as the fund of stone gambling. Ji Yuning had searched the internet. The stone gambling market in City G was the nearest one to City F. It took an hour of flight to get there. Ji Yuning made a decision that she was going to City G this weekend. Without doubt, Ji Yuning wanted to start up her business from the jewelry industry. She had jade eyes, and could gain money without risking anything of her own. Jewelry industry was just a beginning. Other industries would be involved in the future. The Tang family was involved in the real estate and entertainment industries. Ji Yuning was determined to take part in those two industries. She was going to win the Tang family. Ji Yuning also knew she must take it slowly. It wasn't easy to do a successful business. She needed both money and resources. For example, if she planned to establish a jewelry company, she had to prepare a lot for it. First was the source, then the store. After that, she needed to register a company. If she didn't know someone who was in charge, she wouldn't be able to finish it within a month. Workers, like designers, managers and engraving artists, were also needed. She was still a student now. It wasn't practical for her to manage the company on her own. Thinking of all these, Ji Yuning felt burdened, but she enjoyed it. Moreover, after she went back home from City G with a large amount of money, she would tell Ji Yu Man something about what had happened. And she would buy Ji Yu Man and the family of Ji Yu Qing a house separately. She also wanted Ji Yu Man to quit her job, which was tiring and only paid peanuts. If Ji Yu Man was willing to be a housewife, Ji Yuning was fine with that. If her mother wanted to develop her own interests, Ji Yuning would support her mother too. Ji Yu Man could open a small store, and hired someone to look after it for her. She could visit the store and work for a while if she liked. All Ji Yuning wanted was to let her mother live a relaxing life. As for the family of Ji Yu Qing, Ji Yuning wouldn't support them the way she supported Ji Yu Man. She would only financially supported them if they needed. If they wanted to open a shop or a startup, Ji Yuning was willing to help them without payback. It was still early. Ji Yuning went to a bookstore. She bought several books on jade and stones, then she put those books into the telepathic eye space in a washroom. After that, she left the commercial building, and went straight to her school by taxi. When Ji Yuning was back at school, it was 2:20 p.m., and 10 minutes away from the class. Ji Yuning was on time. However, Ji Yuning encountered Qin Zheng and Ji Yu Xiaoxiao when she went upstairs. The minute Ji Yu Xiaoxiao saw Ji Yuning, she held Qin Zheng's arm and gave Ji Yuning a provocative look. Ji Yuning was speechless. Did Ji Yu Xiaoxiao really believe she still likes Qin Zheng? Probably in Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes, Ji Yuning had liked Qin Zheng so much in the past, and it wasn't possible for her to forget him within a short time. Even though Qin Zheng had broken her heart, it took time to recover from the pain. Unfortunately, Ji Yuning was different now. Qin Zheng was merely a stranger to her. Accordingly, Ji Yuning ignored them, going straight upstairs. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was mad though, for she didn't see Ji Yuning being upset. But she still believed Ji Yuning was pretending to be calm. Qin Zheng, on the contrary, was extremely upset. Chapter 31. Trouble from the teacher. Though he didn't like Ji Yuning, he couldn't accept the fact that the girl, who had loved him so much, would ignore him suddenly. Qin Zheng was a selfish boy. He enjoyed being admired, and he was proud of himself being popular. The minute Ji Yuning walked into the classroom, Xiao Feifei looked at her unkindly. Honestly, Ji Yuning was so sick of it. Yu Mixi immediately asked Ji Yu Ning when she sat down, "Ji Yu Ning, how's everything going?" "Very well," Ji Yu Ning replied. The first class was English class. The teacher unexpectedly found fault with Ji Yu Ning. Ji Yu Ning knew the teacher did it on purpose for a reason. It was said that their English teacher, Chen Ming, was Chen Xiao's uncle. Chen Xiao must have told Chen Ming to pick on Ji Yu Ning. "Ji Yu Ning, translate this sentence into English," Chen Ming said. Ji Yu Ning was well known for her poor English. Chen Ming deliberately asked her to translate a whole paragraph. Even the student with the highest level of English in their class wouldn't be able to that. If one could translate 2/3, he or she would do a fantastic job already. Thus, everyone knew Chen Ming was intentionally finding fault with Ji Yu Ning. Although not knowing the reason, Xiao Feifei and her friends were all pleased to see that. However, Ji Yu Ning stood up calmly with confidence. A paragraph of authentic English came out from Ji Yu Ning's mouth, which shocked everyone. Even Chen Ming, who was the English teacher, couldn't do the same. Ji Yu Ning was poor in English before, but now, Ji Yu Ning was different. English was her second language because she had received the training abroad in her last incarnation. In a foreign country for 10 years, it was fair enough that she could speak authentic English. If you didn't look at her face, you would mistake her for a native English speaker. After the shock, Xiao Feifei and her friends were utterly upset with envy and jealousy. Why? How come Ji Yu Ning's English became so good? Chen Ming wore a displeased face. He now felt he had embarrassed himself. He had intended to pick on Ji Yu Ning and remain decent at the same time. Though he was unhappy, he had to admit that Ji Yu Ning had done a better job than him. So, he gave up his plan afterwards to save face. After the class, Yu Mixi looked at Ji Yu Ning with great admiration and excitement. "Ji Yu Ning, I have no idea that your English is so good. I can teach you if you want." Ji Yu Ning said. "Of course, please." Yu Mixi was thrilled, because her English was poor as well. So what? The poor girl is always the poor girl, no matter how good her English is. Xiao Feifei couldn't stand that Ji Yu Ning had won again. In her eyes, a poor girl could never change her fate. Exactly, Yang Yulu and Wu Qingya agreed. They had been with Xiao Feifei for too long to have a clear understanding of themselves. Ji Yu Ning didn't care at all, while Yu Mixi felt attacked. The minute Chen Ming went back to his office, he sent a message to Chen Xiao saying Ji Yu Ning's English was too good to pick on. Chen Xiao received the message, feeling irritated and disappointed, but Chen Ming clearly told her it wouldn't work, so she had to give up. The afternoon classes passed quickly. Before Ji Yu Ning and Yu Mixi left their classroom, Mu K was already standing outside waiting for them, along with noisy discussions from many girls. "Wow, he's Mu K from the first classroom. Why is he here? Is he here for a girl in our class? Who will she be? I'm jealous." "Exactly, I hope he's here for me." "In your dreams. You're definitely not his type." Though Mu K wasn't the most handsome boy in their school, he was outstanding enough. He was good at studying and basketball, plus a great family background, thus he was famous in 12th grade. "Mu K, who are you here for?" Ji Yu Ning and Yu Mixi went outside. Meanwhile, Xiao Feifei walked to Mu K and asked him the question. Xiao Feifei looked shy. She now was nothing like the arrogant girl in normal days. Ji Yu Ning instantly knew Xiao Feifei liked Mu K. Unfortunately, Mu K didn't like her. "I'm here for." Mu K wasn't arrogant, nor gentle, but he treated others with good manners. Thus he didn't ignore Xiao Feifei's question. But before he could answer the question, he saw Ji Yu Ning and Yu Mixi coming out. He immediately walked to them and left Xiao Feifei alone. "Hey boss, Mixi, let's go dine together." "Boss?" Everyone around was astonished, and their eyes all rounded in surprise. They glanced at Mu K, then Ji Yu Ning. "What, boss? Why did Mu K call Ji Yu Ning boss? What was going on? Let's go." Ji Yu Ning ignored everyone who was in shock, and left with Mu K together with Yu Mixi. After Ji Yu Ning and her friends were gone for a while, everyone then got their mind back, and started to gossip. "What, did I hear it right? Mu K called Ji Yu Ning his boss." "You've heard it right, because we all have heard it. But, it's so unreal. What has happened? Who knows? Does Mu K like Ji Yu Ning? Though Ji Yu Ning is poor, she is pretty. Then why did Mu K called her his boss? Probably it's their way of romance." At the same time, Xiao Feifei was more than annoyed. She yelled to herself in her heart with anger. She liked Mu K so much. Why would the boy choose Ji Yuning? Ji Yuning was nobody. She was merely a poor girl, and wasn't qualified to compare with Xiao Feifei. Obviously, Xiao Feifei believed Mu K admired Ji Yuning. She wouldn't accept the fact, and she was determined to pay Ji Yuning back. But, who would be the one to pay for it was still an unclear answer. Ji Yuning apparently wasn't the one. Ji Yuning couldn't care less about how people might gossip. 3 of them went straight to the second floor. This meal was on Mu K as well. Yu Mixi felt a little uncomfortable, but Ji Yuning was totally at ease. Qin Zheng, Zhang Yiming, Fuming Liang, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zio were all rich kids. They all came to the private cafeteria to eat. When Ji Yuning and her friends arrived, the 2 groups met each other. Chapter 32. Dispute among bros. Seeing Mu K was with Ji Yuning, Qin Zheng and his friends were all in shock. After the shock, Zhang Yiming opened his mouth with intense dislike. Mu K, why are you with her? The her word had been stressed with discrimination. Hearing this, Mu K frowned with dissatisfaction in his eyes. It's none of your business that I'm with whom, Mu K replied unfriendly. Fuming Liang immediately shouted in surprise, Jesus, do you like Ji Yuning? How is it possible? She's a poor girl, she can never be with you. Apparently, Fuming Liang also believed Mu K liked Ji Yuning. To which, he didn't want to hide his dislike at all. Shut your mouth. Mu K was annoyed. Ji Yuning was his boss, and an extremely important figure in his heart. He couldn't tolerate someone else attack her before his face. Mu K looked coldly at Fuming Liang. He was likely to fight. Fuming Liang, if you dare to say something like that, I'll beat you. Mu K's behavior successfully irritated Fuming Liang. He shouted angrily to Mu K, what is wrong with you? Do you really want to beat your bros for that girl? Fuming Liang's shout attracted people around them. Interesting, Mu K laughed in a sarcastic way, I honestly don't want to make friends with you. You're a bunch of bullies who enjoy humiliating an innocent classmate. You all rely on your parents to live a wealthy, glorious life. And you're proud of it. Shame on you. Try to be independent sometimes. Mu K had attacked them all, and raised dissatisfaction among them. Chen Zio opened her mouth first, because she still remembered that Ji Yuning had slapped her face yesterday. She said, what's wrong with us calling her a poor girl? She is a poor girl. And what's wrong with us relying on our parents? That's because we all have a wealthy and powerful family. Exactly, she is born poor. That's pathetic. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao immediately followed. Mu K, how about you then? You are running a jewelry store now. Didn't you ask your parents for money? Fuming Liang was displeased, and he was jealous as well. Yes, he was being jealous. Although Fuming Liang had no interest in a startup and he had no intention to work hard, he was still jealous of Mu K's profitable business. He didn't want Mu K to be better than him. Knowing this, Ji Yuning was surprised. She didn't expect Mu K would start up a business at such a young age. A jewelry store, it seemed she had encountered her peer. So what? At least my family only helped me with money, that's all. Mu K wasn't showing off. He was telling the truth. Ji Yuning supported Mu K in her heart. She had to admit that Mu K was a boy of determination and ability. If it was possible, she even wanted to cooperate with him. Fuming Liang was still displeased, but he knew the fact as well. All of a sudden, he couldn't argue back. Fuming Liang gave up, while Ji Yu Xiaoxiao continued, Ji Yuning, yesterday, you said you would be rich. Does it mean that you found yourself a rich boyfriend like Mu K? Well, Mu K indeed is from a rich family. However, you can never marry into such a rich family. Mu K will dump you sooner or later. Then, God bless you won't end up like your mother who was pregnant when she was just a freshman, and had been dumped by a man and dropped out of school. Now before Ji Yu Xiaoxiao could finish, she screamed out loud, which shocked everyone in the canteen. Especially those who were standing around her, they almost went deaf by the scream. Now, right on Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's head was an upside-down plate. The food and oil were sliding down along her hair, face and clothes. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had egg on her face. At the same time, everyone was staring at Ji Yuning in shock. They all saw clearly that Ji Yuning had thrown the plate straight to Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. The plate even had turned several circles in the air, then right fell on Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's head. Was this a coincidence? No, it couldn't be. Could Ji Yuning do kung fu? Thinking of that, Most people looked at Ji Yu-ning in a different way, especially those who were kung fu lovers. Wow, boss, you're so awesome. I want to learn this move. Liu Ke raised his voice with excitement. He admired Ji Yu-ning now more than ever. Boss. The crowd was shocked once more. Liu Ke called Ji Yu-ning his boss. What was going on? Ji Yu-ning ignored Liu Ke, fixing her eyes on Ji Yu Xiaoxiao with coldness. She warned, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, shut your smelly mouth. If you dare to say another word to humiliate my mother, I'll beat you to the ground. What the fuck? Ji Yu-ning, I'm going to kill you. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao wouldn't listen to Ji Yu-ning's warning. She went crazy now, and ran to Ji Yu-ning. The plate on her head fell down on the floor at the same time. Ji Yu-ning sneered. She casually pulled a table nearby to her front. Then, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao hit straight on the table. The crowd was shocked for the third time. The table was heavy. How could Ji Yu-ning easily moved it? Now, everyone believed Ji Yu-ning must be a master of kung fu. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was Qin Zheng's girlfriend. Seeing Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had been treated so badly, he felt embarrassed as well. He had to stand up for Ji Yu Xiaoxiao now. Ji Yu-ning, you're going too far. He criticized. Saying this, he instantly went to help Ji Yu Xiaoxiao stand up. Interesting, Ji Yu-ning sneered again. She looked at him in a meaningful way. Really? Compared with what you've done to me, am I really going too far? If you don't mind, I'm willing to tell the facts to everyone here, and let the crowd be the judge. Ji Yu-ning had no intention to continue actually. However, since those people wouldn't leave her alone, she decided to fight till the end. Qin Zheng was cornered. He absolutely knew what they had done to Ji Yu-ning. What had they done to Ji Yu-ning? Insiders all knew what Ji Yu-ning was pointing to, but those outsiders were all curious about what had happened. The glances of curiosity moved around among Ji Yu-ning, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Qin Zheng. Liu Ke was an insider, while Yu Mixi knew half of the truth. Both of them were mad. Let bygones be bygones. You're fine now anyway. Qin Zheng was worried that Ji Yu-ning would tell the truth. Chapter 33. Ain't going to apologize. Ji Yu-ning felt like laughing. She argued him back with the same theory. In that case, what has happened just then can also be forgiven, right? Then, Qin Zheng had no reason to blame her. Qin Zheng was dissatisfied, but wasn't able to argue back. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, on the contrary, felt aggrieved. It was impossible that she would forgive Ji Yu-ning. Ji Yu-ning, you dare to throw the plate to me. You can never get away with it. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao said with obvious hatred, throwing a plate on a table to Ji Yu-ning directly. They stood so close. There was no way to stop it. Everyone was watching the plate flying to Ji Yu-ning. Though Ji Yu-ning had shown her ability just then, others were still worried that Ji Yu-ning wouldn't be able to escape away from the plate, because the distance was so short. However, before everyone could see it clearly, bam, the plate was broken. All of them were amazed by the scene before them. Ji Yu-ning even hit the plate, which was quickly flying to her, with a fist. The plate was hit broken afterwards, while Ji Yu-ning's hands stayed the same. Wow, holy awesome. Liu Ke looked at Ji Yu-ning with admiration. He couldn't describe how much he admired Ji Yu-ning now. Everyone acclaimed as well. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was literally scared this time. She stepped backwards at once, staring at Ji Yu-ning in horror, like she was looking at a beast. How come? How was it possible? Since when Ji Yu-ning had become so powerful? Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, I've warned you yesterday to stay away from me. You didn't listen. Since you won't leave me alone, I'm willing to have a little fun, Ji Yu-ning said coldly. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao apparently was frightened by Ji Yu-ning. She gave up for now, but still felt displeased. She said viciously, Ji Yu-ning, I'm going to tell my dad and grandma that you've bullied me. I'll let grandma kick you all out of the old house. I want you all to be homeless. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was the center in her family. If she insisted, her grandma probably would follow her order. We don't live in the old house for free. We pay the rent. We can live wherever we want after we leave the old house. Ji Yu-ning didn't care at all. She didn't plan to stay in there for much longer anyway. If they were going to move out of the old house today, she and Ji Yu-man would stay in the hotel first. When she came back from City G, she would immediately buy a new house. Boss, you don't need to worry. I can help you find a house. Liu Ke supported Ji Yu-ning. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was more than annoyed now. She clenched her teeth, and said, fine, very well, Ji Yuning, let's go and see. You will regret. Then, she glared at Ji Yuning, turning around and left. She even ignored Qin Zheng and other friends. Chen Xiao was also displeased to see that Ji Yuning had survived. She glared at Ji Yuning too. Qin Zheng, Zhang Yiming and Fu Mingliang were all unhappy. They gave Ji Yuning and Mu Ke a meaningful glance, then were gone as well. When they were all gone, the crowd dispersed gradually. Ji Yuning and her friends felt disgusted at first, but then cheered up by eating. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao immediately called her mother after she left. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's mother, Lin Liwan, was a pushy woman who cared about her own daughter only. Hearing her daughter had been bullied, Lin Liwan was in a rage. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao added fuel on flames. She told her mother that Ji Yuning had picked up a rich boy, behaved immorally and so forth. Lin Liwan hung up the phone. She instantly sent the driver to pick Ji Yu Xiaoxiao up. Then she called Ji Yu Man to humiliate and blame her for a long time. Lin Liwan demanded Ji Yu Man that she should let Ji Yuning apologize to Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, or this would never end. Ji Yu Man was shocked after hearing what had happened. Ji Yuning had hit Ji Yu Xiaoxiao by a plate, and even had slapped her. Ji Yu Man found it was hard to believe, but since Lin Liwan called her in person, it could be true. Ji Yu Man, at the same time, assumed it wasn't as bad as what Lin Liwan had said. Even though Ji Yuning had beaten Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, she must have done it because Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had irritated her. Ji Yu Man knew Ji Yu Xiaoxiao so well. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had bullied Ji Yuning for countless times ever since she was a little girl. Though Ji Yu Man knew Ji Yuning had been bullied, she didn't know how to deal with it. However, what had scared Ji Yu Man more was that Lin Liwan said Ji Yuning had picked up a rich boy, and behaved immorally. She couldn't believe Ji Yuning would do that, but teenagers fall in love easily in adolescence. Ji Yu Man was really concerned that Ji Yuning would have done something wrong. The minute Ji Yu Man hung up the call from Lin Liwan, she called Ji Yuning at once. When Ji Yuning received Ji Yu Man's call, they just arrived at the small forest. Ningning, your eldest aunt just called me and said you've hit Xiaoxiao by a plate. You even have slapped her. What has happened? Your eldest aunt also said you must apologize to Xiaoxiao, or this won't end, Ji Yu Man worriedly inquired. Hearing this, Ji Yuning wasn't surprised at all. She knew Ji Yu Xiaoxiao would do this. I did throw a plate to her, but it didn't hit her. The plate was simply upside down on her head, and ruined her hair, face and clothes. That's all. I didn't beat her neither. She has humiliated me for many times. An upside-down plate wasn't a serious punishment, to be honest, Ji Yuning explained calmly. She didn't think she had done anything wrong. And the apologies, I did nothing wrong, so I won't apologize. Ji Yuning refused to apologize without hesitation. Ji Yu Man knew Lin Liwan had exaggerated the facts. Now hearing Ji Yuning's explanation, Ji Yu Man believed she was right. Ji Yu Man couldn't help feeling bad after she found out the reason why Ji Yuning had thrown the plate out. She blamed herself for being useless, or her daughter wouldn't be bullied that often. A mother would protect her daughter naturally. Although Ji Yu Man still thought Ji Yuning have gone too far by throwing the plate, she believed Ji Yuning had done nothing wrong. Thus she didn't force Ji Yuning to apologize. Ningning, you're going to attend the college entrance exam soon. You need to focus on your study, and don't fall in love at such a young age. Ji Yu Man intended to ask Ji Yuning whether she had picked up a rich boy, but she was afraid Ji Yuning would felt hurt, so Ji Yu Man didn't ask her directly. Chapter 34. A storm in the forum. Ji Yuning was a smart girl. She knew the real intention of Ji Yu Man. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao must had bad-mouthed her behind her back. Mom, I know Ji Yu Xiaoxiao must have told my eldest aunt something bad about me, but Mom, you need to trust me. I'm not the kind of girl who doesn't have sense of self-esteem. Great, I trust you. Though Ji Yu Man was still concerned, she chose to believe Ji Yuning. After a while, Ji Yuning hung up. They went into a remote part of the small forest, in case others would see them. Training of Kung Fu was a long-term practice. Although Mu Ke had learned several moves, he needed to practice often. Thus Mu Ke and Ji Yuning continued to train the way they had done yesterday. As for Mixi, because she wasn't physically strong enough now, she couldn't directly fight with Ji Yuning to train in practice. Ji Yuning let her do horse stance first. When Ji Yuning and her friends were focused on training, a post about her raised a fierce discussion in their school forum. Someone had taken a video of what had just happened in the canteen and uploaded it onto the forum. Gee, this can't be real. The plate has been perfectly thrown ahead, and the table is too heavy to move. How can she easily pull it? The plate as well, how can she hit it broken at once? An ordinary person can never do that. I believe this female student must be a master of Kung Fu. A master of Kung Fu? I don't believe you. You must have read too many action novels, but I have to say this female student is quite somebody. Oh my, I've met this female student before, in the small forest yesterday. She was fighting with another tall strong male student. The boy has been beaten down on the ground. I wanted to take a video of them, but the female student has discovered and threatened me away. Please, tell us what did she say? Please, please, I'm waiting online. Please, please, please. She said, do you want to fight with me? Fuck, I would never risk my life for that, and I ran away in horror. Everyone laughed and teased. There were both complimentary and acid comments. I think she just wants to gain attention. Exactly, people nowadays are eager to be famous. I agree, if she really do Kung Fu, she can have a fight with Chu Peihan, and prove to us. Seeing those acid remarks, those who admired Ji Yu Ning were displeased. They immediately retorted, are you blind? Try throwing a plate and see if it turns and aims at the target by yourself. And pull the table to move if you can. Exactly, shut your mouth if you can't do it yourself. I think they are being jealous. They just can't stand the fact that Ji Yu Ning is better than them. Can't agree more. Some girls are so jealous of others. Bros, we need to be clear-sighted, and stay away from those girls to protect ourselves. Sure, I prefer to stay single forever rather than be with a pretentious bitch. Agree. Those boys were so evil. They soon conquered the group of girls who had bad-mouthed Ji Yu Ning, but secretly guided those girls' anger to Ji Yu Ning. Right at that moment, a comment attracted everyone's attention. Is she really that powerful? I'm Hao Ran, a senior from the 7th classroom. I now challenge this female student to have a fight with me. Anyone who knows this female student, tell me about her. Immediately, the discussion became fiercer. Hao Ran, the senior student from the 7th classroom, was a well-known figure in their school, but he was notorious for his bad behaviors. He had involved himself in fights and riots, behaving even worse than Chu Peihan. If he hadn't had a powerful background as well, he would have been expelled from the school too. Now, Ji Yu Ning was in trouble. Those who had criticized Ji Yu Ning just then instantly added fuel to the fire. Before long, Ji Yu Ning's information was leaked. Whoever had leaked Ji Yu Ning's information must hate her very much, and wanted to see her in danger. After Hao Ran had challenged Ji Yu Ning, some felt worried, some looked forward to it, and some just enjoyed building their happiness on others' suffering. There were many students gathered outside the door of the 4th classroom. Soon, Qin Zheng, Zhang Yiming, Fuming Liang and Chen Zhao were included. They all came for Ji Yu Ning. To be exact, they were here for Hao Ran and Ji Yu Ning. Among those onlookers, Qin Zheng and his friends along with Xiao Feifei and her friends were most excited to see what would happen next. If Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had known the news, she must feel regret going home so early and missing the drama. In the passage, 3 boys who were leaning against the guardrails were most noticeable. They weren't good-looking actually, but because no one dared to stay closer to them, they were noticeable then. Although the 3 boys weren't handsome, they weren't ugly at all. They behaved in an arrogant and aggressive way, which showed they were bad boys. Hao Ran, Ji Yu Ning probably is too afraid to come. A boy who was standing at the right among those 3 male students opened his mouth. There were only a few minutes away from the evening class. Ji Yu Ning was still absent. Probably she was frightened. She can't hide forever, unless she drops out of school, the boy in the middle, who was Hao Ran, said with disdain. Shall we wait any longer? The evening class is about to begin in a few minutes, a boy who was standing at the left asked. Yes, why not? Probably she intends to come until we're gone when the evening class is about to begin, Hao Ran said. The minute Ji Yu Ning and her friends went out of the stairs, they saw many people around outside of 4th classroom. Something must had happened. No matter what had happened, the evening class was about to begin, and Ji Yu Ning together with Yu Mixi had to walk through. Mu Kei's classroom wasn't in the same direction of Ji Yu Ning's, but out of curiosity, he followed Ji Yu Ning walking ahead. Someone immediately found Ji Yu Ning was coming. Chen Zhao opened her mouth at once. Ji Isn't this Ji Yuning? Who said she's scared? She's quite awesome. Chen Xiao did it on purpose to push Ji Yuning into the center of trouble. The more she complimented Ji Yuning, the unhappier Hao Ran would be. When Ji Yuning showed up, Chen Xiao directly opened her phone, starting to shoot. She wanted to send the video to Ji Yu Xiaoxiao after it was over. Hearing that, Ji Yuning knew they weren't kind people. However, Ji Yuning assumed Chen Xiao and her friends were those who came here to cause her trouble. Chapter 35. A Challenge, 3 verses. 1. You're Ji Yuning, right? Hao Ran walked to Ji Yuning and asked with certainty. Yes. What's up? Ji Yuning answered calmly with confidence. She wasn't afraid at all. Hao Ran, what do you want to do? Seeing Hao Ran being here, Mu Ke, who followed Ji Yuning, felt something must be wrong. He immediately stepped forward to protect Ji Yuning. He had no idea why Hao Ran was here for Ji Yuning, but he did know Hao Ran was here not because of Chen Xiao. Hao Ran was surprised that Mu Ke would protect Ji Yuning, but he still continued. I saw the video about what had happened in the canteen on our school's forum. Everyone says Ji Yuning is powerful. I disagree though. Thus, I'm here to challenge Ji Yuning to have a fight with me. Does she dare to accept my challenge? Hearing that, Mu Ke and Yu Mixi was shocked. They all looked at Ji Yuning with worry at once. Ji Yuning, instead, remained calm. The boy was here to challenge her. Ji Yuning even assumed he was here because of Chen Xiao. Mu Ke quietly swore at the person who had uploaded the video. The person apparently wanted to cause Ji Yuning trouble. Ji Yuning was displeased as well, but she was more interested than terrified in Hao Ran's challenge. Ji Yuning was very familiar with Hao Ran's name, because Hao Ran was as notorious as Chu Peihan in their school. He was often involved in fights and riots, and always absent in classes. Hao Ran had received as many punishments as Chu Peihan. But, he couldn't have a high score like Chu Peihan. He was terrible at studying. Hao Ran was from a super rich family. His family was the third richest family with dozens of millions of assets in City F. Hao Ran, Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping, the three of them was a famous gang in their school. Ji Yuning had also heard something about Qin Zixin's and Zhang Tianping's background. Qin Zixin was a son of the authorities, but Ji Yuning didn't know his father's position. As for Zhang Tianping, it was said that he was an orphan. Those three boys had become good friends in a fight. Though they had very different background, they were truly intimate friends. Ji Yuning had plan in her mind after she found out who those boys were. Hao Ran, how can you even beat a girl? Mu Ke was extremely annoyed. Though he believed Ji Yuning's ability, these three boys weren't easy to handle. If she were an ordinary girl, it may look like I'm beating her, but since she does kung fu, we can learn from each other. Hao Ran didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Yes, if Ji Yuning had been a common girl, he would never beat her, but the video had proved that she wasn't weak at all. Mu Ke was mad. Before he could continue, Ji Yuning interrupted. What if I win, and what if I lose? Ji Yuning asked. If you can win, I can do a thing for you, but if I win, you must do a thing for us. Relax, I won't let you do something immoral, Hao Ran replied. Hao Ran was a boy with principles. Sure, challenge accepted, but I want more than just a thing, Ji Yuning said. The crowd was amazed by the result that Ji Yuning accepted the challenge and even wanted to add chips. Although everyone believed Ji Yuning was quite someone in the video, Hao Ran was well known for his outstanding ability in a fight. No one thought Ji Yuning would win. Was Ji Yuning being confident, or was she thinking too highly of herself? Boss, Mu Ke called her with worry, but Ji Yuning stopped him by a glance. Tell me, what do you want? Hao Ran was surprised Ji Yuning would accept his challenge without hesitation. He now was more curious than surprised about Ji Yuning's condition. He didn't know whether Ji Yuning was being confident or arrogant, but he appreciated her attitude. 1 verses 3, if I lose, I'll do 3 things for you, but if I win, 3 of you must call me boss, and be loyal to me afterwards till the entrance exam is over, Ji Yuning said airily while others were all in shock. What? 1 verses 3, the losers must call her boss. Ji Yuning was so confident. After the shock, Hao Ran and his friends were irritated by Ji Yuning's words. It was a humiliation to them. How could he call a girl boss? You want to be our boss? Interesting, Hao Ran sneered. Exactly, what the hell are you? Ji Yuning, being confident is good, but don't be too over. Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping added in anger. I know who I am. Whether I'm being confident or arrogant, it's none of your business. At least, I'm not afraid. If you're cowards and don't dare to accept the challenge, then you lose. Ji Yuning glanced through Hao Ran and his friends with obvious provocation. Hao Ran and his friends felt shamed after that. Their dignity didn't allow them to be hesitated. Cowards. We've never ever been cowards. Challenge accepted, Hao Ran answered with anger. Hao Ran was always the decision maker among them. Since Hao Ran accepted, the other two all agreed. Besides, they didn't want to be cowards neither. Very well, then I'll see you at 1 p.m. tomorrow in the small forest. Ji Yuning said, with satisfaction, which made Mu Ke feel that she had everything in control. Well, he should believe in Ji Yuning. Since Ji Yuning was willing to accept the challenge, she must be confident to win. After what had happened during the past days, Yu Mixi knew Ji Yuning would never change her mind once she had made her decision. Yu Mixi also remained quiet. She only needed to believe her friend. Then, Ji Yuning directly turned around and went inside her classroom, leaving everyone behind. Hao Ran and his friends snorted, then were gone as well. The crowd dispersed afterwards since the major roles had all gone. There was a glance of viciousness in Chen Xiao's eyes when she watched Ji Yuning walking away. She felt disappointed when Ji Yuning stayed calm. Thus she hoped more that Ji Yuning would lose tomorrow. The worse, the better. Zhang Yiming and Fuming Liang had the same thought, while Qin Zheng's feelings were complicated. He wanted to see Ji Yuning learn her lesson, but he also felt concern for her. When Ji Yuning entered the classroom, her classmates looked at her with worry, anticipation, but more with unkindness, especially Xiao Feifei and her friends. Xiao Feifei wanted to mock her, but the bell rang. Thus she had to close her mouth. Chapter 36. Confidence or Arrogance. Ji Yuning, come out here for a moment. The head teacher asked Ji Yuning to come out the minute she arrived. Ji Yuning knew it must be because of what had happened tonight. The minute Ji Yuning walked out of the classroom, the head teacher asked her in anger, why did you do that in the canteen? Why did you hit another schoolmate? And why did you accept the challenge of Hao Ran, Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping, who are from the 7th classroom? Do you know this is a big deal now, which has a bad impact on both you and our class? Facing the head teacher's questions in anger, Ji Yuning wasn't mad at all. She explained with patience instead, Professor Zhang, it was because Ji Yu Xiaoxiao has humiliated me and my mother first, then I hit her in the canteen. How can I be able to tolerate the humiliation like that? As for Hao Ran and his friends, they will never leave me alone if I didn't accept the challenge. I would rather face the trouble at the very beginning. Zhang Chuhua actually knew Ji Yuning's condition. She knew other students always bullied Ji Yuning. However, since nothing severe had happened, she ignored all of them. It was understandable that Ji Yuning would fight back. Though she believed it had been too over, Ji Yuning had made the right choice for herself. Zhang Chuhua didn't know what to say. But, she still couldn't accept the fact that Ji Yuning had accepted the challenge of Hao Ran. Ji Yuning, can you, a girl, win over the 3 boys? Besides, the school won't allow students to fight. You'll be punished for that, and our class also will be criticized, Zhang Chuhua said. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was a little shocked. She totally forgot she would be punished for fighting, and her class would also be criticized for her behavior. But I've promised them already. If I regret, Hao Ran will revenge on me. Ji Yuning felt she had been cornered. My blood is boiling now. Ji Yuning really pissed Zhang Chuhua off. Although Ji Yuning was the reason of all these troubles, Hao Ran was the major cause. Zhang Chuhua couldn't blame Ji Yuning for all. She also wasn't that cold-blooded to see Ji Yuning revenged by Hao Ran only because Ji Yuning regretted. If Hao Ran was going to take revenge on Ji Yuning, even the school couldn't stop him. How about this? I can go have the fight with Hao Ran outside the school, then no one will be punished, Ji Yuning said. Zhang Chuhua was still displeased. Ji Yuning, how could you be so dumb? How can you be so sure that you can win Hao Ran and his friends? What if you're hurt, and your mother will be worried? Can your family afford the medical treatment? Zhang Chuhua had told the plain truth. She had no intention to insult Ji Yuning, but it's for Ji Yuning's good. Ji Yuning understood her teacher cared about her, so she wasn't annoyed. Ji Yuning replied with pure confidence, please don't worry about that. I am going to win them, really. It was hard for Zhang Chuhua to believe, but she knew it was meaningless to continue this topic, so she said, "Good luck." After that, Zhang Chuhua stopped talking to Ji Yuning, and left in anger. Ji Yuning shrugged her shoulders resignedly and went back to her classroom. Although everyone in the classroom was all ears to listen to Zhang Chuhua criticizing Ji Yuning, Zhang Chuhua kept her voice low and no one actually heard anything. They only saw Zhang Chuhua leave in anger. Ji Yuning, instead, was super calm from the very beginning to the end, and wasn't sad or scared of being criticized at all. Everyone was puzzled. When Ji Yuning walked inside, most of the students focused on her face, wanting to figure out what had happened. Because the head teacher was gone, the classroom wasn't that quiet any longer. It wasn't one of the top classes, thus those students didn't enjoy studying very much. "Hey, Ji Yuning, are you sure you're going to win them?" A male student sat in front of Ji Yuning, turning back to ask her in doubt. "Exactly. 1 versus 3, that's really something," another male student added with admiration. "You have the great gesture. Do you have the same great ability?" Someone poured cold water on Ji Yuning. "Exactly, I'm not positive about that," another one agreed. Most of the students didn't believe Ji Yuning would succeed. Ji Yuning ignored them, but Yu Mixi couldn't stay quiet anymore. She retorted for the first time, "I believe in Ji Yuning. I think she'll win." Ji Yuning smiled a little. Yu Mixi made her progress. "So what? You believe in her doesn't mean she'll win," a classmate argued. "Exactly, I don't believe," someone said. "We'll all find out tomorrow noon. It's too early to deny Ji Yuning's ability now. Let's wait and see," Yu Mixi argued. Those who weren't positive turned quiet gradually. Some still wanted to pour cold water, but the head teacher returned. They had to close their mouth. In the house of the Ji Yu family, a room was decorated in a dreamy way like it was a princess's room. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was in a pink nightgown, lying on a big pink bed with a phone in her hands. She was watching the video sent by Chen Zio, and felt it was a pity that she hadn't been there herself. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had the same reaction as Chen Zio. She felt extremely unhappy about Ji Yuning's confidence, and didn't believe Ji Yuning could win Hao Ran and his friends. She was gloating now. She couldn't wait to see Ji Yuning beaten down on the ground tomorrow noon. Moreover, she was waiting for the apologies from Ji Yuning. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao decided to spare no effort to pick on Ji Yuning. If Ji Yuning wouldn't apologize, or she wasn't satisfied, she would persuade her grandma to kick Ji Yuning and her mother out of the old house. The next morning, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao waited at the stairs for Ji Yuning. She wanted to seize the chance to make fun of Ji Yuning. After a long time, Ji Yuning was still absent. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was losing her patience. The morning class is about to begin. Is Ji Yuning terrified to come to school today? Ji Yu Xiaoxiao assumed. Who knows? Chen Zio was sure. It was 2 minutes away from the morning class. Ji Yuning appeared with Mu K and Yu Mixi. Seeing Mu K, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zio was more jealous of Ji Yuning now. Mu K had been their friend before, but now he chose Ji Yuning over them. Besides, Mu K was from a better family than them. They wanted to cooperate with Mu K. Unexpectedly, Mu K would stand up for Ji Yuning against them. Mu K and Yu Mixi felt unpleasant when they noticed Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zio were here. Ji Yuning stayed calm as usual. Ji Yuning, I've heard that you're going to fight with those 3 boys this noon. 1 versus 3 even. You're bold and confident enough to do so, but are you really being confident, or you're simply arrogant? Ji Yu Xiaoxiao said unkindly. Chapter 37. In the fight, I'm always confident. Ji Yuning didn't want to hide her confidence. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao hated Ji Yuning most when she stayed so calm before the storm came. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to tear Ji Yuning apart. Ji Yuning, keep pretending. I'll go and see how you become a loser right before my eyes. And if you don't apologize for what you've done yesterday, you'll pay for it. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao clenched her teeth out of anger and hatred. I will never apologize. Do whatever you want to. I'm waiting, Ji Yuning replied airily. Then she ignored Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, throwing her a provocative look, and walked away. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was mad. She didn't expect Ji Yuning would dare to do that. She shouted at Ji Yuning back, Great, Ji Yuning, you'll regret. Ji Yuning, is it really going to be alright? Yu Mixi asked in worry. She was concerned Ji Yuning and her mother would be homeless. Don't worry, it's fine, Ji Yuning replied. Gradually, Yu Mixi had pure trust in Ji Yuning. Since Ji Yuning had said it would be fine, she would not doubt it. Mu Ke gave Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zio a cold glance, then went back to his classroom. Some students still believed Ji Yuning would not come to school today. When Ji Yuning showed up, they were all surprised. Wasn't Ji Yuning afraid at all? In the morning, Ji Yuning had received many curious looks from others, their head teacher included. They all wanted to see fear from Ji Yuning's face, but failed. Ji Yuning was at ease, like nothing had happened. When the last class in the morning was about to over, the head teacher couldn't help asking Ji Yuning, "Are you really that confident?" "I never do anything without being fully prepared," Ji Yuning answered with solemnity. The head teacher had nothing else to say. She left in quietness. The appointed time was 1 p.m. Ji Yuning decided to eat first after the classes were over. When Ji Yuning and her friends went upstairs, Hao Ran and his friends stopped them. They actually didn't mean to limit Ji Yuning's freedom. They simply followed Ji Yuning in case she would run away. Ji Yuning felt resigned. Could anyone has any trust on her? "Do you plan to buy me, your boss, a meal first?" Ji Yuning looked at them, joking. "Ji Yuning, don't be so confident. It's too early to say that," Hao Ran retorted. Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping glared at Ji Yuning at the same time. Actually, those three boys weren't aggressive normally. However, whenever they encountered Ji Yuning, they were easily irritated. Probably because Ji Yuning was being too calm, which made them feel like they hadn't been taken seriously. Or probably because Ji Yuning's calmness showed her confidence, which made them feel nervous unconsciously. Therefore, they would fight against her confidence by arguing. "Aren't you confident?" Ji Yuning asked them. Hao Ran and his friends suddenly realized Ji Yuning had outstanding ability to piss someone off. Everyone around them started to discuss. Ji Yuning isn't scared at all. She's even in the mood of joking. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, Xiao Feifei and their friends all wanted Ji Yuning to fail. Seeing Ji Yuning being so confident, they were greatly displeased. "I think she's pretending," Ji Yu Xiaoxiao said. "Exactly, she's merely pretended to be relaxed." Xiao Feifei wanted to mock at Ji Yuning, but she restricted herself for Mu Ke was here. However, Mu Ke never glanced at her from the very beginning to the end. Xiao Feifei was disappointed. She wanted to talk to him, but Ji Yuning and Yu Mixi were here as well. "Since you're already here, why not?" Ji Yuning proposed. "What?" Hao Ran and his friends asked with one accord. "I don't want to be punished for fighting inside the school, thus we'll fight outside. Since we all haven't had meal yet, why don't we have the fight first, and the loser will buy the meal? Plus the precious condition stays the same," Ji Yuning said in a provocative way. "Very well," Hao Ran and his friends agreed. "There's a newly demolished ruin at the opposite side of the back door of our school. There are few people around. Let's go there." Then, Ji Yuning moved first, followed by Mu Ke and Yu Mixi. Hao Ran and his friends were behind. The onlookers wouldn't miss that. All of the 40 students in the 4th classroom were here, along with Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and her friends and dozens of students from other classrooms. A group of people moved outside attracted much attention. It wasn't usual to see such a large gathering of students in the school. Many people immediately knew there was going to be a fight. Those cowards all stayed away, while those who wanted to see a drama followed up. Accordingly, a group of dozens of students became a group of hundreds. The security guards of the school also noticed that, but unless someone got hurt, they wouldn't do anything about it. Ji Yuning and others went straight to the ruin. Everyone was excited when they arrived at the ruin, pulling out a phone, preparing to shoot. Although Mu Ke and Yu Mixi chose to believe in Ji Yuning, they felt anxious. They didn't want her to be injured. "Boss, fighting. Ji Yuning, fighting." When Mu Ke and Yu Mixi tried to encourage Ji Yuning, their voices were trembling a little. "Just trust me," Ji Yuning comforted them. Her determined voice calmed Mu Ke and Yu Mixi down a lot. "Shall we stop when it's necessary, or shall we fight to the end?" Before they started, Ji Yuning asked. "As long as someone fall on the ground, he or she loses." Hao Ran didn't want to go too far, given that Ji Yuning was a girl. Ji Yuning had a great impression of Hao Ran's behavior, but she also knew they still didn't take her seriously enough. If one didn't take his opponent seriously, he would lose in any kind of fight. "Great, then, let's begin." Ji Yuning announced the beginning, and both sides moved. Ji Yuning moved extremely fast. Before everyone could see it clearly, Ji Yuning came straight to Zhang Tianping's face. She threw Zhang Tianping over her shoulder without hesitation. Zhang Tianping, who was a tall strong boy, was easily thrown over by Ji Yuning's shoulder to the ground. Everyone was in a shock. Zhang Tianping himself was struck dumb too. He still had no idea what had happened when he was thrown to the floor. Obviously, Ji Yuning had seized her chance when Zhang Tianping didn't take her seriously. Those boys were real fighter actually. If they were fully prepared, it would cost Ji Yuning more time to deal with them. Chapter 38. Win the game. Hao Ran and Qin Zixin was totally amazed, but they got their mind back soon. They were astonished in their heart, but never hesitated to move. If they hadn't taken Ji Yuning seriously before, now they wouldn't do the same thing. Facing Qin Zixin's fist, Ji Yuning raised hers to his, but when their fists were about to meet each other, Ji Yuning suddenly kicked on Qin Zixin's stomach. Qin Zixin stepped backwards at short notice, like he had been hit by a heavy object. Luckily, he was strong enough and didn't fall. The crowd was shocked again. Some instantly raised their anticipation of Ji Yuning. Those who wanted to see Ji Yuning lose were all disappointed now. Hao Ran tried to get Ji Yuning down on the ground by attaching her legs with his. Since now Ji Yuning stood on the floor with one leg, everyone thought she was going to lose this time. Even Mu Ke and Yu Mixi took a long breath in. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning brought her another leg back at once, then kicked out at Hao Ran's leg. Hao Ran was unable to stand steadily afterwards. Of course, Ji Yuning stepped backwards for a short distance as well. Right at that moment, Qin Zixin attacked Ji Yuning with his fist. Ji Yuning didn't escape at all though. She reached out her hand, directly holding Qin Zixin's fist in her palm. Ji Yuning was still a teenage girl. Her hand didn't fully cover Qin Zixin's fist, but she was powerful enough to stop Qin Zixin from moving at all. Qin Zixin didn't panic. He immediately used another hand to hit Ji Yuning, but his fist was held by her palm once more. Then, before Qin Zixin would able to attack her again, Ji Yuning raised her foot and aimed at his shin. Qin Zixin lost his balance, falling heavily on the ground. The crowd rounded their eyes in shock again. Within 3 moves, only 3 moves, Qin Zixin was down on the ground. Qin Zixin, the boy who normally could fight again around 7 people, now was defeated by Ji Yuning within 3 moves. It was hard for anyone of the crowd to accept the fact. At last, only Hao Ran was standing straight. Actually, Hao Ran knew he was going to lose at that moment, but he wouldn't give up without fighting. Thus, he must be more violent than usual. After several rounds, when Hao Ran wasn't able to stand steadily, Ji Yuning kicked him right away. But she was caught by him at an important point. The crowd thought Hao Ran was going to win this time. However, Ji Yuning used her another foot to grab the ground tightly, turning her body afterwards. Her foot got rid of Hao Ran's hand at once. Then, Ji Yuning continued to kick. Now, it was too late for Hao Ran to defend himself. He was kicked accurately and fell down. He lost. The best fighter Hao Ran lost the fight within 10 moves. Everyone was more than shocked. They lost, really. Hao Ran and his another 2 bros versus Ji Yuning, and the boys lost. Ji Yuning had won the game easily too. Nobody would believe what they had just witnessed. Even Mu Ke and Yu Mixi, who believed in Ji Yuning, was completely amazed. Jesus, did I see it wrong? Ji Yuning, she won. I think we must be in a dream. Ji Yuning won the game. Exactly, I can't believe my eyes. It's so unreal. But the truth is not only has Ji Yuning won, she also won it so easily. She looked so cool when she was attacking them. Yes, especially the flip, it was so cool. I truly believe Ji Yuning is a real master now. For now, no one would question whether Ji Yuning was a master of Kung Fu anymore. In ordinary people's eyes, she was. Hao Ran and his friends were still in shock, but they were more qualified than anyone else to admit the truth, because they had been through the whole progress. While Xiao Feifei, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and their friends were totally unwilling to accept the fact. Xiao Feifei even blurted out, "No, no, no. It's impossible. Hao Ran and his friends must haven't done it with full strength." Even though there were some students who had the same thought, no one dared to say it out. It was a humiliation to Hao Ran and his friends. No one wanted to have bad blood with them. Hao Ran and his friends had lost the fight, which was humiliating enough. Xiao Feifei's words had added fuel on the flames. They were in a rage at once. "Shut your bloody mouth up. Don't think that I'm not one to punch women. Hao Ran shouted at Xiao Feifei in great anger like he was about to beat her. Xiao Feifei immediately shut her mouth, holding her breath in horror. She looked to Mu Ke, searching for sympathy and comfort. Unfortunately, Mu Ke glared at her, apparently because she had questioned Ji Yuning. Right now, Xiao Feifei felt deeply hurt and aggrieved. She started to cry. Xiao Feifei wasn't smart actually. Since she liked Mu Ke, she should never pick on someone he cherished, but she did otherwise. It would only make Mu Ke hate her if she picked on Ji Yuning. Hao Ran's shout shut Xiao Feifei and many others' mouth. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and her friends were included. Well, I didn't expect it would end so soon. We even came outside the school for it. If it had been for fear of punishment, I don't think we need to waste the time, Ji Yuning said, like they had made a mountain out of a molehill. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Who could know this would end so easily? At the same time, Hao Ran and his friends felt so embarrassed that they even wanted to hide into a crack on the ground. Ji Yuning was really powerful. Hao Ran took a deep breath, looking at Ji Yuning. Although he felt ashamed after he had lost the fight, he admired Ji Yuning after all. Thus, he admitted without further ado, "We lost the game, and you're our boss from now on," Hao Ran said with sincerity. "Yes, you're our boss from now on," Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping followed. "Very well," Ji Yuning answered. She suddenly said then, "I'm hungry, let's go eat first. Since I'm the winner, I'll make the decision of the food." Ji Yuning gave Mu Ke and Yu Mixi a hint to follow her up, then she left in a hurry. Ji Yuning wasn't hungry actually. She just didn't want to be stared at by a group of people any longer. Since Hao Ran and his friends had already accepted Ji Yuning as their boss, they would follow her order, and they never lacked of money. Seeing Ji Yuning walking away, Xiao Feifei, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and their friends' eyes were all full of disappointment and deep hatred. Why did Ji Yuning suddenly become so powerful? Chapter 39. Ji Yu Man had an accident. Chen Zhao, Zhang Yiming and Fu Mingliang felt disappointed too. At the same time, they were also terrified. Ji Yuning wasn't only powerful now. She also had the support of Hao Ran and his friends. What if she revenged on them for what they had done to her? Thinking of this, they all felt concerned. Qin Zheng's feelings, meanwhile, ran the gamut of emotions. He slightly regretted breaking up with Ji Yuning, because the girl was so impressive now. But thinking further, he calmed down. No matter how impressive Ji Yuning was, she was still a poor girl, who would not help him for anything, and probably would embarrass him. On the way while leaving, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao pulled out her phone and sent Ji Yu Man a message. It was a message with photos of Ji Yuning in a fight with others. Visually, Ji Yuning seemed to be hit by the boys. Ji Yu Man was walking downstairs after she had finished her meal in the canteen. She heard the ringtone, then took out the phone to check. Though she used a cheap old phone, it still could receive photos. When Ji Yu Man saw the photos on her phone, she was scared and fell down from the stairs by accident. Her head hit the ground even. On the other side, Hao Ran and his friends called Ji Yuning their boss all the time after they left the crowd. They complimented Ji Yuning the same way Mu Ke had done before. "Boss, since we all listen to you now, can you teach us Kung Fu? We want to be helpful in the future." "Exactly, boss, you're so awesome. Normally, each of us can fight against 7 or 8 men, but all of us together can't win you. You won the fight so easily." "Boss." Hao Ran and his friends wouldn't stop talking. Ji Yuning felt noisy, but not displeased. Seeing Hao Ran and his friends now were like obedient dogs, Mu Ke and Yu Mixi felt so proud. However, Mu Ke was still annoyed that they had disrespected Ji Yuning before. Well, how come someone who was so arrogant, now is like an obedient dog? Mu Ke said deliberately. Hearing that, Hao Ran and his friends were embarrassed. They knew Mu Ke was unhappy about their previous attitude towards Ji Yuning, thus they didn't blame Mu Ke for his words. Hao Ran walked to Mu Ke, placing his hand on Mu Ke's shoulder. "If we didn't fight, we won't get to know each other. Let the bygones be the bygones. We're bros from now on. If you have any need and want my help in the future, just tell me." Yeah, Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping agreed. Mu Ke wasn't really mad at them actually. He also understood they were friends now, since they had taken Ji Yuning as their boss. They even had changed their attitude. Mu Ke thought there was no need to hate them any longer. Mixi is a child without much strength. We need to take care of her, Ji Yuning said. Sure, no problem, everyone immediately agreed. Yu Mixi was a little shy, but she accepted. Ji Yuning didn't plan to eat an expensive meal. She simply wanted to have hot pot. But when they just walked to the restaurant, Ji Yuning's phone rang. Both Yu Mixi and Mu K were slightly surprised when Ji Yuning took out her phone. They knew Ji Yuning's family was poor. She had used a cheap old phone before, but now she used a brand new one, which seemed expensive. Hao Ran and his friends didn't know Ji Yuning was from a poor family. They didn't find anything wrong. The caller was Ji Yu Man. Ji Yuning answered it at once. Her face changed suddenly when she heard the voice from the other side. Ji Yuning said she would come soon, then hung up. Boss, what's up? Everyone noticed Ji Yuning's change, and knew something bad must have happened. They all asked in worry. My mother fell from the stairs and now is in unconsciousness. She was sent to the hospital. I need to visit her right now. You can have the meal without me. Ji Yuning didn't hide the fact. She ran to take a taxi to the hospital afterwards. Boss. Before the rest could realize, Ji Yuning was already gone. Let's go and visit as well, Mu K said. He ran ahead immediately. Hao Ran and the others all followed up without hesitation. Their boss's mother was in danger. They couldn't step aside. At that moment, a black Maserati moved over at a very high speed. There were two men sitting inside. Lang Xiaoting sat on the passenger's seat. He frowned a little. He was losing his patience, because the one who was sitting on the driver's seat wouldn't stop talking, but he didn't interrupt. Xiaoting, leave it to our fourth bro. You're not fully recovered yet. What if you get injured again? Do take care of yourself. The man on the driver's seat complained for Lang Xiaoting's good. The man on the driver's seat was the one who had helped Lang Xiaoting destroy the tapes the other day. He was in a white casual suit as usual, looking handsome, decent and charming. He didn't care. Lang Xiaoting ignored him, continuing to talk. Why do you have to get yourself involved in so much business? You even don't want to have a vacation. I don't think any girl will like you if you continue to do that. From afar, Lang Xiaoting's sight fell on a girl in a school uniform on the sidewalk. The girl seemed worried and was in a hurry to take a taxi. At the first glance, Lang Xiaoting felt familiar with the girl's figure. After they approached near, Lang Xiaoting recognized her. He immediately said, "Stop." The man who was still talking stopped the car unconsciously when he was interrupted. The car ceased right before Ji Yuning. What's wrong? The man asked, but Lang Xiaoting didn't answer his question. He rolled the car window down. Get in the car, he said to the outside. Ji Yuning saw the car stop in front of her. She was about to move away when she heard a familiar voice. It was the man who had been injured the other night. Ji Yuning was a little amazed. But she heard him clearly. The man obviously wanted to give her a lift. Ji Yuning was in a hurry now. She didn't reject, but opened the car door and got inside. Meanwhile, the man on the driver's seat was shocked. He didn't expect Lang Xiaoting asked him to stop the car to let the female student get inside. But, who the hell was she? How could he had no idea that Lang Xiaoting knew such a young female student? Lang Xiaoting normally never got in touch with any woman. The hospital, thanks, Ji Yuning said without further delay. Chapter 40. I won't beat you to death. The hospital. Lang Xiaoting frowned a little. He was puzzled why she was going to the hospital, but he didn't ask at all. He said to the man on the driver's directly, "Drive the car." What? Oh, right. The man was apparently absent-minded. He got his mind back immediately when he heard Lang Xiaoting's voice. He drove the car ahead quickly. There were many questions in the man's mind. He kept peeking at Lang Xiaoting who was sitting beside, then peeked at Ji Yuning from the rearview mirror. This female student was good-looking though, but she was too young. She couldn't be Lang Xiaoting's type. Focus on driving, Lang Xiaoting said coldly. The man was frightened, then paid his attention on the road. He was still confused about the relationship between the female student and Lang Xiaoting. However, he didn't have the nerve to ask. Right at that moment, Ji Yuning's phone rang. She picked it up. Before she could say anything, she heard Mu K's worried voice, "Boss, whose car did you get in? Are you safe?" When Mu K and others followed up, they saw Ji Yuning get in a black Maserati. They were all shocked because they knew the car was so expensive. The owner must be the rich or the authorities. Although Ji Yuning got in the car must be because she knew the driver, Mu K decided to call her to make sure she was safe. "I'm fine. You all can go back to the school now, Ji Yuning replied. No, we want to visit your mother as well. We'll see you in the hospital. Mu Ke hung up directly before Ji Yuning could respond, in case Ji Yuning wouldn't allow them to come. Ji Yuning knew they were being kind, thus she agreed. Both Lang Xiaoting and the man had good hearing. Although they had no intention to eavesdrop, they were able to hear the talk clearly. Both now understood the reason why Ji Yuning was in a hurry. May I help? Lang Xiaoting suddenly opened his mouth. The man on the driver's seat turned the steering wheel in horror. He almost hit the car before them. Luckily, he was a skillful driver and didn't cause an accident. But it wasn't his fault though. Lang Xiaoting, who was always cold, opened his mouth to offer a help out of the blue, which was totally frightening to him. Lang Xiaoting glared at the man. The man immediately paid his attention back to the road. He was also hoping Lang Xiaoting wouldn't say more to frighten him. Ji Yuning didn't care though. Facing Lang Xiaoting's kindness, she rejected with politeness, "Thank you so much. I can handle it myself." Since Ji Yuning wanted to deal with it on her own, Lang Xiaoting stopped asking. He wasn't a warm-hearted person. He helped her only because she had helped him. But Lang Xiaoting wasn't aware Ji Yuning simply had made a deal with him. He didn't owe her anything. At the same time, the video of Ji Yuning vs. Hao Ran and his friends went viral on their school's forum. Ever since Hao Ran had challenged Ji Yuning, there were many students paid close attention to it. The news that Ji Yuning had accepted Hao Ran's challenge, and the appointed time along with place were all revealed on the forum last night. Many said they would go to watch the fight at 1 p.m. But unexpectedly, the fight had ended before 1 p.m. Everyone was shocked by the result too. 80% of the students didn't believe Ji Yuning could win, while 10% abstained, and the rest 10% believed in Ji Yuning. They thought Ji Yuning was really powerful on the video in the canteen, and she was very confident. Not everyone would take confidence as arrogance. The result was Ji Yuning had won. Ji Yuning really had won the fight within several minutes, which was a shocking news. What the fuck? Who said it was 1 p.m. at the football field? How come it ended so soon? Exactly, I lost the chance to watch it in person. Who leaked the appointed time and place? Come out, we promise we won't beat you to death. Yes, come out and explain to us. Come out. Meanwhile, the guy who had leaked the appointed time and place last night was now in sadness as well, because he hadn't watched the fight in person neither. He was also mad. This is so unbelievable. Ji Yuning alone won Hao Ran and his another two bros. Who can tell me whether it's true? It must be something wrong with my computer. I need to restart it. I now an admirer of Ji Yuning. She's so cool, isn't she? She is. She beat Zhang Tianping down to the ground by one move. It's so amazing. And her flip is so cool too. Some admired Ji Yuning while some doubted. Did Hao Ran and his friends use their full strength? I still can't believe Ji Yuning a girl alone and win them. Exactly, I doubt it too. The minute doubts appeared, those admirers of Ji Yuning started to retort. Are you all blind? I was there in person. I saw it with my eyes. They did fight with full strength. If you don't believe, you can have a fight with Ji Yuning herself, then you'll know. Exactly, not everyone is able to do flip in the air. Ji Yuning now is the boss of Hao Ran and his friends. If you dare to question Ji Yuning, you are questioning Hao Ran and his friends. Be careful about that. Xiao Feifei was almost hit by Hao Ran when she questioned the result on site. Knowing that, those who had doubts were all quiet now. They were scared of Hao Ran and his friends. I think I'm going to tell my goddess that I like her. Wish me good luck. Wish you good luck. Hope you can survive. Wish you good luck. Actually, I want to see a drama. Wish you good luck. Waiting for the result. Wish you good luck. Although they were wishing the student good luck, they all actually wanted to see a drama. As for Ji Yuning, she couldn't care less about those discussions. It took half an hour to get to the hospital normally, but the man drove there steadily within 20 minutes. Ji Yuning thanked Lang Xiaoting, then left the car. She immediately ran to the outpatient department. The Maserati stayed at the same place instead. Lang Xiaoting and the man watched Ji Yuning leaving. Xiaoting, who is this female student? I never saw you help anyone on your own initiative, the man couldn't help but ask at the end. He felt extremely uncomfortable to keep it to himself. Let's go. Lang Xiaoting ignored the man's question. Chapter 41. And Qian's help. Fine, the man answered. However, he was now more curious than ever. Since Leng Xiaoting wasn't willing to tell him, there was no need to keep asking. The man decided to do the research on his own. The man, who was Xu Jinshan, believed it was easy for him to find out the truth. While Ji Yuning was running, she pulled out her phone and called Ji Yu Man. The one who had called Ji Yuning was Ji Yu Man's female colleague, Wang Sufan. Wang Sufan got along well with Ji Yu Man. Ji Yuning knew her too. After Ji Yu Man had fallen down from the stairs, Wang Sufan and the driver from their factory had driven her to the hospital. Wang Sufan let Ji Yuning call Ji Yu Man when she arrived at the hospital, then Wang Sufan would tell her where they were. Because they were already on the road, the phone was answered. Before Ji Yuning could say a word, the other side said first, "Ji Yuning, have you arrived? Your mother is in the hospital now, but we don't have enough money, so your mother hasn't been admitted yet. She's on a patient bed in the hallway of the first floor of the inpatient department now." Hearing that, Ji Yuning was slightly annoyed. She was mad not because the hospital wouldn't admit a patient without money. She understood the hospital wasn't a charity. However, she felt guilty that Ji Yu Man hadn't received the treatment on time. Ji Yuning rushed to her mother without delay. At the same time, Ji Yuning called in Xian to make sure her mother would be administered well and soon. "Hi, who's this?" And Xian didn't have Ji Yuning's phone number. She was regretting not asking for it those days. Ji Yuning said straightforwardly, "Miss N, this is Ji Yuning. I need your help now. My mother just fell down the stairs. I haven't met her yet, and I don't know how she is right now, but she needs to be admitted. Could you please arrange a VIP patient room in the exam for my mother? I'll pay the bill later." Ji Yuning actually had no idea about An Qian's position in the hospital, but since she worked here, it would be quicker if she helped. It was about Ji Yu Man's health. Ji Yuning couldn't waste the time. After An Qian found out the caller was Ji Yuning, she felt happy in her heart. She even wanted to complain that Ji Yuning hadn't contacted her recently. However, when An Qian knew Ji Yuning's mother had fallen down from the stairs, she immediately agreed to help. "No problem. Where are you now?" An Qian asked with anxiety. "I'm about to be at the first floor of the inpatient department. My mother is in the hallway," Ji Yuning replied. "Great, I'll make the arrangement right away. Please wait a moment." An Qian hung up before Ji Yuning answered. She arranged it at once. Before long, Ji Yuning arrived at the hallway of the first floor in the inpatient department. She found Ji Yu Man there. There was a woman of the same age stood beside Ji Yu Man. She was Wang Sufan. A man, who was about 20 years old, was with Wang Sufan. He was the driver who had sent Ji Yu Man to the hospital. "Nice to meet you," Ji Yuning greeted Wang Sufan. Then she immediately checked Ji Yu Man. Ji Yu Man was still unconscious now. Ji Yuning didn't hesitate to use her jade eyes to see through Ji Yu Man's head. There was only a red swollen injure on the back of her head. Ji Yuning was slightly relieved. But now the power of her jade eyes was limited. It cost her much power to see through Ji Yu Man's head. Her face also turned pale afterwards. Thus Ji Yuning didn't have enough power to help Ji Yu Man recover. From having been reborn till now, Ji Yuning had never been so eager to have adequate power in her jade eyes. In that case, she would be able to help Ji Yu Man. But now she couldn't do anything. After a few minutes, An Qian came to Ji Yuning with several other male doctors. "Ji Yuning, I've already arranged a VIP patient room with exam equipment. Let's go there now," An Qian said. Those male doctors pushed the patient bed on which Ji Yu Man was lying ahead. Wang Sufan rounded her eyes in shock. She knew Ji Yu Man's financial condition well. Ji Yu Man barely could afford the hospitalization cost, but now she was going to stay in a VIP patient room. Although Wang Sufan was curious, it wasn't appropriate to ask. "Thank you so much for driving my mother to the hospital. I understand that you still need to work. We'll thank you again when my mother wakes up," Ji Yuning said to Wang Sufan and the driver. Ji Yuning and her mother basically would buy them a meal or some gifts to thank them. "Don't worry about it. Your mother's health is the most important thing for you now. Take good care of her, and we're going back," Wang Sufan replied, then left with the driver. When Ji Yuning and the others walked in the patient room, Mu Ke called her. Mu Ke and his friends had taken the taxi, and was 10 minutes late. "Boss, where are you?" "We're in the hospital now," Mu Ke asked in worry. "Room V08, 7th floor of the inpatient department," Ji Yuning answered. She hung up directly, because she was in a hurry to visit Ji Man. Mu K was slightly surprised when he heard room V08. How come it was a VIP patient room? Though Mu K was puzzled, he was sure that he had heard it clearly. It wasn't the time to doubt. Mu K immediately ran ahead when he knew the number of the patient room. And Qian checked Ji Man's body in person. Ji Ning stood aside. Although she was worried, she stayed quiet. She didn't want to bother Qian. Mu K and the rest arrived soon. They saw Ji Man was under exam, thus they didn't walk in right away. They didn't want to bother them neither. Mu K, what's going on here? How come Ji Ning's mother is in a VIP patient room? Yu Mixi didn't found out Ji Ning's mother stayed in a VIP patient room till she arrived. She was very surprised since she knew well about the financial condition of Ji Ning's family. I have no idea either. Mu K was confused too. Why can't boss's mother stays in a VIP patient room? How Ran and his bros didn't know Ji Ning's background. They all felt puzzled about the talk between Mu K and Yu Mixi. Mu K then told Hao Ran and his bros about the financial condition of Ji Ning's family. Hao Ran and his bros had a lot of sympathy for Ji Ning. They believed Ji Ning's mother stayed in a VIP patient room in order to get a better treatment. Meanwhile, the cost was also high. We can't let boss pay all the bills alone. I'll pay the medical treatment for her mother, Hao Ran said. He did that to support his boss. Me too. Mu K, Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping all agreed. Although Zhang Tianping was an orphan, he had opened a bar along with Hao Ran and Qin Zixin. The bar was very profitable, thus he was kind of a rich boy now. Chapter 42. The bill has been paid already. Only Yu Mixi, who was from the same poor family as Ji Ning, felt guilty. She wasn't able to help Ji Ning at all, since her mother was in need of a large amount of money to pay the medicine now. Mu K understood Yu Mixi was sad. He comforted her. Mixi, I know your background. You don't need to feel guilty at all, because you also need help. If you need us, just let us know. Hearing that, Hao Ran and his bros then found out Yu Mixi's family was also poor. Exactly, we're friends now. If you need us, be free to tell us, Hao Ran and his bros agreed. They didn't care about money actually. They cherished friendship more. Yu Mixi was so moved, and was about to cry. Although she needed help, she wasn't willing to owe them a favor. Around half an hour later, the result was out. Ji Ning, you don't need to worry. Your mother is fine. She just hit the back of her head. There's only a swollen injury. Besides, your mother fell down from the stairs, only because she lacks of nutrition. She's weak, and needs a good rest. And Qian was relieved that Ji Man was fine. Glad to hear that. When my mother can wake up then. Ji Ning was also relieved, but she felt hurt that her mother lacks of nutrition. She didn't want to wait any longer. Once Ji Man woke up, she would tell Ji Man something about her. From now on, she wanted Ji Man to live a good life. She needs infusion of nutrition solution now, and probably will be awake within 1 or 2 hours, and Qian said. She then asked a nurse to take some nutrition solution from the pharmacy. Ji Ning saw Mu K and the rest earlier on, but she was too worried about Ji Man, so she didn't walk out to meet them. Now Ji Man was fine. Ji Ning was relieved and went out to meet them. Boss, how's your mother? Mu K and others asked when Ji Ning came out. Nothing serious. She just hit her head, and lacks of nutrition. Ji Ning said, airily, but she felt sad in heart. Everyone was greatly relieved, but also had sympathy for Ji Man being in malnutrition. It's late now. You all need to go back to the school. We have classes in the afternoon, Ji Ning said. No big deal. We don't care about the classes. We'll stay here with you, Hao Ran said. They couldn't leave Ji Ning alone right now. Exactly, we don't mind the classes, Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping agreed. They were used to skipping classes. Boss, I can ask for a leave this afternoon. Mu K also wanted to stay. Although he seldom asked for a leave normally as a good student, since today was different, he couldn't abandon Ji Ning. Ji Ning, I can ask for a leave too. No one was leaving. Yu Mixi of course wasn't willing to. Moreover, she was still concerned about Ji Ning now. Boss, please don't push us away. We must stay with you this afternoon. Hao Ran said with determination in case Ji Ning would reject. Ji Ning felt touched. Except Yu Mixi, she had just met the rest for a short time, but they all cared about her. Great. Ji Yuning knew they wouldn't leave, so she agreed at the end. Boss, we're going to buy some food first. You can stay with your mother, Hao Ran said. He then pulled Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping to leave. They had come to an agreement already. Mu Ke and Yu Mixi knew clearly Hao Ran and his bros were also going to deal with something else except food. They were going to pay the bill for Ji Yu Man. However, they were told the bill had been paid already. What had happened? Who paid the bill? Hao Ran inquired. Dr. N paid all the costs, the worker said. Dr. N, a male or female doctor? Hao Ran asked. He started to gossip. A female doctor, the worker replied. Is she boss's friend or relative? Hao Ran guessed, but since the bill had already been paid, they could only go to buy food. Before In Qian left, she had arranged everything well, and told Ji Yuning to call her if any need arose. When In Qian was gone, Mu Ke and Ji Yuning called the head teacher to ask for a leave one by one. Zhang Chuhua didn't know Ji Yuning had won Hao Ran and his friends till now. She was shocked, but also relieved. Sorry, Professor Zhang, my mother is in hospital now. I need to ask for a leave to take care of my mother. And Yu Mixi is with me too. Please allow us to stay, Ji Yuning said. Okay. The head teacher couldn't refuse since her student's mother had an accident. Half-hour later, before Hao Ran and his bros came back, Ji Yu Man woke up calling Ji Yuning's name. Her voice was full of concern and anxiety. Mom, I'm here. Ji Yuning immediately ran over, catching Ji Yu Man's hand. Ning, is it really you? Seeing Ji Yuning, Ji Yu Man was a little surprised. She asked with worries, how are you? Did you get hurt? Ji Yu Man said, and wanted to check Ji Yuning's injuries. Ji Yuning pressed Ji Yu Man's hand to stop her. If Ji Yu Man moved, she would pull the needle. Mom, I'm totally fine. Ji Yuning didn't know why Ji Yu Man would ask her that, but she comforted her mother at once. Really, I've received photos from Xiaoxiao. I saw you hit by someone. I was terrified. Ji Yu Man was still in horror. Her body trembled lightly. Knowing that, Ji Yuning's face changed. What? Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had sent photos of her fighting with Hao Ran to Ji Yu Man. Ji Yu Man had fallen down from stairs because of that. Very well. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao irritated her once more. Mu Ke and Yu Mixi were also displeased. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao actually intended to let Ji Yu Man know Ji Yuning was in fight with other schoolmates, thus Ji Yu Man would criticize Ji Yuning. She had no idea Ji Yu Man would fall. But the accident had already happened, and Ji Yuning would never let Ji Yu Xiaoxiao get away with it. Although Ji Yuning was in a rage, she still explained to Ji Yu Man with patience, Mom, no one has beaten me. I was simply having fun with my friends. You know Ji Yu Xiaoxiao never likes me. She always picks on me. I refused to apologize, thus she deliberately took those photos. She simply wants you to blame me, but I'm fine as usual. Chapter 43. Just for fun, Ji Yuning said, then rolled up her sleeves to let Ji Yu Man check. Although it was winter, the temperature wasn't low. Ji Yuning didn't wear much. She easily rolled her sleeves up, and her beautiful arms without any wounds were out in the air. Yes, we were just having some fun. We didn't fight. Yeah. Mu Ke and Yu Mixi immediately stepped ahead, helping Ji Yuning explain to her mother. Ji Yu Man then found out there were other people in the room. They both were in the same school uniform. Ji Yu Man knew they must be Ji Yuning's schoolmates. Ji Yu Man chose to believe Ji Yuning. Afterwards, she was completely convinced by Ji Yuning and her schoolmates that they hadn't fight. That's great, Ji Yu Man said. Then, Ji Yu Man looked around the room, and she was surprised. She instantly realized this wasn't an ordinary patient room. It must be a luxury one. But, she couldn't afford such a room. Ning, I'm fine now. Let's leave the hospital as soon as the infusion ends, Ji Yu Man said. Ji Yuning knew Ji Yu Man well. She comforted her mother, Mom, your head is injured, and you greatly lack of nutrition. You need to have a good rest. Don't worry about money, I'll explain to you later. Since Mu Ke and Yu Mixi were both here, Ji Yuning couldn't tell her mother now. But, Ji Yu Man wouldn't listen to Ji Yuning. How could she not worry about money? She knew better than anyone else about their financial condition. You have to listen to me, and you can't leave the hospital without the doctor's permission. You have no idea how worried I was when you were in unconsciousness. If anything terrible had happened to you, what should I do? Ji Yuning used her ace in the hole, even Mu K and Yu Mixi were touched. Gu Man didn't know what to say all of a sudden. She compromised, fine, I'll listen to you. However, Gu Man was still uneasy about the money. Gu Ning knew clearly what her mother was worried about, but she had to wait till her friends were gone. After a while, Hao Ran and his bros were back with many packages of expensive health care products. Those health care products were worth thousands at least. Gu Man and Gu Ning were shocked. Why did you buy so many of these? Boss, nothing is more important than your mother's health. Please accept all of them, Hao Ran said. Gu Ning felt moved. She understood their kindness. They were rich kids who never lacked of money. Thus Gu Ning accepted at the end. Great, let's eat first. Ning. It was unacceptable to Gu Man though, because those products were too expensive. Gu Ning comforted, Mom, it's fine. They're my good friends. They do this out of kindness. We can't reject that. Exactly. Please accept our gifts. We all hope you can recover soon, Hao Ran and his bros immediately added. They were afraid Gu Man would say no. Now, even Gu Man didn't want to hurt them. Although Hao Ran and the others didn't know when Gu Man would wake up, they still had prepared nutritious meal for her. After the meal, Xian came with another bunch of health care products. Dr. N, nice to meet you. Seeing Xian came with a lot of health care products, Gu Man felt very grateful. Gu Ning's mother, please have a good rest. If you have any need, just tell me. Gu Ning and I are friends. Your health is the most important, Xian said kindly. Dr. N, I even don't know how to thank you. Gu Man felt more grateful now. It's nothing, Xian said. Xian was still on duty, so she left after a short while. In the afternoon, everyone stayed in the room to keep Gu Man's company. They told jokes once in a while. Gu Man beamed often. Gu Ning didn't tell anyone else that Gu Man was in hospital, Gu Qing included. She didn't want to worry them. Gu Ning didn't attend classes this afternoon, which became an excuse for Xiao Feifei to make fun of Gu Ning. I think Gu Ning probably is playing around with Hao Ran and his bros. She even didn't come to school this afternoon. I agree. Hao Ran and his bros aren't good boys after all, Yang Yulu added. Wu Qingya immediately followed up, that will explain what has happened this afternoon. Although Gu Ning isn't weak, I still believe Hao Ran lost the game on purpose because he likes Gu Ning. Try saying these to Gu Ning, Hao Ran and his bros' faces. Don't ever badmouth behind their backs, losers, an admirer of Gu Ning retorted. Exactly, she didn't come must be because she was in the middle of something. The head teacher said nothing about it. Why do you have to criticize her? Don't think too highly of yourself. You're not a princess only because you're from a rich family. Exactly, someone must forget that Hao Ran won't tolerate her. Xiao Feifei was announced, but she had to admit that she didn't want to irritate Hao Ran. Or, why she could only badmouth them behind their backs. She didn't forget what Hao Ran had said to her this noon. Actually, most of the classmates hated Xiao Feifei and her friends. They knew these girls enjoyed gossiping and behaved badly, but they didn't dare to say anything because those girls had great background. However, since they admired Gu Ning now, they couldn't stand it when Xiao Feifei and her friends badmouthed Gu Ning in public. They had to do something. When Xian was off duty, she came to visit Gu Man again. Dr. N, when can I leave the hospital? Gu Man asked, and Xian told Gu Man in the way Gu Ning had asked her to do. You've hit your head. It takes 1 or 2 days to make sure that you're all good. Recurrence of the injury can be terrible. Hearing that, Gu Man was a little scared. If it got worse, it could cost more money. Thus, Gu Man closed her mouth. But in her heart, she was still worried about money. Chapter 44. Tell Gu Man the truth, Gu Ning's mother, please don't worry and relax. It'll help you recover, and won't cost much. If you can't have a good rest, your health will be affected. And Xian knew Gu Man's feelings, and used them to comfort as well as threaten her. Gu Man literally had been scared. She tried to relax in order to recover soon and cost less money. After the dinner, Mu K and others were gone. Before they left, they asked Gu Ning whether they should teach Gu Xiaoxiao a lesson. Gu Ning said no, she wanted to do it herself. Thus Hao Ran and his bros stayed quiet. There were only Gu Ning and Gu Man in the patient room now. Mom, actually, I had a secret to tell you after this weekend, but since you had an accident, I believe it's better to tell you now. Ji Yu Ning suddenly wore a serious face, which made Ji Yu Man feel nervous. I rescued a person several days ago. He gave me an emerald as a reward. I sold it the other day. Unexpectedly, the emerald is worth 10 million yuan, Ji Yu Ning said. She behaved like it was a great surprise to her. What, 10 million yuan? Hearing that, Ji Yu Man was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. Yes, 10 million. Therefore, you don't need to worry about the cost at all. We have enough money, Ji Yu Ning said. I plan to take a look at houses these days, and tell you after I bought the house, but the accident happened. Well, I also plan to use a part of the money to do business. Mu K runs a jewelry store, which is profitable. I think I'll buy in some shares. Ji Yu Ning lied about the shares. She simply wanted to convince her mother by using Mu K. Ji Yu Man was totally in shock now. She opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. Ji Yu Ning continued, and, after my car accident, my memory suddenly became really good. I can remember anything that I read. I was poor at studying in the past, but now, whatever I've read, I can keep it in my mind. I think it's easy for me to get into the best university in the capital city too. Besides, it will be a waste if I don't use my skill to do business. At the end, Ji Yu Ning didn't forget to compliment herself. At short notice, Ji Yu Man cried. No one knew whether she cried out of horror, happiness or because of something else. Mom, Ji Yu Ning was a little nervous. She knew it was hard for Ji Yu Man to accept the truth, but she was going to tell her the news sooner or later. I'm fine, Ning Ning, you're finally growing better and better. Mom is truly happy for you. Other than happiness, Ji Yu Man also had mixed emotions, especially sadness. Ji Yu Man was happy that Ji Yu Ning was growing better. However, those rich kids all lived a life without any worries, while Ji Yu Ning started to do business. Ji Yu Man blamed herself for being useless. She did not provide her daughter with a good life. Oh, how did you rescue the person? Were you in danger? Is it reliable that the person gave you such an expensive object? Will you be in any trouble later? Ji Yu Man asked in worry. She cared about her daughter's safety most. It's fine. The person is super rich. He won't care about it. I met him today. It was him who drove me to the hospital, Ji Yu Ning said. Ji Yu Ning tried to make the man sound like a good guy to comfort Ji Yu Man. She didn't lie though. Although the man was cold, he didn't seem like a bad guy. After that, Ji Yu Man was finally relieved. Mom, my second aunt always helps us. I plan to buy a house for her family too. I want to help them, Ji Yu Ning said. Hearing that, Ji Yu Man felt like crying again. She was so touched by Ji Yu Ning's kindness. Great, great, Ning Ning, Mom feels so proud of you for being grateful. Ji Yu Man also wanted to thank the family of Ji Yu Qing. She would never forget their help. But Mom, I want you to know something now. I will only take the family of my second aunt as my relatives in the Ji Yu family. As for my eldest and third uncle, both you and I know how they treat us. Accordingly, even if I become rich in the future, I won't help them if they need my help. As for grandmother, although I hate her, you're her daughter after all. It's our responsibility to support her, but I'll decide how much we should support her financially. If grandmother is greedy, I won't tolerate her either, Ji Yu Ning said solemnly. She wouldn't give in. Actually, through all those years, Ji Yu Man already felt hurt by the rest of the people in the Ji Yu family. Thus she agreed on what Ji Yu Ning had said. Great, Mom agrees with you, Ji Yu Man answered without further hesitation. Ji Yu Ning was relieved when Ji Yu Man agreed. She had been worried that Ji Yu Man would forget the humiliation and disdain only because those bad people were family. Oh, please don't tell my second aunt that I'm going to buy them a house. Tell them when the thing is done, Ji Yu Ning said. Sure, Ji Yu Man replied. Besides, Mu K is going to City G to deal with some business this weekend. Mixie and I will go with him as well. We're going to learn. Please don't worry about me. I'll take good care of myself. Ji Yu Ning again used Mu K and Yu Mixie as an excuse to comfort Ji Yu Man. Although Ji Yu Man was concerned, she didn't stop Ji Yu Ning. She felt Ji Yu Ning had grown up, and was able to make decisions on her own. Since she had a plan, Ji Yu Man believed that she shouldn't burden her daughter. Mom, I also hope you don't need to work that hard. Thus, why don't you quit? I have enough money now, and I'm going to earn more. I can support you now. You can go shop, take Care of your skin, buy some makeup, or travel. Mom, I want you to enjoy your life. If you still want to work, you can tell me what you like to do. I can buy a small shop for you. We'll hire someone to run the shop. If you feel bored, you can go and take a look. If you don't want to, you can stay at home, Ji Yuning added. To further make Ji Yu Man feel comfortable in her heart, Ji Yuning continued. Mom, we're mother and daughter. We're a family. Mine is yours. Please don't feel guilty at all. I'll be happy as long as you're happy. Ji Yu Man felt guilty at the beginning. She blamed herself for not offering a good life to Ji Yuning, and even let Ji Yuning support her financially. Chapter 45. Ji Yuning's grandmother. But what Ji Yuning had said at the end lifted all her mental burdens. What Ji Yu Man wanted most was for Ji Yuning to be happy. Since Ji Yuning wanted her to do so, Ji Yu Man chose to listen to her daughter. Ji Yu Man wouldn't really do anything, but since their life had been improved, she could change her lifestyle. Great, I'll quit my job, and I'll depend on you from now on, Ji Yu Man joked. Sure, we'll live a better and better life from now on. Ji Yuning was finally relieved. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's family lived in a big house in an expensive area near the downtown. After the evening class, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao went back home, complaining to her mother Lin Liwan. Mom, Ji Yuning said she won't apologize to me. Lin Liwan was about 45 years old, but she had taken good care of her skin and looked much younger. Lin Liwan had a son and a daughter. Her son was named Ji Yu Qingyan and was 20 years old. He was a sophomore majoring in medicine in the capital medical university. Her daughter was Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. What? How could she be so bold? Isn't she afraid of us? Lin Liwan was surprised. She's so bold now. She even fought with Hao Ran in our school today. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao said. However, she didn't mention that Ji Yuning was Hao Ran's boss now. She didn't want the rest of the people in the Ji Yu family to think Ji Yuning was better now. Hearing that, Lin Liwan was shocked. Ji Yuning was so different now. Lin Liwan knew who Hao Ran was. Hao Ran was from a powerful family. She had even asked Ji Yu Xiaoxiao to have a good relationship with the boy. It could be helpful someday in the future. Lin Liwan also knew Hao Ran had a bad temper. It wasn't easy to get along with him. After the shock, Lin Liwan laughed. I think that's good. She has bad blood with Hao Ran. She's doomed. Lin Liwan didn't believe Ji Yuning could defeat Hao Ran. She assumed Ji Yuning was the loser. But, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao almost told her mother that Ji Yuning was Hao Ran's boss now, but she restricted herself. But, Ji Yuning won't apologize to me. I hate her. What happened? What happened with Ji Yuning? Before Lin Liwan could say something, an old woman's voice sounded. Then, a 60-year-old woman walked out from the passage. This woman was Ji Yuning's grandmother. Ji Yuning's grandmother lived a good life, so she was still as energetic as always. She was a stubborn old lady, but didn't dare to stand up against Lin Liwan. Although Lin Liwan was pushy, she would ignore her mother-in-law as long as she was in control. All in all, Lin Liwan and her mother-in-law got along well with each other. Ji Yuning's grandmother had visited her relatives yesterday, so she had no idea about what had happened between Ji Yuning and Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. Grandma, Ji Yuning hit me with a plate yesterday in the canteen. She even slapped me, and won't apologize. I'm so annoyed, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao complained at once when she saw her grandmother. What? Ji Yuning dared to hit you with a plate and slapped you? She's such a bastard. The old lady was in a rage. Actually, in the old lady's eyes, Ji Yuning was a humiliation to the Ji Yu family, because she didn't have a father. Ji Yuning hated her grandmother too, because her grandmother had been calling her a bastard ever since she had been a little girl. Exactly. Grandma, could you please kick them out of the old house? Ji Yu Xiaoxiao begged. She looked vicious. Well, the old lady was a little reluctant to do that. She disliked Ji Yuning and Ji Yu Man very much, but never thought of kicking them out. After all, Ji Yu Man was her daughter. She felt sympathetic to her. Most importantly, before her husband had passed away, he had warned her not to kick Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning out of the old house, or he would come to her even if he had to become a ghost when he was dead. Ji Yuning's grandmother believed in superstitions, so she never had the idea of kicking Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning out. Seeing her grandmother wasn't willing to do that, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao knew it couldn't work. She then changed her mind. Grandma, could you ask Ji Yuning to apologize to me? As long as I'm satisfied, I can forgive her. No problem, I will call Ji Yuning right now, and tell her to apologize to you. This time, the old lady didn't reject, but pulled out her phone at once. But the old lady didn't have Ji Yuning's phone number because she hated Ji Yuning so much, so she could only call Ji Yu Man. It was around 10 p.m., and wasn't very late. Ji Yuning and Ji Yu Man hadn't gone to bed yet. They were watching TV. At that moment, Ji Yu Man's phone rang. It was her mother. Before she could say a word, her mother shouted in anger, "Ji Yu Man, what a daughter you have. How dare she hit Xiaoxiao with a plate, and even slap her. A bastard is a bastard. She has no manners at all. Ask Ji Yuning to apologize to Xiaoxiao until Xiaoxiao is satisfied." It was an irresistible order. Ji Yu Man's mother almost yelled, so Ji Yuning could hear her clearly. Ji Yuning actually didn't care how her grandmother thought of her, but she couldn't stand her grandmother calling her a bastard. Ji Yu Man knew it wasn't Ji Yuning's fault. She felt aggrieved, and hearing her mother call her daughter a bastard, Ji Yu Man was hurt. Although Ji Yu Man was weak, she cared about her daughter. She would not allow her daughter to be called a bastard. This time, Ji Yu Man was totally annoyed. She almost roared with tears, "Mom, Ningning is not a bastard. She's my daughter. Even though you dislike her, you can't swear at her in that way. You can't just believe Xiaoxiao's words. Ningning didn't hurt her at all. Besides, it wasn't Ningning's fault. It was Xiaoxiao who humiliated Ningning first. Why should Ningning apologize?" The old lady was surprised by Ji Yu Man's emotional outburst. She didn't get her mind back till a while had passed. Then she was more irritated than surprised. Ji Yuning is a bastard. I won't admit she's my granddaughter. She must apologize to Xiaoxiao, or you both have to leave the old house. Chapter 46. Be kicked out of the old house. The old lady was actually so mad that she had blurted out what Ji Yu Xiaoxiao wanted. She didn't really want to kick Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning out. She just wanted to threaten them. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, who stood aside, was gloating over her victory. "Mom," Ji Yu Man called helplessly. She wanted to argue back, but burst into tears and could barely say a word. Ji Yuning immediately grabbed the phone from Ji Yu Man. She said coldly, "You old bitch, let me tell you something. I will not apologize. Do you want to kick us out of this old house? Fine, we'll move out, but remember what you've said today. I'm not your granddaughter. No matter what happens to you all in the future, it's none of my business." Then, Ji Yuning hung up with great force. Ji Yu Man didn't stop or blame Ji Yuning. Her heart was completely broken due to her mother's attitude towards them. On the other side, the old lady was trembling in anger, swearing at Ji Yuning loudly. "Liwan, if Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning won't move out tomorrow, you can find someone to kick them out." The old lady had intended to threaten Ji Yu Man so that Ji Yuning would apologize to Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. But now that Ji Yuning had yelled at her, the old lady decided to kick them out of the old house. Meanwhile, both Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Lin Liwan were excited. They had no sympathy for Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning at all. In the hospital. "Mom, let's stay in the hospital these days. I'll go to the old house and bring our important stuff back tomorrow. And I'll buy a new house as soon as possible, then we can move in," Ji Yuning said. Although Ji Yuning had already decided to buy a house in Fenghua Luxury Mansion, she needed to go to City Ji to earn more money first. Great. Ji Yu Man listened to Ji Yuning on everything now. Since Ji Yu Man stayed in a VIP patient room, nurses would take good care of her. Moreover, and Qian also accorded special attention to Ji Yu Man. Ji Yuning didn't need to worry about her mother. The next morning, Ji Yuning went back to her school. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao went to school early too. She couldn't wait to make fun of Ji Yuning. Although Ji Yuning was still mad about what had happened yesterday, she continued to finish her daily routine. She, along with Mu K and Yu Mixi, were running in the early morning. This time Hao Ran, Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping also joined them. Ji Yuning didn't specifically tell them how many circles to run because they were all active in training. Hao Ran and his bros even performed better than Mu K. This morning, Yu Mixi followed them running at the same pace for a circle. She slowed down obviously in the second circle. By the third circle, she was jogging. At last, Yu Mixi still finished 5 circles, which amounted to 2,000 meters. Mu K finished 8 circles while Hao Ran together with his bros followed Ji Yuning and finished 10 circles. After the running, Hao Ran and his bros were all exhausted. They sank down to the ground immediately. Ji Yu Ning was in a better condition than them. She was a little tired, but not worn out. Her body was still in her control. At the beginning, Ji Yu Ning's speed and steps stayed steady, but after 7 or 8 circles, she obviously slowed down. She wasn't physically strong after all. In her last lifetime, she could still catch her breath after dozens of kilometers. She had trained herself day by day to get a strong body in her last lifetime. In this lifetime, she was determined to train herself continuously to have a strong body. After a long break, Hao Ran and his bros were able to utter a word. "B boss, how come you don't seem exhausted?" Hao Ran asked with great admiration. "Exactly," Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping agreed. "As long as you keep on exercising, you'll get stronger and stronger. You can all do it easily in the future," Ji Yu Ning encouraged them. "Yes, as long as you kept on exercising, you would get stronger and stronger. Dozens of kilometers wouldn't be a difficult task to finish. Anyone with determination could do that." Hearing that, all the boys were excited. "I will keep on training, and be stronger. Alright, I have something to deal with this afternoon. You can do whatever you want," Ji Yu Ning said. She needed to go to the old house to take some important stuff, then she would never walk into it again. "Boss, are you going to the hospital to visit your mother?" "We'll go with you." The boys all believed Ji Yu Ning was going to visit Ji Yu Man. "No thanks, I'm not going to the hospital," Ji Yu Ning refused. She didn't want to say anything further. Hao Ran and his bros then closed their mouth. Ji Yu Ning and her friends went back to their classroom several minutes before the morning class began. The 7th classroom was on the 2nd floor. Hao Ran and his bros went to their classroom when they arrived at the 2nd floor. Ji Yu Ning and the other two went straight to the 3rd floor. The minute they went upstairs, they saw Ji Yu Xiaoxiao leaning against the railings alone. The 3 of them were all angry, because they knew Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was the cause of Ji Yu Man's fall. Ji Yu Ning immediately knew the reason why Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was here. She wanted to make fun of Ji Yu Ning. But to Ji Yu Ning's surprise, Chen Zhao, Qin Zheng and their friends were absent. In fact, Chen Zhao hadn't come to school yet and Qin Zheng and his friends seemed to be a little afraid of Ji Yu Ning, so they didn't come either. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao enjoyed her victory so much that she even ignored the anger of Mu Ke along with others. She laughed when she saw Ji Yu Ning. "Ji Yu Ning, I told you to apologize to me, and you wouldn't listen to me. How dare you yell at our grandma? Well, Grandma demands that you and your mother move out of the old house today or you'll be kicked out." Hearing that, Mu Ke and Yu Mixi rounded their eyes in shock. What, if Ji Yu Ning didn't apologize, she would be kicked out? At the beginning they had thought Ji Yu Xiaoxiao must be bragging. The Ji Yu family wouldn't kick Ji Yu Ning and her mother out because of such a small disagreement. Unexpectedly, the Ji Yu family did. That was so vicious. "I will move out before tomorrow," Ji Yu Ning said calmly. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao didn't expect Ji Yu Ning could still remain calm now. She was disappointed that she failed to see Ji Yu Ning being nervous and terrified. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao believed Ji Yu Ning must be pretending, and she wanted to tear Ji Yu Ning's disguise apart. Thus, even though Ji Yu Ning had promised she would move out, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao still didn't want to leave Ji Yu Ning alone. "Ji Yu Ning, even though you don't care about yourself, how can you not care about your mother? The rent outside is so high. Can you afford it? If you apologize to me till I'm satisfied, I can ask Grandma to let you stay," Ji Yu Xiaoxiao continued. She was eager to let Ji Yu Ning beg her. She wanted to stay proud before Ji Yu Ning. Chapter 47. Beat Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. Again, in Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes, Ji Yu Ning could never be better than her. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to bully and make fun of Ji Yu Ning forever. Now Ji Yu Ning dared to stand up against her, which was unacceptable to Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. "Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, stop it. Hao Ran and his bros along with me won't let our boss be homeless." Mu Ke couldn't tolerate it any longer. He criticized Ji Yu Xiaoxiao at once. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was annoyed. She didn't expect Mu Ke and other boys would treat Ji Yu Ning so well. Why was Ji Yu Ning so lucky? No, she couldn't accept it. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of jealousy. She deliberately raised her voice. "Ji Yu Ning, how could you be so shameless and behave like a mistress who relies on a man to support her?" Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's voice immediately attracted lots of attention. At the same time, Ji Yu Ning became mad. Before Ji Yu Xiaoxiao could finish, Ji Yuning raised her hand and slapped Ji Xiaoxiao with a snap sound. Ji Xiaoxiao shouted in pain. Ji Xiaoxiao was struck dumb. She was surprised that Ji Yuning dared to hit her, even though it wasn't the first time. Ji Yuning looked at Ji Xiaoxiao coldly. Her sight was like a sharp icy knife. Ji Xiaoxiao was frightened at once. Moreover, the intense cold which spread from Ji Yuning surrounded Ji Xiaoxiao, making her tremble. Ji Yuning said with solemnity, "Ji Xiaoxiao, who told you I rely on a man to support me? Don't spread that rumor, or I'll sue you for slander." Ji Xiaoxiao tried to retort, but Ji Yuning raised her hand again. Two palms fell heavily on Ji Xiaoxiao's face with two snapping sounds. This time, Ji Yuning used even more strength than the last time. Ji Xiaoxiao's cheeks swelled at once. She screamed in pain, "Ji Yuning, why did you hit me?" Ji Xiaoxiao's scream was heard by all the students on the third floor. The morning class hadn't begun yet, and the students all ran out to see what was going on. Ji Xiaoxiao was a beautiful girl who was from a rich family. She was also a student in the top classroom. Many students had heard of her name. As for Ji Yuning, after what had happened yesterday, she gained great fame among her schoolmates. Everyone knew who these two girls were. Following Ji Xiaoxiao's question, the crowd looked to Ji Yuning, wanting to know the reason why Ji Yuning hit Ji Xiaoxiao. Ji Yuning ignored the attention from the onlookers. She coldly said to Ji Xiaoxiao instead, "Because you sent photos of me in a fight to my mother yesterday. My mother had been scared and fell down the stairs. You're lucky that my mother wasn't hurt seriously, or it would cost more than 2 palms." Hearing that, everyone knew the context. Since Ji Xiaoxiao deserved this, no one felt sympathy for her. Ji Xiaoxiao was shocked by Ji Yuning's explanation. She didn't expect it would end up like that. She merely wanted Ji Yuman to criticize Ji Yuning. Meanwhile, she didn't feel guilty at all. She only felt a little upset because she had hurt someone. Ji Xiaoxiao, stop crossing the line. I will not feel sorry about what I do to you from now on, Ji Yuning warned her at the end. Then she walked away directly. Mu Ke and Yu Mixi glared at Ji Xiaoxiao, then left too. After Ji Yuning was gone, the crowd started to discuss immediately. How could Ji Xiaoxiao be so vicious? It's none of her business that Ji Yuning fought with others. How could she send Ji Yuning's mother a message to terrify her? Ji Yuning's mother even fell down the stairs. Exactly, she even said Ji Yuning relies on a boy to support her. She deserved to be hit. Most of the students chose to believe Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning seemed so angry. Why would Qin Zheng like such a vicious girl? An admirer of Qin Zheng said with dissatisfaction. He probably just likes her appearance. Birds of a feather flock together. I've seen Qin Zheng pick on Ji Yuning. Yeah, I've seen that too. This time, Qin Zheng was also criticized by the crowd. He deserved it too. You people, Ji Xiaoxiao was so mad, and she couldn't tolerate herself being criticized before everyone. She ran downstairs crying. She had been slapped 3 times by Ji Yuning. Her cheeks were red and swollen. She felt too embarrassed to go back to her classroom, so she went back home afterwards. When Ji Xiaoxiao ran away, the bell rang. Everyone immediately went inside their classrooms. Ji Xiaoxiao met the head teacher of the first classroom on her way out of the teaching building. The head teacher was named Wang Chengqi. He was a serious man with glasses, in his early 40s. Wang Chengqi was about to question Ji Xiaoxiao about where she was going when the morning classes began, but he noticed the red marks on her cheeks. He was a little surprised. Ji Xiaoxiao, what happened to your face? Seeing Wang Chengqi, Ji Xiaoxiao was slightly unwilling to tell the truth at first, but then she still explained, it's Ji Yuning from the 4th classroom. I had an argument with her, and she slapped me 3 times. I feel too embarrassed to go back to my classroom. The reason why Ji Xiaoxiao wasn't willing to tell Wang Chengqi the truth was that she knew Wang Chengqi was an upright person. Ji Xiaoxiao wasn't hopeful that Wang Chengqi would stand up for her. Although Ji Xiaoxiao was selfish and didn't feel guilty at all about what she had done to Ji Yuning, she wasn't dumb. She knew this time was her fault. Thus Ji Xiaoxiao knew clearly that it wouldn't be helpful even though she told the teacher. That was also the reason why she had turned to her family instead of her teacher for help when Ji Yuning had hit her with a plate last time. Her family would always protect her, no matter what she had done. Indeed, Wang Chengqi and Zhang Chuhua were the same kind of teacher. They both were honest and never yield to power or wealth. Accordingly, though feeling displeased, Wang Chengqi didn't criticize Ji Yuning at once. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had said herself that Ji Yuning had slapped her because of an argument. Either because Ji Yuning was bad-tempered or because Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had irritated her, Ji Yuning had slapped Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. Wang Chengqi got to know about Ji Yuning on the school's forum yesterday as well. Although he didn't like students who fought, he had to admit Ji Yuning was powerful to be able to defeat 3 boys. Do you think you've done anything wrong in this argument? Wang Chengqi asked. If Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had not done anything wrong, he would help her, otherwise he would not get involved. Chapter 48. Chu Peihan joins Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was so eager to say she had done nothing wrong, but she changed her mind. I did say something terrible. Hearing that, Wang Chengqi immediately understood. Then go back home and use ice blocks to cover your face. You'll recover soon. Then, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao left. But after a second, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao called her mother Lin Liwan and complained. She told Lin Liwan that Ji Yuning had just slapped her 3 times. She didn't say why Ji Yuning had slapped her, of course. No matter why Ji Yuning had slapped her, Lin Liwan would always blame Ji Yuning. The bloody bitch, bastard, how dare she slap my lovely daughter? Sweetie, you come back home now. I'll never let her get away with it, Lin Liwan said in great anger. The minute Lin Liwan hung up, she called Ji Yu Man. Ji Yu Man was asleep at that time. The ringtone woke her up. Ji Yu Man took a look at the phone. The caller was Lin Liwan. She didn't want to answer it because she knew Lin Liwan wasn't a kind person. However, the phone continued to ring. Ji Yu Man had to answer it at the end. What? Ji Yu Man asked coldly. Ji Yu Man, your daughter slapped Xiaoxiao this morning. If you don't bring Ji Yuning to apologize to Xiaoxiao, I'll make you both pay for it. Lin Liwan shouted. Ji Yu Man was a little surprised at first, then immediately realized what had happened. She didn't blame Ji Yuning at all, but questioned Lin Liwan, do you know why Ningning has slapped Xiaoxiao? Do you think Ningning must be bullied and stay quiet, while Xiaoxiao is superior to my daughter? Lin Liwan didn't feel guilty at all. She said with arrogance, of course. Ji Yuning can't compare with Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao is our dear daughter, while Ji Yuning is merely a bastard. Lin Liwan. Ji Yu Man's face turned red in anger. She shouted, stop calling Ningning a bastard. She is my daughter. So what? She doesn't have a father anyway. She's a bastard, Lin Liwan continued. Ji Yu Man was deeply hurt, but couldn't argue back. She hung up, and burst into tears. Ningning had a father. They hadn't been abandoned. Ningning's father had only passed away. Lin Liwan was hung up on by Ji Yu Man. She was so annoyed that she almost smashed her phone. After a while, she called again because she wasn't done yet. However, Ji Yu Man wouldn't answer the call. Lin Liwan even used Ji Yu Man's mother's phone to call her. Ji Yu Man wouldn't answer either. Both Lin Liwan and Ji Yu Man's mother were in a rage now. How dare they do that? Are they going to leave the Ji Yu family? Do they think they can survive without us? Ji Yu Man's mother snapped. If Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning had heard their talk, they would laugh out in anger. For the past dozens of years, the Ji Yu family had never helped them. Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning had always depended on themselves. And the old house was left by Ji Yu Man's father. Besides, Ji Yu Man paid the rent. Qin Zheng texted Ji Yu Xiaoxiao because she didn't come to classes. He then found out that Ji Yuning had slapped Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, and Ji Yu Xiaoxiao went back home afterwards. Knowing Ji Yuning had slapped Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, Qin Zheng was mad at Ji Yuning. But he wasn't as angry as he thought he would be. He didn't know why. In the 4th classroom, Xiao Feifei stared at Ji Yuning unkindly as usual, and Ji Yuning still ignored her. After the morning class, Chu Peihan walked into the 4th classroom in anger towards Ji Yuning. Everyone believed Chu Peihan was here to pick on Ji Yuning. Some felt worried for Ji Yuning while some were waiting to see a drama. Basically only Xiao Feifei and her friends couldn't wait to see the drama. However, Ji Yuning glanced at Chu Peihan calmly. She didn't believe Chu Peihan was going to cause her any trouble. Chu Peihan went to Ji Yuning, standing and staring at her from a higher position. She looked mad. Congratulations, Ji Yuning. I had just left the school for 2 days, and you suddenly become the center. Now no one cares about me as the most powerful girl in the school. Ji Yuning leaned backwards slightly. Her arms crossed before her chest. She looked at ease, then asked airily, So, everyone thought there would be a fight. However, they were terribly wrong. So, I must join you. I call you boss, and you teach me how to fight. Of course, if you need my support, feel free to let me know, Chu Peihan said with great sincerity. Everyone was shocked. They were not going to fight. How was it possible? Why did they suddenly become a group? It was totally unacceptable to Xiao Feifei and her friends. Why was Ji Yuning so lucky to have all those students who were from powerful families be her friends? Okay, Ji Yuning didn't reject. It was exactly what Chu Peihan had hoped. She was excited now. Chu Peihan used a pen on Ji Yuning's desk to write down numbers on her notebook. This is my phone number. Text me. Then, she turned around and left. When Ji Yu Xiaoxiao got home, her grandmother and mother saw her red, swollen cheeks, and both of them hated Ji Yuning to death. At a break between classes, the head teacher asked Ji Yuning about her mother's health. Ji Yuning didn't hide the truth. She just didn't tell her teacher the reason why her mother fell down. The moment that morning classes were over, Ji Yuning left her school taking a taxi to the old house. She packed up some important stuff, throwing some abandoned stuff into the trash bin, then left. Ji Yuning went to a delivery company first. She addressed the key to her grandmother before she went to the hospital. When she arrived at the hospital, it was already 1:40 p.m. It was 50 minutes away from the afternoon classes. Ji Yuning didn't have much time. She left after she had a small talk with her mother. She would wait till the evening class was over, then talk with her mother. It was already Thursday. Ji Yuning planned to go to City G the next afternoon. She had booked a plane ticket and hotel on the internet yesterday. She would fly to City G at 7:30 p.m. tomorrow, and arrive there around 8:30 p.m. Chapter 49. Use WeChat to send a red envelope. A few hours later, Ji Yuning's grandmother received the key. The second the old lady saw the key, she almost lost her breath. She didn't expect Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning would really do that. Although the old lady was harsh, she wouldn't kick them out if Ji Yu Man along with Ji Yuning apologized to Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. However, Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning would move out rather than apologize. Well, very well, let's see how tough they can be. The old lady clenched her teeth in anger. She believed Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning would move to Ji Yu Qing's place because they were close. Thus, the old lady immediately called Ji Yu Qing, and forbade her to help Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was greatly pleased that Ji Yuning and her mother moved out of the old house. She would never forget that Ji Yuning had slapped her 3 times this morning. Ji Yu Qing didn't know what had happened until her mother called her, but Ji Yu Man hadn't actually contacted her. Besides, Ji Yu Qing was irritated when her mother forbade her to help Ji Yu Man. Ji Yu Qing seldom dared to argue with her mother, but this time she could stand it. Mom, Ji Yu Man is your biological daughter after all. How could you be so cruel? She thought her mother simply disliked Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning, but didn't expect her mother would be so cold-blooded. Her mother always liked sons over daughters. She and her sister Ji Yu Man never had much of their mother's love. In addition to that, they had been bullied by their brothers, and had even done all the housework throughout their childhood. If it hadn't been for their father, they probably would not even have attended school. Ji Yu Qing hadn't been good at studying, and had given up on receiving an education after high school. As for Ji Yu Man, she had dropped out of her college because she had gotten pregnant. The old lady didn't expect Ji Yu Qing would dare to argue with her. She shouted in anger, I don't need you to teach me. If you ever take me as your mother, follow my order. Ji Yu Man and her daughter deserve this. Let's see how tough they can be. Then, the old lady hung up with great force. Ji Yu Qing was hurt by her mother's behavior. She decided not to listen to her mother. She was also worried Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing would be homeless. She called Ji Yu Man at once, providing help for them. Although there were only 2 rooms in her house, she thought it was acceptable to let Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning live in one. Ji Yu Man didn't reject Ji Yu Qing's call. After Ji Yu Man found out Ji Yu Qing already knew they had moved out of the old house, Ji Yu Man told Ji Yu Qing she was in hospital. Knowing Ji Yu Man had had an accident, Ji Yu Qing couldn't wait to visit her. Though it was just an hour before Ji Yu Qing was off duty, she asked for leave and went straight to the hospital. Ji Yu Qing didn't find out that Ji Yu Man stayed in a VIP patient room until she arrived. She was extremely astonished. Ji Yuning had told her mother not to tell Ji Yuqing the truth for now, thus Ji Yuman only explained to Ji Yuqing that a doctor in this hospital was Ji Yuning's friend. Ji Yuning had done the doctor a big favor, and the doctor had arranged everything. As for why they had moved out of the old house, Ji Yuman didn't hide it and told Ji Yuqing the whole story because they were close sisters. After that, Ji Yuqing was really mad at her mother as well as Lin Liwan and Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. She also believed Ji Yuning shouldn't apologize. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had been so selfish and overbearing. She deserved the slaps. Although Ji Yuning would have bad blood with the Ji Yu family and had even moved out from the old house, Ji Yuqing was happy to see Ji Yuning could fight back. Ji Yuqing was actually concerned that Ji Yuning would suffer more if she continuously behaved like a coward. Ji Yu man, you and Ningning can stay in my place. It takes time to find a new house. You don't need to rush, Ji Yuqing said. Don't worry about us, I have to stay in the hospital for a few days. Ningning and I will temporarily stay here. We're finding a new place now. I believe we'll have a new home after a few days, Ji Yu man explained. Fine. Ji Yuqing didn't insist. Oh, please don't tell others I stay here. Please keep it to yourself, Ji Yu man said. I understand. Don't worry, Ji Yuqing answered. She wouldn't tell others. After the afternoon classes were over, Ji Yuning, Yu Mixi, Mu Ke, Hao Ran and his bros along with Chu Peihan gathered together. Other than Yu Mixi, the others were all surprised. Wow, bros and sisters, come on, let's have a WeChat group for communication. Chu Peihan greeted the others the minute she saw them. Chu Peihan was an outgoing girl. Although she wasn't familiar with Mu Ke or Hao Ran and his bros, she didn't feel strange at all since they were in a group now. Hearing that, everyone knew Chu Peihan had taken Ji Yuning as her boss too. But they still looked to Ji Yuning for confirmation. Ji Yuning gave them an affirmative nod. Those young teenagers became good friends soon. Only Yu Mixi, who was introverted, stayed a little shy and quiet, but the others didn't ignore her, so Yu Mixi didn't feel lonely. She tried not to stay quiet, and talked to the others gradually. After a while, everyone added each other's WeChat accounts. They even had a WeChat group called Family of Fighters. Ji Yuning was speechless. Didn't it sound violent? Everyone else liked that name very much, so Ji Yuning didn't say anything. Come on, the group leader needs to send us a big red envelope, Hao Ran encouraged. No problem, there you go. Chu Peihan, the group leader, said. She sent out a big red envelope of 888 yuan. There were 7 people in the WeChat group, and everyone could get an uncertain amount of money depending on their luck. Ji Yuning was the luckiest one. She got 300 yuan. Then was Yu Mixi who got more than 200 yuan. Chu Peihan and others shared the rest of the money. Hao Ran only got 3 yuan, and he complained. What? How could I be so unlucky? 3 yuan, you must be kidding me. After that, the crowd went to have a meal first, and then went to train in the small forest. Chu Peihan hadn't witnessed how good Ji Yuning's kung fu was yet, so she was excited to have a try. The minute they had arrived at the woods, she challenged Ji Yuning to fight with her. Chu Peihan was skillful at fighting. She had also had professional training, and performed better than Hao Ran and his bros. Therefore, Ji Yuning didn't defeat Chu Peihan immediately. Chapter 50. I like you. However, after a few rounds, Chu Peihan apparently wasn't able to continue. She lost in 10 moves. Although she had lost, Chu Peihan didn't feel disappointed. Instead, she was more excited. If Ji Yuning couldn't defeat her easily, it would be wrong to regard Ji Yuning as her boss. Chu Peihan was happy that she had chosen the right person. At the same time, Chu Peihan had an idea. Ji Yuning, I'm so eager to know who is better between you and my older brother. Could you have a try with my older brother someday? Sure, Ji Yuning agreed. She also wanted to have a try with someone who was as powerful as herself. Chu Peihan's older brother must be someone. Having Ji Yuning's permission, Chu Peihan was looking forward to it even more, but her older brother wasn't in City F now. He would be back after a week. In the following training, Chu Peihan surprisingly found out that Ji Yuning was very professional, just like her older brother. Meanwhile, she was more curious about Ji Yuning. Was she really born in a poor single-parent family? Although she was curious, she had no intention to investigate Ji Yuning, which would be disrespectful. Chu Peihan didn't care what secret Ji Yuning had. She still believed that she had made a good friend. In the evening class, a boy stopped Ji Yu-ning when she was on her way back to the classroom. He was around 1.8 meters tall and kind of good-looking, but wore a serious face. Nonetheless, Ji Yu-ning knew he was using a serious look to cover his nervousness. He wasn't here for trouble. But Ji Yu-ning felt confused. What was he doing here? The students, who sat under windows beside the passage, all looked over. They thought someone was here to cause Ji Yu-ning trouble again. Xiao Feifei and her friends were excited to see that. However, what happened next made their jaws drop. Ji Yu-ning, I like you. Would you like to go on a date with me? The boy asked. Hearing that, Ji Yu-ning was struck dumb. She didn't expect the boy would say that he liked her. The crowd were all in shock. What? He liked her? Not for trouble. Sorry, Ji Yu-ning rejected. She didn't want to date now, and the boy wasn't her type either. Besides, Ji Yu-ning was a 25-year-old mature woman mentally. She wasn't interested in teenage boys. Why? The boy immediately inquired. No specific reason, Ji Yu-ning replied. The boy didn't know what to say all of a sudden. After a second, he said, well, can we be friends then? If we get along well, we'll be friends naturally, but for now, we're merely strangers. It's too early to say we're friends. Ji Yu-ning didn't reject, nor accept. The boy believed he still had hope, and was happy. Ji Yu-ning, it's so nice to meet you. I'm Yi from the 6th classroom. It's me who is being rude. I'm sorry, but I'll work hard to gain your approval. Yi said with sincerity. The bell rang at that time and the evening class began. Yi said goodbye to Ji Yu-ning, then left. Ji Yu-ning and Yu Mixi walked into their classroom at once. The minute Ji Yu-ning stepped in, Xiao Feifei's sight followed her all the way. Although she was terrified by Ji Yu-ning and how ran yesterday, she remained jealous as usual. It was hard for Xiao Feifei to understand why Ji Yu-ning had so many admirers. In her eyes, Ji Yu-ning was just a little prettier than ordinary people, and wasn't a gorgeous beauty. Ji Yu-ning was also from a poor family, and not good at studying either. But Mu Ke, the boy that Xiao Feifei liked, called Ji Yu-ning his boss. How could he do that? Xiao Feifei's blood was boiling. She had to think of some way to beat Ji Yu-ning. Those hoodlums had failed last time. Xiao Feifei wouldn't make the same mistake twice. As for Ji Yu-ning, she was used to Xiao Feifei's unkind looks, and couldn't care less about it. After the evening class, Ji Yu-ning went straight to the hospital. She ran for about half an hour to get there. At that time, there were few people in the hospital yard. It was quiet and a little ghastly. When Ji Yu-ning got to the patient room, Ji Yu-man told Ji Yu-ning that Ji Yu-ching had visited her today. Ji Yu-man also told Ji Yu-ning the reason why Ji Yu-ching had come. She looked at Ji Yu-ning with great care. She was worried Ji Yu-ning would be sad. The old lady is so cruel. Ji Yu-ning sneered. She was mad, but not sad at all. Her anger wasn't from the old lady's cruelty to her, but to Ji Yu-man. Ji Yu-man was the old lady's biological daughter after all. Ji Yu-ning always knew her grandmother liked sons over daughters, but she didn't expect the old lady would be so cold-blooded. And Ji Yu-xiaoxiao was behind all of this. Ji Yu-man signed resignedly. She was hurt deeper than Ji Yu-ning. Even though Ji Yu-ning had made mistakes, Ji Yu-man would be mad or heartbroken. She would never hate her daughter, or even treat her badly. Ji Yu-man would cherish her daughter more. Because Ji Yu-man looked at Ji Yu-ning, then gradually became absent-minded. She seemed sad and as if she was missing someone. Ji Yu-ning knew Ji Yu-man must be missing Ji Yu-ning's biological father. Was the resemblance that great? There was no hatred in Ji Yu-man's eyes. Obviously, she was still in love with him. Ji Yu-ning was suddenly curious about her father. Mom, could you tell me something about my father? Ji Yu-ning asked. Ji Yu-man was a little hesitated at first, then calmed down gradually. Ningning was 18 now. She couldn't keep it a secret from herself forever. She also didn't want Ningning to hate her biological father because of a misunderstanding. After a while, Ji Yu-man opened her mouth. Your father was a handsome man. He was tall, strong, smart and talented, but he lost his memory back then, and he didn't even know who he was. I called him Ning afterwards. I'd saved his life by accident. He was injured then. After that, we fell in love and stayed together. Your father was sophisticated. He became a supervisor after half a year in a company, then was promoted to be a manager of the planning department. However, An accident happened when he was on a business trip. The bus fell into the river. There were 23 people in the bus. Only 5 survived. 12 bodies were found. 6 were missing, your father included. Missing amounted to death. Chapter 51. Head to City. Gu Ning had believed the man had abandoned Gu Man, but the truth was totally different. Ning, that was the reason why Gu Man named her daughter Gu Ning. When I was with him, I felt the happiness I'd never had. Thus, I thought of committing suicide after he had that accident. I knew it was selfish. It was unfair to my loving parents and my elder sister. When I was full of those tangled emotions, I found out that I'd been pregnant for 3 months. Therefore, I continued my life and dropped out of the school. What had happened next wasn't a secret to Gu Ning. Gu Man's mother thought it was humiliating that Gu Man was pregnant before getting married. She had asked Gu Man to have an abortion, or she wouldn't admit that Gu Man was her daughter. Gu Man had chosen her child over her mother, thus she had left her home. She had then used money from her father to rent a house and try to find jobs. But she had been refused because of her pregnancy. After a few months, she had run out of money. Gu Man had to turn to Gu Qing for help afterwards. After Gu Man and left her home, her father and Gu Qing had searched for her in vain. It had been Gu Man who had turned to Gu Qing on her own initiative. Gu Man's father then picked Gu Man up and took her back home. Under her father's protection, Gu Man had successfully given birth to Gu Ning. 18 years later, the old sadness was already gone, but Gu Man still felt unhappy every time she thought of those memories. The next day, Gu Ning got up early as usual. She ran to school then continued to run with her friends. She didn't go back to her school until it was 5 minutes before the morning class. There weren't bathrooms in their school, so they couldn't take a bath even though they were all wet from that sweat. Luckily, they would take a shower when they went back home and they weren't smelly. "Boss, today's Friday. Let's go have some fun in our club tonight," Hao Ran said on the way back to their classrooms. "I like it, Gu Ning, go with us," Chu Peihan said with excitement. "Yeah, it's our place. It's safe," Qin Zixin said. "We have a new kind of fruit drink. Girls love it. Boss, why not have a try?" Zhang Tianping added. "I need to go to City G this afternoon, sorry," Gu Ning replied. The crowd immediately felt disappointed. "Why are you going to City G?" Chu Peihan asked. "To deal with something," Gu Ning said. "Something about what?" Hao Ran inquired. "That's a secret," Gu Ning answered. Hearing that, they all felt bored, but since Gu Ning wasn't willing to tell, they stopped asking. "But, I'll buy gifts for you all," Gu Ning added. Knowing that, everyone was delighted again. Sounds great. Although they all knew Gu Ning was from a poor family, they didn't reject her kindness because they believed Gu Ning wouldn't buy something expensive. Gifts showed affection and didn't need to be expensive. "If you're not staying in the hospital these 2 days, should we go visit your mother?" Mu Ke asked with care. "No, it's fine, and Qian will be there," Gu Ning said. Gu Ning absolutely wouldn't allow them to visit her mother, because she had lied to Gu Man, saying that she was going to City G with Mu Ke. If they went to visit Gu Man would know the truth. At noon, Gu Ning received a message from Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng invited her to have a talk. Gu Ning didn't think there was any need to talk with Qin Zheng. She had forgiven Qin Zheng about the car accident, and that was the best she could do. If Qin Zheng stayed away from her afterwards, then everything would be fine. If he still came to bother her, she wouldn't be kind to him. Gu Ning directly blocked Qin Zheng's number. Qin Zheng didn't get Gu Ning's answer and was displeased. He stopped sending messages to Gu Ning because he was mad. Recently, Qin Zheng always had Gu Ning in his mind. He couldn't tell what his feelings for Gu Ning were now himself. When he heard Gu Ning and her mother had been kicked out by her grandmother because of Gu Xiaoxiao, he wanted to help. But Gu Ning ignored his message. Gu Xiaoxiao stayed away from Gu Ning today. She wanted to laugh at Gu Ning, but she was afraid that Gu Ning would beat her again. Xiao Feifei also kept a distance from Gu Ning today, except for her unkind looks. Gu Ning had a peaceful day today. She had already prepared everything she needed, so she took a taxi, heading to the airport directly after the afternoon classes were over. She had a backpack with her, and put all the documents inside her jade eyes. There was only a change of clothes in her backpack. She wanted to change when she arrived at the airport, because she couldn't go to City G in her school uniform. It was the rush hour, and the roads were crowded downtown. When the car left downtown, it moved fast again. Ji Yuning left her school at 5:50 p.m. and her plane would fly at 7:30. It took around 40 minutes to get to the airport. When Ji Yuning arrived, it was already 6:40 p.m. 50 minutes were left, so Ji Yuning wasn't in a hurry. She went to a washroom and changed her clothes. Jean shorts, a loose white t-shirt and a pair of white sneakers. Ji Yuning pulled up her hair, and looked energetic and attractive. Plus her flawless skin and her beautiful face. She was literally charming and shining. People around her would give her glances once in a while. Ji Yuning didn't have time to buy new clothes, so she was wearing her old clothing. Luckily, Ji Yu-man always treated Ji Yuning well. Sometimes, Ji Yu-man would buy some clothes of good quality to Ji Yuning, like the outfit Ji Yuning was wearing today. It wasn't expensive, but cost around 100 yuan. Ji Yuning stood in line to take her ticket, then she was in the lounge. In the lounge, Ji Yuning still had half an hour. It wasn't enough time for a meal, so Ji Yuning planned to have a cup of coffee. Coincidentally, the minute Ji Yuning walked in the cafe, she saw Qin Yifan with a young, beautiful lady. Ji Yuning, what a coincidence. Where are you going? Qin Yifan beamed when Ji Yuning appeared in his sight. He stood up in excitement, greeting Ji Yuning. The lady beside Qin Yifan was a little unhappy. She checked Ji Yuning out with an unkind look. She was jealous, especially when she found out Ji Yuning had a charming appearance. Ji Yuning had an acute mind. She immediately felt the unkindness from the lady, but she ignored it. Hi, what a coincidence. I'm going to City G. How about you? Ji Yuning planned to have a good relationship with Qin Yifan, so she was friendly towards him. Of course, Ji Yuning had no intention to disguise it. Wow, I'm flying to City G too. My plane will be leaving at 7:30 p.m., and you? Knowing Ji Yuning was heading to City G, Qin Yifan was even more excited now. Others might even believe he liked Ji Yuning. Chapter 52, Li Junjun. But for now, Qin Yifan only appreciated Ji Yuning. There weren't many people whom Qin Yifan thought highly of, so he was excited when he met Ji Yuning again. Me too. Ji Yuning smiled. What a great coincidence. Come over here, we can take the plane together later, Qin Yifan invited her with passion. Ji Yuning didn't reject. She followed Qin Yifan to his seat. Qin Yifan pulled out the chair for Ji Yuning like a gentleman. The young lady seemed upset once more. What would you like to drink? Qin Yifan asked. Coffee please, Ji Yuning replied. Qin Yifan called the waiter, and ordered a cup of coffee for Ji Yuning. Yifan, you haven't introduced the girl to me yet. The lady who sat aside opened her mouth. She called Qin Yifan in a deliberately intimate way. Then, Qin Yifan immediately turned to the lady. This is my friend, Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, this is my uncle's daughter, Li Junjun, he said to Ji Yuning. Nice to meet you, Miss Li. Although Ji Yuning knew Li Junjun disliked her, she greeted her politely since Li Junjun didn't actually hurt her yet. Nice to meet you too, Miss Ji Yu, Li Junjun replied. She hadn't figured out the relations between Ji Yuning and Qin Yifan, and didn't want to be rude. After that, Li Junjun looked at Qin Yifan. I think Miss Ji Yu is around 18 years old, right? Yifan, I'm curious, how did you meet Miss Ji Yu? I told you this afternoon. I bought a king's green in the size of a quail's egg from a female student. The female student is Ji Yuning, Qin Yifan said. Saying that, Qin Yifan couldn't help but show his appreciation of Ji Yuning. Oh, that. Knowing that, Li Junjun was surprised. At the same time, she was upset, because she clearly saw Qin Yifan's appreciation of the female student. She liked Qin Yifan, and had even told him plainly several times, but Qin Yifan explained that he only regarded her as his sister. When Qin Yifan was with her, he always seemed serious. However, when he was with the female student, Ji Yuning, he behaved so passionately. Li Junjun was jealous. Oh, Ji Yuning, what are you going to do in City G? Qin Yifan asked. Just for a trip, Ji Yuning answered. Where are you going to stay? Qin Yifan asked with care. I'll stay in the Wangdang Hotel in downtown, Ji Yuning replied. Wangdang Hotel was a 5-star luxury hotel in City G. It cost hundreds of yuan to stay there for a night, but Ji Yuning chose to stay there for a reason. The hotel would arrange a free tailored car for its customers all day. In an unfamiliar city, Ji Yuning wasn't willing to rent a car, nor wait for a taxi. It was much more convenient to have a full-time chauffeur. Besides, she didn't lack money now. Great, I'll pass by the Wangdang Hotel later. Do you need a lift? Qin Yifan said. Yifan. Hearing that, Li Junjun was more displeased now. They wouldn't pass by the Wangdang Hotel at all. Actually, the Wangdang Hotel was far away from their destination. It would be late at night when they arrived at City G. If they were going to the Wangdang Hotel before going back home, they would have to waste more time on the road. Li Junjun actually didn't care about the time. She simply disliked Ji Yuning. If Ji Yuning had been one of Qin Yifan's male friends, she wouldn't care at all. But before Li Junjun could say another word, Qin Yifan stopped her with a glance. Li Junjun was a little mad now, but she closed her mouth, because she didn't want to ruin her elegant appearance. Ji Yuning obviously knew what was going on here. Even though it was convenient for Qin Yifan to give her a ride, Ji Yuning had no intention to let him do that. Thus she refused. Thank you so much, but the hotel will pick me up. Well, fine. If Ji Yuning had said she would take a taxi, Qin Yifan would have insisted on driving her to the hotel, but since the hotel would pick her up, he didn't insist. When will you be going back? If you have time, you can ask me out. I can take you for a tour since I'm free all day, Qin Yifan said with delight. He totally forgot he was going to City G to deal with some business. Li Junjun was eager to interrupt, but Ji Yuning opened her mouth first. I'm going to deal with something there, and I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Which meant she didn't have time. Before long, their plane was about to take off. Ji Yuning's and Qin Yifan's seat were all in the first class. Li Junjun felt extremely unhappy. As long as Ji Yuning was present, Qin Yifan would talk to her and ignore Li Junjun. Ji Yuning had actually wanted to buy a ticket in economy class, but the economy class was all booked. Ji Yuning then had to buy a ticket in the first class. Qin Yifan, Li Junjun and Ji Yuning all sat on the second row. Ji Yuning sat beside the aisle. Qin Yifan's seat was beside the window, but he exchanged with Li Junjun to sit next to Ji Yuning. Li Junjun was annoyed. If not for her appearance, she would probably argue with Qin Yifan now. Ji Yuning actually didn't want to talk much with Qin Yifan, especially in front of Li Junjun. She didn't want to cause any misunderstandings or trouble. Therefore, when the plane moved up high to the sky, Ji Yuning closed her eyes to have a rest. Qin Yifan didn't bother Ji Yuning anymore. Ji Yuning didn't close her eyes all the way, because it wouldn't be natural. An hour later, the plane landed at the airport of City G. Ji Yuning and Qin Yifan walked out of the airport, then separated. Ji Yuning found the car from the hotel. She got in and headed straight to the hotel. When she arrived at the hotel, it was already 9:40 p.m. She checked in, walking upstairs directly. The minute Ji Yuning stepped in the right elevator, the left elevator opened, and several men walked out. The front man was Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning missed Leng Xiaoting by seconds. It wasn't a big deal after all. They were merely strangers who had only met each other twice. But it was still Ji Yuning's destiny to meet the man again. Ji Yuning went to her room and called Ji Yu-man to tell her mother she was safe. In case Ji Yu-man would ask to talk with Mu K or Yu Mixi, Ji Yuning hung up after a short time. She used an excuse that she needed to review some documents. Ji Yuning indeed was going to read documents. She hadn't read the books about emeralds and jade yet. She wanted to make full use of her time, and read those books now. But before that, Ji Yuning used her WeChat, sending out a message to the Family of Fighters group to tell her friends that she had safely arrived. Chapter 53. Stone Gambling. There were thousands of chat messages above, which shocked Ji Yuning. These people were so talkative. Ji Yuning read those messages. Some asked whether she had arrived at City G, while some were curious why she was in City G. One said she was here to visit relatives, while one said she was here to meet a friend or a blind date. Ji Yuning felt like laughing. Ji Yuning, I'm in my hotel now, safe and sound. Hao Ran, wow, boss is here. Chu Peihan, boss, don't forget our gifts. Gift emoji Mu K, don't forget our gifts. Gift emoji Chin Zixin, don't forget our gifts. Gift emoji Zhang Tianping, don't forget our gifts. Gift emoji Yu Mixi, don't forget our gifts. Gift emoji Ji Yuning laughed out loud. These people were so adorable. She hadn't decided what she would bring back to them as gifts yet. Ji Yuning, I won't forget. It's late now, I need to go to bed. Tomorrow is a busy day. Chu Peihan, fine, I'm more and more curious about what you're up to now. Hao Ran, exactly, boss, are you going to live in the lap of luxury without us? Mu K, nonsense, Hao Ran, you're already living in the lap of luxury. Kick out emoji Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping, agree. Kick out emoji Hao Ran, you all bully me. Cry emoji Hao Ran, boss, I need your care. Pitiful face emoji Ji Yu Ning, get out. Kick out emoji everyone, lol. Laughing out loud emoji Hao Ran, you people. I'm going to die. Spurting blood emoji Ji Yu Ning, alright, I'm going to make a big deal, and I'll tell you one day. Good night, you Mixie. Good night, Ning Ning. Everyone. Good night, boss. After the talk, Ji Yu Ning started to read. Stone gambling was also called object gambling. It meant that when the jade was mined, there was a layer of weathered leather wrapped around it. It was impossible to know the quality of it. It must be cut to know the quality of the jade. The original stones of jade were divided into two types, namely mountain material and seed material. As the name implied, the mountain material referred to the material from mountains. It had no outer skin and was a jade itself. However, most of the jade was poor in quality. The seed material was the raw material of stone gambling that people often referred to. The seed material was formed in the riverbed. The surface of the seed material was weathered, so the outer shell was formed. Thus the inner condition couldn't be seen. One could only rely on his experience to judge whether the inner part had formed an emerald. Those seeds were called raw materials or raw stones. The most profitable, most tempting, but also the most risky bet would be stone gambling. There was a saying in the jewelry industry, stone gambling was like life gambling. The winner could earn 10 times or hundreds times more money, and became a millionaire overnight, while the loser could lose everything. Compared with stone gambling, stocks, real estate and other risky trades all seemed mild and gentle. The buying and selling of the original stones of jade was the most mysterious trade in the jewelry industry. Its mystery lay in the word, gambling. Therefore, the buyers always called it jade gambling or stone gambling. Generally, one couldn't tell what was in a stone from its appearance. Even with the technological advances today, there was no instrument which could quickly determine whether a stone was valuable or valueless through its shell. Therefore, the risk of buying and selling stones was very high, and it was also very exciting. Thus it was called gambling, and was quite profitable if one won. Accordingly, this business had been going on since ancient times. The jade used to gamble was also divided into different classes, mainly depending on the type, color and transparency. Again, the quality of the jade mainly relied on 3 points: type, color and transparency. The type referred to the variety of jade. Jade from a good type was hard. The types from high to low levels were old pit glass, ice, hail, bean, oil green, hibiscus, gold, and so on. The type of the jade was of great importance. Color referred to the colors of jade. There were many colors of jade, but the best jade was mainly bright green. The colors from high to low levels were green, king's green, bright green, apple green, red, yellow and purple. The production of jade in special color was relatively small. The color of jade must be combined with great transparency, and it must be less cracked in order to be priceless. Transparency was the ability of the jade to let the visible light pass through. The jade with a higher transparency was more valuable. The best jade was like glass, and was called glass bottom in the jade industry. After understanding the stone gambling, Ji Yuning turned to the computer to learn about the domestic jewelry brand's history, development, fame, reputation, founders and its chairman. Regardless of whether it was the first, second or third, or not on the line, Ji Yuning has read it all over. But the time was limited, so Ji Yuning didn't check the foreign brands now. Besides, Ji Yuning hadn't developed so fast. She wanted to be influential, but she also knew to take it slowly. The next day, Ji Yuning got up at 7 am. She called for breakfast first, then brushed her teeth and washed her face. 30 minutes later, her breakfast arrived. Ji Yuning wasn't in a hurry, because it was too early so the stores weren't open yet. At 8:30, Ji Yuning called the reception and ordered a tailored car. The hotel was efficient. When Ji Yuning went down to the first floor, her tailored car was waiting for her. Antiques and stone gambling were always together. So Ji Yuning told the driver to take her to the antique market. It wasn't far from downtown to the antique market. She would arrive there after 40 minutes, if there was no traffic jam. On her way, Ji Yuning took out her phone. Her friends were talking in the "family of fighters" group again. But Ji Yuning didn't get involved in their talk. She took a glance, then put her phone away. When she arrived at the antique market, it was slightly past 9. The antique market was already active. Ji Yuning knew she would spend a lot of time in the antique market. She would not make the driver wait for her for so long. So she told the driver to leave first, and she would call him when she needed to go back. The minute Ji Yuning walked into the antique market, she became excited and nervous. The antique market in City G was much bigger than the one in City F. The objects were also in a larger number. The power of Ji Yuning's jade eyes was thin now, so she decided to take a look at stones first. She wanted to absorb the power. Antiques and stone gambling were set separately on the two sides of the street. Following the sign, Ji Yuning walked towards the street of stone gambling. The nearer Ji Yuning was to the street of stone gambling, the more excited she got, just like there was a large amount of thick power and money waiting for her ahead. The market of stone gambling in City G wasn't very big. There were only around 10 shops, but people were everywhere. Ji Yuning walked into the first shop. It wasn't big, and was around 40 square meters. There were piles of large and small stones on the ground and the platform. Those were raw materials of stones. These raw materials had already been selected by the boss, and were stacked in equal order. All marked with a price. Chapter 54. Get an emerald. On the ground were raw materials of a low level, while on the shelves were raw materials of a high level. Raw materials could be sold by number or weight. The price of a raw material didn't rely on its size. From a professional point of view, if the skin was good and the green rate was high, it would be marked as a higher level, and was more expensive. Of course, the higher level didn't equal to a high green rate. After all, it was extremely difficult to choose the right raw material with jade in it. No one knew whether there was an emerald in a raw material. Therefore, even if it was a raw material of a low level, it was possible there was an emerald in it. It all depended on one's luck. There were many people in the store, and no one came to welcome Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning liked that though. She wasn't willing to shop with a salesman who kept talking beside her ears. Ji Yuning immediately used her jade eyes to scan over those raw materials. She checked those on the shelves first. They were supposed to be in the high level with high green rate. However, disappointedly, they were mostly white stones. Although there were some jade in them, the jade wasn't of good quality. It wasn't worth much even if you cut it out. Ji Yuning didn't want to waste her time on it. Then, Ji Yuning turned to the raw materials on the ground. They were all white stones again. It seemed a pair of jade eyes wasn't enough. Ji Yuning also needed good luck. She stepped out of this shop with disappointment, then entered another one. The result was the same. The raw materials were either white stones, or with bad jade in them. The power in Ji Yuning's jade eyes was thin, so she felt tired after a short time. She prayed in her heart, hoping to find jade soon. Otherwise her power would be completely consumed soon. Without the power, she couldn't use her telepathic eyes. It seemed the god had heard Ji Yuning's prayer. When Ji Yuning was about to close her jade eyes, she found two raw materials with green jade in them among a pile of raw materials. One was almost as big as a football, while the other was merely bigger than an apple. Both of them were of good quality. Ji Yuning felt excited, but remained calm. She walked like an ordinary customer to the pile of raw materials. With a cart, Ji Yuning picked up those two raw materials with green jade in them. To avoid special attention, Ji Yuning also picked up another 3 raw materials in different size. They were all smaller than a football. Hey, how much are these in total? Ji Yuning pushed the cart to the counter. The boss was a little surprised to see Ji Yuning, who was a teenage girl, but since she was a customer, the boss treated her kindly. There were marks on the raw materials, so the boss didn't need to ask where Ji Yuning had picked those raw materials up. Those raw materials were all of a low level, and weren't expensive, 200 yuan a pound. Those 5 raw materials that Ji Yuning had picked up weren't big. They added up to 40 pounds and cost 8,000 yuan. 8,000 weren't much as long as there were emeralds in those raw materials. If they were all stones, 8,000 would be too much. Ji Yuning paid her bill. The boss asked, "Miss, do you want to cut them out now?" Yes, please, Ji Yuning replied. Ji Yuning was here for money. She definitely wanted to cut the raw materials on site, and sell to the emeralds right away. Lao Zhang, come and cut the stones out, the boss called someone inside the room. I'm coming. A man, who was around 50 years old, walked out from the room. He came to the counter, seeing Ji Yuning. He was surprised that the customer was a young teenager. Lao Zhang asked with uncertainty, Miss, it's you who wants to cut the stones out, right? Please follow me. Lao Zhang then guided Ji Yuning towards the area where they cut stones. Meanwhile, those customers in the shop all stood around them to have a look. Although there was a faint, almost zero, possibility to get jade out, it was the exciting point of stone gambling. Even if it was impossible to get jade out, the gambler would stay hopeful. Everyone who enjoyed stone gambling shared the same feelings. And the crowd was surprised the owner of those raw materials was a young girl. Most customers here were middle-aged men or the elderly. There were few young people, especially young girls around. Ji Yuning handed the worker a waste material first. The worker asked her, Miss, how would you like to cut it? Rub or cut? Cut, please, Ji Yuning said. Cut it directly, or draw lines first. The worker asked again. Although he could tell this one must be a waste material, he needed to follow the customer's order. Cut it directly, please. It was a waste material. Ji Yuning didn't care at all. Cutting a stone directly didn't mean to cut it randomly. The worker still needed to have a good judgment. The machine started to work. After one cut, it was nothing but a white stone. After another cut, there was still nothing in it. After the third cut, the stone had already been cut half out. Nothing in it. It was waste. The crowd felt disappointed after the result. But if there really was jade in it, the crowd would be envious. That was human nature. Ji Yuning calmly picked up another waste material. It also proved to be a pure stone. The crowd began to feel bored. Some walked away. The third time, Ji Yuning chose a big raw material with jade in it. Let me draw lines first, Ji Yuning said, then drew some lines on it. She didn't draw the lines accurately, but basically the same. The machine started to work again. After one cut, the out layer was removed. There was a light, green color opened to the air. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning sensed a kind of strong power. She was excited, and couldn't wait to absorb it. The power was absorbed into her eyes. She felt cool and comfortable. Her sight became better and she was energetic now. At the same time, the worker raised his voice in excitement, the jade. There is jade in it. His voice immediately attracted everyone's attention in the shop. The people in front of them were all surprised and wide-eyed. It was so incredible. Those who had just left immediately turned back, and some who just entered the store, all came up. What? There is jade in it? Yes, there is jade in it. The onlookers seemed more excited than Ji Yuning, who was the owner, because stone gambling was a high-risk business, and the green rate was always low. Most of the onlookers knew Ji Yuning was the owner. They all looked to Ji Yuning with envy, but Ji Yuning stayed calm as usual. Chapter 55. The crowd all wondered whether this teenage girl understood stone gambling, or if she simply didn't care at all. Young lady, would you sell this raw material to me for 50,000 yuan? Although there is a little light green color showing out, who knows if there is more inside, right? If there is no more inside, then it'll be waste. If you sell it now, you can earn 50,000 yuan anyway. If you don't sell it, you'll have nothing, a middle-aged man in a suit, who was a little fat and about 50 years old said. If the raw material which was cut open had green in it, the cut was called a window. If the owner didn't want to gamble any further, he or she could sell it. The buyer was also gambling, of course, because a light layer of green didn't mean the raw material would be valuable. There was often only one thin layer of green in many raw materials, or the jade inside was very small. But a raw material with a window was much more expensive than a raw material without a window, like the one Ji Yuning had bought for 2,000 yuan and the man later bid 50,000 yuan for it. The raw material showed green after all. It was possible that there was jade in it. If the green layer was thin, it would be waste. If there was jade in it, it would be worth a certain amount of money according to the size of the jade. The middle-aged man was simply trying to deceive Ji Yuning. In his eyes, Ji Yuning was merely a teenager and must know nothing about stone gambling. Even if there wasn't jade in the raw material, he could afford 50,000 yuan. But if there was jade inside, he could make a lot of money. Although Ji Yuning didn't know much about stone gambling, she knew the jade in the stone must be extremely valuable. 50,000 yuan couldn't buy 1% of it. I'll stay and gamble till the jade is all out. The most generous buyer will get it, Ji Yuning said. The man was disappointed, but he couldn't do anything about it. The worker continued to cut. After the second cut, there was another layer of green shown, and the type of the jade was revealed. It's valuable, the worker said in excitement. The color is a little yellow. The quality is good. This is of the glutinous rice type. The boss came over, and was also thrilled. Young lady, could you sell it to me in 500,000 yuan? The middle-aged man bid again. I'll pay 800,000 yuan for it. 1 million yuan, 2 million yuan. When the price rose up to 2 million yuan, no one else bid again. The jade hadn't been fully cut out. It was still uncertain how big it was and how much it was worth. Ji Yuning didn't stop them from bidding. After they finished, Ji Yuning opened her mouth. I will sell it when the jade is fully cut out. The jade must be worth more than 2 million yuan. The worker then went on to cut the stone. He removed the out layer first, then started to rub it. Half an hour later, a jade which was as big as half a football was finally cut out. The glutinous rice type was jade of a high level. It was absolutely worth a lot. Moreover, its size wasn't small. 5 million yuan, 6 million yuan, 7 million yuan, 10 million yuan. A bright voice sounded. The bidder directly omitted the 3 million gap. An energetic old man of 70 years old walked inside. Oh, Master Fu, it's been a while. Nice to meet you again. A man immediately greeted. At the beginning of the month, my great-grandson was born. I've stayed at home for a long time, but it was uncomfortable to stay at home for too long. Thus I wanted to take a look around. Unexpectedly, I arrived on time when the top-grade jade was cut out. I wanted to buy it and make a gift for my great-grandson. Master Fu said. Master Fu was mainly engaged in real estate business, and many other industries. He was a very rich businessman with 8 billion yuan of wealth. His family was one of the third-tier richest families in a second-tier city like G City. Although the super-rich families could be divided into the first tier, second tier and third tier, there were only 10 of them in all. Because only the top 10 richest people were able to be called the super-rich. And Master Fu was in the top 7 on the list. Of course, in addition to those super-rich people on the list, there were also many invisible super-rich families. It seems Master Fu is very interested in the jade of glutinous rice type, but I like it too. I'm afraid I have to compete with you, Master Fu, another man said. 11 million yuan. Although the man wasn't as wealthy as Master Fu, he bid a very high price for the jade. The most generous buyer will get the jade. Then, let's compete for it. 15 million yuan. Master Fu directly raised his bid by 4 million. 16 million yuan. 17 million yuan. 18 million yuan. 30 million yuan. The bid now was 30 million yuan. Master Fu had made it. 30 million yuan was almost the highest price of the jade. The buyer wouldn't lose money, but couldn't earn much either. The boss of the shop had mixed emotions. He was excited and regretful at the same time. He was excited because someone had cut out jade from a raw material in his shop. That was great advertisement. His shop would be popular then. Meanwhile, he was regretful that he himself didn't know the raw material was worth a fortune. If he had known the raw material was so valuable, he would have cut it out himself. But the boss still understood that was how the industry of stone gambling worked. He was mentally prepared. Besides, it had happened before, so he soon accepted the reality. The man didn't expect Master Fu would bid such a high price for the jade. He had to give up at the end. Master Fu, you win. He didn't want to pay 30 million yuan for the jade. He was a businessman after all. He wanted to benefit from the deal, instead of losing money. Ha ha, Xiao Zhao, don't worry. Perhaps there is something better waiting for you. Master Fu comforted the man. Unexpectedly, what Master Fu had said became the truth later. Yes, the next jade in a smaller size was worth more than the previous one. Thank you, Master Fu. The man smiled with sadness. He knew it wasn't easy to get an emerald of top quality. Who is the owner of this jade? Master Fu asked. Ji Yuning knew this jade of the glutinous rice type was a high-level jade. Even though it was far less valuable than the king's green, it was still very valuable. Ji Yuning estimated it was worth about 30 million yuan, but when she really heard the bid of 30 million yuan, she was still shocked. She couldn't believe it was real. Ji Yuning didn't get her mind back until Master Fu asked the question. She immediately replied calmly, "Nice to meet you, Master Fu. This jade is mine." Seeing it was a young girl, Master Fu was also surprised, especially since the price rose up to 30 million yuan. Ji Yuning could remain so calm. She was able to stay as calm as always at such a young age. Master Fu had a good impression of Ji Yuning. Chapter 56. The next emerald. Good girl, Master Fu complimented. "Do you want a check or transfer?" "Transfer please," Ji Yuning said. She took out her bank card and told Master Fu her account. "Sure," Master Fu answered. He called someone to transfer the money right away. After a few minutes, Ji Yuning received a message, which showed the 30 million yuan had been successfully transferred. Then, Ji Yuning handed the jade to Master Fu. "Miss, do you want to cut the rest?" the worker inquired. "Yes, please," Ji Yuning answered. She gave a waste material to the worker. Master Fu was about to leave with the jade, but he stayed when Ji Yuning continued to cut her raw materials. Since Ji Yuning had already cut out a high-level emerald, the crowd was excited to see what would happen next. Although they all believed Ji Yuning couldn't be so lucky as to cut out another jade, they were still full of hope. Unfortunately, the next one was a waste material. However, the crowd didn't disperse yet, because Ji Yuning had one last raw material. Ji Yuning hadn't successfully gotten an emerald until the third raw material of hers had been cut out. It could be possible that the last raw material had jade in it too. Still, there wasn't a strong possibility. The last one wasn't big. Ji Yuning also knew the out layer wasn't thick, so she said, "Please rub this one." "No problem," the worker replied. It took a while longer to rub a stone than cut it, but everyone was patient. After a while, green showed on the stone. The worker raised his voice in excitement. "Firstly, there is an emerald, again. Gee, the girl is so lucky. 2 in 5 have jade inside." This time, the boss felt greatly regretful. There was only a little green that showed. It was hard to tell the type. The worker went on to rub the stone. The more the outer layer was removed, the more excited everyone got. When most of the outer layer had been removed, the type of the jade was clear enough. Jesus, isn't it of the high ice type? High ice types were only a little worse than glass type, but they were also a type of high-level jade. It was even better than the glutinous rice type. This emerald was crystal clear with great transparency. It belonged to the old pit, high ice type. Although it wasn't big, and only as big as 1/3 of the previous jade of glutinous rice type, its price wasn't much lower than the previous one. Ji Yuning immediately absorbed the power into her jade eyes. As long as her telepathic eye space was full of the power, it would grow bigger. When the jade was fully cut out, a man bid at once, 20 million yuan. It was Master Fu's voice again. No one dared to follow up this time, because there were few rich people around. The man who had competed with Master Fu last time now was about to cry. He said, "Master Fu, didn't you say there is something better waiting for me? Why do you have to compete with me again this time? I'll pay 25 million yuan for it." This jade of the high ice type was more valuable than the last one of glutinous rice type indeed, but it wasn't big. It was worth around 25 million yuan. If it was made into jewelry, the buyer could earn about 10 million yuan from it. But if the bid went higher, it wouldn't be very profitable. Master Fu, instead, was determined to buy the jade. The most generous buyer will have the jade. I think it's pretty fair. The man didn't know what to do. If Master Fu bid again, he had to give up once more. "Fine, this one is yours." Master Fu understood the man, whose name was Zhao Yufeng, wanted the jade so badly. They were acquaintances actually. Master Fu didn't want to lose a friend just because of an emerald. Zhao Yufeng was thrilled at once. "Thank you so much, Master Fu." Thus, Zhao Yufeng got this jade of high ice type at the price of 25 million yuan in the end. Within a day, Ji Yuning made 55 million yuan. Although Ji Yuning seemed calm from her appearance, her heart was pumping faster and faster. She would scream out if allowed now. "Miss Ji Yu, it's so nice to meet you. I am the chairman of Farong Jewelry," called Zhao Yufeng. "This is my business card. If Miss Ji Yu cuts out any other high-level jade again, please let me know. I can buy it at a reasonable price, and please give me priority as a buyer." Zhao Yufeng was now fully convinced by Ji Yuning. Whether it was because of luck or real strength, it was truly rare to cut out 2 high-level emeralds from 5 raw materials. Ji Yuning had checked up on the domestic jewelry brands, their founders and chairman online last night, so she naturally knew about the Farong jewelry brand. The headquarters of Farong Jewelry wasn't in City G, but it had many stores across the country with 2 billion yuan in assets. It belonged to the domestic third-line brand, and the chairman was Zhao Yufeng, who was about 40 years old. Zhao Yufeng didn't need to buy in jade himself. He was just here for fun when he was inspecting his stores in City G. Ji Yuning was excited that Zhao Yufeng made friends with her on his own initiative. Therefore, if she was going to cut out more jade, she would sell some to Zhao Yufeng. They would be peers. Although peers always competed with each other, they could also cooperate. Ji Yuning accepted his name card with happiness. Sure, I'll call Mr. Zhao first if I cut out any high-level jade in the future. Young girl, please don't forget me. You can contact me too. I won't pay less than Zhao Yufeng. Master Fu took out his name card immediately, putting it straight into Ji Yuning's hand. Ji Yuning thought it was so funny to see those two buyers competing. Although Ji Yuning didn't know Master Fu's background now, she knew the old man must be wealthy and powerful. Ji Yuning didn't aim at the old man's wealth, of course. She just wanted to maintain a good relationship with her clients, especially super rich clients. Master Fu, you do this on purpose, right? Zhao Yufeng felt a little displeased. So what, you're not the only one who loves jade. I love it too. Master Fu argued back like a child. Young girl, do remember me. He kindly reminded Ji Yuning then. I will. Ji Yuning smiled. She was going to cut out many more emeralds in the future. It wouldn't hurt anyone if she sold some to Master Fu as well. Master Fu was happy to hear an affirmative answer. After that, Ji Yuning left the shop first. Before long, many people had heard the news that the shop had cut out 2 high-level jade. People all came to the shop for good luck. The shop became popular at once. Unfortunately, they weren't as lucky as Ji Yuning. Chapter 57. Almost failed. Ji Yuning left the shop, then walked in another one. She luckily found another high-level jade and a medium-level jade. The high-level jade was as big as an apple, while the medium-level jade was a little bigger, and the size of half a football. Ji Yuning did not plan to cut the high-level jade out now. She had just cut out 2 high-level emeralds, and didn't want to cause a sensation. Thus she decided to cut out the medium-level one. The medium-level jade was sold out at the price of 8 million yuan. Ji Yuning continued to visit those shops. After 6 stores, she had collected another 7 or 8 high-level jade in different sizes. Their value varied, of course. The biggest one was as big as a football, while the smallest one was as small as an apple. Other than those high-level jade, she also accumulated 5 medium-level jade. As for the low-level jade, Ji Yuning ignored them directly. On her way, Ji Yuning cut out 2 medium-level jade, and earned 23 million yuan. And the rest, Ji Yuning didn't want to cut them out now. She had no intention to be famous. Till now, Ji Yuning had made 86 million yuan in total by cutting out jade. The price of those raw materials varied from high to low levels. The expensive one cost dozens of thousands of yuan a pound, while the cheap one cost merely hundreds of yuan a pound. Thus Ji Yuning had spent 3 million yuan on her raw materials in all. But if she cut out all her raw materials, she could earn 600 to 700 million yuan. Ji Yuning decided to collect more raw materials with jade in them before she sold some to Master Fu and Zhao Yufeng. Every time Ji Yuning bought a raw material, she would secretly put it into the telepathic eye space, so that she was able to carry a light backpack along the way. Ji Yuning stepped in a shop again. This shop was much bigger than those she had visited. There were a lot more customers as well as raw materials in it too. Hearing the talks among others, Ji Yuning then found out the shop just had a new group of high-level raw materials in. Those high-level raw materials were more likely to have jade in them. Of course, even though the green rate was higher, one needed to rely on his or her luck. Ji Yuning immediately used her jade eyes to scan over those raw materials. There were indeed emeralds in them, one was even red. There were 2 raw materials with jade in them. One was a little smaller than a football, while the other was as big as 2 apples. The raw material with a red jade inside was as big as half a football. The minute Ji Yuning found out there was a red jade in it, she liked it. Thus she pulled the cart ahead to it at once. However, when Ji Yuning moved near to it, a woman around 30 years old in a fashionable suit picked it up before her. Ji Yuning felt nervous. She knew the rules. You couldn't grab the raw material from others. You could only take it if others abandoned it. Ji Yuning didn't want to lose the other 2 raw materials with green jade inside as well, so she picked them up without further delay. Meanwhile, she fixed her eyes on the raw material with a red jade inside. As long as the woman put it down, she would pick it up. I don't think there is jade in this one. It looks ugly, a young man, who was standing beside the woman, said. Nonsense. You can never judge from its appearance. Just because it looks ugly doesn't mean there isn't jade in it, the woman retorted. Hearing that, Ji Yuning's heart skipped a heartbeat. The woman must like this raw material too. Then the woman added, but, I need to consider whether to buy it. After that, the woman put the raw material down, secretly remembering its number. She liked this raw material, but hadn't made up her mind to buy it yet. The second the woman left, Ji Yuning picked the raw material up. She was greatly relieved. Fortunately, the woman hadn't decided to buy it yet, or Ji Yuning would have to miss this rare jade. It must be priceless. Ji Yuning continued to scan the raw materials with her jade eyes. She got another 2 with jade inside. Both were as big as 2/3 of a football. Those emeralds weren't enough, but Ji Yuning decided to pay her bill putting them into the telepathic eye space first. It wouldn't be convenient if she carried lots of raw materials with her. The raw materials were the latest group, so they were expensive. The small ones cost 10,000 yuan a pound, while the big ones cost 20,000 yuan a pound. Ji Yuning bought 5 raw materials, which weighed 93 pounds. They cost 1.5 million yuan in all. Ji Yuning put those raw materials into the telepathic eye space, then went back to shopping. Before long, Ji Yuning found another one with a green jade inside. This time, the jade was much bigger. It was as big as 2 footballs. Ji Yuning immediately moved it to her cart. It weighed at least 50 pounds, and it cost 20,000 yuan a pound. That was to say, this raw material cost around 1 million yuan. Of course, Ji Yuning wouldn't care its cost at all. As long as there was jade in it, she would buy it even if it cost 10 million. The jade inside was worth far more than 10 million. Ji Yuning could figure out the types of the raw materials from its power. The thicker the power was, the more valuable the jade was. However, Ji Yuning still didn't know the exact price of the jade. The price depended on the buyer. Right when Ji Yuning put the raw material into her cart, she heard someone call her name. The voice sounded familiar, so she knew who he was before she saw the person. Ji Yuning looked over. It was Qin Yifan, who seemed surprised. She smiled kindly. Nice to meet you. What a coincidence. Are you here to buy some raw materials too? Qin Yifan was accompanied by Li Junjun and a young man who was around 27 years old. Li Junjun became upset when she saw Ji Yuning here. She hated Ji Yuning and didn't want to meet her again. On the other side, Ji Yuning didn't care at all. Yes, one of my old friends runs this shop. There is a new group of high-level raw materials, and I've been informed to have a look. Actually, I came to City G to check the raw materials here, but I didn't expect you're here for the same reason, Qin Yifan said. He looked delighted. No one knew whether he was so happy because he had met Ji Yuning, or because he had met an acquaintance. I'm interested in stone gambling too, but I'm a newcomer. I don't know much about it, Ji Yuning said. You can ask me if you have any questions, Qin Yifan said with kindness. Sure, Ji Yuning didn't reject, but it was another thing whether she would really turn to him for help. Li Junjun couldn't stand that Qin Yifan was so kind to Ji Yuning. She immediately walked over. There is a weathered leather shell on the surface of the raw materials, which makes people unable to see the jade inside. Thus many people think that the stone gambling completely relies on luck, which is actually a wrong idea. Chapter 58. Unkindness from Li Junjun. The raw materials possess many characteristics. We can judge the internal condition of a raw material according to these characteristics. From the perspective of petrology, the jade inside has a certain correlation with the color of the outer shell. The characteristics of songhua, python stripe, and moss. 1. Songhua, python stripe and moss refer to surface features of crust, distribution of color and characteristics of fissure skeins of raw jade, are important features for distinguishing the internal conditions of jadeite, Li Junjun explained very professionally, like she was teaching Ji Yuning. However, the disdain and arrogance in her eyes betrayed her. Li Junjun was merely showing off her knowledge, and humiliating Ji Yuning because she knew very little about stone gambling. While Li Junjun was explaining, she checked the raw material in Ji Yuning's cart with her eyes. She then said with dislike, "There is no python stripe, songhua or moss around this raw material. I'm afraid this one is a waste material, Ms. Ji Yu." Li Junjun's professional explanation received much acclaim from the people around her. This young lady is so knowledgeable at such a young age. True, there aren't many young people who know a lot about the raw materials of stone gambling. Hearing the praise, Li Junjun felt more proud, like she had greatly defeated Ji Yuning. Li Junjun's family was involved in the jewelry business too. She had grown up with a variety of jade, and had good acquaintance with the raw materials of stone gambling. In the past, she had cut out several medium-level jade. Although she had bought more waste materials, she had earned some money in all. The jewelry brand of the Li family wasn't in the third-line jewelry brands, but was famous in City G. The Li family had a wealth of 500 million yuan, which was a real super-rich family, but compared with the third-tier richest families, it was left far behind. Moreover, their company's assets not only belonged to the Li family, but also belonged to the shareholders. Li Junjun's explanation was correct and true, so Qin Yifan wasn't aware she was being unkind. Miss Li is right, but a raw material without songhua, python stripe and moss doesn't mean there isn't jade in it. I like this one, and I would like to give it a try, Ji Yuning replied airily. Ji Yuning admitted that Li Junjun was professional, but no matter how professional she wasn't able to determine which raw material had jade inside. Li Junjun's professional knowledge couldn't be more accurate than her jade eyes. Ji Yuning knew there must be an emerald in this raw material because of her jade eyes, while Li Junjun was certain this was a waste material. It was obvious who was right. Ji Yuning only cared about who would be the winner. To win was the most important thing. Li Junjun sneered, but pretended to compliment Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu is so determined. Even though Qin Yifan didn't think highly of that raw material in Ji Yuning's cart either, he didn't know how to stop the argument since Ji Yuning seemed so sure. "Yifan, brother, let's check the raw materials," Li Junjun urged. She didn't want to stay with Ji Yuning. "Ji Yuning, why don't you join us?" Qin Yifan kindly invited. "Yifan." Li Junjun wanted to stop him. But before Li Junjun could say another word, Ji Yuning refused first. "Thanks, but I don't think there is a need for that, since the shop isn't big." "Well, fine, if you need any help, please let me know." Qin Yifan didn't insist. The shop wasn't big, it wasn't difficult to meet again. Ji Yuning nodded then pulled her cart away. Right at that moment, the woman who had picked up the raw material with a red jade inside came back. Apparently, she decided to buy the raw material. But unfortunately, the raw material was Ji Yuning's now. The woman was disappointed and regretful. She had lost the raw material that she liked. Ji Yuning ignored her and kept on shopping. Before long, two raw materials with jade inside came into Ji Yuning's sight. One was as big as a football, while the other was as big as 1/3 of a football. The second one was in the hand of a man, who was around 40 years old. Ji Yuning obviously couldn't go and grab it. Ji Yuning picked up the other one. She stopped looking at the one in the man's hand. She wasn't that selfish to have all the raw materials with jade inside. The reason why she had stared at the raw material with a red jade inside was that red jade was rare. She didn't want to miss it. Since it hadn't been cut out yet, Ji Yuning had no idea whether it was high level or medium level. Ji Yuning turned to another pile of raw materials, and got another two with green jade inside. Although they were only as small as an apple, the color was special. After a while, she got another one which was as big as 2 footballs. Ji Yuning planned to cut out 2 or 3 raw materials here. She also picked up 2 big waste materials as a disguise. Ji Yuning was easily noticed for she was a young girl. Besides, she picked up raw materials so carelessly, which also attracted a lot of attention from people around her. Ji Yuning knew people were staring at her, but she didn't care. The raw materials Ji Yuning had chosen weren't small, nor cheap. They cost 4.5 million yuan in total. After paying her bill, Ji Yuning noticed the man was still checking the raw material in his hand. She had an impulse to tell the man to buy it now. But she also knew the man possibly wouldn't believe her. She wasn't an experienced expert after all. "Gee, isn't this the boss of Zufu Jewelry, Zhou Zhenghong?" "Oh, the ex-boss, because I am the boss of Zufu Jewelry now. What, do you still have money to play stone gambling after you've lost everything? A bright, but sarcastic male voice sounded. Everyone, Ji Yuning included, looked over at once. Zufu Jewelry had 16 years of history with hundreds of millions in assets. It was a relatively low-level brand. The previous chairman was Zhou Zhenghong, and Xiaoping became its chairman half a year ago. The reason was still a secret. Xiaoping was in a suit with a briefcase in hand. He was a little fat, walking with his head up and chest out. He was followed by several men, and looked like a powerful man. But Xiaoping squinted his eyes with viciousness. Hearing that voice, Zhou Zhenghong, the man who was holding the raw material in hand, quickly raised his head. Xiaoping, Zhou Zhenghong clenched his teeth. His eyes were full of hatred. Facing Zhou Zhenghong's hatred, Xiaoping didn't care at all. He continued to mock. I heard that you want to restart your business, but I think you can stop, and save the money for your son's tuition fee. Chapter 59. Ji Yuning's plan. Zhou Zhenghong didn't want to argue with Xiaoping in public. Besides, he had no chance to win. Thus Zhou Zhenghong swallowed down his anger, saying coldly, it's none of your business. Xiaoping, take care of yourself in case something bad happens to you out of the blue. I'm not afraid at all. Who cares what a loser says? Zhou Zhenghong, do you have enough money to buy one piece? If you don't have, I can lend you some. Xiaoping humiliated Zhou Zhenghong. Who says who can't afford? Uncle Zhou, let's go to the counter. Ji Yuning walked over, pulling Zhou Zhenghong away before he could struggle. Zhou Zhenghong was very surprised. He didn't expect the young girl would be that strong. He understood this young girl was helping him, but he did not have money to buy the raw material. Xiaoping didn't know Zhou Zhenghong was with a young girl. He was a little upset, but also wanted to know what Zhou Zhenghong could get. Young girl, I'm not buying, Zhou Zhenghong said awkwardly. Mr. Zhou, I know you're still optimistic about this raw material, but you have concerns. In fact, I'm also optimistic about this raw material. If you are not willing to take full risks, we each can pay half of this raw material. If it's valuable, we can share the profit. If it's not, you won't lose much money either. Ji Yuning knew Zhou Zhenghong liked this raw material too, but because he lacked money, he hesitated. If Zhou Zhenghong planned to buy this raw material, Ji Yuning wouldn't compete with him. She could wait till he dropped it. But Ji Yuning had her own plan. She approached Zhou Zhenghong for a reason. Well, Zhou Zhenghong changed his mind. He did not dare to take the risk, but also liked this raw material. Thus he hesitated. If someone was willing to share the cost with him, he would like to try. But it was a young girl. Zhou Zhenghong believed she didn't need to take the risk. He didn't want to take advantage of a young girl. Young girl, if it's a waste material, you will lose money too, Zhou Zhenghong said. I know, but if it's valuable, I'll win money. Besides, that's gambling, Ji Yuning replied. Zhou Zhenghong hesitated for a while longer, then agreed at the end. This raw material weighed around 6 pounds. It cost 10,000 yuan a pound, and around 60,000 yuan in total. The buyer of the raw materials needed to register and sign. Since they bought it together, they needed to sign both of their names. After signing and paying, Ji Yuning let Zhou Zhenghong take the raw material to cut it out together. On their way, Ji Yuning pushed her cart with her. Zhou Zhenghong was astonished. Did you buy all of these? Zhou Zhenghong swallowed with great force. This young girl must be from a rich family. Since she was a rich kid, Zhou Zhenghong was relieved. And they had already paid the bill. Xiaoping stood afar looking at Zhou Zhenghong. So he had no idea Zhou Zhenghong and Ji Yuning bought the raw material together. Besides, Ji Yuning was merely a teenager. Xiaoping didn't believe Ji Yuning bought it, so he believed Zhou Zhenghong must be the only buyer. He knew although Zhou Zhenghong went bankrupt, he wasn't that poor and could afford a raw material. But when Xiaoping noticed the cart full of raw materials pushed by Ji Yuning, he was shocked. How could Zhou Zhenghong afford those raw materials? They cost at least millions. Xiaoping immediately walked over. Zhou Zhenghong, how can you afford these raw materials? Zhou Zhenghong didn't want to talk with Xiaoping, but he didn't want to cause a misunderstanding either. So he explained, these aren't mine. Hearing that, Xiaoping was relieved. Then he mocked, indeed, I forget you're too poor to afford that many raw materials now. But if these raw materials weren't Zhou Zhenghong's, then it must be the young girl's. Who can afford all of these raw materials at one time? This young girl must be from a rich family. Xiao Ping thought. What's her relationship with Zhou Zhenghong? No matter what the relationship between them was, Xiao Ping felt jealousy already. He was worried that someone would help Zhou Zhenghong to restart his business, which would be a threat to him. He had done a lot to defeat Zhou Zhenghong. Zhou Zhenghong just gave him a cold glance, then walked straight to where the stones were cut out. Let's see what you can get. Xiao Ping followed up. As long as there was someone to cut the raw materials, people in the shop would gather around to have a look. Although there were several machines, Ji Yuning wasn't in a hurry to cut hers out. After drawing the lines, the worker started to cut. After a cut, a light green showed. The worker raised his voice in excitement, a green jade. The crowd was excited at once. The most excited one was Zhou Zhenghong. A green jade. There was a green jade in it. Xiao Ping, at the same time, felt upset, with his eyes full of viciousness. He had schemed so hard to make Zhou Zhenghong go bankrupt. Was he going to fail? No, no. Before long, an emerald the size of a man's palm was fully cut out. Its color was light and pure. It was of the hibiscus type. Hibiscus type was the type ranked between glutinous rice type and ice type. It belonged to the upper quality types, and was very valuable. Feeling the strong power, Ji Yuning naturally absorbed it in. The jade was out. People began to bid. At last, the jade of the hibiscus type was bid to a high price of 18 million yuan. It was sold at the price of 18 million yuan at the end. No one was more thrilled than Zhou Zhenghong. He finally had money. Miss Ji Yu. Zhou Zhenghong walked to Ji Yuning, wanting to talk about the money. You can keep all the money in your card for now, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Zhou Zhenghong was struck dumb. Aren't you afraid I would take all the money and disappear? I trust you, Ji Yuning said. With determination, she didn't really trust Zhou Zhenghong, but wanted to give him a test. If he ran away, then she had made a wrong decision. If he didn't, then he passed the test. With the money, it wouldn't be difficult for Zhou Zhenghong to start his business afresh. And when he found out what were in Ji Yuning's raw materials later, he would know what the right choice was. Feeling he was being trusted, Zhou Zhenghong was moved. He was an upright man himself. Chapter 60. I bet if he had been a malicious man, he would have thought Ji Yuning was dumb to trust a stranger. Zhou Zhenghong went to sign the contract, and Xiao Ping had already left. Ji Yuning planned to cut her raw materials out, when Qin Yifan and his friends came towards her. Both Qin Yifan and Li Junjun had a cart with them. In Qin Yifan's cart, there were 2 materials, while in Li Junjun's cart, there were 3 raw materials. Seeing there were 7 raw materials in Ji Yuning's cart, Qin Yifan and his friends were all astonished. Jesus, he had checked for so long to choose these 2. Ji Yuning had picked up 7 already. Was she buying expensive raw materials or cheap vegetables? Li Junjun was amazed too, but then she sneered. Although she knew Ji Yuning had a lot of money, she had never seen anyone waste money like that. Ji Yuning, are you buying expensive raw materials or cheap vegetables? Qin Yifan found it interesting. I am buying raw materials at the price of cheap vegetables. Ji Yuning laughed. She used her jade eyes to scan the raw materials in their carts. Qin Yifan had 1 big and 1 small raw material. The big one was a little bigger than a football. Unfortunately, it was a pure stone. The small one was as big as half a football. There was jade in it, but it was too small and in the size of a baby's fist. Ji Yuning judged from the thickness of its fog that it was a high-level jade. But Ji Yuning had no intention to tell him. She didn't want to cause herself trouble. As for Li Junjun, she had 3 raw materials. 2 of them were as big as half a football. One was a pure stone, while the other had a medium-level jade inside. The last was slightly bigger than a football, but it only had a thin layer of green inside. Are you sure you're going to buy them all? Qin Yifan asked with uncertainty. He intended to remind Ji Yuning to be careful, but he didn't stop her directly, because no one knew whether there was jade inside or not. If he stopped her, and there was jade in the raw materials, he would have done the wrong thing. Ji Yuning would probably hate him for that. I already paid the bill, Ji Yuning said. What, you already paid? Qin Yifan was shocked again. He didn't expect Ji Yuning to be so efficient. How much did you pay? He asked. 4.5 million, Ji Yuning answered. She stayed calm from the beginning to the end, like 4.5 million was nothing to her. Of course, she knew these raw materials were valuable, or she would not pay that much to buy 7 stones. Although 4.5 million meant nothing to Qin Yifan too, it was still hard for him to spend that large an amount of money on raw materials at one time. You're really indulging yourself. Qin Yifan didn't know what else to say. Miss Ji Yu, do you plan to cut them out? I'm curious how many of them have jade inside, Li Junjun said with disdain. Qin Yifan now noticed she was being unkind, and felt displeased. Junjun, stone gambling largely relies on one's luck. Even you can't be 100% sure to cut out jade from every raw material with your professional knowledge. Songhua, python stripe and moss aren't the essential marks of a raw material with jade inside, Qin Yifan said plainly. Li Junjun felt embarrassed. She agreed with what Qin Yifan had said, but she was mad that he stood up for Ji Yu Ning against her. The silent man who followed them all along frowned a little. He was Li Junjun's older brother. He apparently also felt dissatisfied that Qin Yifan helped Ji Yu Ning. But what Qin Yifan had said wasn't wrong, so Li Jianyu could do nothing but stay quiet. Well, it seems Miss Li is confident about your ability. Why don't you pick one and compete with mine? Ji Yu Ning challenged Li Junjun. She didn't want to be a coward. People around them focused on them at once. No one wanted to miss the bet. Facing the challenge, Li Junjun couldn't wait to accept it. No problem, you can use 3 of your raw materials to compete with mine. Whoever can cut out the most valuable jade wins. If no one can cut out jade, then it's even. Li Junjun was confident there must be 1 raw material with jade among her 3 raw materials. At the same time, she also believed Ji Yu Ning couldn't cut out a single emerald. Even if she had only 1 raw material with jade inside, she would win. Well, Qin Yifan hesitated. They had chosen these raw materials with great care. Although they weren't confident all of them had jade inside, there was a good possibility to cut out jade. And Ji Yu Ning made her choices all by luck. It wasn't dependable, but before he could say something, Ji Yu Ning already accepted. Very well, but we need to put money in the bet, or it will be boring. How much? Li Junjun asked. Apparently she agreed. Let's say 10 million yuan, Ji Yu Ning said. Sure, Li Junjun answered without hesitation. Li Junjun accepted Ji Yu Ning's condition so quickly not because 10 million yuan was nothing to her. Actually she didn't have that much money herself. She was merely confident that it was impossible for her to lose. Now it was too late for Qin Yifan to stop them. One was his great old friend, the other one was his new friend. He didn't want either of them to lose, thus he could only pray it would be even. From the beginning to the end, Li Jianyu never interfered. He was obviously confident too. Li Junjun picked a raw material randomly. Ji Yu Ning used her jade eyes to scan it. It was a waste material. Thus Ji Yu Ning chose a waste material too. Although it was a waste material, Ji Yu Ning still paid. There were 2 machines. After Ji Yu Ning and Li Junjun had paid their bills, 2 workers started to cut the stones. Although Li Junjun was confident, she paid a lot of attention to Ji Yu Ning's raw material. After 1 cut, there was nothing in it. Then it was the 2nd cut, and still nothing in it. After the 3rd cut, it was still a stone. The raw material had been cut half out without any green. It must be a waste material. Seeing Ji Yu Ning's was a waste material, Li Junjun felt relieved, but hers was the same, which disappointed her a lot. Chapter 61, Be Proud Too Early, Miss Ji Yu. Zhou Zhenghong went back to stand beside Ji Yu Ning. He looked much more delighted than before. Uncle Zhou, Ji Yu Ning called him. Zhou Zhenghong didn't run away. Ji Yu Ning was satisfied and gave him a sincere smile. The second time, Li Junjun chose a raw material with jade inside. Ji Yu Ning did the same thing. Although Ji Yu Ning's wasn't big, the species of the jade was much more valuable than Li Junjun's. Rub this one, please. Ji Yu Ning's raw material was just a little bigger than an apple and its outer layer was thin. It was better to rub it. It took more time to rub a stone than to cut it directly. Before long, Li Junjun's raw material was cut out. A layer of green showed. It's green inside. The crowd erupted into discussion. They had just witnessed an emerald cut out. Now there was another one. Li Junjun was excited. She threw a provocative glance to Ji Yu Ning. Qin Yifan, on the other hand, was worried about Ji Yu Ning. As for Ji Yu Ning herself, she was calmer than ever. It's an emerald. It's a medium-level jade of the glutinous rice type. No one was happier than Li Junjun now. She again gave Ji Yu Ning a provocative and proud glance. Although it was just a medium-level jade, it was big, and was worth a lot. But while Li Junjun was enjoying her success, Ji Yuning's raw material showed green at the same time. Li Junjun became upset at once. How come? How was it possible? How could Ji Yuning's raw material show green? Li Junjun couldn't accept the truth. She ran over immediately. There was a layer of green indeed, but its type was still unknown. Qin Yifan and Li Zhenyu were both surprised. They also didn't expect there would be jade in a raw material randomly picked up by Ji Yuning. Meanwhile, Qin Yifan was relieved, but Li Zhenyu was displeased. He obviously didn't want Ji Yuning to win. Zhou Zhenghong was amazed too. He didn't know Ji Yuning had jade eyes at all, and Ji Yuning had helped him gain a lot of money just then. Thus Zhou Zhenghong believed Ji Yuning must be an expert, and he already thought highly of her. Now, Ji Yuning's raw material showed green again. Zhou Zhenghong greatly admired her now. Li Junjun clenched her fists. She prayed to herself that Ji Yuning's jade was worthless or a low-level jade. As long as it was worse than hers, Li Junjun would be satisfied. Unfortunately, the fact went the opposite way. Li Junjun's jade was in the same size of Zhou Zhenghong's jade of hibiscus species. Once the jade was cut out, someone bid immediately. But Li Junjun wouldn't sell it anyway since her family dealt in the business of jade. Thus when someone wanted to bid, Li Zhenyu stopped him. Sorry, everyone. We are not going to sell this jade. The crowd felt disappointed, but they couldn't force the owner to sell the jade. Therefore, they could only hope that Ji Yuning would sell hers. Since her raw material showed green, it was highly possible there was jade inside. After a while, Ji Yuning's jade was cut out. After cleaning it with water, it showed its real appearance. The texture was smooth and warm. It had great transparency and light shiny color. It looked like a glass. The glass type, it is the old pit glass type. The workers' hands, which were holding the jade, were trembling because of excitement. Hearing that, everyone drew a long breath in. They were all shocked. Old pit glass type was the top-level type among jade. All of the sudden, Li Junjun's medium-level jade of the glutinous rice type seemed worthless. Li Junjun was more than upset now. It was so hard for her to believe the result. Ji Yuning immediately absorbed the power. There was one last raw material waiting to be cut, but given what had happened, Li Junjun was very likely to lose. If she couldn't cut out a jade which was more valuable than a jade of old pit glass species, she would certainly lose. However, it was so difficult to do that. Even though, Li Junjun still had hope. It wasn't the last second. Miss Ji Yu, do you want to sell this jade? I'll pay 10 million yuan for it. 15 million yuan, 20 million yuan, 40 million yuan. The last bid was from Li Zhenyu. Li Junjun felt dissatisfied at once. Brother, how can you buy her jade? Hearing that, Li Zhenyu frowned slightly. He was a little dissatisfied too. Junjun, don't forget I'm a businessman, Li Zhenyu warned. He would protect Li Junjun from the emotional aspect, but it didn't mean he would ignore his family's business. The jewelry industry always lacked top-level jade. It was so hard to find one, and Li Zhenyu would never give it up just because of Li Junjun's jealousy. Li Junjun was upset, but she couldn't do anything about it. 60 million yuan. The bid stopped at the price of 60 million yuan, which was reasonable. The bidder was Qin Yifan. He came to City Ji for jade. He would never allow himself to miss such a rare top-level jade. Although he and Li Zhenyu were good friends, business was business. Only the most generous buyer would get the jade. At the end, Qin Yifan got the old pit glass jade from Ji Yuning at the price of 60 million yuan, but they had to wait to sign the contract and transfer the money until the bet was over. Miss Li, if your last raw material doesn't have a jade which is worth more than 60 million yuan, then you'll lose, Ji Yuning said provocatively. Li Junjun was irritated now. If she had been jealous of Ji Yuning before, now she hated Ji Yuning to the death. Zhou Zhenghong then realized Ji Yuning had a bet with Li Junjun. He admired Ji Yuning's ability even more now. The last round, Ji Yuning chose a raw material with a purple jade inside. It wasn't big though, just the size of 2 apples. She decided to have it be rubbed too. Meanwhile, Li Junjun still had hers cut. After a cut, the out layer was removed, and a pure green showed widely. Is this the old pit ice type? There was another round of excited shout. Li Junjun, who had a vain hope, now felt thrilled. Old pit ice species was a high level separate among jade, and only ranked lower than the old pit glass species. If this one was big enough, it was still possible for Li Junjun to beat Ji Yuning. Qin Yifan couldn't help glancing at Ji Yuning. Even Zhou Zhenghong felt concerned, but Ji Yuning stayed calm as usual. No one knew whether she was being confident, or didn't care about the result. Since Ji Yuning had earned that much money, 10 million yuan was nothing to her. But it was too early to be worried or proud now. The final result wasn't out yet. Chapter 62, Do You Want to Deny It? Right at that moment, the worker made another cut. Everyone held his or her breath, fixing their eyes on the machine. However, there was no more green showing, instead there was white stone inside like what it was on the outside. Everyone was disappointed at once. There was only a thin layer of green. No, impossible. This is impossible. Li Junjun couldn't accept the truth. It was a jade of the old pit ice type. How could it have disappeared? Cut it again, again. Li Junjun shouted. The worker continued, but there was only stone left. Li Junjun was struck dumb standing there. She lost. She lost the bet. Miss Li, you lose, Ji Yuning reminded her. Hearing Ji Yuning's voice, Li Junjun suddenly looked at her. She didn't say a word, but her eyes were full of viciousness. Ji Yuning smiled lightly. She didn't care and didn't want to urge Li Junjun. She moved her sight to her raw material which was being rubbed instead. An encouraging voice sounded. There was a light shiny purple which showed, but the window was small, so the color wasn't very obvious. After several rounds of rubbing, the color showed gradually. It was light purple. Isn't this violet? What? Impossible. Hearing violet, the crowd all rounded their eyes in shock. No, no, this can't be true. Li Junjun was losing her control over her emotions. Can it be just a thin layer? If it is violet, this young girl is so unbelievably lucky. She has 2 high-level jade out of 3 raw materials. Everyone looked to Ji Yuning with great admiration. Some felt envious too. When the worker finished rubbing, and cleaned the jade with water, a shiny violet jade of the glass type came into everyone's sight. Violet. It is violet. It is a violet jade of the glass type. The worker's hands were trembling quickly. It was too much for his heart to bear. He had cut out stones for half of his lifetime. This was his first time to cut out 2 high-level jade consecutively, especially this violet. Purple was the rarest color of jade, and glass was the rarest type of jade. This jade was a very pure purple. It was a highly elegant purple. The light charming color was like the haze from the east, which was full of implicit beauty. No one was more excited than the boss, who almost fainted, but he was thrilled not because of happiness, but because of regret. He knew this new group of raw materials had a high green rate, but he didn't expect the rate would that high. The number of raw materials which had been cut out today was merely around 10, but there were 4 of them that had jade, 2 even had high-level jade inside. If he had cut them out himself, he would be super rich overnight. But it was too late to do that. He didn't have the nerve to cut out all his raw materials. If there was no jade inside, he would lose every cent he had. Although the violet jade of the glass type was ranked at the same high level as the jade of the old pit glass type, it was much more expensive because of its rarity. Thus the bid began from 30 million yuan, 50 million yuan, 70 million yuan. At the end, the violet jade was sold out at the price of 80 million yuan. The buyer was still Qin Yifan. Li Zhenyu did want to compete for the violet jade, but he didn't have enough money for it. The Li family wasn't in the same level of wealth as the Qin family after all. Besides, the last bid was almost higher than the value of the violet jade. Qin Yifan was truly from the super rich family. He paid 130 million yuan for 2 jade within a day. Actually, 130 million yuan was the highest price Qin Yifan could pay for the jade. The Qin family had hundreds of million in assets, and was ranked the 4th richest family in City F on the list. The Qin family was universally acknowledged as the second-line super-rich family. But the Qin family was involved in many industries other than Yiqui Jade Store. Yiqui Jade Store was merely inherited from the ancestors. The Qin family didn't want to close it and ran it as a sideline. Thus, the Qin family actually didn't have much cash on hand. The 130 million yuan was the best Qin Yifan could do. He didn't want to miss the high-level jade. As for Ji Yuning, Qin Yifan now more than just appreciated her. He admired her greatly. No matter if Ji Yuning was only lucky, or if she truly had the ability, she could cut out great jade, which was everything in this industry. They needed to sign the contract and transfer money. Oh, Miss Li lost the bet between us. Please transfer the 10 million yuan to me as well, Ji Yuning reminded. Although she said it airily, Li Junjun felt utterly displeased. Ji Yuning, will you stop? Li Junjun scolded. Her face changed because of anger, as if she had been treated unfairly. What? Why should I stop? You agreed on the bet. Do you want to deny it? Ji Yuning said. She indeed wanted to deny it, but she cared about her reputation. If she really denied it, her reputation would be ruined. Please allow me to transfer the money. Although Li Zhenyu felt disappointed too, he had to follow the rules. If there was any negative rumors that went abroad, his family's business would be affected too. Brother. Li Junjun unconsciously called her brother. She didn't actually want to stop him. She merely felt helpless. But no matter what Li Junjun had in her mind, it wasn't a good time for her to utter another word. Thus the minute she opened her mouth, Li Zhenyu gave her a warning glance. She shut her mouth at once. Qin Yifan, at the same time, was like an outsider. He had no intention to help Li Zhenyu and Li Junjun. Because he knew if Ji Yuning had lost the game, they would do the same thing. Thus, Qin Yifan preferred to be an outsider. Before long, the contract had been signed and the money had been transferred. Ji Yuning, you're so awesome, how can you cut out 2 jade among 3 raw materials? Did you really choose the raw materials by luck? Do you have jade eyes? Qin Yifan was still excited. He accidentally told the truth. Although knowing Qin Yifan was joking, Ji Yuning felt uneasy. She smiled. I'm always a lucky person. That's all. Qin Yifan looked at the left 4 raw materials in Ji Yuning's cart. Are there more emeralds in your raw materials? I have no idea, Ji Yuning replied casually. Oh, it's almost 12 a.m. Let's go have lunch together. Qin Yifan invited. Chapter 63. I want you. Li Junjun was in a rage now. She hated Ji Yuning to the death. Now Qin Yifan even wanted to invite Ji Yuning to have lunch together. Li Junjun almost went crazy. If you don't want Yifan to hate you, mind your behavior. We can deal with Ji Yuning secretly, Li Zhenyu warned. He wanted Li Junjun to be with Qin Yifan, because it would be helpful to the Li family. Thus he naturally disliked Ji Yuning, who had grabbed Qin Yifan's attention and defeated Li Junjun. Or more technically, he hated Ji Yuning because of the 10 million yuan. 10 million yuan wasn't much to his family, but could be used to do many things. He would be lying if he said he didn't care. Li Junjun was a little surprised, but also felt happy. True, if she wanted to deal with Ji Yuning, she could do it secretly. City Ji was the domain of Li Junjun. She had plenty of ways to deal with Ji Yuning. Besides, she knew some gangsters. It was easy to hurt Ji Yuning in Li Junjun's eyes. Thinking of this, Li Junjun felt comfortable and relaxed. No, thanks, I have something else to deal with. Thank you. Ji Yuning rejected Qin Yifan's invitation. Fine. Qin Yifan didn't insist. He asked later, will you be here later? No, I won't come again, Ji Yuning said. All the great jade was in her hands now. There weren't many left in the shop after all. She had used her jade eyes to earn a fortune. It would be too selfish if she collected all the valuable jade in the shops. Qin Yifan had to give up at the end. He only reminded Ji Yuning to turn to him if she had any trouble. Miss Ji Yu, let's go transfer the money. Zhou Zhenghong stayed by Ji Yuning's side all the time. Knowing she was leaving, he asked on his own initiative. We don't need to rush. Uncle Zhou, let's have lunch together, Ji Yuning said. Great. Zhou Zhenghong didn't reject. Ji Yuning's money was still in his account after all. While they were leaving, Zhou Zhenghong helped Ji Yuning take her raw materials which hadn't been cut open. After Ji Yuning and the others were gone, the shop became popular and well-known. Everyone now knew there were 2 high-level jade that had been cut out in the shop. When people heard the owner of those 2 high-level jade was a young girl, everyone was amazed. Ji Yuning didn't plan to leave the antique market now. Thus she chose a restaurant right in the antique market and booked a private dining room. Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much for helping me this time. If it hadn't been for you, I would have abandoned that raw material. Then I would have lost so much money. Zhou Zhenghong thanked Ji Yuning the minute they sat down. Ji Yuning smiled. She didn't want to hide her real purpose, so she said straightforwardly, Uncle Zhou, I don't want to lie to you. Let me tell you the truth. I helped you for a reason, especially when I found out your identity. Hearing that, Zhou Zhenghong was surprised and puzzled. She did it for a reason. For what? Why? Even though she knew his identity, it wouldn't be of great help. He had lost everything, and was a poor, ordinary man now. What was Ji Yu-ning's purpose? Although knowing the young girl had helped him for a reason, Zhou Zhenghong wasn't mad. He knew Ji Yu-ning wasn't a bad person. Why? Zhou Zhenghong asked. Because I'll be involved in the jewelry and jade industry, but I am still a student, I can't do it myself. I need a professional and competent manager. Although I don't know much about you, you didn't run away with the money just then. You're not a malicious man. And from the development of Zufu jewelry, your ability is also affirmed. So, after knowing your identity, I want you. What? Zhou Zhenghong rounded his eyes in shock. He didn't expect a teenage girl would be so ambitious as to run a company, and had even tested him before choosing him to be the manager. But, they were merely strangers who had only met each other once. Why would she trust him? We just met for the first time. We're not acquaintances even. Why do you trust me? Zhou Zhenghong asked. Yes, we met for the first time. We're not acquaintances even. I completely have no reason to believe you, but I am willing to believe you. The employer can't be suspicious, and the suspect can't be used. Although I care about my people very much, I never accept betrayal. If one treats me with sincerity, I'll give him or her a bright future. If one betrays me, he or she will be dead. No way around it. Saying the dead word, Ji Yu-ning seemed murderous. Zhou Zhenghong was stunned, as if he was surrounded by the feeling of death. He held his breath. Zhou Zhenghong was a sophisticated businessman. He had met a variety of people, and he could judge from Ji Yu-ning's air that she was a powerful as well as cruel person. Of course, she was only cruel to her opponents. She cared about her people very much. Facing Ji Yu-ning's warning, Zhou Zhenghong didn't feel reluctant. Instead, he trusted Ji Yu-ning. As for Zhou Zhenghong, if he chose to follow Ji Yu-ning, he would no betray her. He was an upright and loyal people himself. Perhaps, you're not optimistic about me, and don't want a young girl to be your boss. Or, you want to be the boss yourself, and restart your business, but, I believe you're a smart man, who knows clearly about the pros and cons. You need a lot of money and supplies to restart your business. However, let alone your lack of both of them, Xiaoping won't stand aside and let you start your own business. You probably couldn't register. Of course, you can avoid Xiaoping and go to other places, but if you don't have enough funds and supplies, it'll be very hard for you to develop. That was exactly what was on Zhou Zhenghong's mind. Although he wanted to restart his business, he also clearly knew it wouldn't be easy. Even if he avoided Xiaoping, and went to another place, he lacked the money and supplies. He could fail again, and I can provide enough money and supplies for you. Probably in your eyes I was just lucky today, but it's not. I have my own unique skills, so I don't have to worry about money and supplies. If you're willing to accept my offer, you can have 20% shares of my jewelry company. You'll be fully responsible to run the company. To the public, you're the chairman and have all the rights of the chairman. I'll be a behind-the-scene boss. You can discuss with me on things you can't decide. Chapter 64. The Jade Beauty. Zhou Zhenghong was now completely shocked. He never doubted Ji Yu-ning's ability of stone gambling. After knowing she had her own skills, he even thought more highly of her. But what shocked him more was that Ji Yu-ning was willing to let him take over the company. He could even have 20% shares. Why would she trust him so much? There was nothing better than being trusted for your own ability and character. Undoubtedly, Zhou Zhenghong made up his mind. He actually valued a hard-working life over wealth. He wanted to live his life. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhenghong stood up, looking at Ji Yu-ning. He said, "Miss Ji Yu, I'm willing to follow you and I'll never betray you." At the same time, Zhou Zhenghong made up his mind to run a greatly profitable business with Ji Yu-ning. The temporary location of the company was in City Ji. Ji Yu-ning planned to establish the headquarters of her company in the capital city when she went to university. The capital city was where she felt familiar and was going to stay. The brand was named the Jade Beauty, and her company was called the Jade Beauty Jewelry Company. Its major business was jade. As for other kinds of jewelry like gold, silver and so forth, Ji Yu-ning planned to involve them in the future, not now. Since Ji Yu-ning only had jade of great quality in her hands, she decided to make and sell high-end products. A piece of jewelry made of medium-high level jade cost at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. If it was made of high-level jade, it would cost millions of yuan or more. Although there weren't many buyers, it was very profitable if one piece was sold. Zhou Zhenghong was in charge of finding factories and shops in City G. He also needed to hire staff and buy machines. He knew better than Ji Yuning concerning those things. Thus Ji Yuning didn't interfere. Zhou Zhenghong decided to use his previous designers and carvers. The boss of Zufu Jewelry had changed, and those workers who had followed him had all left. Because Zhou Zhenghong was known for his kindness, his old staff maintained a good relationship with him. After he had gone bankrupt, they had also helped him. Although their design and carvings weren't the top level, they weren't worse than the third-line masters. They only needed a platform to practice and develop. The company's initial registration capital was 100 million yuan, and more would be added later. For the jewelry industry, the registered capital of 100 million yuan wasn't too much. It was still relatively little, because it required a lot of money to buy raw materials, but Ji Yuning didn't need to do that. She already had the supplies now, and they were worth 600 or 700 million yuan in total. Therefore, in terms of total funds, she had around 700 million yuan in assets, which was a big business. After that, Ji Yuning would continue to get jade with her jade eyes. There was no need for her to use money to buy jade supplies. Ji Yuning now had more than 200 million yuan in cash. She invested 100 million yuan in jewelry, and still had more than 100 million yuan with her. She planned to cut out 2 high-level jade, and sell them to Zhao Yufeng and Master Fu separately. In that way, she would have around 70 million yuan more in cash. Ji Yuning asked Zhou Zhenghong to help her buy a well-decorated apartment near the downtown of City G. When she came to City G in the future, she needed a place to live. She could not always stay at the hotel. "Oh, boss, we've sold the jade of the hibiscus type, and the money." Zhou Zhenghong reminded Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning's share was about 9 million. "Use the 9 million to buy me an apartment, and to cover some expense for the company," Ji Yuning said. She wouldn't give 9 million to others out of the blue. "Sure," Zhou Zhenghong answered. After the meal, Ji Yuning told Zhou Zhenghong she wanted to cut out more raw materials. Ji Yuning had already cut out several jade today. She didn't want to do it again in the public. She had no intention to cause a sensation. Zhou Zhenghong told her they could rent a machine as well as a private room from the raw materials shop. Accordingly, Ji Yuning and Zhou Zhenghong walked to a raw materials shop. It was around 1 p.m. On their way, Ji Yuning called Zhao Yufeng and Master Fu separately. She asked for their location, and told them she wanted to sell high-level jade. Zhao Yufeng wasn't in the street of stone gambling, but he remained in the street of antiques, while Master Fu had already gone back home, but when he heard it was a high-level jade, he immediately said he would come soon. It took time to cut a stone. Ji Yuning let Zhao Yufeng wait for her call. As for Master Fu, Ji Yuning told him to come slowly. She planned to cut out 3 raw materials, and it would take around half an hour. She told Master Fu to arrive around 3:30 p.m. Ji Yuning intentionally to let Zhao Yufeng and Master Fu come at different times. She was afraid they would like the same piece of jade, and she wanted to avoid an argument. Although Zhao Yufeng was the first buyer, which was a little unfair to Master Fu, Ji Yuning thought it would be fine given both would be high-level jade. When they arrived at a raw materials shop, they rented a machine in a private room to cut out their raw materials. Ji Yuning firstly picked up one in the size of half a football, then 2 others which were as small as an apple. They all had high-level jade inside. One of the small ones had the red jade which Ji Yuning almost missed. This red jade, Ji Yuning decided to make jewelry with it to send Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing as gifts. Ji Yuning drew lines on the big one first, then gave it to Zhou Zhenghong to cut. Meanwhile, Ji Yuning rubbed the raw material with the red jade inside. Although Zhou Zhenghong already believed Ji Yuning that she had special skills to choose a raw material, he was still excited when the green showed. When the jade was fully cut out, he became more thrilled. Seeing that, Ji Yuning just smiled a little. While Zhou Zhenghong had cut out an emerald, Ji Yuning's raw material showed color too. Zhou Zhenghong had a glance, taking in a long breath. He swallowed with great force. His voice was even trembling. Is it red jade?" "Yes," Ji Yuning replied calmly. Having the answer, Zhou Zhenghong almost bit his tongue. He was in great shock. The jade in Zhou Zhenghong's hand was as big as 2 adult palms. He was amazed when he found out the type of the jade. This is the high-level glass type. It was half transparent, so it was a high-level jade, no a top-level one. Meanwhile, Ji Yuning's red jade widely showed too. It was shiny red with smooth texture and great transparency. It was the high-level coxcomb red. Zhou Zhenghong was hit by one shock after another. He couldn't get his mind back all of a sudden. Rub the last one please. Ji Yuning was running out of time. So she had to remind Zhou Zhenghong. Zhou Zhenghong immediately had his mind back, and rubbed the last raw material quickly. Although he knew there would be jade in it, he was still excited to see the green show. Chapter 65. Full jade. After a while, Ji Yuning's coxcomb red jade was fully rubbed out. It was big enough in Ji Yuning's eyes. She planned to make 4 bracelets, 4 pairs of earrings and 4 jade pendants for Ji Yuman, Ji Yuqing, Zhang Xinyue and herself. She would also make a thick jade ring for Zhang Shu, and the rest of the jade could be made into several jade pendants and pairs of earrings. Ji Yuqing decided to sell the rest, which would be worth dozens of millions of yuan. Ji Yuning had seen the jewelry of the Qin family. She liked their design and carving, and planned to let the Qin family do the work for her. Zhou Zhenghong was holding an emerald which showed half of it. He breathed fast, like his heart was going to jump out. What happened? Ji Yuning asked with confusion. This is full jade of the glass type. Zhou Zhenghong tried very hard to utter a word. He was still in shock. Knowing it was full jade, Ji Yuning was also astonished. Full was the kind of jade with 4 colors: green, red, purple or white. Full jade was a symbol of happiness, fortune and health. It was rather rare, and super popular. It was worth at least 100 million yuan, and was much more expensive than the violet jade of the glass type. Ji Yuning immediately changed her mind. She decided to use this full jade to make jewelry for her family, while she sold the coxcomb red jade. Ji Yuning absorbed the power of the coxcomb red jade, but she didn't absorb the power of the full jade. She planned to use the full jade to make jewelry for her family. With the power, the jade could last long in great condition. Keep on rubbing. Seeing Zhou Zhenghong being so shocked, Ji Yuning felt like laughing, but she completely understood his feeling. Full jade was extremely hard to find. It ranked just a little lower than the king's green. Hearing Ji Yuning's voice, Zhou Zhenghong then got his mind back. He took a deep breath, and calmed down. His hands were still trembling, because it was so precious. He was nervous, being afraid to damage it by accident. After 10 minutes, Zhou Zhenghong finally cut the whole jade out. He handed it to Ji Yuning with his hands shaking slightly. Ji Yuning took the full jade. She was deeply attracted to it too. 3 raw materials had already been cut. It was almost 3 p.m. Ji Yuning planned to call Zhao Yufeng. Great, let's go, Ji Yuning said. She stood up and cleaned the dirt on her clothes. When they were out of the raw materials shop, Ji Yuning sent Zhou Zhenghong away to draw up a contract. They would sign it tomorrow. Although she trusted Zhou Zhenghong, they still needed to sign a contract, which was also a protection to Zhou Zhenghong himself. After Zhou Zhenghong was gone, Ji Yuning went to a nearby restaurant, then called Zhao Yufeng. Within 3 minutes, Zhao Yufeng appeared in Ji Yuning's sight. The street of stone gambling wasn't big. They were merely 100 meters away. Miss Ji Yu. Zhao Yufeng was excited when he saw Ji Yuning. Please be seated, Ji Yuning said. Zhao Yufeng sat down immediately. What do you want to drink, Mr. Zhao? Ji Yuning asked. Nothing, let's see the jade first. Zhao Yufeng refused at once. He was eager to see the jade. Ji Yuning found it funny. They didn't need to rush at all. Fine, let's see the jade first. I have 2 high-level jade now, but I can only sell one to you, the other is for Master Fu. Since you're not far away, I'll let you choose first. Please don't tell Master Fu, Ji Yuning said, then took out 2 emeralds from her backpack. Zhao Yufeng was thrilled and amazed when he heard Ji Yuning had 2 high-level jade, but he soon felt disappointed that he could only buy 1. Since the other one was for Master Fu, Zhao Yufeng couldn't argue against it. He was still moved that Ji Yuning allowed him to be the first buyer. Zhao Yufeng rounded his eyes in shock when the 2 emeralds were on the table. He knew they were high-level jade, but didn't expect there would be a coxcomb red jade. Zhao Yufeng wanted the red jade the minute he saw it. Miss Ji Yu, I honestly don't know what to say. How can you cut out 4 high-level jade within a day, no, a morning? That's unbearable. Zhao Yufeng swallowed down with great force. He was totally astonished by Ji Yuning's luck. If Zhao Yufeng had known Ji Yuning had cut out more than just 4 high-level jade, he would have been completely struck dumb. Of course, Ji Yuning still had 10 more raw materials with jade inside. Mr. Zhao, you can choose, Ji Yuning said. The red jade please, Zhao Yufeng immediately replied. Great, you can have a look first, then tell me your price. Ji Yuning gave the red jade to Zhao Yufeng. Zhao Yufeng took the red jade with his hands trembling. Miss Ji Yu, I'll pay 35 million yuan for it. This coxcomb red jade was ranked at the same level of the old pit ice type jade he had just bought, but the price of the red jade was much higher. 35 million yuan was a reasonable price. Deal. Ji Yuning agreed without hesitation. Then, they both had a wonderful deal. After the deal Zhao Yufeng left, because Master Fu called. A few minutes later, Master Fu arrived. Miss Ji Yu, where is the jade? Where is the jade? Master Fu raised his voice in excitement before he approached Ji Yuning. He walked fast towards her. If his 2 servants hadn't supported him, he would have fallen down. Ji Yuning immediately stood up to welcome Master Fu. Please slow down. The jade won't escape. A high-level jade. I must be quick. I am afraid it'll run away. Master Fu said seriously, like the jade would really run away from him. Before Ji Yuning could say another word, Master Fu urged, come on, show me the jade. Please have a seat first. I'll show you at once, Ji Yuning said. She immediately took the jade of the glass type out of her backpack. Although Master Fu knew it was a high-level jade, he was still thrilled and amazed to see it with his own eyes. Great jade, great jade. Master Fu took the jade at once. He was staring at it with fondness, but in his heart, he still felt a little disappointed. If it had been a top-level old pit glass species, it would be much better. Chapter 66. An accident girl, I'll pay 30 million yuan for this jade of the glass type. How about that? Master Fu said. No problem, Ji Yuning answered. It was a reasonable price. For now, Ji Yuning had around 270 million yuan with her. Ha ha, I like your efficient way of making a deal. Great, I'll transfer the money to you now. Ji Yuning's efficiency left a good impression on Master Fu again. He immediately made a call to transfer the money. Girl, if you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa Fu. If you need my support in the future, just let me know. I'll spare no effort to help you, Master Fu said. He sincerely wanted to become friends with this young lady. Master Fu was sophisticated. He had a belief that Ji Yuning was a promising teenager. Grandpa Fu, I do need your help now. Ji Yuning didn't hesitate to ask for help from Master Fu. Oh, what happened? Tell me. Master Fu was a little surprised and curious. Well, I plan to register a jewelry company, but I also know that this process is very troublesome. So, do you have any acquaintances in the Industry and Commerce Bureau? Could you please help me make the process smoother, faster? Of course, I'll prepare all the required documents. Since Master Fu was willing to help, Ji Yuning naturally couldn't waste the chance. Actually, she decided to make full use of her network. There was nothing wrong with it anyway. What, you're going to open a jewelry company? Knowing that, Master Fu was amazed. This young girl was very ambitious. She even had the nerve to open a jewelry company. Yes, Ji Yuning replied seriously. How much is the registered capital? Master Fu asked. The initial capital is 100 million, which will be added to in the future, Ji Yuning said. Master Fu took a long breath in. Even though 100 million wasn't much in the jewelry industry, it was a huge amount of money to a young girl. This girl wasn't an ordinary teenager. But, although Ji Yuning was an extraordinarily smart girl, it was risky to start up a company. Master Fu asked with uncertainty, are you sure you're going to open a jewelry company? To start up a business needs more than just money. You must have the ability to run it, with stable supplies. Besides, you're a student now. Do you have enough time to manage it? Master Fu wasn't going to stop Ji Yuning. He was just worried that Ji Yuning didn't fully understand the rules and might lose money. Ji Yuning knew Master Fu cared about her. She replied with sincerity, Grandpa Fu, I'm fully prepared. Moreover, I have professional staff to help me run the company. There is nothing to worry about. Since Ji Yuning was confident, Master Fu didn't want to let her down. Great, it is no big deal. I'll help you with the registration. Oh, how old are you now? Thanks, Grandpa Fu. I'm already 18. I'm an adult, Ji Yuning said. But I still need to find a shop. I'll contact you once I find the shop. Sure, no problem. I'll handle it, Master Fu said delightedly. Thank you so much, Grandpa Fu, Ji Yuning said. Master Fu didn't stay much longer before he left. After Master Fu was gone, Ji Yuning left too. She went to the street of antiques. Ji Yuning didn't want to collect antiques. She simply wanted to take a chance. Thus she didn't walk into stores, but looked around the small stands outside. Although not every piece in the stores was authentic, the real one would be labeled with a price on it. It was expensive. After a while, Ji Yuning felt disappointed. She didn't see a single real antique yet. She continued looking for a longer time. Finally, she found an object with power at a small stand. It was a wine cup. Its power was very thick, which meant it must have a long history. Hey, how much is this? Ji Yuning pointed at a wine cup. Seeing Ji Yuning was a young girl, the stand owner assumed she wouldn't buy it, so he replied perfunctorily, it's from the Qianlong period, 10,000 yuan. An object from the Qianlong period. How was it only worth 10,000 yuan? It was worth at least 500,000 yuan. Therefore, it must be a fake one in the stand owner's eyes. But this time, the stand owner was wrong. This wine cup was an authentic one. Ji Yuning only wasn't sure which period it was from. Since it was real, Ji Yuning didn't care about the 10,000 yuan at all. She immediately took out a pile of bills from her backpack for the stand owner. The stand owner didn't expect this teenage girl would really buy it without bargaining. He was surprised. He had actually believed that this teenage girl wouldn't buy it, so he deliberately set such a high price. Otherwise, this would only be sold at the price of several hundred yuan. Was it a real one? The stand owner himself didn't believe there were any authentic antiques on his little stand. It wasn't easy to get a real one after all. This young girl must know nothing about it. She merely liked it. The stand owner was apparently happy to sell it at a high price. He happily took the money in case the buyer would regret. However, he didn't know he actually was the one who should regret. The stand owner took the money, and Ji Yuning got her wine cup. The deal was done. No one could regret. Ji Yuning put the wine cup into her backpack standing up. Right at that moment, something broke under her feet. There were a lot of broken china pieces. A man shouted in pain, "Oh, shit! My green bean glaze vase." After that, the young man glared at Ji Yuning. He yelled in anger, "It's you. You knocked my vase over on the ground. Now it's broken. You have to pay me the money for it." Ji Yuning immediately knew she encountered someone who intentionally caused an accident. That wasn't unusual in the antique industry. Someone would use a fake antique to deliberately cause an accident, and demanded compensation at the same price as a real antique. Someone like that could easily succeed, because they always chose the weak ones to take advantage of. And Ji Yuning appeared to be a teenage girl, who must be easily scared. Thus she became the target. Nonetheless, no one was willing to help in case they got involved in the trouble. But the man made a wrong decision. Although Ji Yuning was a teenage girl, she didn't allow anyone to bully her now. "I did not touch your vase," Ji Yuning said calmly. The man simply tried to trap her, but she truly didn't touch his vase. Chapter 67. Run away, what? If you didn't touch it, my vase wouldn't have fallen. The man argued. So what? Ji Yuning asked. This is a green bean glaze vase from the Xianxia period. It's worth at least 500,000 yuan on the market. Since you're a young girl, 500,000 yuan would be enough. Ji Yuning sneered. The man was literally shameless. Well, I can compensate you, but your words aren't enough. So, I need to let an expert identify it. If it is truly worth 500,000 yuan, I'll pay you right away, Ji Yuning said. The man panicked a little. His tone softened. Don't need to bother. It costs a lot to see the expert. I have a certificate of authenticity myself. It can prove this vase is real. Saying this, then man pulled out his so-called certificate of authenticity. Ji Yuning didn't believe it, of course. It's not a big deal. I'll pay the expert fee, she added. The man stopped a second. He now realized he had made a wrong decision, but he didn't want to give up. I don't have time to waste with you. I need the money now. Pay me right now, or I'll call the police, the man warned. He immediately took out his phone, like he was going to call. Ji Yuning pulled the corner of her lips. She knew the man was threatening her. Then she said airily, "Fine, go on. You." The man didn't expect Ji Yuning wouldn't be scared at all, which left him in a dilemma. Meanwhile, a nearby man suddenly stopped him. "Man, don't be so annoyed. We can negotiate anyway. She's merely a teenager. It'll be bad for her future if she is arrested by the police. Why don't you give her a bargain? The man seemed like he was helping Ji Yuning, but he was actually an accomplice. Unfortunately, Ji Yuning saw through them clearly. What's going on here? An old man's voice sounded at the same time. Before long, a group of people stepped into the crowd. Two old men who were around 70 walked in front. One of them unexpectedly was Master Fu. Girl, it's you. What happened? Seeing it was Ji Yuning, Master Fu was a little surprised. It seemed Ji Yuning was in trouble. But the young man who demanded compensation suddenly changed his face. Obviously, he knew the group. Oh, it's just an accident. Just an accident. Before Ji Yuning could open her mouth, the man said at once. His made a U-turn on his attitude. He was afraid of these two old men before him. No one in the antique market didn't know Master Fu and Master Yan. Those two were the authorities. No one dared to offend them. Especially Master Yan. He wasn't only the father of the mayor of City Ji, but also an undeniable expert in the antique field. He could tell whether the vase was real or not by his own eyes. Those two men who wanted to take advantage of Ji Yuning were shocked by the fact that Ji Yuning knew Master Yan and Master Fu. But Master Yan and Master Fu immediately understood what had happened when they saw the broken china pieces on the ground. Both were upset. It wasn't unusual for such accidents to happen, but when it happened to Ji Yuning, the perpetrators were in trouble now. Master Fu regarded Ji Yuning as his friend and his granddaughter. He would naturally protect her. Thus, Master Fu was displeased and asked, "Is it a real accident?" He didn't believe it apparently. The young man had a layer of cold sweat around his forehead at once. He did want to say yes, but it obviously wasn't a wise answer. At the end, the young man couldn't bear the pressure from Master Fu any longer. He apologized, "Master Fu, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I promise I won't do it again." "The person you should apologize to isn't me." Master Fu was mad. The young man immediately turned to Ji Yuning. He even bent to a low level. "Miss, I'm so sorry. Please accept my apologies." "I accept your apologies this time, but I'll have my people here to keep an eye on you. If you dare to do that again, you'll be in jail the next time." Ji Yuning said. She threatened them to stop them from doing it again. Sure. Those two answered at once. They were like rats on the street now. The only thing in their mind now was to leave as soon as possible. After that, they immediately ran away. "It happens often in this street. You must be careful from now on," Master Fu said to Ji Yuning. If they hadn't arrived on time, Ji Yuning would have been taken advantage of. "I will, Grandpa Fu." Even though Ji Yuning wouldn't allow anyone else to bully her now, she replied to Master Fu's kindness with sincerity. "Well, now let me introduce you. This is Master Yan, the president of the Antiques Association," Master Fu said to Ji Yuning. "Nice to meet you, Master Yan," Ji Yuning greeted politely. "You too." Master Yan was a serious man, especially before the young generation. So he replied airily when Ji Yuning greeted him, but he didn't disdain her at all. "Well, now if you'll excuse me, I'll leave now," Ji Yuning said. After Master Fu gave her an affirmative nod, Ji Yuning left. Later, she used her jade eyes to scan the objects around her. Within a few meters, she found out another object with power. It was an ink slab with a strong power. Ji Yuning immediately went over. She asked the price, then paid the money at once. She only paid 5,000 yuan for an authentic antique. Master Fu and Master Yan were not far behind Ji Yuning. Both of them witnessed what Ji Yuning had done, and they were shocked. They didn't know whether Ji Yuning understood antiques or not, but she casually bought one without identification. "Girl, you." Master Fu walked to Ji Yuning quickly. He wanted to stop her, but he was late. The deal was done. Master Fu sighed heavily. "Do you know antiques, young girl?" Master Yan followed up. His tone was still serious. Although Master Yan disliked her behavior, he didn't judge her for that since it was none of his business. Chapter 68. A battle for the ink slab. Not really, Ji Yuning said. "Then why did you buy this ink slab without second thought?" Master Fu criticized. He expected better from Ji Yuning. "Because of my instinct. May I invite the two masters to have a cup of tea?" "Master Yan, could you please help me identify this object?" Ji Yuning said. Master Yan was an expert of antiques. He had a special feeling for antiques, and never said no to identifying an object. He only thought it wasn't necessary to have tea. But seeing Ji Yuning being so confident, like this ink slab was a real one, Master Yan was more curious now. If the ink slab had been real, it was inconvenient to identify it here. Thus Master Yan answered, "Fine." They went towards a nearby tea house. They had a private room since they were all important figures. Before they sat down, Master Yan opened his mouth eagerly. "Girl, let me have a look now." The ink slab was held in Ji Yuning's hand. Once Master Yan opened his mouth, Ji Yuning handed it to him directly. Master Yan took the ink slab, and was absorbed in identifying it. Both Master Fu and Ji Yuning stayed quiet, tasting the tea. Master Yan kept on observing, touching and cleaning it for a while. At the end, Master Yan's eyes lit up with delight and excitement. "It's real. It is real. This is an ink slab from the Qianlong period. It belonged to the famous poet, book painter and Lijiao prefect, Zhang Wentao. It must be old pit species too." What? Hearing that, Master Fu was also surprised as well as excited. Such a precious antique was found by a young teenage girl, which surprised Master Yan more. He asked, "Girl, did you really find this out by your instinct?" To be honest, Master Yan didn't believe it was that simple. Ji Yuning had been so confident, as if she already knew it was a real one. Ji Yuning also understood her excuse wasn't persuasive, but she didn't know anything about antiques. Thus she had to stick to her excuse. Yes, Master Yan and Master Fu still couldn't believe it, but since the girl said so, they didn't want to ask for more. Master Yan looked at the ink slab in his hands. He was growingly thrilled. "Girl, do you want to sell it? If you want to, I can pay you the market price," Master Yan said. Not only was Master Yan an expert of antiques, he was also an expert of calligraphy. He loved those tools for calligraphy. "Well, Master Yan, I knew girl Ji Yu before you. If she wants to sell it, I must be the first buyer. You can't grab it from me." Master Fu immediately stood up wanting to snatch the ink slab. Although Master Fu wasn't as professional as Master Yan, he was an aficionado. He didn't like calligraphy, but he loved to collect ancient objects. Ji Yuning felt embarrassed. She didn't want to see those two respectable seniors to have a battle over an ink slab. Ji Yuning understood Master Fu wanted to have priority because they met first. Master Yan, on the other side, protected the ink slab tightly in his arms at once. He looked at Master Fu in an aggressive way. "Master Fu, you don't like calligraphy at all. Why do you need it?" "I don't like calligraphy, but I love ancient objects," Master Fu said. Master Yan was truly afraid Ji Yuning would sell the ink slab to Master Fu because the two had met each other before him. He had to use his ace in the hole. "If you don't compete with me, I'll give you a bottle of peach blossom wine of 10 years, Master Yan said to Master Fu. Hearing that, Master Fu's eyes were bright. He stopped competing for the ink slab, but bargained, 2 bottles. Master Yan frowned. He was reluctant to do that. But for the ink slab, he compromised at the end. "Fine, 2 bottles. Master Yan clenched his teeth. After that, Master Fu was pleased. He went back to his seat. And Master Yan then realized Ji Yuning hadn't agreed to sell the ink slab yet. "Well, girl, could you please sell it to Grandpa Yan?" Master Yan looked at Ji Yuning with sincerity. It seemed the ink slab was a part of his body. If Ji Yuning took it back, it would be like cutting meat from his flesh. Master Yan right now was completely different from that serious old man before. Actually, the reason why Ji Yuning invited Master Yan to identify the ink slab was that she intended to sell it to him. She wasn't sure Master Yan would want it, but since he was an expert of antiques, he probably wasn't willing to miss a real antique. Of course, Ji Yuning replied. Master Yan was more than happy now. "Very well, girl, I'm not going to lie to you either. This ink slab is from the Qianlong period. It belonged to the famous poet, book painter and Lijiao prefect, Zhang Wentao. It is worth around 5 million yuan. I'll pay you 5 million yuan. It's an acceptable price for both of us." "No problem," Ji Yuning agreed without hesitation. She didn't care about the price as long as it was acceptable. "Girl, if you're lucky again next time, you must sell it to me first." Although he stopped competing with Master Yan, Master Fu was still a little displeased. Ji Yuning smiled slightly. "Grandpa Fu, you've abandoned the ink slab for 2 bottles of peach blossom wine. I assume you must be a wine lover. I have a wine cup with me here. Do you want to have a look?" Saying this, Ji Yuning then took out the wine cup from her backpack. Both Master Yan and Master Fu were struck dumb for a second. They all thought to themselves, is she being lucky again? If she had been lucky again, she must be a lucky girl indeed. Or, she must have her own ability. Master Fu sat close to Ji Yuning. Once she pulled the cup out, Master Fu grabbed it and stared at it. But he wasn't an expert after all. He then immediately gave it to Master Yan. Master Yan, take a look now. With doubts in heart, Master Yan took the wine cup from Master Fu at once. The wine cup was round, straight, covered with a deep abdomen, a beast ring and 3 feet. It was the shape of the wine cups from the Tang dynasty. Then Master Yan focused on its material and marks. Master Fu sat aside looking at Master Yan with anxiety. He opened his mouth several times, wanting to ask for the result, but didn't want to bother him as well. Master Yan was increasingly excited. It's real. It's from the Tang dynasty. It's a royal wine cup from the Wu administration. What, really? Master Fu jumped up from his seat out of excitement. Seeing that, Ji Yuning felt worried for Master Fu. She didn't want to see him fall. Yes, it must be a real one. There are several royal wine cups in the museum too. I'm familiar with them, Master Yan replied. Ha ha, ha ha. I like it. Master Fu laughed out loud in happiness. He was afraid Master Yan would compete with him, so he grabbed the wine cup back. Both Ji Yuning and Master Yan were speechless. Chapter 69. Trapped. Although Master Yan liked this wine cup from the Tang dynasty, he had just gotten an ink slab. He wouldn't compete with Master Fu again. Master Yan, how much is this wine cup? Master Fu asked. Those wine cups in the museum were worth 300,000 yuan each 10 years ago. By now, its price must be 10 times higher. Around 3 million yuan, Master Yan said. Although this wasn't the royal object used by Empress Wu, it was an object in the palace. And the quality was superior. It must have been used by a royal, so the price was still not low. Great, then I'll pay 3 million yuan. How about that girl Ji Yu? Master Fu asked Ji Yuning. No problem, Ji Yuning replied. After the deal, they transferred the money without signing contracts. Ji Yuning trusted those two old men. They wouldn't regret or break rules. Besides, the deals were done. Even if the antiques weren't real, they could do nothing about it. After everything was done, Master Yan and Master Fu then realized something important. Master Yan asked Ji Yuning, did you buy the wine cup by chance too? Yes, Ji Yuning said honestly. Both Master Yan and Master Fu took a long breath in after Ji Yuning's affirmation. Even though they had no idea how Ji Yuning could know these two objects were authentic, they were surprised by her unbelievable luck. Before long, Ji Yuning asked to leave. Master Fu intended to invite Ji Yuning to have dinner with them, but Ji Yuning refused because she had something else to deal with. Before she left, Master Yan gave her a name card. Girl, if you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa Yan, like the way you call Master Fu. If you need my support in the future, you can call me. And of course, if you have any other real antiques, you can let me have a look first, but I'll only buy one if I like it. Apparently, Master Yan wanted to make a friend with Ji Yuning. No need to worry, Grandpa Yan. If I find out any authentic antiques in the future I'll call you first, Ji Yuning said and took the name card. She didn't have her own name card, so she pulled out a piece of paper and a pen. She wrote down her name and phone number on the paper, then handed it to Master Yan. Hey, you can't only turn to Master Yan. You must turn to me as well. Master Fu said. He didn't want to be left out. I will. Ji Yuning felt like laughing. These two seniors were really pleasant. After Ji Yuning was gone, Master Yan couldn't help but compliment, this girl is truly extraordinary. Indeed, she's even cut out 3 high-level jade this morning, and made 100 million yuan at once. Master Fu added, what, how is it possible, she cut out 3 high-level jade in a morning? Master Yan was shocked, he had never heard of such a thing before. Master Fu didn't mention Ji Yuning was going to open a jewelry company. If he had said so, Master Yan would probably be shocked dumb. Master Fu knew what he could say, and what he shouldn't. Ji Yuning's company hadn't registered yet. It would be inappropriate to say it now. Ji Yuning had already called her driver when she had left the street of stone gambling. Her driver had arrived half an hour ago, but Ji Yuning had met Master Fu and Master Yan halfway, and she was half an hour late. When she went out of the street of antiques, she saw a familiar car and went over. But when she opened the car door, she found the driver was a different man. Before Ji Yu-ning could ask, the young man opened his mouth first. "Nice to meet you, Miss Ji Yu. The driver who drove you here felt a little uncomfortable, so I replaced him to be your driver today." Ji Yu-ning didn't doubt that. She nodded, then climbed into the car. The car was started then left. Driving away from the street of antiques, the car didn't go back the same way that they came here. Before Ji Yu-ning could ask again, the young driver explained, "It's rush hour now. There is a traffic jam ahead. We can go another road, and save time. We'll be back to the hotel within an hour." Ji Yu-ning wasn't familiar with City G, but she knew it must be super crowded in rush hour. Thus she didn't doubt the driver's explanation. Like what the young driver had said, he had chosen a less crowded road. But around 20 minutes later, the car drove into an alley in a remote place. Ji Yu-ning then realized something must be wrong. She immediately seized the young driver's neck, and said coldly, "Stop the car." The young driver didn't expect Ji Yu-ning would realize so soon, and was so strong. When his neck was seized, he could hardly breathe. He stopped the car unconsciously. "Tell me, who sent you?" Ji Yu-ning asked. The young driver didn't answer her question. Before he could, several men ran to surround the car from 2 meters away. Ji Yu-ning was annoyed. She directly knocked the young driver unconscious. Did the girl just knock the driver unconscious? A man standing in front of the car saw what had just happened inside it. He said in surprise to another man beside him. "What?" The other man was also surprised. A teenage girl knocked a grown-up man unconscious. But the man wasn't frightened by Ji Yu-ning at all. He ordered instead, "Go pull the girl out now." However, before anyone came forward, Ji Yu-ning opened the car door herself. Her jade eyes was full of power now, and she was full of energy too. She wasn't afraid of these men outside at all. Ji Yu-ning stepped out herself, so the man who planned to pull her out stopped. When they saw Ji Yu-ning's face, all the men were amazed by her beauty. What a beautiful young girl. Ji Yu-ning coldly glanced over those men before her. They were all aged between 20 and 30, and behaved like gangsters. They must be gangsters, Ji Yu-ning thought to herself. The man who was their head was around 30. He was a bulky man in a black sweater and loose pants. He seemed violent. If an ordinary person had seen him, he or she would be terrified, but Ji Yu-ning wasn't an ordinary girl. She wasn't scared at all. "Li Junjun sent you here, right?" It was an affirmative tone. Ji Yu-ning only had bad blood with Li Junjun when she was in City G. No one would do that except her. Chapter 70. A woman's usual way. Hearing that, those men were apparently struck dumb for a second. They were surprised Ji Yu-ning knew who was behind them. They soon understood Ji Yu-ning must have had bad blood with Li Junjun earlier, so she knew what was happening. Therefore the head man didn't want to hide. "Young girl, since you know who you had bad blood with, you must know you've done something terribly wrong. We're here today to teach you a lesson." "Sorry," the head said. Knowing that, Ji Yu-ning despised Li Junjun. Li Junjun didn't even bother to hide herself. It seemed she was too confident. Indeed, Li Junjun was so confident that she believed Ji Yu-ning could only yield to these grown-up men. "Oh, since you do know someone can never be irritated, aren't you afraid I am one of those who you should never have bad blood with?" Ji Yu-ning asked calmly. She didn't seem scared at all. Hearing that, these men were struck dumb for a second before laughing out loud. "Young girl, do you know who we are? We're from the Qing gang." "Qing gang, have you heard of us? We're one of the 2 biggest gangs in this mainland. And you can never get revenge on us," the man said with disdain. Ji Yu-ning felt nervous. She didn't expect they were from the Qing gang. Anyway, since they were here to cause her trouble first, Ji Yu-ning decided to fight against them till the end. Besides, she couldn't believe the head of the gang would be an irrational man. If so, how could he be able to be the head? How would he manage his followers? "I don't want to get revenge," Ji Yu-ning compressed her lips, and said lightly. When those gangsters believed she must be terrified, Ji Yu-ning continued. "Because you're not able to defeat me." After that, Ji Yu-ning attacked them first. She came straight at the so-called head, kicking abruptly at his abdomen. Ji Yu-ning had moved too fast, so the man didn't have time to react. He was hit right in his abdomen. He was then kicked up in the air like he had been hit by a heavy object. Right on the heels of that, he fell down heavily on the ground, moaning in pain. The other three men rounded their eyes in shock. What had just happened? They couldn't believe their eyes. Were they in a dream? Ji Yuning didn't care what they were thinking at all. She directly attacked another man. Although the second man noticed Ji Yuning's coming, he was hit by a fist right on his cheek before he could fight back. The second man fell straight on the ground spitting blood with several teeth knocked out. The other two gangsters now felt a little scared, but they didn't want to run away like cowards. Thus they raised their fists, running at Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning took off her backpack, throwing it to hit the front man dashing at her. The front man was hit on his head by a great force, then knocked against a nearby wall. He fell from dizziness afterward. Ji Yuning used her backpack to hit the last man, but the man escaped quickly. However, Ji Yuning immediately kicked out her leg aiming at the man's knee. The last man lost his balance all of a sudden, bending his knee. "Ji, are you proposing to me? Sorry, you don't deserve me," Ji Yuning humiliated him. She then hit the man right on his head with her backpack again. The man wasn't able to avoid it this time, and fell on the ground. 4 gangsters were all beaten to the ground by Ji Yuning within minutes. Although they were not hit till handicapped, they couldn't stand up anymore. Ji Yuning didn't leave right away. She walked to their head instead. What do you want to do?" The head was frightened. He wanted to escape, but couldn't stand up, let alone run away. Ji Yuning didn't answer his question. She picked up his phone on the ground, and asked, "Did Li Junjun call you?" Yes, the man immediately replied. Then, Ji Yuning opened his phone, checking his recent calls. Li Junjun's name was really on it. She had called at 2:15 p.m., and the call had lasted for 7 minutes. "What did Li Junjun want you to do to me? How much for it?" Ji Yuning continued. She wanted us to rape you, and take a video of it, then put it on the internet. She paid us 100,000 yuan for it, the man answered. Ji Yuning sneered, but her face looked cold. Her eyes were full of upset. Rape, what a usual way a woman used to deal with another one. Xiao Feifei had done that before. Ji Yuning assumed the women who she would have bad blood with in the future probably would do the same thing. She didn't doubt that, but Xiao Feifei had only paid several thousand yuan, while Li Junjun paid 100,000 yuan. Was Ji Yuning's dignity worth only 100,000 yuan? No, Ji Yuning's dignity was priceless. This time, Ji Yuning really wouldn't forgive Li Junjun. Although Xiao Feifei had done the same thing to her, Xiao Feifei couldn't threaten her at all. She could punish Xiao Feifei in a gentle way, but as for Li Junjun, who turned to the Qing gang for help, which was a big trouble. Ji Yuning was completely irritated. She used the man's phone, calling Li Junjun back directly. At the same time, Li Junjun was having a meal with Qin Yifan in a restaurant. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. "Yifan, I heard there is a movie called Growing Up Together, which is very popular recently. Why don't we go and watch it together?" Li Junjun invited Qin Yifan with anticipation in her eyes. She wanted to watch the movie for a reason. The movie mainly told a story about a couple who grew up together. She and Qin Yifan also grew up together. Thus, Li Junjun intended to use the movie to express her feelings to Qin Yifan. Although this wasn't the first time Li Junjun told Qin Yifan her feelings for him, and she had been refused many times, she kept trying because she loved Qin Yifan. Moreover, their marriage would be of great help to the Li family. Chapter 71. You will pay for it. Sorry, I have something to deal with. You can go with your friends, Qin Yifan said. It was simply his way of refusal. Every time I invite you to watch a movie, you're always busy. Although Li Junjun knew it would end up like that, she felt hurt when she heard the answer. She had abased herself before him to the best of her ability. Why would he keep being so cold? Li Junjun was a beautiful, sexy and well-educated woman from a rich family. She had everything a man could expect from a woman. And she had countless admirers, but Qin Yifan was clearly not one of them. She wasn't going to be his younger sister, or girlfriend. She wanted to be his wife. Yifan. Li Junjun wanted to say more, but her phone rang. Li Junjun's phone was placed on the edge of the dining table. The caller was Lu. Li Junjun felt nervous for a second, then she was delighted. I need to take this call. Li Junjun took her phone immediately, standing up and left her seat. She didn't want Qin Yifan to hear a word. Li Junjun ran straight outside. She answered the phone. Out of excitement, she asked first before the other side could open the mouth, "Hey, Lu, did you finish it? I'll transfer the rest of the 50,000 yuan to your account later. Oh, Miss Li, my dignity is only worth 100,000 yuan in your eyes. Ji Yuning sneered. You. Hearing Ji Yuning's voice, Li Junjun trembled in shock. She almost threw her phone away. Why? How could it be possible? What had happened? Why did they take the money but fail to do what she had asked? Miss Li, I'll bear in mind what happened today. And you will pay for it. Be careful. Ji Yuning warned her plainly. You dare to threaten me. Although Li Junjun felt afraid, she was irritated by Ji Yuning's words. Her face changed, she looked vicious now. Yes, I did threaten you, Ji Yuning admitted without hesitation. Li Junjun was in a rage now, but also felt regretful. After a while, Ji Yuning added, Miss Li, since you're capable of doing that, you have to bear the consequences. Then Ji Yuning hung up the phone before Li Junjun could say a word. Li Junjun was so mad that she almost smashed her phone. She actually didn't know Ji Yuning's background, but since Ji Yuning had Lu's phone to call her, Ji Yuning must not be an ordinary person. Thus Li Junjun felt uneasy about Ji Yuning's threat. Now, Li Junjun was truly not in the mood to watch a movie. She forced herself to finish the meal with Qin Yifan, then asked him to drive her home. She was worried something terrible would happen to her on her way home. Li Junjun stopped asking Qin Yifan to keep her company, which made him happy. But if he had known the reason, he would probably not have been so calm. On the other side, Ji Yuning hung up the phone, then directly threw it back to the man. She turned around and left. Ji Yuning didn't know whether they would try to get revenge on her. All she could do was protect herself. Ji Yuning walked to the car. She pulled the unconscious man away from the driver's seat, then dumped him on the ground. She sat inside herself. Ji Yuning started the car, and left. After Ji Yuning was gone, at the opposite side of the alley, a black Maserati stopped there. The car window moved slowly down. There were two men sitting inside, watching the way Ji Yuning left. On the driver's seat, a young man who was around 25 was in a casual suit. His face was full of amazement and excitement. Wow, I didn't expect this young girl could be so strong and powerful. I feel like having a fight with her. You'll lose for sure. A cold voice sounded from the passenger seat. The young man immediately felt upset. The man who sat on the passenger seat was several years older. He was almost 30 with beautiful features. He had an air of power. Hearing that, the young man was displeased. He complained, "Boss, don't upset your own friend, alright? Can you defeat them all within a minute?" The man inquired. The young man felt shamed. Apparently, he couldn't. Although he could beat them down within a few minutes, he couldn't do it the way the girl had done it. Xuanfang, find out who these guys' head is. How dare them take a buyer's money secretly without my permission? The man said coldly. He was obviously annoyed. The man was actually the chairman of the Qing gang, Situ Yi. Although Qing gang was a gang, it had principles and rules. It was unacceptable to take a buyer's money secretly and charge the fee of protection, which was amoral. Of course, even though there were rules, some people would break them as they liked. Even in the country, there were many corrupt officials. As long as they hadn't been discovered, they would continue to do immoral things. Yes, boss, Chu Xuanfeng answered. Ji Yuning stopped aside after a short distance, not because she was lost, but she needed to find her real driver. She now was half worried and half doubtful towards the driver. What if the driver was one of the gangsters? What if the driver was in trouble himself? Ji Yuning pulled over the car, taking out her phone. She called the driver at once. Unfortunately, no one answered. Right when Ji Yuning was about to call the police, a noise sounded from the trunk. An idea suddenly dawned on Ji Yuning. She immediately clicked a button, then stepped out of the car, walking to the trunk. There he was. The real driver who had been supposed to take her, was now tightly tied up struggling with his mouth stuck full of a rag in the trunk. Seeing Ji Yuning, his eyes lit up at once. He knew Ji Yuning must be here to rescue him. He mumbled in excitement to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was also relieved to see the driver was safe. She immediately untied him. The rag in his mouth was removed. The driver was free. He apologized at once. "Miss Ji Yu, I am so sorry. I have no idea why they did this to me. Thank you so much for rescuing me." Chapter 72. Shopping in the shopping center. Thinking of that, the driver was still trembling with terror. "I'm sorry. It's my fault actually. They were targeting me," Ji Yuning said, Then she told him everything that had just happened. What? The driver was shocked, but he didn't blame Ji Yuning since she was also a victim. Because a lot had just happened, when Ji Yuning finally arrived at the hotel, it was already 8 p.m. Ji Yuning was starving, so she immediately called room service. She had planned to buy clothes in the downtown this afternoon, but she didn't have time now. Although the shopping center was still open now, Ji Yuning wasn't only going to buy clothes for herself. She would buy some for Ji Yu Man and the family of Ji Yu Qing too. Thus an hour wasn't enough for her to shop. Ji Yuning didn't have another change of clothing. She had to wash her clothes tonight, and hopefully it would dry tomorrow. She had her school uniform in her backpack, but she didn't want to wear it. It would be too obvious in the crowd. Her dinner hadn't arrived yet. Ji Yuning called Ji Yu Man to chat with her for a short time. Then she talked with Chu Peihan and others in their WeChat group for a while. The evening wind was cool and mild. It danced with people walking by. Sometimes, it was a bit chilly. In the downtown of City G, there was the biggest entertainment place, King's Club. In the noisy club, colorful lights shone. Men and women crazily shook their waists on the dance floor and the air was full of desire and luxury. But in a private room which was set apart from the main hall, there was only light music and gentle talks. In this huge private room, there were only 5 men without a single bar girl. Apparently, something special was going on here. Fuck, we were just fucking lucky this time. We even met the legendary Red Flame team captain, Red Wolf, who has killed 7 of our people. All the troops were almost wiped out. Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, we were fucked. A young man groaned and slammed the cigarette butt into the ground, seemingly venting the anger in his heart. I've heard that Red Wolf is very powerful. I didn't care, but I've witnessed this time. He's really very powerful. He could fight with more than a dozen people, and killed 7. He only got shot twice, a bulky muscular man with a naked upper body said. Although he hated his opponent to death, he admired him too. Luckily he got shot, and wasn't able to track us. Or we would be found, a relatively short man with a vicious look said. But we can't be too careless. After all, the other team is the captain of the important national team. Maybe he will send someone to follow us. So we'll be evacuated as soon as we successfully trade tomorrow. But why do they have to choose the commercial building in the city center? There are so many people there. Aren't they afraid of being discovered? Fuck, they're simply afraid that we get the money, but don't give them the goods. So the most secure place is where there are many people around. If we really don't give them the goods, they will immediately cause a riot and bring the police. In that case, we can't leave either. This isn't the first time. Couldn't they trust us? The object is worth 100 million yuan this time. It is reasonable to be careful. In another private room, there was a laptop on the table. The screen showed the picture of the above men's room. A man sat before the laptop with earphones on. He had heard everything they had discussed. This man was Leng Xiaoding. He had fine delicate features, but wore a cold expression. His eyes were as deep as the ocean with an air of power. He seemed like a king. Behind Leng Xiaoding, there stood 2 men. Both of them stared at the screen, too, but didn't hear what they had said. Boss, what's their next movement? Seeing Leng Xiaoding take off his earphones, a man asked. They're going to trade at the business building in the downtown. Keep an eye on their location, Leng Xiaoding said calmly with a serious look on face. Leng Xiaoding didn't kill them right now. He intended to use them as bait. Their head wasn't here, and the object was in the head's hands. If he killed them now, their head would be alarmed. They actually had no idea where their head was. If they had known, they would have come to him and killed him right away. The next day, Ji Yuning didn't get up till 8 a.m. Ji Yuning was actually awake earlier, but she had nothing to do. The shopping center was open at 8 a.m., so she didn't leave her warm bed till that time. Besides, Ji Yuning would fly back to City F at 2 p.m. this afternoon. She had a whole morning to shop in the shopping center. She didn't need to rush at all. She also needed to sign the contract with Zhou Zhenghong in the shopping center today. The appointed time was 11 a.m., which was a good time for lunch. Ji Yuning went downstairs when she got up. She checked out afterwards. The shopping center wasn't far away. It took around 20 minutes to walk there. Thus there was no need for Ji Yuning to take a taxi. She walked there directly. She had her breakfast halfway. When she finally arrived at the shopping center, it was almost 9 a.m. Today was a Sunday. There were already many people around in the shopping center at 9 a.m. Female clothes were on the second floor, so Ji Yuning went straight to the second floor. The shopping center was so big, it seemed it would never end. Ji Yuning suddenly didn't know where to start. She walked randomly to a direction, scanning through the clothes on both sides. If she liked the style of a brand, she would walk inside. After a while, Ji Yuning found an international designer brand. It was extremely expensive, but no matter how expensive it was nothing to Ji Yuning now. Nice to meet you, welcome. A saleswoman immediately came to her when Ji Yuning stepped in. Miss, may I help? May I have a look at the clothes which are suitable for a woman around 40? Ji Yuning asked. Sure, miss, please follow me. The saleswoman guided Ji Yuning to an area. Ji Yuning had a look. Nothing she liked. Could you please tell me the body type of your relative? The saleswoman inquired. She has the same body as me. If I can wear it, it will fit her too, Ji Yuning answered. Ji Yuning was 167 centimeters tall and slim. Then, the saleswoman chose a piece of clothing, showing it to Ji Yuning. Miss, how about this one? Well, it looks good. Ji Yuning looked at it and liked it at once. It would fit Ji Yu-man. She was about to take it and have a closer look. Chapter 73. The drama in the shopping center. But before Ji Yuning's hand touched the piece of clothing, another hand grabbed it first. I like this one. I'm going to try it. It was a woman who was at her early 40s. She was in luxurious clothes, but it was only limited to her appearance. She didn't have the same good manners. A woman with good manners would never grab a thing from another person's hand. Stop there, Ji Yuning criticized. She was upset. Ji Yuning couldn't tolerate that the woman grabbed the piece of clothing from her hand. But the woman walked away as if she hadn't heard Ji Yuning's voice. Seeing that, Ji Yuning frowned as a look of annoyance crossed her face. She strode ahead and stood in the woman's way. The woman almost knocked into Ji Yuning. She was a little scared by Ji Yuning, and shouted, "What do you want to do, young girl? Do you want to hurt me? You should be responsible for that." The woman's shout attracted attention from others in the shop. People immediately surrounded them to have a look. Sorry, I chose this piece of clothing before you, Ji Yuning said calmly. If she didn't want it, she wouldn't mind, but since she wanted it, she would never let the woman get away with it. Ji, just because you choose it first doesn't mean you own it. It's in my hands now. Well, if I say I choose all the clothes here, does that then mean you won't be able to buy any of them? The lady said with disdain. Wow, I didn't expect you're so rich. You even want them all. Hey, have you heard what she just said? This lady said she want all the clothes here. I think the commission you'll get today will be higher than a year of commission you may get, Ji Yuning said to a saleswoman. She deliberately twisted the truth. Shut your mouth. I did not say that. The woman yelled at Ji Yuning in anger. Though she was rich, this international designer brand was super expensive, and a single piece of clothing cost dozens of thousands of yuan. All of the clothes here in the shop would be worth at least millions. The woman absolutely couldn't afford it. The crowd all knew Ji Yuning was twisting the truth. No one took her words seriously. Really, because if I choose it, I'm going to buy it. And you, Ji Yuning said provocatively. You. The woman was mad. She also understood Ji Yuning was challenging her on purpose, but she was still irritated. Sorry, madam, this young lady did choose this piece of clothing first. Would you please have a look at the other clothes? The saleswoman apologized to the woman. Hearing that, the crowd immediately understood what had happened. Everyone disliked the woman's behavior. Xiao Li, Mrs. Xiao is our frequent customer with a VIP silver card. She has the priority to choose first, another saleswoman who was with Mrs. Xiao interrupted. She even glared at the saleswoman who was with Ji Yuning. Apparently, this was nothing to do with the so-called priority to choose first. The saleswoman was just snobbish. Xiao Li, however, ignored the warning. She argued, Miss Wang, I disagree with you. The one who arrives first can choose first. Even a VIP customer can't grab the clothes from another customer. You, Miss Wang was annoyed to be argued back. This Miss Wang was always snobbish, and only served the rich people. Mrs. Xiao, meanwhile, was a frequent customer here. She apparently wanted to have a friendly relationship with Mrs. Xiao. This was a shop of an international designer brand. The cheapest item cost dozens of thousands of yuan. Besides, A saleswoman could have 2% commission on the sales. Every time Mrs. Xiao was here, she would spend at least 80,000 yuan. The commission would be several thousand yuan. The onlookers all agreed with Xiao Li. They also felt dissatisfied. Exactly, even a VIP customer can't grab the clothes from another customer. It's unfair. It's not unfair. It's snobbish. Why don't you just sell the clothes only to the VIP customers? Anyone who wants to buy clothing here must have a VIP card first. Those customers who surrounded them all criticized Miss Wang, which made her feel embarrassed, but she didn't dare to retort. Mrs. Xiao, instead, felt irritated. So what? I have enough money. I'll buy whatever I want. It's none of your business. You can buy whatever you want, but you can't grab things from others. Someone argued. Exactly. This lady doesn't have manners at all, someone said. Do you know who I am? How dare you to say that? I am the wife of the chairman of Zufu Jewelry. Mrs. Xiao was annoyed. She spoke loudly about her identity. Hearing that, everyone shut their mouths at once. They obviously all knew Zufu Jewelry, which had at least 100 million yuan in assets. And they just had millions in assets. No one dared to compete with Zufu Jewelry. Ji Yuning was a little surprised. She didn't expect this woman was Xiaoping's wife. Xiaoping and Zhou Zhenghong didn't get along with each other. Ji Yuning therefore disliked Xiaoping's family as well. Those onlookers were afraid of the Xiao family, but Ji Yuning wasn't. She directly criticized, "Do you think you can do whatever you want as the wife of the chairman of Zufu Jewelry?" Mrs. Xiao didn't expect Ji Yuning wasn't afraid of the Xiao family at all. But Mrs. Xiao was too proud. In City F, there were many more families who were richer than them. At that moment, the store manager came over. What happened? Before anyone else, Ji Yuning opened her mouth with slight unkindness. Nice to meet you, manager. Let me ask you a question first. Is it true that your VIP customer can directly grab the clothing from another normal customer as long as she wants to? How is this possible? The one who arrives first chooses first. A VIP customer can only get a discount, the store manager immediately explained. Before long, he soon realized what had happened. He then turned to Miss Wang Union, what happened? Since there was only one VIP customer, Mrs. Xiao, in the shop, and the saleswoman who was with Mrs. Xiao was Wang Union, the manager naturally turned to her first. Wang Union had no idea the thing would end up like that. She hated Ji Yuning so much, but did not dare to show it in front of the manager. Besides, this was the first time such a thing had happened. She did not know how to explain. Chapter 74. Lay off, let me explain please. Shaoli recommended a piece of clothing to me, and I liked it. I wanted to take a closer look, but unexpectedly, Mrs. Xiao grabbed it from me. I asked her to give it back to me but she refused. Meanwhile, Wang Union said that Mrs. Xiao was a VIP customer and had priority to choose first, Ji Yuning said. The manager changed his face immediately. He didn't doubt Ji Yuning's explanation, and bashed Wang Union. Wang Union, what's wrong with you? You've worked here for a long time. How could you know nothing about the rules? The manager knew Wang Union was snobbish but she didn't normally cause any trouble. Thus the manager did nothing. However, the manager couldn't accept that she ruined the reputation of the shop this time. Wang Union suddenly didn't know what to say. She knew she had behaved in a wrong way, but everything she had done was merely for more commission. Enough, you're fired. You don't need to come to work tomorrow. The manager didn't want to waste time with Wang Union. Since she had damaged the reputation of this shop, the manager had to lay her off. What? Hearing that, Wang Union was shocked. She honestly didn't know the result would be that bad. Now, she sincerely felt scared. If she was fired, she couldn't find a better job. She almost begged, "Manager, please give me another chance. I promise this won't happen again. Wang Union, it's written in the contract. Anyone who damages the reputation of this shop will be fired." "I'm sorry, my hands are tied," the manager said. The manager then ignored Wang Union, turning to Mrs. Xiao. He explained politely, "Mrs. Xiao, we have our rules here. The one who arrives first chooses first. If you like this piece of clothing, I'm afraid you need to wait until this miss doesn't want it, so please return this piece of clothing to this miss." "Thank you so much." Mrs. Xiao of course was unhappy to do that, not only because of the piece of clothing, but also because she had been humiliated. However, since the manager was here, she didn't want to argue with him. She was going to buy more clothes from this shop in the future. Although the brand had many stores in City G, this store was unique with many more designs. I don't want it at all. Who cares? Mrs. Xiao said with unhappiness. She directly threw the piece of clothing back at Ji Yuning, then turned around and left. She had been greatly humiliated before everyone and had no reason to stay here any longer. Ji Yuning took the piece of clothing right away. She really liked this one. I'll take this, and more. Please give me one of that in size L. All of them are for women around 40. Ji Yuning handed the clothing to the saleswoman. Hearing that, the crowd was all surprised. This girl didn't look at the price tag at all. She must be very rich. The more a customer bought, the more commission a saleswoman could get. Xiao Li was obviously happy to see that. She immediately recommended more to Ji Yuning, following Ji Yuning's demands. Finally, Ji Yuning chose 2 sweaters, 2 pairs of pants and 2 long wool coats for Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing. She of course wouldn't forget her uncle Zhang Shu and her cousin Zhang Xinyue. She bought a black Armani suit, a sweater and a pair of pants for Zhang Shu. As for Zhang Xinyue, she was still at a young age and didn't need to wear clothing from a designer brand. Ji Yuning herself didn't want to do that either, so she went to another shop of a normal brand, and bought some dresses for Zhang Xinyue and herself. After buying the clothes, Ji Yuning went to buy a series of skincare products for both Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing. Then the question came to Ji Yuning. What should she buy for Chu Peihan and others? Gifts were about good intentions, not the price. Moreover, except for Yu Mixi, the rest were all rich kids. It wasn't a wise choice to buy expensive gifts for them. After a while, Ji Yuning decided to buy Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi each a Lancome perfume, which was worth more than 1,000 yuan. Yu Mixi lacked of a good phone, so Ji Yuning bought a phone for her. To not burden her friend, Ji Yuning didn't buy an expensive one, but only spent 2,000 yuan on a new phone. Since she was in a phone shop, Ji Yuning bought new phones for Ji Yu Man and the family of Ji Yu Qing as well. As for Hao Ran and the boys, she bought 4 Armani wallets for them, which cost around 1,000 yuan each. Ji Yuning felt satisfied at the end. When her company opened, she planned to prepare some jewelry made of jade for them then. When she received Zhou Zhenghong's call, Ji Yuning had almost finished her shopping. Before she left, she went to the lady's room, putting all the gifts into her telepathic eye space. It would be a lot if she carried them by hand. Their appointed place was a restaurant beside the commercial building. Ji Yuning walked straight to the restaurant after she left the commercial building. She stepped into the elevator. When the door was almost closed, a man suddenly dashed in and knocked into Ji Yuning by accident. "Oh, sorry, I'm in a hurry," the man apologized. "It's nothing," Ji Yuning said. But she felt something was strange, because when the man had hit her, she had felt there was a tough object around the man's waist. It felt like metal, and the shape was quite familiar to Ji Yuning. All of a sudden, an idea dawned on Ji Yuning. Was it a gun? Thinking of that, Ji Yuning immediately used her jade eyes. It really was a gun. At the same time, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to scan the other 4 men around her. She felt nervous at once. These 5 men all carried a gun with them around their waist. A man with a gun normally was from the police or the army. Otherwise, they would be gangsters or criminals. Ji Yuning could sense the air of violence from these men. They seemed more like gangsters or criminals. Ji Yuning again used her jade eyes to look at the box held in a man's hand. There were bags of white powder inside. Although Ji Yuning had never tried the white powder herself, she immediately realized what it was according to her rich experience. She secretly inhaled deeply. These men must be here to trade. It was none of her business, so Ji Yuning didn't plan to get involved. The elevator stopped at the 5th floor. Ji Yuning left the elevator. Coincidentally, the 5 men all left at the 5th floor too. Ji Yuning walked to the appointed private room. To her surprise, her private room was exactly next to the private room of those men. "Boss, here you are. Please have a seat." The minute Ji Yuning appeared, Zhou Zhenghong immediately greeted her. He pulled out the chair for her too. "Boss, I didn't know what your favorites are, so I didn't order yet. Now please order the food." Zhou Zhenghong handed the menu to Ji Yuning, then rang the service bell. Chapter 75. Too sensitive. When a waiter opened the door, Ji Yuning glimpsed as a group of men walked by. She unexpectedly found she was familiar with the front man's figure. However, when she looked over, they were gone. Ji Yuning didn't know many men, and even less of them could leave an unforgettable impression on her. Thus she immediately knew who he was. The man must be the one who had given her the king's green. What a coincidence. He was here too. Ji Yuning didn't bother to think further about it. She moved her sight back to the menu. She ordered 2 dishes, then gave the menu back to Zhou Zhenghong. Uncle Zhou, please help yourself and order something you like. Zhou Zhenghong took the menu. He ordered 2 dishes as well, then handed the menu to the waiter. When the waiter left, Zhou Zhenghong immediately took out a file paper bag, giving it to Ji Yuning. Boss, I've set up the contract. Please have a look. If there is anything you think is inappropriate, I can adjust it. Great. Ji Yuning took it. She opened the paper bag and started to read the document inside. With her powerful jade eyes, it was super easy for Ji Yuning to read through the contract quickly, but in front of Zhou Zhenghong, Ji Yuning had to pretend. She deliberately spent more time on the papers to make it seem natural. The contract only had 2 pages, so although Ji Yuning slowed down her reading pace on purpose, she still finished it in 2 minutes. The labor contract between Ji Yuning and Zhou Zhenghong said that Zhou Zhenghong was the executive director of the Jade Beauty Jewelry Company. He had absolute right of discourse. The registered capital of the Jade Beauty Jewelry Company was 100 million yuan. In addition to the monthly salary, Zhou Zhenghong also owned 20% of the shares of the Jade Beauty Jewelry Company. Well, I think it's good, Ji Yuning said. She signed her name in Party A, and then handed it to Zhou Zhenghong. Zhou Zhenghong also signed his name. Ji Yuning couldn't help using her jade eyes to see into the private room next door. She saw those men that she saw in the elevator, and another group of men sat across a table. There were 2 black boxes on the table in front of the 2 groups. They were in a luxurious restaurant with great insulation, so she couldn't hear anything because they weren't speaking loudly. She could only see what they were doing. They opened the boxes. One of them was full of bags of white powder, while the other was filled with piles of bills and gold bars. Apparently, they were in the middle of a deal. Although Ji Yuning knew they were doing something illegal, she knew she shouldn't get involved. Moreover, there were at least 10 men with guns. Ji Yuning wasn't powerful enough to fight against them. Ji Yuning brought her sight back, lifting the teacup to drink a sip. However, in the private room adjacent to the private room next door, there were 3 men. One of them was Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was dressed in black clothes. He was tall and expressionless. He was wearing earphones, listening to the sound from the adjacent room, and was monitoring the conversation. Meanwhile, a young man walked over, talking to Leng Xiaoting. Captain, except for us and the enemies, there are also people in another private room on this floor. It's room number 3, which is right next to our enemy's room. I've already informed the manager to get them to leave. Great, Leng Xiaoting answered lightly and said nothing else. Because they didn't know their enemy's appointed place beforehand, they weren't well prepared in advance. They could only check the surrounding situation after the appointed place had been confirmed. Even the bug was secretly set by one of Leng Xiaoting's men, who had disguised himself as a waiter. Knock, knock. At that moment, the door of Ji Yuning's private room was knocked on and was then pushed open. Ji Yuning, though it was the waiter, but to her surprise, 2 men who were around 30 walked in. Both Ji Yuning and Zhou Zhenghong frowned a little. One of the men was full of regrets, saying, "Nice to meet you, miss and sir. I'm the hotel manager. I'm so sorry to bother you for a special condition." The man with the hotel manager walked in front of Ji Yuning. He took out a document and handed it to Ji Yuning. He said, "Nice to meet you both. This is my certificate as a military officer. Our military is currently carrying out a task on this floor. For your safety, I hope you can immediately move to a private room upstairs." Sorry about that. Knowing that, Zhou Zhenghong was completely shocked, while Ji Yuning was merely a little surprised. It must have something to do with the people in the next room. However, could the man be from the military? Well, the man did look like a military man. Sure, Ji Yuning didn't want to be involved either. She answered, then left with Zhou Zhenghong, following the hotel manager and the military officer. However, just as they left the room, the 2 men standing outside room number 4 immediately looked over. The hotel manager suddenly panicked. His face turned pale at once because he clearly knew that the suspect was right in that private room. Both Ji Yuning and the officer knew that something bad might happen. The reaction of the hotel manager was likely to attract the attention of those men. The officer immediately took a step forward and blocked the hotel manager. He gave the manager a warning look. However, the two people who were outside had already seen the manager's face. They sensed something must be wrong right away. They called out, "Wait!" The hotel manager trembled, but because of the officer's warning look, he forced himself to calm down and immediately put on a formulaic smile. "Nice to meet you, sir. What can I do for you?" he asked the person who called him. The two men exchanged a knowing look, then walked towards them. Both Ji Yuning and the officer were alert. They knew things could go wrong. But they were afraid to raise suspicion, so they decided to temporarily stand still. The two men walked over, then immediately took out guns aiming at them. "Get in," they snapped quietly. The hotel manager and Zhou Zhenghong's faces immediately turned pale. They were trembling from the terror. Ji Yuning and the military officer stayed calm instead, but again to not raise suspicion, they cooperated well and showed fear on their faces. They were all forced back into the private room. Room number 5 was where Leng Xiaoting stayed. He had set cameras outside, so he was able to see what was going on. "Captain, what should we do? They're so sensitive," a man said worriedly. "Be patient," Leng Xiaoting said. Leng Xiaoting didn't miss the relatively smaller figure among them. He was a little upset and uneasy. It seemed that he was concerned about her safety. "In room number 3, you just saw us. Why did you look so scared?" a suspect asked the hotel manager. He recognized the hotel manager. So he was particularly sensitive. Chapter 76. The gunshots in the restaurant. Nothing, the hotel manager denied. He tried to stay calm, but failed. The two men definitely didn't believe him. "Tell them we have a problem here," one of the men said to the other. The other man then turned to walk out. Ji Yuning looked at the man's gun. He hadn't cocked it yet. If Ji Yuning went to grab his gun, there was no chance for the man to shoot. In other words, it was safe for Ji Yuning to do so. Ji Yuning gave the military officer a knowing look. The latter immediately understood. The military officer was amazed too. This young girl wasn't afraid at all. She even wanted to act first. To be honest, the military officer didn't trust Ji Yuning's ability. He was a little hesitant, but when he saw Ji Yuning's undeniable look, he immediately felt more confident. Therefore, he nodded slightly as affirmation. The girl dared to grab the gun directly from a man, which showed she had both courage and ability. Ji Yuning then started to act. She came to the man like lightning and grabbed his hand. With a snap sound, the man's hand was broken. Meanwhile, the military officer pulled his gun out, shooting at the other man. Before the man could make a sound, Ji Yuning immediately stuffed his mouth with tissues. She then raised her hand and slashed it toward his neck. The man immediately lost consciousness. Because the officer's gun was equipped with a silencer, it did not make any sound. He accurately shot the other man in the head. The man then silently fell onto the ground. It all happened too fast to be noticed. The two men still didn't realize what had happened before they were both killed. Both the hotel manager and Zhou Zhenghong rounded their eyes in shock. They felt like they were in a dream. The military officer instead was also surprised by Ji Yuning. He didn't expect this young girl could be that powerful. She was even as good and swift as he was. He had been in the army for at least 10 years as a senior special commander, and had been through at least 10 years of devil training. What kind of training had this girl been through? The military officer thought to himself. Although he wondered, he didn't ask. It was none of his business after all. Besides, he had a bigger fish to fry now. "You all must leave now," the military officer said. "It's too late," Ji Yuning said. She saw someone going out from the private room next door. As soon as the man came out, he would find the bodies. At that moment, Ji Yuning ran out before she could say another word. The rest of the people in the room were all surprised. They had no idea what she was going to do. Zhou Zhenghong wanted to have a look, because he was worried about Ji Yuning's safety. However, he was stopped by the military officer. Instead, the military officer followed her. Leng Xiaoting, on the other side, noticed Ji Yuning was coming out. Seeing Ji Yuning is out, they knew the people in private room number 3 were fine now, but why was Ji Yuning rushing out? Amid all the confusion, Ji Yuning dashed to the door of private room number 4. At the same time, the door was pushed open and a man walked out. Before the man noticed Ji Yuning coming, Ji Yuning hit him with great force. The man lost consciousness at short notice and fell onto the ground. Ji Yuning then grabbed his gun. Watching that, Lang Xiaoting and his people who were staring at the screen, as well as the military officer who followed Ji Yuning out, were all shocked. They now understood why Ji Yuning said that it was too late. But how could she know that there was a man coming out? Knowing that Ji Yuning was safe, Lang Xiaoting was relieved. Now it was time for them to act. 3 of them walked out immediately. Ji Yuning's gaze met Lang Xiaoting's eyes coincidentally. Seeing his handsome, cold face, Ji Yuning's heart skipped a beat. But she knew it wasn't the appropriate time to appreciate the handsome man. Get back to the private room, Lang Xiaoting said to Ji Yuning. I can protect myself, Ji Yuning replied. She wouldn't go back. Lang Xiaoting frowned a little. He was apparently dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything more. He was confident that as long as he was here, he could protect the young girl. Immediately after that, Lang Xiaoting and his people ran into private room number 4. A round of gunshots followed. Once the gunshots sounded, the whole building was lost in terror. People ran away, trying to hide. The building even shook a little. Zhou Zhenghong and the hotel manager were scared and hid themselves directly under the table. Zhou Zhenghong was very worried about Ji Yuning, but he did not dare to go out. Moreover, he didn't go out because of Ji Yuning's warning. Before long, the gunshots stopped. Meanwhile, the sirens also sounded downstairs, but the police were notified in advance and cleaned up the scene. Although Ji Yuning didn't walk into the room, she knew clearly what was happening inside because she used her jade eyes. Lang Xiaoting only had 3 men with him, while the other party had 7 or 8 men. But for the suspect, the appearance of Lang Xiaoting and his men was so unexpected. Thus when the other party reacted, it was already too late and they were all killed, and Lang Xiaoting as well his men, were all safe. They were amazingly powerful. Although the mission was completed, Lang Xiaoting and his men didn't leave right away. They were waiting for the police so that they could hand over. Ji Yuning turned around to go into her private room. She told Zhou Zhenghong and the hotel manager it was all right now. Boss, are you all right? Zhou Zhenghong heard Ji Yuning's voice. He immediately moved out from beneath the table, along with the hotel manager. Seeing that, Ji Yuning felt like laughing, but she had no intention to make fun of them. It had been a gun war, and it was totally understandable that people got scared. Manager, I suppose you need to close the restaurant for a while because of what has just happened. We won't bother you here, Ji Yuning said. Sure. I'm so sorry about that, miss. Oh, thank you so much for rescuing me. The manager didn't forget that Ji Yuning had saved his life. I was saving myself too, Ji Yuning said. She wasn't being modest, she simply told the truth. Then, Ji Yuning together with Zhou Zhenghong, who hadn't recovered from the shock yet, went outside. Please wait. Before they went far away, Lang Xiaoting stopped them. Sir, what's up? Ji Yuning turned around. She looked at Lang Xiaoting walking to her with her big beautiful eyes. Her voice sounded charming. All the men were softened. Lang Xiaoting's heart skipped a beat as well. This girl is so adorable. But the feeling quickly went away. Lang Xiaoting came to Ji Yuning, reaching out his hand. Non-military or police personnel are not allowed to hold guns privately. Once found, it must be handled as illegal behavior. What? This young girl had a gun. Chapter 77. She has another gun with her. They had noticed that Ji Yuning had grabbed the suspect's gun, but didn't hand it over. However, Ji Yuning left a good impression on them given she had been of great help, so they didn't think further about it. They believed the young girl was simply curious about a gun. Ji Yuning was reluctant to do it at first, but then she resignedly took a gun out of her backpack, throwing it back to Lang Xiaoting. Can't hide it from you, ha? She complained. Ji Yuning didn't have chance to put the gun into the room of her telepathic eyes, so if he wanted to search her body for it, she couldn't hide it. Thus she had to give it to him. Uncle Zhou, let's go, Ji Yuning called Zhou Zhenghong, who was distracted. Zhou Zhenghong immediately followed her. When Ji Yuning disappeared at the end of the passage, Lang Xiaoting found the suspect who was lying on the ground in private room No. 3. He sensed something wasn't right. He walked over and searched the suspect's body. Nothing. Indeed, Ji Yuning carried another gun with her, which belonged to that suspect. If Ji Yuning hadn't had another gun with her, she wouldn't have been willing to give the first gun to Lang Xiaoting. Lang Xiaoting was annoyed, but not upset. It seemed that he trusted her and believed that she wouldn't do anything harmful, so he didn't chase her, but instead focused on what had just happened in the hotel. After all, he knew she was a student from the No. 3 high school in City F. He could always find her later. Boss, you're so awesome. When they left the hotel, Zhou Zhenghong finally recovered from the shock. He now admired Ji Yuning more than ever. Ji Yuning was merely an 18-year-old girl. If I couldn't do anything, I wouldn't dare to walk around freely, Ji Yuning said. Right, Zhou Zhenghong agreed with Ji Yuning. He had always believed that Ji Yuning wasn't just an ordinary girl with excellent accuracy on stone gambling. However, today he had been amazed again. Oh, boss, what do you want to eat? We haven't eaten yet, Zhou Zhenghong asked. Ji Yuning though for a while, then said, let's go have hot pot. Sure, Zhou Zhenghong answered. They went to a food center afterwards. After the meal, it was already 12:30 p.m. Ji Yuning's flight would take off at 2 p.m. so she needed to leave for the airport. Before she left, Ji Yuning told Zhou Zhenghong to buy a car for convenience. He was allowed to choose a car which was worth within 1,000,000 yuan. After that, Ji Yuning left. On her way to the airport, Ji Yuning thought it would be faster to buy a house if she knew someone who was powerful. Among the people Ji Yuning knew in City F, only Xian and Qin Yifan were reliable. Ji Yuning's first choice was Qin Yifan. She didn't know Xian's background and wasn't sure whether Xian had the ability to help her. Thus, Ji Yuning called Qin Yifan. At the same time, Qin Yifan was sitting in a cafe with Li Zhenyu. Qin Yifan was a mature and stable man, but once it involved Ji Yuning, Qin Yifan would suddenly be lively. When Ji Yuning's call came in, Qin Yifan was delighted with a smile at the corners of his lips. Ji Yuning, what's up? He even sounded sweet. Li Zhenyu witnessed all his reactions and felt uneasy. Did Qin Yifan like Ji Yuning that much? Although he hated Ji Yuning, he had to admit Ji Yuning wasn't ordinary. She had good appearance, and unbearable luck, as well as talent on stone gambling. Moreover, Li Zhenjun had come home in shock yesterday. He then knew Li Zhenjun had hired a bunch of gangsters to teach Ji Yuning a lesson. However, unexpectedly, Ji Yuning had been totally fine. She even had called and threatened Li Zhenjun with Lu's phone. At first Li Zhenyu thought Lu must have been bought by Ji Yuning with money. Although he had connection with Lu, they weren't close. Besides, Lu was a gangster who would do anything for money. It was possible that he had betrayed Li Zhenjun for money. But he had checked it himself this morning. Lu and his men had been injured by Ji Yuning, and all of them were in the hospital now. Li Zhenyu had totally been shocked. It was beyond his imagination that a teenage girl could be so powerful and difficult to deal with, but he was still confused about Ji Yuning's background. If she was from a common family, he wouldn't care about her at all, but if she was from a powerful rich family, he would have to have a second thought for the good of his family. Li Zhenyu decided to investigate Ji Yuning first. Luckily, even though Ji Yuning knew Li Zhenjun was behind those gangsters, she had no proof, so Li Zhenyu didn't need to worry that Ji Yuning would sue his sister. Well, I want to buy 2 well-decorated houses in Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Do you know anyone who can get it done as soon as possible? Ji Yuning asked. Qin Yifan happily replied, you've called the right person. I have a friend who is actually the sales manager of Fenghua Luxury Mansion. I'll call him later to help you pick the best location and give you the biggest discount. Qin Yifan knew Ji Yuning had over 100 million yuan of wealth, so he didn't feel surprised when she said she was going to buy houses in Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Besides, he felt honored that Ji Yuning turned to him for help. Great, thank you so much. Ji Yuning accepted Qin Yifan's kindness. She didn't care about a discount actually, but she wouldn't reject it either. You're welcome, I'll send his number to you once it's done, Qin Yifan said. Thanks, Ji Yuning said. When she was about to hang up, another thing dawned on her. Oh, I almost forget. I have an emerald with me now, and I want to make some jewelry for my family with it. I plan to give it to Yiqui Jade Store to help me with that when you're back in City F. What, you've cut out more jade? What is its type? Qin Yifan was so excited to hear about the jade that he almost jumped up from his seat. No one could blame him. Ji Yuning had already cut out 2 high-level jade yesterday, which was amazing. But she even cut out more later. She wanted to make jewelry for her family with it, so it must be a high-level jade. You'll find out when you're back. Of course it isn't ordinary. Ji Yuning deliberately kept it a secret. But for Qin Yifan, this was simply a bucket of cold water splashing down on him, and his excitement was immediately ruined. Instead, he was super curious now. He complained, "How can you do that to me? It's torture. I can't wait to see what type it is. I'll be back tomorrow morning. You better mind your own ongoing business first." "Alright, I'm almost at the airport, bye-bye," Ji Yuning said. Chapter 78. Buy houses, take care then. Qin Yifan knew that Ji Yuning was going back today, so he wasn't surprised that she was in the airport now. After Qin Yifan hung up, Li Zhenyu asked him with a meaningful look, "Your attitude towards the girl Ji Yuning is different. Tell me the truth. Do you like her?" Qin Yifan was struck dumb. He did appreciate Ji Yuning, but he didn't know whether he liked Ji Yuning himself. He just felt happy and relaxed whenever he was with her. "I have no idea." Qin Yifan gave a vague answer because he truly didn't know. However, his vague answer showed that he might actually like her. Although Li Zhenyu was disappointed to hear that, he said nothing. He clearly knew that Qin Yifan treated Li Zhenjun as his younger sister. He wasn't willing to marry her, but Li Zhenyu still had hope. Qin Yifan's parents liked Li Zhenjun. They all hoped for Qin Yifan to marry Li Zhenjun, but they would also respect Qin Yifan's choice. Therefore, the Li family couldn't urge Qin Yifan to marry Li Zhenjun for the good of their relationship. Qin Yifan then immediately called his friend to help Ji Yuning. At the same time, what had happened in the restaurant was aired on TV. People all felt surprised. However, the news reports didn't mention Ji Yuning. Although Ji Yuning had helped a lot in the gun war, Lang Xiaoting was afraid that she would be revenged by other gangsters, so he ordered them to not mention her name. At 3:15 p.m., the plane landed at the airport of City F. Ji Yuning checked her phone and saw that she received a message from Qin Yifan. Qin Yifan told her that he had settled everything. His friend's name and number were attached to the message. The man was called Wei Zhirui. Ji Yuning sent a message back to thank him. When Ji Yuning walked out of the airport, she called Ji Yuman. She told her mother she was back, but she planned to take a look at the houses before going back to the hospital. Ji Yuning took a taxi heading straight to Fenghua Luxury Mansion. On her way, she called Wei Zhirui to politely tell him she was coming in her intention. Wei Zhirui of course wouldn't reject such a profitable deal. Besides, Ji Yuning was introduced by his good friend, so Wei Zhirui naturally showed his passion. "Nice to meet you. May I ask, are you Miss Ji Yu?" Once Ji Yuning walked into the sales apartment, a man who was around 30 years old came to greet her. Wei Zhirui already knew that Ji Yuning was a beautiful 18-year-old girl, and there wasn't any other young girls around. He was almost 100% sure that he recognized the right person when Ji Yuning stepped in. Although he knew the buyer was a young girl, he was still greatly surprised when he met Ji Yuning in person. The girl was so young, and even wanted to buy 2 houses. However, since she was introduced by Qin Yifan, she must be super rich. Anyway, Wei Zhirui would be polite as long as a customer walked in, no matter if he or she was rich or not. That was the basic qualification of a worker in the service industry. "I am Ji Yuning. You must be Mr. Wei." Ji Yuning answered. "Yes, I'm Wei Zhirui. Nice to meet you, Miss Ji Yu. Welcome to Fenghua Luxury Mansion," Wei Zhirui said to Ji Yuning. "Miss Ji Yu, Yifan told me about your requests. However, I think it's better to introduce the environment of Fenghua Luxury Mansion to you first. Please follow me." Wei Zhirui guided Ji Yuning to the exhibition hall, and said, "Fenghua Luxury Mansion is the most high-end residential area in City F. The location is very good. It's close to the downtown, but it's quiet. There is a medium-sized shopping mall across the road from Fenghua Luxury Mansion. There are also food supermarkets, clothing, furniture and so forth inside. There are also many banks around, so it's very convenient to live here. The facilities, preservation and property service of Fenghua Luxury Mansion are all of high quality. Fenghua Luxury Mansion is planned in the form of a district within a central district. Each district forms a community with between 4 and 8 buildings with independent gates. The residents need a card to get in, and an outsider needs to get the guidance or permission of a resident here. Only after the security guard is informed can the outsider come in. Of course, it is possible that someone could secretly follow a resident and get in, but if anyone directly affects you, you can immediately call the security room. The security guard will take him or her out as fast as possible. There are small squares, greenery, swimming pools, leisure bars, gyms and small food supermarkets inside as well. Miss GU, if you want well-decorated houses, the choices of location and floor are limited, because we only have 3 floors with well-decorated houses in each building. The floors of each building are different. There are 6 households on each floor, 2 with 4 bedrooms, 2 with 3 bedrooms and 2 with 2 bedrooms. If you want a 3-bedroom house, there are 2 best choices available. One is in the E zone, and the other is in the G zone. Each zone is a community of 4 or 5 buildings. If you come in from the gate and walk at a general speed, it only takes 10 to 20 minutes to arrive. We do however have sightseeing cars around here. If you take the car, it only takes 3 minutes. Wei Zhirui then pointed out the location for Ji Yuning. The houses were in the front half of the district, and it was indeed a good position. There are 5 buildings in E zone, and 3 3-bedroom houses in building E3. However, they aren't on the same floor. Each house is 120 square meters big. There are also 4 buildings in G zone with 3 3-bedroom houses in building G2. 2 of them are on the 9th floor and the size is relatively larger. It is 160 square meters big with an indoor garden, 3 rooms and 1 living room, 1 study, 1 kitchen and 3 bathrooms. There is a large balcony in the living room. Here is a model of the apartment. Please have a look. Saying that, Wei Zhirui guided Ji Yuning to the model's area. Before Ji Yuning saw the size of the houses, she had already planned to buy one that was 160 square meters. Although she felt it was a little large for her and her mother alone, fortunately, there were 2 houses on the same floor. It'll be very lively if the family of Ji Yuqing also moved in. Ji Yuning was very satisfied with the houses that were 160 square meters, but before she decided she wanted to have a look at its decoration first. Although Fenghua Luxury Mansion was a high-end district, and its decoration was also of high quality, it was better to have a look in person first. They took the sightseeing car, and arrived within 3 minutes. It could be faster if no one got on and off on the way. They then took the elevator to the 9th floor. Wei Zhirui opened the door for Ji Yuning. Once they walked in, an indoor garden came into view. There was a shoe cabinet beside the door. A tea table and fish tanks were in the garden. There was however no fish in the fish tank because the house wasn't occupied. Chapter 79. Buy houses in full payment. In the living room, there was a chandelier, sofa, coffee table, carpet, TV cabinet and a TV. The TV was 50 inches large. In the dining room, there was a dining table and chairs. In the kitchen, there was a refrigerator, oven, gas stove, range hood, pots and pans. All of them had been packed. They were all brand new. The only things missing were rice, oil, salt and vinegar. There was also a balcony with a fully automatic washing machine in the kitchen. In the study, there were bookcases, a desk, a small sofa with 3 seats and a small coffee table. In the master bedroom, there was a bathroom, cloakroom, bed, wardrobe and a dressing table. There were also a toilet, bed, wardrobe, a desk and a chair in the 2nd bedroom. In the 3rd bedroom, there were a bed, wardrobe, a desk and a chair, but there wasn't a bathroom. The house had been cleaned often, so it was clean and bright, without dust. However, if they wanted to move in, it had to be cleaned once more. Miss Ji Yu, rest assured. You are a friend of Yifan's, so I would never lie to you. The decoration here is absolutely high standard, and the quality is excellent too. All the furniture has certificates, invoices and warranty cards. You don't need to worry at all, Wei Zhirui said with confidence. Actually, Ji Yuning knew they were of good quality simply by looking at it and touching it. They went to the 2nd house later. It was the same. Ji Yuning then decided to buy those 2 houses. Although Wei Zhirui knew it was highly possible that Ji Yuning would buy the houses, he was still thrilled to hear the affirmative answer. Although Wei Zhirui and Qin Yifan were friends, he wasn't from a rich family. He earned everything by working hard. Once he sold a house, he could earn a commission. How could he not be happy? Wei Zhirui became the sales manager of Fenghua Luxury Mansion, which was a big real estate company, at a young age. He was a very capable man. Miss Ji Yu, do you want to pay by full payment or installments? Wei Zhirui asked. Full payment, Ji Yuning answered. Wei Zhirui was shocked again. Full payment, 2 160 square meter, big well-decorated houses in the front position cost around 13 million yuan. This girl must be super rich. To be honest, Although Fenghua Luxury Mansion was a high-end residential area and most of the people who lived here were rich, many of them had paid by installments. There were 2,000 households in Fenghua Luxury Mansion currently, but only dozens of them had paid by full payment. Even those who had dozens of millions of yuan of wealth had paid by installments. The salespeople could extract the commission from the interest, and the total commission was higher than that of a full payment. But no one knew how long they could keep their job. Therefore, it was better to have a total commission at once. The owners of those two houses won't be the same person. I only brought a copy of one of their ID cards with me, so I'll buy one first, and pay the deposit for the other. I'll pay the full amount tomorrow, Ji Yuning said. No problem, Wei Zhirui answered. He then helped Ji Yuning with the legal procedure. Ji Yuning had already prepared a copy of Ji Yuman's ID card. She only wrote Ji Yuman's name on the property ownership certificate. Because the first house was paid by one-time payment, only the copy of an ID card was needed. The second one was a little troublesome. Since it was a house bought after marriage, it was necessary to have a household register, an ID card and a marriage certificate. Ji Yuning would not only write Ji Yuqing's name on the property ownership certificate because of their intimate relation. She also knew her uncle Zhang Shu was a good man, who treated Ji Yuqing and Zhang Xinue very well. Thus, Ji Yuning didn't regard Zhang Shu as an outsider. Miss Ji Yu, both of your well-decorated houses are 165 square meters big. The total price is 13.6 million yuan. After the biggest discount I can give you, it is 12.92 million yuan in total, Wei Zhirui said. Thanks a lot, Ji Yuning thanked him with sincerity. Ji Yuning knew the man had done his best. And she did appreciate what the man had done for her. Besides, Wei Zhirui probably could only gain 100,000 yuan from that deal. The total amount of a house is 6.45 million yuan, and the deposit for the other one is 100,000 yuan. Thus Miss Ji Yu, you need to pay 6.55 million yuan now, Wei Zhirui said. When Wei Zhirui guided Ji Yuning to the counter, the cashier was shocked. What? Full payment? The buyer must be super rich. Before long, Wei Zhirui finished all the legal documents. Ji Yuning already had the key of the house which she and Ji Yuman would move into today. Ji Yuman had actually already recovered and was ready to leave the hospital. Before Ji Yuning left, she left a key with Wei Zhirui. She asked him to help her find an hourly worker. She wanted the house to be cleaned once more before she moved in. It could of course be handled easily by Wei Zhirui. Once Ji Yuning was gone, the news that Wei Zhirui had sold a house paid by full payment exploded in the entire sales hall. They all asked Wei Zhirui how he did it. Wei Zhirui didn't keep it a secret. He told his colleagues the buyer was a friend of his friend. He then told them the buyer planned to buy 2 houses by full payment today, but she didn't have all the documents with her, so she paid the deposit first. She would come back tomorrow. Everyone was shocked again. That girl must be super rich. It was already 5:30 p.m. when Ji Yuning left. She immediately called Ji Yuman to invite the family of Ji Yuqing. She intended to have lunch with all of them to celebrate. Coincidentally, the family of Ji Yuqing was in the hospital with Ji Yuman today. Therefore, Ji Yuning decided to go directly to the hospital. She planned to visit Ji Yuman first, then buy some daily necessities on the way back. She took a taxi to the hospital. Fenghua Luxury Mansion wasn't far away from the hospital. It only took a dozen minutes to arrive at the hospital if there was no traffic jam, but it was rush hour now, so it took Ji Yuning almost half an hour. When she arrived at the hospital, she called Xian. She told Xian her mother was about to leave, and she also wanted to invite Xian for a meal once she was free. Ji Yuning also wanted to pay Xian back for the admission fee. Xian refused to take Ji Yuning's money. It wasn't much to her. Besides, Ji Yuning had saved her life, which was much more priceless. But she accepted having a meal with Ji Yuning. She honestly wanted to make friends with Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't argue with Xian on the phone. She was going to pay her back anyway. Ji Yuning finished the discharge procedure before she went upstairs. Chapter 80. Ji Yuman leaves the hospital. In the patient room, Ji Yuning greeted the family of Ji Yuqing one by one. Ji Yuning was happy to see that her mother had gained some weight and was more energetic than before. Ji Yuman had told Ji Yuqing and Zhang Shu that Ji Yuning had been out to find a house. Ningning, have you found a house? Ji Yuqing asked Ji Yuning when she came in. If Ji Yuning failed to find a house, Ji Yuqing was determined to let them stay with her family so that they would have more time to find a place to live in later. "I've found it," Ji Yuning answered. "Really? That's good. Where is the house? Is it safe? How much does it cost a month?" Ji Yuqing asked. Ji Yuning felt contented receiving the kindness and care from Ji Yuqing. She smiled with warmth. "It's around the Yui Road. It's safe and the price is acceptable." Ji Yuning didn't tell them details. It wasn't the appropriate time. Knowing that Ji Yuning was going to buy instead of rent a house, Ji Yuman was surprised. Yui Road was close to the downtown with more blocks than Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Ji Yuman didn't think of Fenghua Luxury Mansion of course, but the rest of the houses there weren't cheap either. A house would cost at least 2 million yuan. Didn't Ningning still plan to allot some money to investment? Ji Yuman always believed that Ji Yuning would buy a house in a remote area at the price of 1 million yuan at the most. Ji Yuning gave her mother a comforting glance. She didn't want to explain everything to them now. Although Ji Yuman was surprised, she was also happy to see that Ji Yuning could make decisions on her own. Ji Yuning then added, "I've already finished the discharge documents. Now let's pack up and go home. Let's go celebrate." "Oh, Ji Yuman can leave now. That's very good. We must celebrate." Everyone was delighted to know that Ji Yuning had found a house, and that Ji Yuman was ready to leave the hospital. Ji Yuqing thought that Ji Yuning and Ji Yuman were probably on a tight budget now, after they had paid the admission and the VIP patient room fee. Thus she invited them on her own initiative. "This meal is on me. No one is going to compete with me for that. No, this meal has to be on me. Now, you all need to be mentally prepared, because I have some very important news to tell you later," Ji Yuning said seriously. "What news?" Ji Yuqing and Zhang Shu were a little worried to see Ji Yuning wearing a serious face. However, although Ji Yuning put on a serious face, nothing was actually wrong. Thus Ji Yuqing and Zhang Shu were slightly relaxed. Only Ji Yuman knew what was going on, but if Ji Yuman had known that Ji Yuning had bought 2 houses in the most expensive area in City F, she would have been completely shocked. As for Zhang Xinyue, she was curious, but didn't think further. "Let's go home now. I'll tell you all later," Ji Yuning urged. Since Ji Yuning didn't want to tell them now, they all closed their mouths and started to pack up. "Ningning, who sent those to you? They're too many, and must be expensive." Ji Yuqing didn't discover those gifts that Ji Yuning had received till now. "Some are from my schoolmates, some are from a doctor who is my friend in this hospital," Ji Yuning answered. "Schoolmates? They must be super rich," Ji Yuqing said with surprise. Ji Yuning didn't say anything else. They went downstairs and Ji Yuning called a taxi on the way out. Before they even left the hospital, the car was already waiting for them outside. When the car stopped across Fenghua Luxury Mansion, everyone was amazed by its luxurious buildings. They almost believed that it was where they were going to move in, but no one actually believed it. It was beyond their imagination that Ji Yuning was able to buy or rent a house here. However, there were only tall buildings, shopping malls or hotels around except for those luxurious residential houses. Thinking of that, Ji Yuqing asked, "Ningning, are there any houses to rent here?" Even Ji Yuman didn't understand why Ji Yuning brought them here. "We lack many daily necessities now, so let's go to the supermarket first," Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, everyone understood immediately. Ji Yuqing said, "Oh, right. You just rented a new house. There must be nothing inside." Then, the group of them walked into the supermarket. They mainly bought cookers, ingredients and food, as well as some other daily necessities. Ji Yuning went to buy 3 sheet sets herself. They couldn't buy everything they needed in such a short time, so they only bought everything they needed for today. Ji Yuman had already quit her job. Ji Yuning planned to give her a credit card with a 1,000,000 yuan limit later, so that she could buy anything she wanted. When they went to pay, the rest all waited outside while Ji Yuning settled the bill. No one else knew how much they had spent. All of them then left the supermarket with large and small bags. Since only Ji Yuning knew the direction, everyone followed her, but when they got to the gate of Fenghua Luxury Mansion, everyone stopped and rounded their eyes in shock. "Ningning, are you going to tell us your house is right in there?" Ji Yuqing couldn't believe her eyes. "Ningning, the house price here is so expensive, Even Ji Yuman couldn't stay quiet now. She was confused. Please let's not talk outside. Let's get in first. I promise I'll tell you everything when we're at home, Ji Yuning said in an undeniable tone. The rest were all nervous following Ji Yuning to walk inside afterwards. Even though they walked in, they still couldn't believe it was true. They got into a sightseeing car, and all were amazed by the scene. They never would have believed that they would have a chance to step in Fenghua luxury mansion in their entire lifetime. The car stopped at Ji Zone. They all got out and walked inside. On the way, the rest all had countless questions in mind, especially the family of Ji Yuqing. However, they knew Ji Yuning wouldn't say anything till they were home. They went to the 9th floor by elevator. Ji Yuning pulled out the key and opened the door of her house. It was No. 901. Once the door opened, they all stepped inside. Chapter 81. Tell them everything. When they saw the spacious rooms and the elegant decoration inside, everyone was stunned again. They even didn't dare to walk inside, but stopped at the door. They had actually been to such a spacious and well-decorated house before. It was Ji Yuqing's house. However, when they had gone to his place, they had felt very nervous and had no idea how to behave. If they had had another choice, they wouldn't have gone to Ji Yuqing's place. Of course, Ji Yuqing also disliked them. Please feel at home. Don't be nervous at all. Come on in. I'll tell you everything. Ji Yuning put down all the stuff. She pulled Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing while walking to the living room. Ji Yuqing was still a little nervous, while Ji Yuman relaxed a lot, because she knew that her daughter had bought this house. Although she didn't know why Ji Yuning would buy such an expensive house, she chose to believe in her daughter. Zhang Shu and Zhang Xinyue followed slowly. Please have a seat, Ji Yuning said, but some of them still stood. It seemed like they were afraid to dirt the sofa. Have a seat please. Ji Yuman sat down calmly. They all sat down afterwards, but felt uneasy. Aunt, uncle, do you still remember what I said last Sunday? If I become rich, I will definitely let you live a good life, Ji Yuning asked. Hearing that, both Ji Yuqing and Zhang Shu kept staring at Ji Yuning. They didn't realize what had happened. Apparently, they remembered Ji Yuning's words, but what did Ji Yuning's words have to do with what was happening now? They couldn't believe that Ji Yuning would become rich within such a short time. Therefore, Ji Yuning told them what she had told Ji Yuman. The family of Ji Yuqing were all amazed by the story. She had rescued a man, gotten 10 million yuan, and even planned to run a business. I've said it before, once I'm rich, I will definitely let you all live a good life. Now it's time to fulfill my promise. I bought 2 houses of the same size actually. The other one is right across from this one. This one is for me and my mother. The opposite one is for your whole family. Since I didn't tell you in advance, I couldn't get all the required documents. Please bring your household register and marriage certificate here tomorrow. After we finish the procedure, you can move in directly. The house is well decorated as well. All you need to buy are daily necessities, Ji Yuning said. A long while later. Am I in a dream? Ji Yuqing asked. It was so hard to believe it. She immediately pinched Zhang Shu's thigh with great force. Zhang Shu shouted in pain. Ji Yuqing asked him, does it hurt? Try it yourself. Zhang Shu said. He wouldn't have shouted if it didn't hurt. Ji Yuqing glared at Zhang Shu. She absolutely wouldn't do that to herself. Ha ha, ha ha. Both Ji Yuning and Ji Yuman couldn't help laughing out loud. It's real. Ningning said that she wanted to wait to tell you till she bought the house. So we all kept it a secret, Ji Yuman explained. But, the houses here aren't cheap at all. It must cost a lot to buy one here. Ji Yuqing said confused. They were poor and hadn't finished their education, but it didn't mean they knew nothing. Actually, Ji Yuman was also confused about that. Ji Yuning hurriedly explained, well, I'm going to open a jewelry business, so I went to City G this weekend to buy raw jade materials. However, the raw materials are all covered with stone layers. There are piles and piles of them. No one knows which one actually has jade inside. Thus it's generally a gamble. Whoever cuts jade out from the raw materials can sell it on site. It's super hard to get an emerald though. I don't know whether I was lucky or something. I bought 5 raw materials, and fortunately there were 3 high-level emeralds in them. I sold one which in the size of an apple, and earned more than 20 million yuan. I used that money to buy the houses. Besides, as for the other 2 emeralds, I'll leave one for Mu K's company, while the other one will be used to make jewelry for all of you. Before they could recover from the last shock, they all were shocked once more by Ji Yuning's words. What? More than 20 million yuan? This was the first time they had ever known it could be so easy to make money. After a long time, they finally recovered. Ningning, you're so bold to play stone gambling. Ji Yu Man criticized Ji Yuning gently. She was more worried about her daughter. She had heard of stone gambling. It was a highly risky business. One could either become super rich or poor overnight. It was too dangerous. Mom, don't worry, I know how to handle it. Ji Yuning immediately comforted her mother. Well, Ji Yu Man didn't know what to say. She still chose to believe in her daughter. Ji Yuning had made a lot of money. The family of Ji Yuqing also felt happy for her, but she gave them such an expensive house, so they all felt a little awkward. Ningning, I know you're being kind, but the house is too expensive. Ji Yuqing opened her mouth. She wanted to reject it. Aunt, I know clearly how much you've helped me and my mother ever since I was a little girl. Please accept it, we're a family after all. I can't see you all live a poor life any longer, Ji Yuning interrupted Ji Yuqing. Indeed, please accept it, we only have each other now. We're family, Ji Yu Man added. Everyone was upset suddenly. True, they only had each other now. The rest of the Ji Yu family disliked them and kept a distance away from them. Great, great, Ji Yuqing answered at the end. She burst into tears with happiness. Mom, can we live in such a nice house from now on? Zhang Xinyue asked with anticipation in her eyes. It was understandable that everyone wanted a better life. Ji Yuqing and her husband felt a little guilty that they weren't able to provide a good life for their daughter. Chapter 82. Support Zhang Shu to run a startup, yes. We'll live in such a nice house after tomorrow, Ji Yuqing answered with love in her eyes. Having the affirmative answer, Zhang Xinyue was so excited that she almost jumped up. Wow, it's so great. Seeing Zhang Xinyue being happy, Zhang Shu and Ji Yuqing as her parents were also happy. Alright, it's almost 8 p.m. I'm starving. Mom, Aunt, please cook dinner for us, Ji Yuning said. Oh, it's almost 8. We need to cook now. Ji Yuqing immediately left the sofa and pulled Ji Yu Man, running to the kitchen. Ji Yuning wanted to discuss something with Zhang Shu, so she didn't go to help. She also stopped Zhang Shu who wanted to help. Uncle, can we have a talk? Ji Yuning asked. Sure, Zhang Shu answered, but he asked Zhang Xinyue to go help. Uncle, since we're not poor any longer, I naturally don't want you to continue doing labor work for so little money. Of course, I know you can't stay unemployed. I also don't want to see that. In the past, we could only live a hard life, but now, we can live a better and better life. So, I want to ask you, do you want to start a thriving business and improve our lives in the future? Or you simply want to run a small business? As long as you don't have to be hungry or cold, no matter what you want, I can fully support you financially, Ji Yuning said. Zhang Shu wasn't clever, or cunning enough. He probably wasn't capable of running a business. However, he worked hard and was diligent. He also liked learning. As long as he was determined, Ji Yuning trusted that he could truly make something. Zhang Shu was delighted to start a company, but he felt awkward about the money. Ji Yuning had already given them a house. He felt utterly embarrassed if he asked Ji Yuning for money as well. Ji Yuning also knew what was on Zhang Shu's mind. She encouraged him, Uncle, no one respects us, only because we're poor. You're the only man in our family. You must be strong and powerful to protect us. Ji Yuning only said that to comfort Zhang Shu. She had no intention to reveal her other properties before she could do better than the Tang family. It needed more than money to surpass the Tang family. Money didn't mean everything. She also needed power and support from the authorities. It was hard to force an official to leave his position with money, but it was much easier to ruin someone's company with power. Therefore, a good network was very significant. Thus Ji Yuning planned to network actively in the future. Zhang Shu was touched. What Ji Yuning had said affected him a lot. Exactly, only because they were poor, no one respected them. Especially Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuqing, they had been despised and discriminated against by the rest of the Ji Yu family for a long time. As long as Ji Yu Man, Ji Yuqing or Zhang Shu himself were powerful, the Ji Yu family wouldn't dare to do that. Zhang Shu was immediately full of passion, but he was still embarrassed about the money. Uncle, I know that you are worried about the money. If that's the case, I can help you with money and you can give my mother a 20% share of your company. My mother of course won't work in your company, or interfere in your business. You need to work hard yourself. Please don't underestimate the 20% shares either. If your business grows bigger, 20% shares will soon be equal to the money I give you. So just take it as I lend you the money, and do not feel any pressure, Ji Yuning said. Although Zhang Shu was almost convinced by Ji Yuning, he was still a little worried. What if the company isn't profitable? It happens in business. Nothing good comes without risk. You don't need to worry about the money at all. I can totally afford it, Ji Yuning said sincerely. She was unbelievably confident. Yes, she could afford it. She didn't want Zhang Shu to do the same thing as her. Her goal was to build a business empire with billions or hundreds of billions in assets. As long as Zhang Shu could be successful in City F, several hundred million yuan would be enough. Thus, Ji Yuning planned to invest 10 million yuan into Zhang Shu's business. She had several hundred million yuan in wealth. She could completely afford it. Although Ji Yuning wouldn't interfere in Zhang Shu's business, if he had any trouble, she would never step aside. Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing heard the talk between Ji Yuning and Zhang Shu in the kitchen. Ji Yu Qing was already crying in happiness. Ningning, she's such a great kid. Yes, Ningning is doing this for our good. We can't disappoint her, right? Ji Yu Man said on purpose. Ji Yu Qing immediately understood what Ji Yu Man's purpose was. She walked out, talking to Zhang Shu. Shu, please accept it. We must be strong and powerful. No one is going to take advantage of us anymore. With Ji Yu Qing's support, Zhang Shu was now fully convinced. He answered at once, great, I'll do it. Actually, he had always had the idea to run his own business, but lacked the money. Actually, I have a friend who invited me to do the business of construction materials together. I really wanted to join him at that time. However, because I didn't have the money, I gave up at the end. In 3 years, he already has millions of yuan in wealth. His wife and children all live a good life. Honestly, I'm very jealous of him, Zhang Zuman said with embarrassment. Construction materials. Hearing that, Ji Yuning's eyes lit up. It was a good idea. Ji Yuning planned to be involved in real estate industry, and construction materials would be highly important to her business. It would be better if her uncle could help. I think it's a good idea. Uncle, I agree with you to do the business of construction materials. I'll invest 10 million yuan, Ji Yuning said. What, 10 million yuan? Hearing that, Zhang Shu was astonished. He thought a million yuan would be enough. He didn't expect it would cost 10 million yuan. Uncle, since we're getting involved, why not start a bigger business? Don't be a chicken, Ji Yuning encouraged him. Great, Ningning, I won't let you all down. Since Zhang Shu had made up his mind, he decided to do his best. Aunt, you can quit your job too. Whether you want to help uncle, or be a housewife, or open a small shop, you can choose. Besides, women need to take good care of themselves. We were poor before, but now we don't need to worry about money at all. I won't go to school tomorrow. After we finish the legal procedure of buying a house, we can go buy skincare products, clothes and jewelry, and then get our hair done, Ji Yuning said. Chapter 83. Gifts. In case Ji Yu Qing would refuse, Ji Yuning immediately added, Aunt, you can't reject that. We're family. We need to support each other. Since they were family, Ji Yu Qing couldn't reject. She said, fine, I'll listen to you, but isn't it inappropriate that you don't go to school tomorrow? Ji Yuning was already not good at studying. Ji Yu Qing was afraid it would affect her studies if she asked for leave. It's just one day off, it'll be fine. Besides, we can only finish the procedure on a weekday, Ji Yuning said. Fine, Ji Yu Qing compromised. As for Ji Yu Man, she now believed that her Ji Yuning was able to handle her life and studies. Oh, I also bought clothes in City G for you. Let me bring them out for you now. Saying that, Ji Yuning walked to the second room. She needed to take those gifts out of the telepathic eye space. Ji Yu Qing didn't know what to say. They were all moved by Ji Yuning's kindness. Ji Yuning brought many bags from the room, placing them all on the sofa. Ji Yu Qing immediately pulled Ji Yu Man to go have a look. I bought a gift for everyone. This is for uncle. Ji Yuning put a bag before Zhang Shu. Then she gave Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing a bag separately. These two are for both of you. Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing immediately took the bags. She knew, this is yours. Ji Yuning gave the last bag to Zhang Xinyue. Zhang Xinyue took it, and thanked her. Thank you, sister. Ji Yuning didn't take hers out. Wow, this is Lancome. It must be expensive. Ji Yuqing couldn't help but raise her voice in surprise. She obviously knew Lancome was a famous and expensive international brand. This is Armani. Zhang Shu was also amazed. He always dreamed of having a good suit, but he didn't have enough money to buy one. Now Ji Yuning sent him a much more expensive suit. It's Gucci. It's so beautiful. Ji Yuqing was surprised and excited. She kept holding it against her body and asked Ji Yu Man, what do you think? It's beautiful. Ji Yu Man smiled. She looked at the clothing in her hands. She also loved them, although they had none of the vanity. As women they also loved beautiful clothes. The dress is so pretty. Zhang Xinyue raised her voice with excitement. There are phones. Finally, everyone discovered the phones at the bottom. They got excited once more. I have a new phone. Zhang Xinyue almost screamed. The rest all pulled out a new phone from the bottom of their bags, and unwrapped it. It's so lovely. Exactly. Everyone held their new clothes and new phones in their hands. They could barely put them down. What's that smell? Ji Yuning smelt something then immediately ran to kitchen. Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuqing immediately followed her. They forgot to turn off the fire. Luckily, it wasn't too late. Ji Yuning had an acute sense of smell, so she discovered it early. When Ji Yuning was finally free, she checked their Family of Fighters WeChat group. Everyone mentioned her in the chatting history. They all cared whether she was back or not, with their gifts of course. Ji Yuning shook her head lightly. She typed and sent, I'm back at home, but I won't be at school tomorrow. I'll give the gifts to you all the day after tomorrow. Hao Ran, boss, what happened? May I help? Mu K, yeah, what happened? Ji Yuning, nothing, I need to deal with something with my mother and my aunt. Please keep it between us, and don't let the teacher know. Hao Ran, your mother left the hospital. Why didn't you tell us earlier? We could have gone to pick you up and celebrate. Zhang Tianping, exactly. Ji Yuning, it's fine. Chu Peihan, how about our gifts? Everyone, yes, what did you buy for us? Ji Yuning, you'll know the day after tomorrow. Alright, I need to have my dinner now. Bye bye. Then, Ji Yuning ignored them. It was the time for dinner. Actually it was 9 p.m. already, so they were having night snacks, but everyone enjoyed it so much. After the dinner, it was almost 10 p.m. Ji Yuqing's family soon left. They had a lot to do, so Ji Yu Man didn't ask them to stay tonight. They left their clothes here though, since they would be moving in tomorrow. While they were leaving, Ji Yuning reminded them just to bring everything important with them tomorrow, and to leave the other stuff in the old house. They could sell the furniture later. Moreover, Ji Yuning also told them not to tell the rest in the Ji Yu family. They wanted to live their own lives. After Ji Yuqing's family was gone, Ji Yuning and Ji Yu Man went back to their own rooms. Ji Yu Man intended to let Ji Yuning use the master room, but Ji Yuning refused to do so. Ji Yuning wouldn't be staying here for too long. After half a year, she would be going to the capital city. By then, she would buy a new house under her name. Ji Yuning also had no intention to let Ji Yu Man move in with her in the future. Her mother could come and visit her if her mother wanted to. Once she was in the capital city, the situation would be complicated, so Ji Yuning didn't want to involve Ji Yu Man. Ji Yuning hadn't brought too much stuff from the old house the other day. They didn't have many valuable objects either, so she had dumped all the old broken stuff. Ji Yuning planned to live a brand new life. Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning talked for a long while before they went to bed. It was almost 12 p.m., Ji Yuning checked the WeChat group again before she went asleep. Her friends were still talking, but she stayed quiet. Both Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning had a great night. Ji Yuqing and Zhang Shu however didn't sleep at all. They were too busy thinking about what had happened today. Shu, do you feel unbelieving about what happened tonight? Ji Yuqing asked. She hadn't fully recovered from the shock. It felt like they had been on a rocket, and had gone up high into the sky directly from the ground. I do, but it is real, Zhang Shu answered. Chapter 84. Quit jobs and move into new houses. Ningning is totally different now. She just said that she would let us live a good life last week. And she fulfilled her promise this week. It's so surprising, Ji Yuqing said. Exactly, Ningning has been being a completely different girl ever since she had the car accident. She has suddenly become mature, independent, outgoing and confident. She behaves nothing like an 18-year-old girl, Zhang Shu said. He was a little ashamed that he didn't have power like Ji Yuning. After a while, he added, no matter what, it's a good thing that Ningning changed. She now knows how to fight back. The Ji Yu family has broken Ningning and her mother's heart. They have even kicked them out of the old house. Luckily, Ningning is powerful now, or they would live a harder life. Indeed, if they knew Ningning is rich now, they would be envious. They would probably try to have a good relationship with a rich Ningning. Those people are sick. Ji Yuqing had seen through the rest of the people in the Ji Yu family. We must be low-key in front of them. Don't cause any trouble, Zhang Shu said. They didn't fall asleep until 3 o'clock in the morning. The next day, Zhang Xinyue got up to go to school. Ji Yuqing and Zhang Shu were awake too. It was still early, but they couldn't sleep anymore. They were so thrilled to move into a new house. Ji Yuqing told Zhang Xinyue to go straight to Fenghua Luxury Mansion when she left her school today. Zhang Xinyue was also excited to move into the new house today. Although they were going to move out today, they weren't in a hurry to get their deposit back, because the lease of their old house wouldn't be ending until the end of the month. Ji Yuqing went to work. As usual, she had already written her resignation letter last night. She planned to ask to resign when she got to work. Ji Yuqing was just an ordinary worker, so it wouldn't make any difference if she resigned. Thus it was very easy for her to resign. After her resignation, Ji Yuqing called Zhang Shu. They went to Fenghua Luxury Mansion separately. They did not live far away from Fenghua Luxury Mansion. It only took more than half an hour to get there by bus, but if it was rush hour, it took around an hour even by car. There wasn't a direct bus there and Zhang Shu was also pulling 2 big suitcases, so it wasn't convenient for them to take a bus. They ended up taking a taxi. Ji Yuning made it a daily routine to get up early. She got up around 6 o'clock this morning, and went to have run downstairs. She had run for an hour with 3 breaks. After she caught her breath, she called her head teacher to ask for a leave. It was not easy to ask for a leave as a senior in a high school, except if it was a special situation. Ji Yuning then lied to her teacher. She said that she was on her period, and it hurt so much that she couldn't get up. Her head teacher was a woman too and she understood how painful it could be. Thus she agreed. Ji Yuning felt a little guilty. But she had to ask for a leave today. Ji Yuning finished her run before she went back home to take a shower. At that time, Ji Yu Man woke up. She was still a little confused when she found herself in the brand new house. Ji Yu Man got up to prepare breakfast. When it was almost 10 o'clock, Ji Yu Man received a call from Ji Yuqing saying that they had arrived. Ji Yuning let her mother tell them to wait at the sale department. They would be right downstairs. 10 minutes later, both Ji Yuning and Ji Yu Man went downstairs. Ji Yuning had called Wei Zhirui before, so he was already waiting at the sales hall. The minute Ji Yuning and her family walked in, Wei Zhirui welcomed them with great passion. Ji Yuqing had already made her choice of the house, so she directly told Ji Yuqing and Zhang Shu to take out their documents so that they could finish the legal procedure. After that, Ji Yuning paid the money before they got the key. Wei Zhirui also gave Ji Yuning's key back to her. Ji Yuning had given the key to him because she had asked him to get an hourly cleaner to clean her new house. When Ji Yuqing and Zhang Shu received the keys and the property ownership certificate, their hands were trembling. They had never believed that they would own a house one day, even though the house was a gift from Ji Yuning. They all went back home with the suitcases afterwards. Wei Zhirui felt touched while he walked Ji Yuning and her family out. She was such a great kid. She not only bought a house for herself, but she also bought a house for the family of her aunt. They must be very close. They went back to the 9th floor, building number 2, Zone G, and stopped at number 906, which was Ji Yuqing's family's new house. They opened the door and walked inside. Although they already knew what it was like inside, they were still amazed by what they saw before their own eyes. Ji Yuqing's family walked all around with excitement, like children at Halloween. Let's have a meal here first before we go out, Ji Yuning said. Then, they walked out of number 906, and stepped into No. 901. Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuqing went to cook together, while Ji Yuning and Zhang Shu were talking. Uncle, do you have any difficulties in starting the business of construction materials? Ji Yuning asked. She didn't want to interfere in Zhang Shu's business. She just cared about it. As for the materials, I plan to go to the construction materials market today and have a look. As for the manufacturers, with a 10 million yuan fund, we naturally will only use the best. I'll look up on the internet first later. Before I contact the manufacturers, Zhang Shu said. Very well, I'll transfer 1 million yuan to you then. You can go buy a car. We don't need to be too high profile at the beginning, so 500,000 yuan would be enough. You can buy it directly in your name. Also buy a computer for yourself. The rest can be used as the deposit to find a store, Ji Yuning said. After the meal, they went out. Ji Yuning had intended to let Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing put on their new clothes, but they refused because they hadn't gotten used to it yet. Ji Yuning didn't force them to. It took time, and she understood. There were many banks outside of Fenghua Luxury Mansion, so Ji Yuning transferred 1 million yuan into Zhang Shu's account. She then also transferred 1 million yuan into Ji Yuman's and Ji Yuqing's card separately. Ji Yuqing tried to reject. She thought she had received too many things from Ji Yuning. It was 1 million yuan after all, which was too much in Ji Yuqing's eyes. However, Ji Yuning persuaded her to accept it. Ji Yuqing was now more than moved. Zhang Shu couldn't start his business in a short time. Besides, it took time to run it properly. They didn't go to work during that time, and were without other sources of income, so they could only rely on their savings. Both Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing had never had such a huge amount of money in their accounts. They seized their cards in hands tightly, in case it would be lost. Chapter 85. A quarrel in the shopping center. Zhang Shu went to deal with his business, while Ji Yuning along with Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing took a taxi heading to the commercial building in downtown. Ji Yuning proposed to buy clothes first, but was stopped by Ji Yuqing. Ningning, you already bought us clothes yesterday. We don't need to waste more money on clothing. It's not enough. My mom and I have dumped all of our old clothes. We also need to buy new clothing. Relax, we're not going to buy the designer brands, but some common brands, Ji Yuning comforted. They didn't need too many luxurious clothes. Luxurious clothing was only for important or special occasions. In daily life, they could wear ordinary clothes. People wore designer brand just to show off. Many medium-level brands were also of great quality. Ji Yuqing listened to Ji Yuning at the end. They went to a medium-level brand of clothes to shop for Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing. Even though the brand was just medium-level, it was still a luxury for Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing because they had never been to places like that. Therefore, they were intimidated when they stepped in. Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing weren't wearing good clothes, and seemed poor, plus both of them behaved in an unconfident way, so the saleswoman assumed that they couldn't afford anything. Thus she didn't even bother to greet them. Ji Yuning ignored the saleswoman. She guided Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman, walking around casually. If they liked it, they could buy something. If they didn't like it, they would leave. Ji Yuqing chose a piece of clothing. She turned the price tag, and was shocked. Gee, it costs 1,800 yuan. 1,800 yuan was her salary for half a month. Although she knew the clothes Ji Yuning had bought for them cost much more than that, she still thought the price was too high when she saw it with her own eyes. Meanwhile, a sarcastic female voice sounded, if you can't afford a 1,800 yuan piece of clothing, then don't ever step in here. Look at what you're wearing. You only deserve cheap stuff. Ji Yuqing felt utterly embarrassed. She lowered her head in shame. Ji Yuning was upset. She looked to the woman, which was surprisingly familiar. Ji Yuning lifted the corner of her lips. She looked evil, and called, "Oh, isn't this Ms. Jin?" The woman heard Ji Yuning's voice. Her face changed immediately. Who are you? I don't know you. Ji Yuning was now sure that the woman must have gone to get her jewelry identified, given that she was being so diffident. If her jewelry had been real, she would have been mad to see Ji Yuning again. Don't you remember? It was last Sunday, in the jewelry store. Ji Yuning reminded her on purpose. Shut your mouth. The woman panicked and interrupted Ji Yuning. What's wrong? At that time, a woman in her early 40s dressed in an extravagant way walked over from the other side. Her eyes rounded when she saw Ji Yuning and her family. Both Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman were surprised and felt uneasy to meet the woman. Ji Yuning squinted her eyes with coldness. The woman was Lin Liwan, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's mother. Ji Yuqing, Ji Yuman, what are you doing here? Lin Liwan asked in surprise. It was beyond her imagination that Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man would show up here. In her eyes, they always wore cheap stuff from the street stalls. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man didn't want to talk to Lin Liwan at first, but they were relatives after all. It wasn't appropriate if they ignored her question in the public. Accordingly, Ji Yuqing said airily, "We're just here to have a look." Ji Yuqing didn't want her to know that they were here to shop. In front of Lin Liwan, they preferred to pretend to be poor forever. "Oh, I thought you picked up money on the roads, and you dare to walk in a place like that." Hearing that, Lin Liwan suddenly changed her tone. She didn't bother to hide her complete disdain. "Lin, do you know them?" the woman asked. Yeah, I've told you about them before. They're my sisters-in-law." Lin Liwan sneered. It seemed Lin Liwan had badmouthed Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man often behind their backs. The woman immediately looked at Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuqing with intense dislike. But since Ji Yu Ning was here too, she didn't dare to laugh at them. "Ji Yu Man, you were brave to move out from the old house, rather than apologize to us." Although Lin Liwan was still mad at Ji Yu Ning, Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Ning had paid for their behavior. Thus she wasn't as annoyed as before, but now, seeing that Ji Yuqing was with Ji Yu Man, Lin Liwan believed that Ji Yuqing must have let Ji Yu Man stay with her. She was immediately irritated. "Ji Yuqing, did you let Ji Yu Man stay with you? Our mother has made it clear. If you dare to let Ji Yu Man stay with you, we won't help you anymore." It sounded like they had helped Ji Yuqing. Ji Yu Ning, who had been ignored, couldn't help laughing in an ironic way. Lin Liwan didn't notice Ji Yu Ning until now, but when she looked to Ji Yu Ning, she was amazed at her first glance. Yes, she was amazed, because Ji Yu Ning was totally different now. Ji Yu Ning was more beautiful than before, and she didn't abase herself before anyone any longer. She looked elegant to some extent. That makes it sound like the Ji Yu family has ever helped my aunt. As far as I know, my aunt had relied on herself ever since she got married. Ji Yu Ning stared at Lin Liwan. She didn't bother to hide her complete dislike either. Lin Liwan immediately wore an unpleasant face. She was embarrassed by Ji Yu Ning's words in public. Then, Ji Yuqing followed up. "Lin Liwan, let's be clear. We have never ever received your help. Besides, Ji Yu Man doesn't stay with me now." She had indeed never received help from Ji Yuqing. She wouldn't let Lin Liwan take advantage of her. Lin Liwan's face seemed more unpleasant. But she couldn't deny the truth. Chapter 86. What are you? After a long breath in, Lin Liwan lied without hesitation. "Ji Yuqing, we're relatives. How could I step aside when you need help? The point is that you never talk to us about your troubles. And Ji Yu Man, the old house belongs to the sons of our mother, but we've allowed you to live in there for so many years. We've done a lot for you both. They paid you rent. Besides, it was you who kicked them out when they were in trouble." Ji Yuqing retorted. Lin Liwan was immediately mad. "That was because Ji Yu Ning hit my daughter and even refused to apologize. They deserved it. She deserved it." Ji Yu Ning met Lin Liwan's glare without cowardice. Lin Liwan was annoyed as well as surprised that Ji Yu Ning dared to talk to her in that way. The people in the Ji Yu family, especially the younger generation, all respected her the most, but Ji Yu Ning was different. She even humiliated Ji Yu Xiaoxiao in front of Lin Liwan's face. "What do you think you are to hit my daughter?" Lin Liwan said. "What does she think she is to insult me?" Ji Yu Ning asked back. "So what? What do you think you are? You bastard." Lin Liwan swore at Ji Yu Ning in public. She behaved like a crazy woman. "Shut up." Both Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man snapped. They were totally aggravated. "Lin Liwan, Ningning is my daughter. I won't allow you to humiliate her." Ji Yu Man slammed. Ji Yu Man was gentle, or weak to some extent in her daily life, but once Ji Yu Ning was involved, she would become a hedgehog and attack the enemy at once. "She doesn't have a father. She is a bastard." Lin Liwan instead didn't feel guilty at all. At that time, Lin Liwan only felt that it suddenly went black. When she got her mind back, Ji Yu Ning's face was already magnified in front of her eyes. There was pure coldness in Ji Yu Ning's eyes. Lin Liwan immediately felt great pressure. She couldn't breathe or move at all. Then, Ji Yu Ning said coldly, "Don't think that just because you're older than me, I wouldn't dare to hit you. If I even hear the word bastard from your mouth once more, you'll pay for it." Ji Yu Ning's words were like magic sounds, which sank deeply into Lin Liwan's mind. She didn't question her words at all, but felt very frightened. Mom, Aunt, let's go. Ji Yu Ning ignored Lin Liwan. She left with Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing. She didn't want to argue with Lin Liwan in public, especially when Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing were here too. Lin Liwan might not want to maintain her dignity, but Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing cherished theirs. When Ji Yu Ning and her families were gone, Lin Liwan finally got her mind back because of a sound from the woman next to her. Although Lin Liwan still felt afraid of Ji Yu Ning, she was more mad at Ji Yu Ning who had treated her in that way. Why? How could Ji Yu Ning do that? Lin Liwan then realized that everyone around gave her a strange glance because she had behaved like a crazy woman. She regretted it immediately and then rushed out. Although Lin Liwan was always pushy and mean to her family, she valued her appearance in others' eyes very much. However, today she hadn't restrained herself. Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man were both annoyed, but they already knew what kind of person Lin Liwan was, so they kind of got used to it. Alright, don't be mad at someone who isn't important at all. Let's keep on shopping, Ji Yu Ning comforted. Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man sighed heavily. Actually, they had worried most that Ji Yu Ning would be hurt. However, because Ji Yu Ning remained calm, and they also relaxed a little. After a while, they all cheered up. Each one of them had many bags in hand. They bought a lot, not only for themselves, but also for Zhang Shu and Zhang Xinyue. The price ranged from hundreds to thousands of yuan. Each had bought 4 to 5 suits of clothes. Women loved shopping. Although Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing were not willing to spend a lot of money at first, they soon forgot about it while shopping in the mall. After that, they went to buy sheet sets. Ji Yu Ning and her mother bought 4 sets. Each room needed 3 sets for replacement. There were 3 bedrooms in their new house. They naturally needed 9 sets in all. However, there were already 3 sheet sets on the beds in their new house. They were all new too and only needed to be washed. They had also bought 2 sheet sets yesterday, and only needed to buy another 4 sheet sets. Even though the guest room was empty almost all the time, they wanted to make it look cozy as well. Ji Yu Qing's family bought 6 sheet sets for their 3 rooms as well. Those sheet sets were too heavy to carry. Ji Yu Ning also couldn't put them into the telepathic eye space, because it would expose herself. Therefore, they could only get the shop owner to help them with delivery. Not now, but when they were about to leave. There were all kinds of food on the underground floor of the commercial building. Cosmetics were on the first floor, and jewelry on the second floor. Women's clothing was on the third floor, men's clothing on the fourth floor, furniture and domestic appliances on the fifth floor, and children's clothes and stationery on were the sixth floor, while musical instruments and sports equipment were on the seventh floor. Ji Yu Ning went down to the second floor to buy jewelry for Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing. Although gold was a little boring, it was suitable for women at Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing's age. Jade would be more suitable of course, but their jade hadn't been done yet. Ji Yu Ning had to wait for Qin Yifan to come back and take the jade to make jewelry. Thus she decided to buy gold for now. They bought 1 set each. A necklace, a pair of earrings, a bracelet and a ring. Gold wasn't expensive. 1 set just cost around 40 to 50,000 yuan. They then went to get a VIP card in a high-end beauty salon near the commercial building. However, their time was limited today, so they didn't use it right away. After they got the card, it was almost 5 p.m. They also needed to go back home, because Zhang Xinyue was about to leave her school to go home too. They directly took the delivery car with their sheet sets home. The delivery car stopped at the outside of Ji Zone, so Ji Yu Ning and her family had to carry all the stuff back by themselves. Luckily, Zhang Xinyue was back, and she could help. At the end, Zhang Xinyue carried 2 sheet sets, Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man each carried 4 sheet sets, while Ji Yu Ning carried the rest of the bags. When they were finally home, it was 6 p.m. already. It was time for their meal. Ji Yu Qing called Zhang Shu to ask him when he would get back. Zhang Shu was already on his way home, so Ji Yu Qing asked him to go buy some food ingredients on his way. Although it was a tiring day, they all had great fun. Zhang Xinyue jumped around with her new clothes in hand. She had never had so many beautiful clothes before. Chapter 87. Run 10 circles before getting your gift. Before Zhang Shu got home, everyone was resting. On the other side, Lin Liwan had been aggravated by Ji Yu Ning. She stopped shopping and went back home earlier. Once she got home, Lin Liwan kept swearing at Ji Yu Ning and her mother. What happened? Her mother-in-law asked. Although she heard Lin Liwan swearing at Ji Yuning and her mother, she didn't know what had happened. Lin Liwan then told the old lady everything. What? Ji Yuning the bastard threatened you today? Isn't today Monday? Why wasn't she at school? The old lady was also surprised. Hearing that, Lin Liwan finally realized today was Monday, but Ji Yuning wasn't in her school. Who knows? She probably dropped out. Saying that, Lin Liwan even believed it was true, and slightly felt happy. If she really dropped out, she deserved it. She wouldn't apologize to Xiao, and even yelled at me. The old lady snorted with anger. She had no sympathy for her granddaughter at all. Oh, did Ji Yuqing behave against my warning and let Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuqing stay with her? The old lady asked. I don't know. She said no. Although Ji Yuqing had denied it, Lin Liwan didn't believe her. The rent was so high outside. How could Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuqing afford it? No, I must give them a call. The old lady seemed like she enjoyed humiliating Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning so much. She immediately took out her phone and called Ji Yu Man. Ji Yu Man did it on purpose, of course. The old lady called her after they had had a fierce argument with Lin Liwan. She must be calling to criticize them. Ji Yu Man didn't want to answer the call at all. Zhang Shu had walked around in the construction materials market. There was a good location to open a shop, but it was too small. Zhang Shu did have a good choice, but the store was located outside of the construction materials market. It was noticeable and huge, around 300 square meters, and the annual rent was 500,000 yuan. If his business was profitable, he could get the utilities fee back within several months, but if his business wasn't profitable, it would hard to settle a deal within a year. After Ji Yuning heard the news, she thought that they had to choose the huge store and run a big business. Therefore, she supported Zhang Shu. Although Zhang Shu thought it was a little risky, he was happy. Ji Yuning understood Zhang Shu was slightly worried. She comforted him to do his best. He didn't need to worry about the money. Before Ji Yuning went to sleep, she talked with her friends in their Family of Fighters WeChat group. She told them to keep training tomorrow. Anyone who didn't show up before 6:20 a.m. wouldn't get his or her gift. Knowing that, each of them all promised they would show up on time tomorrow. Except for Yu Mixi, the rest all didn't lack money or gifts. However, they lacked meaningful gifts. It had nothing to do with the price. As long as the gift was from Ji Yuning, they would be happy even if it was only worth several yuan. The next morning, Ji Yuning got up at 5:30 a.m. and left her home at 5:35 a.m. Fenghua Luxury Mansion was 7 to 8 kilometers away from her school. It took her around 25 minutes to get there by running. When she arrived at her school, it was 6 a.m. She went to buy breakfast, and coincidentally met Yu Mixi on her way. That girl was pretty early today. Ningning, you're finally back. Seeing Ji Yuning, Yu Mixi was super excited. She ran to Ji Yuning and held her arm tightly. They seemed very close, but it was quite normal between close friends. Although Ji Yuning didn't like to have physical touch with others, she could accept it if the other person was her friend. What do you want for breakfast? It's on me, Yu Mixi asked. Yu Mixi was Ji Yuning's close friend, so she didn't reject her kindness. A steamed bun and soy milk, please. They didn't have much time left, so it was convenient to have a steamed bun and soy milk. Both Ji Yuning and Yu Mixi bought a steamed bun and soy milk. They went into their school together. Ningning, can you tell me what my gift is? Yu Mixi was curious. Sorry, I can't. I'll show you all when everyone arrives, Ji Yuning answered. Fine. Yu Mixi was a little disappointed. There were a few students running in the morning. They met Mu K halfway. They were all in school uniforms. Thus Mu K actually didn't recognize them from their back at first, but he soon recognized their voices. Hey boss, Mixi. He ran to them immediately. Boss, where is my gift? Mu K asked for his gift at once too. Ningning said she would only show us when everyone arrives, Yu Mixi said before Ji Yuning could. Mu K then had the same feeling of disappointment as Yu Mixi. When they arrived at the football field, it was 6:10 a.m. Chu Peihan came minutes later. She asked for her gift too, but got the same answer as well. A few minutes later, Hao Ran and his friends arrived. They ran here, and were all out of breath. Boss, where is my gift? Hao Ran asked with excitement. Run 10 circles first. The last one, except for Mixi, will only get his or her gift after the morning class, Ji Yuning said, then she started to run. 10 circles amounted to 4,000 meters. No. Hearing that, the boys all shouted in sadness. It was such a torture to them. The last one could only get his or her gift after the morning class. No one wanted to be the last one. No one dared to argue with Ji Yuning, unless they wanted to get punched, so they had to follow her at the end. It seemed impossible for Hao Ran and his bros to beat Chu Peihan and Mu Ke, so they decided to compete with each other. They now became competitors for Ji Yuning's gifts. Indeed, from the beginning, Hao Ran, Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping were left behind. However, they just hadn't caught their breath yet. It didn't mean they were weak. They actually weren't far behind Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning ran 3 times longer than the others, but with her power, she was now much stronger than before. She felt a little tired, but not much. She had run 7 to 8 kilometers from Fenghua Luxury Mansion to her school, but she was simply slightly out of breath. She didn't feel utterly exhausted anymore. Other than Ji Yuning, Chu Peihan was the strongest among them. Although Ji Yuning didn't know Chu Peihan's background very well, she believed she must has received long-term professional training. Chapter 88. Boss, you are awesome. Chu Peihan was 1 minute later than Ji Yuning after they both had finished 10 circles. It took an ordinary man 3 minutes and 30 seconds to 4 minutes to run a kilometer. The longer you ran, the more tired you would feel. Ji Yuning spent 13 minutes on 4 kilometers, while Chu Peihan spent 14 minutes. After running, Chu Peihan was exhausted, but she could still balance her body. Mu Ke was also 1 minute later than Chu Peihan. He almost collapsed on the ground. Yu Mixi, who had run 5 circles, came after Mu Ke. She was worn out too, but after several days of running as training, Yu Mixi was stronger now. The last group was Hao Ran, Qin Zixin, and then Zhang Tianping. It took him almost 20 minutes to finish the 10 circles. Ha, I'm not the last one. Hao Ran laughed excitedly, as if he had been the last one he would have been killed. No big deal, I just need to wait until the morning class is over, Zhang Tianping said airily. Relax, I won't do it. I merely wanted you all to be active, Ji Yuning said. What, boss, you're so devious. Everyone said with one accord, but their voices sounded weak. Ji Yuning didn't care. She sat down on the lawn with her backpack, while the others all surrounded her. Honestly, I didn't know what to buy. I basically chose them randomly. These are for you 4 boys. Saying that, Ji Yuning took out 4 paper boxes, throwing them directly at the boys. Wow, boss, it's an international brand. Hao Ran raised his voice when he saw the logo on the boxes. Exactly, boss, have you picked up money on the road? Mu Ke asked, both Qin Zixin and Zhang Tianping looking at Ji Yuning with curiosity and amazement. They all knew well about Ji Yuning's background now. It was barely affordable for her to buy a well-known domestic brand. But she even bought them stuff from an international brand as gifts. What brand? Chu Peihan immediately grabbed the box from Mu Ke. She glanced at it, and was shocked. Gee, it's Armani. She also stared at Ji Yuning with surprise. Ji Yuning didn't answer their questions, but took out a bag, giving it to Chu Peihan. When everyone saw the logo on the bag, they all rounded their eyes once more. It was Lancome. Chu Peihan threw the paper box back to Mu Ke at once. She even lost her interest in seeing what was inside. Boss, did you really pick up money on the roads? How generous are you? Chu Peihan took her gift and asked in shock. Ji Yuning still didn't answer her question, but took out Yu Mixi's gift and gave it to her. Wow, it's a wallet. Meanwhile, Hao Ran had opened his box. Gee, it's a perfume. Boss, I love you. How could you know I love perfume so much? Chu Peihan was thrilled. She immediately hugged Ji Yuning tightly. Ji Yuning actually didn't know how much Chu Peihan loved perfume. She could just smell the fragrance every time she met Chu Peihan. Oh, my gift is a phone. Yu Mixi opened her package. She was excited and surprised to see a phone inside. Although she already had a phone, it was old and secondhand. She even felt embarrassed to pull it out. Ning, it must be very expensive. Yu Mixi liked it very much, but it was too expensive in her eyes. Indeed, boss, it may sound a little harsh, but we all know your background. How could you afford such expensive gifts? Chu Peihan asked directly. They couldn't ignore the fact. The rest all stared at Ji Yuning. They didn't say another word, but their faces showed their puzzlement. Ji Yuning felt warmth in her heart at being cared for by all of her friends. Although she couldn't tell them too much, she decided to tell them something. Therefore, Ji Yuning told them she had saved a man's life, and she got a king's green which was worth 10 million yuan as a reward. However, she didn't tell them what she had done in City Ji. What? The king's green, 10 million yuan, knowing that, everyone was struck dumb. It was so amazingly unbelievable. Except for Mu K and Qin Zixin, no one else knew much about jade, but they had all heard of the king's green, which was the top type and super expensive. That was why it was worth 10 million yuan for a piece the size of a quail's egg. Yu Mixi excluded, most of them were from rich families, especially Zhang Tianping who had millions of yuan in assets on his own. However, none of them had ever had 10 million yuan in hand. Even Mu K's jewelry store only had several million yuan in assets. Accordingly, 10 million yuan was a huge amount of money in their eyes. Besides, the jewelry in Mu K's jewelry store was all made of low-level jade. One ring only cost hundreds of yuan. The king's green was merely a legend to them. Qin Zixin's family had run a jewelry business many generations ago. He had seen many medium-level jade, but he had only heard of the king's green from books and the internet. After a long while, everyone finally got their minds back. It was so shocking. "Boss, you're so awesome." Hao Ran complimented. He now admired Ji Yuning completely. The rest all agreed. Yu Mixi was envious, but not jealous. She knew she couldn't do it. "But boss, why didn't you let us have a look before selling it?" Mu K complained. "Exactly. It would be more exciting to see the king's green than a superstar." Qin Zixin said, No, I still prefer to see a superstar, especially my idol, Xu Zhefan." Chu Peihan immediately became shy and was full of love. Everyone immediately got goosebumps. "Alright, I don't want anyone else to know about it, or I might get robbed someday," Ji Yuning said. "Sure, boss, we definitely won't tell others." Chapter 89. Go to Yiqui Jade store, we'll never tell others. Everyone promised. Great, we need to go back to our classrooms now. Ji Yuning stood up. The group then went back to the teaching building. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had heard about what had happened at the shopping mall yesterday from her mother. She didn't believe that Ji Yuning had dropped out of the school, but she wanted to check for herself. Therefore, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao kept looking at the stairs from the passage the minute she got to her school. She wanted to see whether Ji Yuning would show up. Ji Yuning is increasingly arrogant now. Not only has she hit you, she has also argued with your grandmother. Now she has even threatened you, mother. I think she is going to despise your whole family. Chen Zio said. She mainly wanted to add fuel to the flames. Chen Zio was way smarter than Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. Ever since Hao Ran and his bros regarded Ji Yuning as their boss, she had been afraid of Ji Yuning, but she hated Ji Yuning as always. Chen Zio had never been slapped by anyone, her parents included. She couldn't accept the fact that Ji Yuning had hit her, but out of fright, Chen Zio didn't dare to annoy Ji Yuning herself. Therefore, she tried to use Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's hands to deal with Ji Yuning. If Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had known about Chen Xiao's scheme, she would have immediately broken off her relations with Chen Zio. Unfortunately, she didn't know. Instead, she was immediately irritated and retorted, "Impossible. She is a poor bastard. What does she think she is to despise us?" Although saying that, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao did feel threatened by Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning had changed a lot these days. She suddenly became so excellent at fighting, and even made good friends with those rich kids. Thinking of that, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao felt more annoyed and upset. A vicious look appeared on her face. "I will ruin her," Ji Yu Xiaoxiao said. Chen Zio of course was happy to hear that. That was exactly what she wanted. Even though she doubted whether Ji Yu Xiaoxiao could succeed or not, it had nothing to do with her after all. "Look, Ji Yuning is coming." At the same time, Chen Zio saw that Ji Yuning and others were downstairs. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao looked over. There were many people around Ji Yuning, which made her even more jealous. It's so disappointing. She was now eager to ruin Ji Yuning. When Ji Yuning walked into her classroom, she almost knocked into Xiao Feifei. In the past, Xiao Feifei would have sworn at her already, but now, she just glared at Ji Yuning without saying a word. Xiao Feifei had the same feelings as Chen Zio. She hated Ji Yuning as usual, but didn't dare to do anything. They all schemed to do something to get revenge on Ji Yuning. The head teacher came to the classroom during the morning class. She informed the students there would be a monthly test this Friday. When the morning class was almost over, Ji Yuning received a message from Qin Yifan. He was at the airport now, and would arrive at City F after 2 hours. He told her to come to Yiqui Jade store with her jade if she was free this afternoon. Qin Yifan couldn't wait to see the jade. He knew the jade had to be special, but Qin Yifan would never have expected that it was a top-level jade, even as rare as the King's Green. Ji Yuning also wanted to make the jewelry as soon as possible, so she agreed to go see Qin Yifan this afternoon. The break was long, and Chu Peihan ran to the 4th classroom to play with Ji Yuning and Yu Mixi. Once Chu Peihan appeared, everyone in the classroom felt frightened. They were all scared to be beaten by Chu Peihan. Mu K, Hao Ran and his bros all wanted to go to Ji Yuning as well, but since they were boys, they were afraid it might cause unnecessary gossip for Ji Yuning. Therefore they gave up at the end. Ji Yuning immediately left her school when the morning classes were over. There was a black Hummer stopped by the road outside their school. It attracted lots of attention. The car was so cool. It was a Hummer. It must be super expensive. It cost at least several million yuan. Ji Yuning was also attracted by that cool Hummer, but she just gave it 2 glances, then immediately left in a taxi. Ji Yuning didn't see the person in the Hummer, but he saw her. Lang Xiaoting was in the driver's seat. Lang Xiaoting showed up for a reason. He just flew here from City G. He wasn't sure Ji Yuning would come out this afternoon, but he still came to her school. Coincidentally, he met her. Seeing Ji Yuning head off in a taxi, Lang Xiaoting drove his car and immediately followed her. Ji Yuning didn't notice someone was following her. She got out at the commercial building, then directly went into the supermarket. She walked towards Yiqui Jade store afterwards. In Yiqui Jade store, Qin Yifan had been waited for a long time. The minute he had landed at 10 a.m., he came to his shop. Although he knew Ji Yuning wouldn't show up until 12:30 p.m., he couldn't wait to get here. Normally, Qin Yifan wouldn't stay in the store for longer than an hour for inspections, but this time, he had been here for over 2 hours. All the staff felt nervous and confused. When it was almost 12:20 p.m., he kept looking at the entrance of the store. Therefore, once Ji Yuning appeared in his sight, he immediately ran over with excitement. Ji Yuning, finally you're here. Come on, show me the jade. Qin Yifan urged. Relax, let's get inside first. Ji Yuning rolled her eyes. It wasn't appropriate to take out such a priceless object in public. Qin Yifan wore an embarrassed smile. He immediately welcomed Ji Yuning inside. The minute Ji Yuning stepped in, all the staff in Yiqui Jade store recognized her. She had been here with the King's Green last time, which was too shocking to forget. Seeing their boss so excited, everyone thought the girl must have some valuable jade to sell again this time. Thinking of that, the crowd couldn't stay calm any longer. They all fixed their eyes on Ji Yuning, but Qin Yifan guided Ji Yuning walking to his office. They couldn't see it for themselves, and were all disappointed. Once the two were in the office, Qin Yifan invited Ji Yuning to have a seat. He then urged, now, can you show me the jade? Ji Yuning smiled resignedly. She took off her backpack and opened it. The jade was wrapped carefully. She handed it to Qin Yifan. Chapter 90. Let him search her body. Qin Yifan almost grabbed the package from Ji Yuning and opened it at once. When he saw the jade inside, he was shocked dumb. He looked at Ji Yuning. It was so unbelievable. This is Fulusho jade. And it was huge. It was universally acknowledged that Fulusho jade was as rare as the King's Green. It was too rare to buy one even if you were super rich. Yes, I plan to use it to make 4 bracelets, 4 pairs of earrings, 4 pendants, and a wide ring. The wide ring is merely the size of your thumb, and the rest can be made into a few pendants or pairs of earrings, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Qin Yifan took a heavy breath in. Do you want us to design their patterns? He asked. Yes. As for the jade pendants, one should be engraved with a snake, one engraved with a cow, one engraved with a rabbit, and one engraved with a dragon. These are the Chinese zodiac signs of Ji Yu Man, Ji Yu Qing, Ji Yu Ning, and Zhang Xinyue. In the same order, please carve Man, Qing, Ning, and Yu on the backs separately. And please do the same thing on the inside of the 4 bracelets. I've already written them down on the paper. As for the earrings, there is no specific request. Just don't be too common, please. For the wide ring, Please carve, inside. As for the rest of the jade, make whatever jewelry you can make. Sure, Qin Yifan answered. He felt like saying something. Ji Yuning noticed, and she thought Qin Yifan wanted help, so she asked him, just tell me if want to say something. Qin Yifan still felt a little embarrassed to open his mouth, but after a while, he asked, do you plan to send the jewelry made from the rest of the jade to others? No, I'm going to sell them, Ji Yuning said. Knowing that, Qin Yifan was immediately happy. He immediately asked with anticipation, could you please sell the rest of the jade to me? Qin Yifan wanted to use the Fulusho jade to make earrings and pendants for his mother. Ji Yuning didn't know what to say at first. She had intended to put the Fulusho jewelry in her shop to attract customers, but since Qin Yifan had asked her, she wasn't willing to turn him down. With her jade eyes, Ji Yuning would be able to discover more valuable jade as long as she went to Province Y. Therefore, Ji Yuning agreed, no problem. Qin Yifan was thrilled to have Ji Yuning's affirmative answer. Except for the part that Ji Yuning needed to make jewelry, there was enough left over to make another 2 jade pendants and 2 pairs of earrings. Qin Yifan planned to make a pendant and a pair of earrings for both his mother and his elder sister. Qin Yifan also didn't charge Ji Yuning for the carving. No matter if he was being thankful, or he simply didn't want to charge Ji Yuning, the fee was excluded. Ji Yuning insisted on paying the fee in vain, so she agreed at the end. Qin Yifan was always active when Ji Yuning was involved. He promised that the jewelry would be done after 3 days. 3 days were more than enough time. Ji Yuning still had classes this afternoon, so she didn't stay there much longer. Qin Yifan proposed to send her back, but Ji Yuning refused. She didn't want her schoolmates to gossip. Qin Yifan understood, so he gave up. Ji Yuning had come here in a hurry and hadn't eaten yet. She planned to eat at the underground first floor before going back. It was almost 1:30 p.m., and Ji Yuning still had enough time to eat. Ji Yuning ordered her meal and it was soon prepared. While she enjoyed eating, a dark shadow sat down across from her. Ji Yuning raised her head. She was shocked when she saw the man. It was him. Why was he here? Ji Yuning was so surprised that she sprayed rice all over the man's body. Lang Xiaoting was immediately displeased. Ji Yuning felt embarrassed. She immediately apologized. Sorry, my fault. I didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive me. She handed tissues to Lang Xiaoting without delay. Lang Xiaoting frowned a little. He took the tissues and wiped the rice off of his clothes. Luckily, he easily cleaned it up after a few wipes. Well, why are you here? Ji Yuning asked. Although she asked the question, she already knew the answer. Indeed, the gun, the man said coldly and didn't say anything else. Ji Yuning's face changed slightly. That man was indeed smart. He knew that she had hidden a gun with her, and he had chased her all the way, but so what? She had already hidden the gun in the telepathic eye space. It was impossible for him to find it. Accordingly, Ji Yuning soon calmed herself down. She pretended to be innocent. What gun? Knowing Ji Yuning wouldn't admit it, Lang Xiaoting wasn't mad, but remained patient. The man who has been knocked unconscious by you in private room 503. His gun is missing. You must have taken it away. Why must it only be me because the gun is missing? Ji Yuning retorted, although she did take the gun. If it's not you, then it must be the guy who was with you, Lang Xiaoting said. Lang Xiaoting still believed it must have been Ji Yuning who took the gun. She wanted to say that the hotel manager may have taken it, but she couldn't do it. She didn't want to blame others for what she had done. I didn't take it. I need to attend my classes, and I have no time to be talking to you. Bye. Ji Yuning didn't know what to say, so she could only run away. She put on her backpack, walking ahead. Lang Xiaoting didn't stop her, which surprised Ji Yuning. Did he give up? Ji Yuning was wrong. The man didn't stop her, but followed her. At the beginning, Ji Yuning believed that they might be going the same way, but no matter where she went, he would walk behind her. He was apparently following her. Why are you following me? Ji Yuning asked resignedly. Did she have to give the gun back to him? I'll follow you until you give the gun back to me, Lang Xiaoting said. Ji Yuning was speechless again, but she was really reluctant to give the gun back to him. Although she knew she couldn't easily get away with it, she wanted to give it a try. Since you believe the gun is with me, you can search for it. Ji Yuning stepped forward, like she was prepared for him to search her body. Lang Xiaoting unconsciously stepped back. He frowned a little with a look of dislike in his eyes. I said I didn't take the gun, and you won't believe it. Now I let you search for it, but you don't want to do it. So, please stop following me, or I'll call the police, Ji Yuning threatened him, then turned around walking away. This time, Lang Xiaoting didn't follow her up. He stood there still watching Ji Yuning disappear from his sight. However, it didn't mean he already gave up just like that. He simply didn't want to cause a scene. Seeing that Lang Xiaoting stopped following her, Ji Yuning was relieved. Chapter 91, Be Unkind. She wasn't afraid that he'd searched for the gun, but she also didn't want to cause a scene. When Ji Yuning got back to her school, it was 5 minutes away from the start of class. Thus Ji Yuning immediately ran to her classroom from the gate. However, when she was about to enter the teaching building, someone stood in her way. If she hadn't stopped on time, she would have knocked him over. Seeing that the person was Qin Zheng, Ji Yuning was upset. She avoided him, wanting to leave. Ji Yuning, can we talk? Qin Zheng asked her at once. Ji Yuning hadn't replied to his message on Friday. He had been annoyed, but he couldn't help but worry about her, so he had sent another message to Ji Yuning on Saturday. The result had been the same. Qin Zheng had then directly called Ji Yuning. Surprisingly, he found out that Ji Yuning had already blocked him. He was so mad at Ji Yuning that he had decided to not care about her anymore. When he hadn't seen Ji Yuning on Monday, he had wanted to ask Mu K about it, but felt embarrassed to do so. He had heard about what had happened from Ji Yu Xiaoxiao this morning. I have nothing to talk to you about, Ji Yuning said plainly. She wanted to avoid Qin Zheng, but was stopped by him again. Ji Yuning's cold attitude aggravated Qin Zheng. He said with slight anger, Ji Yuning, how could you be so unkind? I just wanted to help after I heard that you had been kicked out of your old house. I am unkind, help me. Hearing that, Ji Yuning laughed in a sarcastic way. She looked at him with dislike. Qin Zheng, is there anyone who've told you that you're very arrogant? You. Qin Zheng was annoyed at being humiliated by Ji Yuning. He did want to help her, but she said that he was merely being arrogant. Apparently, Qin Zheng still didn't understand Ji Yuning's words. Besides, how come I am the unkind person? Just because I don't want to talk to you. I don't need you help at all. You want to help someone who doesn't need your help. Doesn't it sound ridiculous? Ji Yuning didn't hesitate to humiliate him again. Ji Yuning, you. Qin Zheng's face turned red, and his eyes were ablaze with anger. Stay away from me, or you'll pay for it, Ji Yuning threatened him. Then she left directly. Qin Zheng intended to keep arguing with Ji Yuning, but hearing Ji Yuning's warning, he somehow couldn't say a word. He did feel threatened. At the same time, he also felt greatly humiliated. He wanted to teach Ji Yuning a lesson right now to vent his anger. At the same time, he wasn't willing to see anything bad happen to her. The boy now had mixed emotions. On the stairs, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was glaring at Ji Yuning. Obviously, she had seen and heard Ji Yuning talking with Qin Zheng just then. Ji Yuning ignored her, but when she walked past, she gave Ji Yu Xiaoxiao a provocative look. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to tear her into pieces right away, but she didn't dare to do it. Why? Why did Qin Zheng want to help Ji Yuning? He was Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's boyfriend now. Did Qin Zheng really fall in love with Ji Yuning because of her changes recently? No, impossible. Even though Ji Yuning had changed, she was still a poor girl, who could never match with Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng turned around. He saw Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, who was in a rage right in front of him. He immediately knew something was wrong. Xiaoxiao, please don't be mad at me. I just felt guilty about what had happened before, so I want to help her. Nothing else, Qin Zheng explained. But she is fine now. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao retorted. She wasn't criticizing Qin Zheng actually. She was simply dissatisfied to see Qin Zheng wanting to help Ji Yuning. I know she's fine now, but we were the cause after all. Do you know, I'm not a cold-blooded person. I've already done evil things because of you. Can you still not believe my loyalty to you? Qin Zheng lied skillfully. He was an adept liar. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao felt better after Qin Zheng's explanation, but she still warned him, don't ever talk to her or help her again. She deserved to be kicked out of the old house. In Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes, Ji Yuning was wrong in everything. Fine, fine. Class is almost starting. Let's go back. Qin Zheng answered airily. He himself didn't even notice that his attitude towards Ji Xiaoxiao had changed gradually. Ji Xiaoxiao closed her mouth, but she now hated Ji Ning more than ever. After the evening class, Ji Ning failed to notice that Lang Xiaoting was following her again. Even though there were many students in school uniforms in the evening, Lang Xiaoting still recognized Ji Ning from the first glance. However, when he found out that Ji Ning didn't take a bus or a taxi, but ran home, he was surprised. He knew Ji Ning was good at fighting, but it was dangerous for a teenage girl to run home at night. Lang Xiaoting had intended to take the gun back from Ji Ning, but now he somehow felt worried about the girl. He suddenly forgot his real goal, but wanted to protect her secretly. Lang Xiaoting didn't realize it until they were close to Fenghua Luxury Mansion. She lived in Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Lang Xiaoting wanted to approach Ji Ning for the gun, but she greeted a middle-aged man, then walked inside with him. Lang Xiaoting believed that the man was Ji Ning's father, but no matter who he was, Lang Xiaoting wouldn't show up as long as there was someone else with Ji Ning. Therefore, he could only continue to follow her to find out what her address was. The middle-aged man was Zhang Shu. Ji Yuqing wanted to eat fruit, so he went out to buy some. On his way back, he met Ji Ning by accident. On their way, Zhang Shu told Ji Ning about the rent for the store. The rent was settled at the price of 500,000 yuan. He had signed a lease of 5 years, and would pay the rent yearly. The store was still in a mess, and the owner needed to clean it up first, so the lease would come into effect from the next Monday. Today was Tuesday, so it was 5 days away. Meanwhile, Zhang Shu still needed to deal with many things. He had to register, contact manufacturers, hire staff and so forth. Chapter 92. Red Flame Team. As for the registration, Ji Ning still believed that it would be faster if she used her network. The first person she thought of was Qin Yifan. If Qin Yifan couldn't help her, she would figure out another way. As for the car, most of the elder generation loved Mercedes-Benz or Bavarian motor work. Zhang Shu had seen that Ji Qingxiang's car was a Mercedes-Benz. After that he loved Mercedes-Benz. Therefore, he had bought a Mercedes-Benz as well. He paid 486,000 yuan for the car. Ji Ning didn't say anything about that, as long as Zhang Shu liked it. Zhang Shu also bought a computer, and the workers would come to settle the network tomorrow. Ji Ning then told Zhang Shu to help her get the network set up in her house as well. Ji Ning thought it would be more convenient if she had her own computer. Lang Xiaoting followed them from far behind until Ji Ning arrived at Zone G. He didn't leave until she walked inside. Lang Xiaoting drove his car and made several turns, then arrived at his house. He now lived in Zone C. There were maisonettes one in Zone C. Each house was at least 200 square meters. People who lived in this zone were truly the rich or the authorities. Well, those who lived in the zone of villas were richer or higher in the authorities. Lang Xiaoting didn't live in City F. He actually didn't have a house here either. He was going to one of his close friends, Xu Jinqian's house. Xu Jinqian didn't live in City F either. He was supposed to be on a vacation, but was forced to deal with some business here by his boss, so he was living here temporarily. Right now, Xu Jinqian was in a gray suit of home clothing. He lay on a white sofa with his arms and legs spread far apart watching TV. He was complaining about the actor's acting skills at the same time. He seemed like a nut who was talking to himself. He didn't have many friends in City F. He only came here for work, without any entertainment, so all he could do was stay at home watching TV and talking to himself. Xu Jinqian almost hated Lang Xiaoting. Lang Xiaoting seldom came to visit him, but now the man was nowhere to be found. Xu Jinqian was so bored. Well, even if Lang Xiaoting was here, he wouldn't talk to him a lot, but at least Xu Jinqian wouldn't be as lonely as by staying alone. If it hadn't been for his job, he would have already had a girlfriend. Thinking of that, Xu Jinqian was in pain having to watch the actors kissing in the show. Suddenly, some noises sounded outside. Xu Jinqian knew that it must be Lang Xiaoting. He immediately sat up straight. As a military man, he couldn't help but behave himself in front of his boss, otherwise he would be criticized or punished. Although it was kind of an honor to be punished and trained by Lang Xiaoting, it was a torture too, because he was too cruel. Xu Jinqian had no intention to torture himself. Xiaoting, where have you been? Xu Jinqian asked. None of your business, Lang Xiaoting answered. Xu Jinqian rolled his eyes. He knew he couldn't get any information he wanted if Lang Xiaoting wasn't willing to tell him, thus he closed his mouth. Lang Xiaoting changed into a pair of slippers then walked upstairs. It seemed he didn't want to talk to Xu Jinchen. Not because he disliked Xu Jinchen, but he was always this quiet. People who were familiar with him had all gotten used to it already. Lang Xiaoting stopped halfway all of a sudden. He turned to look at Xu Jinchen. I'll be staying in your place for a while longer. Please help me prepare some clothes. Lang Xiaoting was terrible at choosing clothes. He only wore military uniforms or his black clothing. On the other hand, Xu Jinchen's family was involved in the clothing industry, so it only took a call for him to get new clothes. Xu Jinchen rounded his eyes. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. He wasn't surprised that Lang Xiaoting let him prepare clothes, but because Lang Xiaoting was going to stay here for a while longer. What had happened? Did he finally want to have a vacation? Lang Xiaoting obviously understood why Xu Jinchen was so shocked, but he didn't say another word. He turned around and walked upstairs. Xu Jinchen finally got his mind back. He smiled. He was happy to see Lang Xiaoting wanted to take a break. To be specific, all the Red Flame team would be thrilled to see that. Actually, there weren't many things the Red Flame team had to deal with. Lang Xiaoting as the captain didn't need to deal with everything in person either. Everyone in the team was super powerful on his own, but Lang Xiaoting's life was occupied with work. If the assignment wasn't very dangerous, he could step aside. However, as long as it was very dangerous, he would definitely join in. They could have 1 or 2 months vacation a year, but he never had a vacation. Accordingly, Lang Xiaoting had been living a super dangerous and boring life. Even his teammates couldn't tolerate it. Many had persuaded Lang Xiaoting to take a vacation, but he wouldn't listen. Since Lang Xiaoting decided to go on a vacation, Xu Jinchen made up his mind to help his captain have a relaxing one. Now, let's introduce the Red Flame team. The Red Flame team was the highest level military team in the country. Although it was subordinate to the country, it wasn't controlled by it. It had absolute autonomy. That was because the Red Flame team had absolute strength and loyalty to the country. Once the country faced any threat, the Red Flame team would be the first team to protect its country. Although there were only 12 men in the Red Flame team, each person was very strong and super powerful. Moreover, every member of the Red Flame team had an absolute military rank as well as position. Every one of them was also in charge of an army. Lang Xiaoting was the Major General himself. He was the youngest Major General in the country's history. He could win the rank of Major General, not because he had a powerful background, but because he had created extraordinary achievements. As for Xu Jinchen, he was a senior colonel with many great achievements, but most of them had been done under the leadership of Lang Xiaoting. His ability was hardly comparable with Lang Xiaoting's. All in all, no one in the Red Flame didn't admire and obey Lang Xiaoting. Although Xu Jinchen only ranked a level lower than Lang Xiaoting, that level was a huge gap in reality. Lang Xiaoting was the captain, so he didn't need to tell others that he was going on vacation. If anything happened, his teammates would call him. Ji Yuning and Zhang Shu went straight to Ji Yuning's house, because both Ji Yuqing and Zhang Xinyue were in her place. Zhang Xinyue was a 9th grade student. She was supposed to have evening class, but her parents were worried about her safety, so they had applied for her to not attend the evening class. Chapter 93. Deceived by Lang Xiaoting Junior High School was not as strict as high school and Zhang Xinyue was good at studying, so it was easy to apply. In high school, especially in the 3rd year of high school, it was necessary to take the National College Entrance Exam. Therefore, if you weren't one of the top 10 in the entire grade, it was impossible to not attend the evening class. Special situations excluded, of course. However, Ji Yuning decided not to attend the evening class either after she got good scores at the monthly test. Although she seemed free now, she felt she lacked time, and she couldn't do anything she wanted to. Besides, once her company was established, she wouldn't have time for classes. Now it wouldn't be difficult for her to get good academic results even if she didn't go to the afternoon classes. In the past, whenever Ji Yuning was home, she felt lonely, but now, she had her beloved families around. She felt happy every day. The two families always gathered together chatting and watching TV. They didn't separate until 12 a.m. Ji Yuning checked her phone and spoke to her friends for a while before she went to bed. The next day, Ji Yuning got up early as usual, but the minute she left Zone G, she bumped into Lang Xiaoting who was waiting for her outside. Ji Yuning felt upset all of a sudden. The man was literally everywhere. Ji Yuning knew that. She did something wrong, so she wasn't in mood to blame the man, no matter whether he had followed her or if it was a coincidence. Even she hated being stalked. Lang Xiaoting didn't care about what was on Ji Yuning's mind. He walked towards her when she appeared in his sight. You better give the gun back to me, you're just causing yourself trouble. Lang Xiaoting remained cool, but he didn't threaten Ji Yuning the way he normally would. It seemed he didn't want to burden her. Why can't you believe me? Ji Yuning struggled. Lang Xiaoting didn't say another word, but he seemed determined. Ji Yuning knew the man would never let her get away with it. If she didn't give the gun back to him, he would never leave her alone. If Ji Yu Man found out about what had happened when she had been in City Ji, things would get out of control. Ji Yuning almost compromised, but she gave it one last shot. Well, it's not a big deal even if the gun is missing, right? Military officers never lack guns, right? If you're not one of the military or police personnel, it's illegal to have a gun privately, Lang Xiaoting said. How about those gangsters with guns? Why don't you deal with them? Ji Yuning retorted. It's not the same case, Lang Xiaoting said. You must first have proof. Once you have proof, you can catch me, Ji Yuning said. I have the surveillance video as the proof, Lang Xiaoting answered. Ji Yuning was speechless. She couldn't argue back this time. Out of shame, Ji Yuning didn't doubt Lang Xiaoting's words at all. Besides, he wasn't likely to lie as a military officer. Fine, she did make a mistake. Ji Yuning planned to buy one from the black market later. Ji Yuning took out her phone handing it to Lang Xiaoting. The gun isn't with me right now. Give me your number and I'll bring it to you when I'm free. The gun had been put into the telepathic eye space, so it wasn't appropriate to pull it out now. Lang Xiaoting stopped for a second. He stared at Ji Yuning's phone, but didn't take it immediately. It seemed he felt awkward to touch a female's stuff, but he didn't feel reluctant in his heart. After a while, he took Ji Yuning's phone and typed in his name and number. He used Ji Yuning's phone to call his, and then hung up when his phone rang. He then gave it back to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning took her phone back. She took a glance then mumbled, Lang Xiaoting, you're really like your name. A cold man. Hearing that, Lang Xiaoting frowned a little. Although many people had said he was a cold man, he wasn't willing to hear it from Ji Yuning. Alright, I'm going to school now. Please don't stop me on the road again. I'll give the gun back to you later today or tomorrow. Ji Yuning ignored Lang Xiaoting, and left. Ji Yuning had no idea that Lang Xiaoting had deceived her. There was no surveillance video at all. Watching Ji Yuning leaving, Lang Xiaoting had mixed emotions. Even though the girl had done something that he always hated, he found it was hard to hate her. When Ji Yuning was far away, Lang Xiaoting's face changed suddenly. He lowered his voice. Get out here now. In the dark, Shu Jinshan stiffened. Shit, he wanted to run away, but didn't dare to. Shu Jinshan had to show up at the end. Boss, Shu Jinshan tried explaining, although he knew Lang Xiaoting wouldn't believe him. Lang Xiaoting didn't give him a chance to explain at all. He said directly, 20 kilometers. Shu Jinshan's face immediately turned pale. Although he knew that he would be punished, he felt hurt when the punishment came. 20 kilometers was nothing to a senior soldier from the special force, but he was in a pair of slippers. He was wearing slippers now. This was all because he was curious when he had heard Lang Xiaoting go out early this morning. However, Shu Jinshan soon cheered up, because he had just seen a shocking scene. His boss had gone out early this morning to meet a woman, no, a girl. He even recognized that the girl was the female student he had sent to the hospital last week. It was beyond his imagination. His boss finally changed. However, the girl was merely 18, and was still a high school student. Was it appropriate if they were together? Anyway, as long as his boss liked her, it was no big deal. Grandpa Lang had already said, as long as Lang Xiaoting was willing to get married, he didn't care about the girl's background at all. However, Shu Jinshan had thought too far. There was nothing between Lang Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning couldn't arrive at her school on time, because she had wasted some time on the way. She told her friends in the WeChat group to run as usual. Anyone who was lazy and didn't finish the task would be punished, and whoever reported it would be rewarded. Chapter 94. And Yi. Although Hao Ran and his bros had an intimate connection with each other, they also enjoyed laughing at each other. Therefore, everyone was quick to follow Ji Yu-ning's order. 20 kilometers took Xu Jinshan almost an hour. It was quite normal for them to run as training, and 20 kilometers was nothing to him, but he was wearing slippers today, which were very uncomfortable while he was running. The minute he got home, Xu Jinshan went to Lang Xiaoting before he went to shower. "Hey, boss, are you dating that young girl?" Hearing that, Lang Xiaoting immediately gave him a cold glance. Xu Jinshan stepped backwards unconsciously, but he was so curious that he forgot the danger ahead. He looked at Lang Xiaoting with great curiosity, hoping to get the answer. "No," Lang Xiaoting denied. "No, then why did you go to meet the girl this early morning?" Xu Jinshan apparently didn't believe him. "Are you totally free now?" Lang Xiaoting asked airily, but Xu Jinshan sensed the threat in the air. His face stiffened. He knew that if he dared to say another word, he probably would be punished once again. "Since you're not dating the young girl, I would like to have a try myself. I don't have a girlfriend now anyway. Both of us live in Fenghua luxury mansion, so it will be super convenient if we date," Xu Jinshan said while he kept glancing at Lang Xiaoting's face. He wanted to see his reaction. Yes, Xu Jinshan did it deliberately. Unfortunately, Lang Xiaoting's face remained the same, which puzzled Xu Jinshan. Although Lang Xiaoting remained calm, he felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. However, he didn't know why, so he didn't think about it any further. Xu Jinshan didn't know what was on Lang Xiaoting's mind, but he knew Lang Xiaoting very well. He never stayed close to a woman if it wasn't necessary. However, this female student was different. He had taken her to the hospital in person last time, and now he had gone to her early this morning. It was unusual. Xu Jinshan made up his mind to investigate. Since Lang Xiaoting wouldn't tell him anything, he decided to start with the young girl. At noon, Ji Yu-ning received a call from Zhou Zhenghong. She stepped aside on purpose because it must be business. "Hi, Uncle Zhou," Ji Yu-ning answered the phone. "Boss, is it convenient for you now?" Zhou Zhenghong asked. "Sure, go ahead," Ji Yu-ning replied. "I've already found a designer and 2 engravers. They're willing to work for you like me. I've also found the store and the processing plant. The store is 200 square meters, located in the downtown, and the annual rent is 500,000 yuan. The processing plant is in the factory area, between the antique street and the downtown. It is 160 square meters and 10 minutes away from both sides, not far away nor near. Its annual rent is 250,000. Do you have any opinions, boss?" Zhou Zhenghong said without a break. "No, you can make the decisions," Ji Yu-ning said. Since she let Zhou Zhenghong completely be in charge of the business, she chose to trust him. Zhou Zhenghong actually knew that Ji Yu-ning would agree, but he still asked for her opinion out of respect. "Sure, and I've bought the machines as well. They'll arrive in 2 days. A well-decorated apartment is also settled. You can move in anytime you want," Zhou Zhenghong added. "Great, thanks, Uncle Zhou. I'll be there this weekend and I'll deal with all the documents. Oh, please go and find out whether there are new raw materials in the stone gambling street," Ji Yu-ning said. Ji Yu-ning knew that the sales would go up in those raw materials shops after she had cut out a lot of jade there last weekend. If they had sold a lot, they must also have brought many in. Accordingly, Ji Yu-ning would have many more choices. If there weren't any new choices, it was unlikely to get more jade. Zhou Zhenghong immediately answered, "No problem. I'll go find out later. And the car will be available tomorrow. I'll pick you up then." After that, they talked for a while longer before hanging up, but Ji Yu-ning was a little worried after she hung up. What was she going to say to Ji Yu-man if she went to City G this weekend? Oh, she could still use Mu K as her cover. She decided to explain to her mother that Mu K was going to open another shop in City G, and they needed to inspect it. Ji Yu-ning and her friends went straight to the woods after their meal in the afternoon. However, at the same time, there was a fierce fight going on in the woods. No, to be specific, a boy was being beaten up by 3 other boys. The boy huddled on the ground with his head covered by his arms, and let the fists and feet fall down on his body. Not because he didn't want to fight back, but because he couldn't. Then a male voice coldly said, "And ye, look at you now. I've disliked you for a long time. Your father is the chairman of Shenghua Real Estate, so I didn't dare to deal with you, but now, your father will soon step down from the chairman position. And your slut stepmother and her lover fled with the money. Your family is now in trouble with capital turnover. If you can't get the funds this week, your family will declare bankruptcy. You better go back and advise your father to sell the company to my father. In that case, your family may survive. Otherwise, your family will go bankrupt with huge debts, which isn't good at all. And Yi, wasn't he the boy who had said that he liked her the other day? Also the Xianxia real estate, wasn't it one of the 3 largest real estate companies in City F? It had 500 million yuan in assets, and was one of the third-line richest families in City F. Ji Yuning had an idea in her mind. You never, and Yi wanted to retort, but shouted in great pain instead. Ji Yuning immediately ran in the direction of his voice. Although Hao Ran and others didn't know why, they followed at once. Before long, they all saw 3 boys hitting another boy on the ground with great force. The 3 boys were all strangers, so the one who was being beaten must be An Yi. Without further thought, Ji Yuning dashed towards them. Those boys were knocked a meter away by a heavy blow before they even realized. They all fell heavily onto the ground. They couldn't even utter a word because of the pain. Hao Ran and others all rounded their eyes, even though they already knew how powerful Ji Yuning was. What the fuck, it was so cool. Chapter 95. Sell a company. Buy a company. And Yi didn't raise his head until he heard the shriek. He was immediately struck dumb. He glanced at the boys on the ground first, and then surprisingly found that Ji Yuning was standing in front of him. And Yi felt that it was super embarrassing to let his goddess see him being so pathetic, but since Ji Yuning had rescued him, he had to thank her no matter how embarrassed he felt. Thus An Yi turned to Ji Yuning and thanked her with sincerity. Thank you so much, Ji Yuning. You're welcome, Ji Yuning said. She looked to Hao Ran and other. Come and help him go to the infirmary. Hearing Ji Yuning's voice, Hao Ran and others got their minds back. Zhang Tianping and Qin Zixin ran to help An Yi stand on his feet without delay. Then they walked towards the infirmary. There were bruises all over An Yi's body and face. Fortunately, the wounds were only on the skin with no injuries to the bones. He would be fine after a few days of rest. An Yi now absolutely couldn't go home alone, so Ji Yuning proposed to take An Yi home with Hao Ran and Qin Zixin. Hao Ran had driven to school today. His car was parked in the parking lot outside of the school. An Yi felt embarrassed at first, but he couldn't go home by himself. Moreover, his family was in a mess right now, so it wasn't a good idea to let his family pick him up. On the way, Ji Yuning asked An Yi about what had happened. An Yi told her everything afterwards. Just like what the boy had said, An Yi's stepmother along with his father's closest friend, who was the accountant of the Xianxia real estate, had absconded with more than 100 million yuan in liquidity and 300 million yuan in funds just borrowed from banks. Now Xianxia real estate was in a difficult position. If there was no money to keep the company afloat this week, Xianxia would completely go bankrupt. Moreover, with the current situation of Xianxia real estate, it was impossible to borrow money from the banks. An Yi's father was now trying to borrow money from his network, but no one would lend him anything. No one dared to lend over several 100 million yuan to him. Accordingly, An Yi's father could only sell the company to pay the debts. There were several buyers competing with each other, all trying to buy the company at a lower price, so the deal hadn't been settled yet. Although the police were tracking An Yi's stepmother and the man, nothing had changed recently. Hearing that, Hao Ran and Qin Zixin felt sorry for him, but they didn't have intentions to help him either. The amount of funds needed was so huge. They couldn't afford it. However, Ji Yuning made up her mind to buy Xianxia real estate. Xianxia real estate was one of the 3 largest real estate companies in City F with a powerful network. Although it could barely stay afloat now, it would recover quickly as long as the funds were in place. It was so much better than if Ji Yuning started from the very beginning herself. An Yi's place wasn't far away from the school. They arrived at a high-end area after 20 minutes. Although this area was ranked lower than the Fenghua luxury mansion, it had been built 7 years ago. In the old time, it had been the most popular residential area. An Yi's family lived in a villa. The villa was huge, but seemed empty. They had laid off the maid since the company was in trouble. They couldn't afford a maid now. In the study on the 2nd floor, An Yi's father, and Guangyao, sank into a chair. There was no one else in this house, so it was very quiet. When he heard the sound of a door opening downstairs, he immediately sat up straight. No one else, except he and An Yi, had the key of this house now, but wasn't An Yi at school? Or, was that woman coming back? He thought that it was impossible. That woman didn't dare to come back. With that thought, Guangyao stood up walking outside. When he appeared at the edge of the stairs, he saw Yi being supported by his two schoolmates with bruises on his face and arms. He was greatly shocked. He immediately ran downstairs. Before greeting Ji Yuning and others, he worriedly asked Yi, what happened to you? Guangyao didn't know what to do now. He wanted to check his son's wounds, but was afraid to hurt him. Yi knew he couldn't hide it, so he told his father everything. Guangyao naturally was in a rage after that, but no matter how mad he was, he restricted his anger for now. He had to thank those schoolmates who had saved his son first. Guangyao didn't disdain them just because they were teenagers. He thanked them with great sincerity instead. Thank you all so much for saving my son. It's nothing, Ji Yuning and others said together. Then Ji Yuning turned to the boys, please help Yi to go to his room and change his clothes. Ji Yuning did it on purpose. She wanted to spend some time alone with Guangyao. Oh, please stay here. I'll do it. Guangyao didn't want to bother them any further. Mr. N, it's fine. Please let them handle it, Ji Yuning added. Yes, please let us do it, Hao Ran and Qin Zixin said. Then they directly supported Yi in walking to the stairs. Guangyao didn't insist, because it wasn't appropriate to leave Ji Yuning alone in the living room. Thus Guangyao invited Ji Yuning to have a seat, then handed her a cup of water. Thank you, Mr. An. Ji Yuning took the cup. Ji Yuning looked at Guangyao, who was just 40, but had aged a lot because of what had happened. Ji Yuning didn't want to waste time, so she got straight to the point. Mr. N, nice to meet you. My name is Ji Yuning. I know Mr. An's company is in trouble now and that you want to sell it. And I am very interested in Mr. An's company. I definitely will give you the most reasonable price. How about that, Mr. An? What? Hearing that, Guangyao was really surprised. He couldn't believe his ears. What had happened to the Xianxia real estate wasn't a secret. Guangyao didn't feel surprised that Ji Yuning knew about it, but she was merely an 18-year-old student, and she wanted to buy his company. Was it a joke? However, Ji Yuning behaved like a calm and mature grown-up. She didn't seem like she was joking at all. Besides, who would ever joke about that? Anyway, it was still hard for Guangyao to believe that a student was able to buy his company. Her family was the real buyer. Thinking of that, Guangyao asked, is your family planning to buy it? Chapter 96. Not gay, no, I want to buy it myself. Ji Yuning actually had the intention to cooperate with Guangyao, so she didn't want to hide. She took it more seriously instead to make him feel her sincerity. I know Mr. N doesn't trust me because I'm so young, which is quite understandable. I am too young indeed. After all, this is a deal of a few 100 million yuan. However, since it's a deal, we will need a lawyer to notarize it. The deal won't be settled until the contract is signed. Therefore, it would be too expensive for me to trap you, right? Guangyao stared at Ji Yuning. He had no idea what to say. Although he agreed with Ji Yuning on what she had said, he felt that it was so unreal. While Guangyao was still in the shock, Ji Yuning wrote her name and number on a piece of paper beside the table. She handed it to Guangyao. Mr. N, this is my number. I think we probably can't talk too much since the time is limited right now, but I do hope you can make your decision after we talk further about this. I'm free this noon and afternoon. Guangyao took the paper. Sure, I'll consider it. Actually, Guangyao had been convinced already. The other buyers had all given him a very low price. He would lose a lot of money if he agreed to sell his company to them. The moment that Ji Yuning finished her talk with Guangyao, Hao Ran and Qin Zixin came downstairs. Then they left for their school. When Ji Yuning and others were gone, Guangyao immediately went to Yi's room to check on his wounds. Guangyao wanted to ask Yi about Ji Yuning, but gave it up at the end. Although Ji Yuning and her friends would tell their head teacher what had happened to Yi with proof from the infirmary, Yi's father still called Yi's head teacher himself. When Ji Yuning got back home that night, she found her family were all unhappy. She was then told that her third uncle, Ji Yuqinyang, and his family would be back to City F this Friday. He even asked to have a meal with them the day after tomorrow. Ji Yuqinyang didn't live in City F, but City G. Both Ji Yuqinyang and his wife worked in a national department. They lived a good life with a monthly wage of 12,000 yuan. Otherwise, They couldn't buy a house in City G, which was a second-tier city. They had even bought a second house the other day. Their housing fund could cover the house mortgage, and they didn't have to worry about the money at all. Ji Man already had broken off the connection with her mother and Lin Liwan, so she wasn't willing to go have a meal with them, but it was Ji Qinyong who invited her, so it wasn't appropriate if she didn't show up. Although they weren't intimate, they were brother and sister after all. They hadn't done anything bad to Ji Man, even though they had never helped her either. Ji Ning didn't express her opinion. It was all up to Ji Man. At the end, Ji Man agreed. Therefore, Ji Ning decided to go to City G on Saturday. She knew that those people in the Ji family didn't want to see her, but she was worried about Ji Man. Although Ji Qing and Zhang Shu would be there as well, both of them were a little weak. If there was any argument, they wouldn't be able to help at all. Ji Ning didn't remember that she still had to give the gun back to Lang Xiaoting until she was about to go to bed. Although she was reluctant to do that, she had to fulfill her promise. She had to give it back anyway, so she decided to give it back earlier. Thus she sent a message to Lang Xiaoting, and told him to wait for her at the gate of Zone G at 5 a.m. in the morning. She would give the gun back to him then. If he was late, she would leave directly. Alright, Ji Ning admitted she purposely set such an early time. If he wanted the gun, then he had to be patient. However, when Lang Xiaoting received the message, he wasn't in City F, so he could only send a message back asking for a rain check. Ji Ning was speechless. She typed and sent, "I want to give it back to you, but you're absent. I think the gun doesn't want to go back to you at all. Why don't you leave it with me?" She didn't know whether Lang Xiaoting had seen her message or not, because he didn't reply anymore. The next day, Ji Ning walked out of Zone G. Xu Jinchen was in a sports suit, and, accidentally, ran over from the other side towards Ji Ning. He met Ji Ning with a surprised face. "Oh, it's you. What a coincidence. Are you going to school now?" he asked. It wasn't a coincidence at all. Xu Jinchen actually did it on purpose. "Yes, are you running at such an early time?" Although Ji Ning barely knew him, she greeted him friendly, given that he had helped her. "Yeah, do you live here too?" "I live in Zone C, and we're neighbors." "Oh, what's your name by the way?" "I'm Xu Jinchen," the man asked, although he came to Ji Ning for a reason. "I'm Ji Ning," Ji Ning replied. "Nice to meet you. Can I ask you a question? What's your relationship with Xiaoting?" "Please don't get me wrong. I'm simply curious about that. I grew up with Xiaoting, and I work with him now. I have never seen him being with a girl before." Xu Jinchen didn't bother to hide. Had never been with a girl. Ji Ning was shocked at first, but then she understood it. Lang Xiaoting was such a cold man. There properly wasn't any woman who wasn't afraid of him. Even Ji Ning felt stressed in front of him. Because Ji Ning had a little disagreement with Lang Xiaoting, she said, "Maybe he is gay. I barely know him. We have just met for several times, so there is nothing between us." "Gay?" Hearing that, Xu Jinchen was astonished for a second, then snorted with laughter. "Ha ha, ha ha, we thought the same thing before, but I promise you Xiaoting is definitely not gay." "Oh, have you tried?" Ji Ning put on an evil face. Xu Jinchen immediately understood, and argued, "Nonsense. I have never ever done that. I like women." Ji Ning shrugged. "Maybe he only likes himself." "Ha ha, you're so funny." Xu Jinchen laughed again. "Yeah, maybe you're right. He is in love with himself." After a while, Ji Ning said, "Sorry, I have to leave for my classes." "Oh, right." Xu Jinchen didn't want to bother her any longer. However, he didn't believe that there was nothing going on between Ji Ning and Lang Xiaoting. Otherwise, why had Lang Xiaoting come to meet her so early in the morning? Maybe Lang Xiaoting was still chasing her. Chapter 97. Never doubt your employees. Ever since Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and the others had regarded Ji Ning as their boss, they almost didn't miss a class afterwards. All of their teachers and classmates found it very odd, but for those teachers, they were very happy to see it. The last thing that the head teacher wanted to see was that there were students who were absent from classes. After the morning classes, Ji Ning received a phone call from Nguangyao on her way to the canteen. He wanted to talk to her about the acquisition deal. Ji Ning didn't feel surprised that Nguangyao came to her. She assumed that he would call her this noon, or afternoon. Ji Ning also wanted to settle the deal soon. Even if she had no time, she would make an effort to be available. Ji Yuning left the school after she told her friends that she was going out. Although her friends were all curious, they didn't ask since Ji Yuning wasn't willing to tell them. Everyone had their own secrets. For Ji Yuning's convenience, Guangyao met her in a nearby restaurant. It only took a dozen minutes to get there by walking. Guangyao had already arrived. Since the deal was very important, Guangyao booked a private room. "Miss Ji Yu, nice to meet you. Please have a seat." When Ji Yuning stepped inside, Guangyao immediately stood up and welcomed her. He treated her with great respect. Indeed, dignity had nothing to do with age in front of power. The minute that Ji Yuning sat down, Guangyao let Ji Yuning order first. Ji Yuning didn't hesitate. She ordered 2 dishes, while Guangyao ordered 1. 3 dishes would be enough for them. They got down to business before the dishes were even on the table. "Miss Ji Yu, the most reasonable price for Xianxia real estate is 400 million yuan. What's your opinion?" Guangyao asked. 400 million yuan wasn't much, but was much higher than the offers from other buyers. Businessmen valued profits most, so they all wanted to gain the most at the lowest price. However, 400 million yuan was just enough for Guangyao to pay his debts. He could only keep his house and a car at the price of 1 million, but he would still have to sell the house and the car for money to support his family. "No problem," Ji Yuning agreed without second thought, which surprised Guangyao. He didn't know what to do all of a sudden. Actually, Ji Yuning couldn't pay 400 million yuan right now. Her own company needed 100 million, and she only had 300 million yuan left, but she planned to go to City G this weekend for stone gambling. If she could cut out more jade, she could sell them. If not, she still could sell some that she had stored in the telepathic ice space. Thus she said, "However, I only have 300 million yuan in cash with me now. I'm afraid we must wait until after this weekend to sign the contract." "Sure," Guangyao agreed. He understood that it took time to collect the money to buy a huge company. Therefore, it wasn't a problem to wait for a few days. Besides, the Xianxia real estate could still run for around a week. "Mr. Actually, I like a win-win situation more," Ji Yuning suddenly said. Guangyao was struck dumb for a second. He didn't know what the meaning of Ji Yuning's words were. He asked, "Miss Ji Yu, what do you mean? I don't know whether the police can help you get the money back. If they get the money back, it won't be hard for you to run the business continuously. However, if the money is lost like that, you will be in a great trouble. Thus, I have an idea," Ji Yuning said. "What idea?" Guangyao asked. "Mr. You must also know that I am only a high school student. I don't have time to run a company myself. So I want to find someone with the ability to help me. Mr. You're the founder of Xianxia Real Estate. You have everything a chairman needs. Therefore, I intend to hire you to continue to serve as the chairman of Xianxia Real Estate. In other words, I'll stay behind the scenes. In return, you'll get a very generous salary and 20% shares of the company. Moreover, you will have the absolute right to manage the company. Under normal circumstances, I won't interfere with your decisions, unless it is necessary, or you can't decide on what to do. Mr. Are you willing to do that?" Ji Yuning said, Guangyao was totally shocked to hear that. A very generous salary and 20% shares of the company to hire him as the chairman with absolute right over it. 20% of the shares wasn't a small amount of money. That was literally a free lunch out of the blue. Guangyao felt that it was so unreal. However, he had to admit that he was eager to accept it, because he really didn't want to leave Xianxia Real Estate. He had spent half of his life to build Xianxia Real Estate. He was the only person who knew what he had been through for the company. However, it was too good to be true. Guangyao cautiously asked, "Miss Ji Yu, 20% shares are not a small amount. You also want me to be fully in charge of the company. Are you sure this isn't a joke or a lie? Besides, why do you trust me? Mr. You're in a mess now only because you've met those evil people. However, you can't deny your ability. Your ability and your network can help me save a lot of effort. You also need to manage the company as usual, but actually you're working for me. Now do you still believe you're the one who benefits the most from the deal?" Ji Yuning said to comfort him. Guangyao thought what Ji Yuning had just said was reasonable. He was immediately relieved. Ji Yuning added, "Besides, I never doubt my employees. If you treat me with sincerity, I'll give you a thriving future, but if you betray me, you'll be dead. No way around it. Ji Yuning said the same thing to Nguangyao as what she had said to Zhou Zhenghong. She promised and warned together. Ji Yuning even delightedly threatened Nguangyao when she was saying the word, dead. Nguangyao immediately felt that it was hard to breathe, as if he had sensed the smell of death. He was now completely shocked by an 18-year-old girl's power. Compared with Zhou Zhenghong, Nguangyao was more sophisticated. He believed Ji Yuning must be an extraordinary girl. Chapter 98. Get the new car. However, he had no intention to guess Ji Yuning's real background. As long as he could feel Ji Yuning's sincerity to hire him, he was willing to work for her. Even though Ji Yuning hired him for his ability and network, she did help him a lot. Therefore, Nguangyao had no reason to refuse. He wasn't an idiot. I personally look forward to working with Mr. N very much, but it's all up to you. You can make the decision on your own, Ji Yuning said. However, she already knew Nguangyao would agree. Nguangyao finally got his mind back. He felt like crying, but he forced himself not to. Suddenly, Nguangyao stood up and bowed to Ji Yuning. He said with seriously, Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much for your trust and generosity. I promise that I'll manage the company as always. I'll never let you down. Since Nguangyao accepted the deal, Ji Yuning was his boss from now on, but Ji Yuning wasn't an arrogant person. No matter what had happened, Nguangyao was much older than her. She didn't want to be disrespectful. Thus she stood up at once. Mr. N, it's a great pleasure to work with you. Ji Yuning held her hand out to Nguangyao. They shook hands, and the deal was done. There is also another very important thing. What I need is a company with the absolute right to make decisions. That is to say, this company must be completely in the control of you and me. I don't like to argue a lot before making decisions. No one can build a thriving business on quarrels. Those who like arguing could do nothing with the money. So, I will remove all shareholders. There will be only 3 shares of Xianxia. I'll have 70% shares, and you'll have 20% shares, while the other 10% shares are for the market. If they want to stay in Xianxia, I will arrange suitable positions for them. However, I only want loyal people, Ji Yuning said with determination. She wouldn't give up on that, because she didn't need to find fund like others. She wouldn't allow anyone to do nothing while being paid. Hearing that, Nguangyao was astonished again. This girl was really ambitious. However, he respected her ambition. No one would want outsiders to share his or her own properties. Like what Ji Yuning had said, many people would do nothing but argue while being paid. Especially when it came to settling deals, many of them would disagree with each other, then they would start to argue a lot. Nguangyao knew that so well. Some were cowards who were afraid to take risks, so they stopped the project. Accordingly, the project couldn't move on smoothly. Right now, Nguangyao admired Ji Yuning's determination more than ever. He was also more confident about the future ahead. At that time, the dishes were put on the table, so Ji Yuning and Nguangyao began to eat. Since the time was limited, Ji Yuning seized every minute to talk about the business. She opened her mouth. Oh, how do you manage the construction materials? The manufacturers never sell goods to the outside, so we turn to agencies for the materials, Nguangyao said. As the building materials, you need to build the community a one-time contract with the agency. Ji Yuning asked. Not really. Because the general communities are built in 1, 2, or 3 phases, we sign the contract according to the phase. The first phase of Xianxia is currently under construction. The second phase will soon begin. If the seller isn't satisfied with the construction materials, he can stop renewing the contract, but that rarely happens, because the seller will normally use a brand for a long time, Nguangyao said. Knowing that, Ji Yuning was relieved. Mr. N, actually, my uncle is preparing to go into the business of construction materials, and I'm considering letting him be the agency of the construction materials for Xianxia real estate. Of course, I also have my own bottom line. I will only help him because he has the ability. So please don't worry that I'll lower the standards of the project. Because I want to help my family. If so, I would rather give him an amount of money instead. I also don't plan on letting my family know about my properties. After all, I am too young now, and I don't want them to worry about me. So please don't worry about our connection, but run the business as usual, Ji Yuning said. Although she handed the company over to Nguangyao, the property would soon be hers. She naturally had the right to control it, and she would make full use of it. And Guangyao didn't think that it was inappropriate, so he happily agreed. "Oh, Mr. N, do you know someone in the Industry and Commerce Bureau? My uncle's company hasn't registered yet. I want to settle it as soon as possible," Ji Yuning said. "It's easy. I'll deal with it," and Guangyao answered without delay. And Guangyao was one of the richest men in City F. He definitely knew someone with the power. Although the Xianxia real estate was in trouble now, he still had his network to help him before he went bankrupt. Besides, it was not a big deal. As long as you have prepared the documents, it would be super easy to get it done with the help from the authorities. After the meal, Ji Yuning went back to her school. In the afternoon, Ji Yu Man called Ji Yuning to come home soon. Zhang Shu had gotten his car, so they all wanted to celebrate. On her way home, Ji Yuning received a call from Guangyao. He had already dealt with the Industry and Commerce Bureau. The registration would be done within a week. When Ji Yuning got home, everyone was so happy at getting a new car. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man had gone with Zhang Shu to get the new car. It was the first time they had ever been in such an expensive car, so they were all thrilled. Chapter 99. The first to hand paper in the monthly test. After Ji Yuning got back, both Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuqing dropped the vegetables they had been washing, and talked to Ji Yuning for a long while about the new car. Ji Yuning felt like laughing. When they went back to cook, Ji Yuning finally had time to tell Zhang Shu about the registration. Ji Yuning only told him that she had turned to a schoolmate's father for help. She had a good relationship with that schoolmate, so his father kindly helped with this as soon as this afternoon. Ji Yuning also revealed a little about the deal of supplying the construction materials. Her classmate's father was doing real estate. If Zhang Shu was willing to be the dealer of the construction material, he would cooperate with him in the future. Knowing that, Zhang Shu was excited, but he also felt ashamed that Ji Yuning had dealt with everything for him. Although Ji Yuning had said that she wouldn't interfere in his business, Zhang Shu didn't mind what she had done today. Besides, everything Ji Yuning had done was a big obstacle to him. She had helped a lot. It was a Friday, and the monthly test was about to begin. Ji Yuning and her friends gathered together at the football field as usual, but they didn't run. They were simply chatting while walking around. "I hate tests the most. They won't make any difference. If my family didn't force me to come to school, I really would like to drop out," Hao Ran said with annoyance. Studying was a hateful nightmare to him. "Me neither, but I must keep on studying," Chu Peihan said. That was the reason why she still could get good scores even though she missed a lot of classes. She played hard, but also studied hard. Moreover, some people were born intelligent. They spent much less time on learning but gained much more than ordinary people. Chu Peihan was one of them. Actually, Hao Ran and the boys were smart too. Otherwise they couldn't run their bar so well. They just weren't interested in studying. If they had been willing to study hard, they would have been good students as well. Their scores were better than the old Ji Yuning anyway. They remained in the worst classroom, the 7th classroom, only because they liked playing and causing trouble. I think it's better to keep on studying in school, even if you have a good family background, and you don't lack anything. Your parents can't support you for a lifetime. In the future, you have to inherit their enterprises. If you don't have the ability, you'll be eliminated, or replaced by the strong. Ability requires rich professional knowledge, social experience and an extensive network, and the university is the best place to learn knowledge, Mu K, who was always an excellent student, said. Mu K is right, university is important, Ji Yuning agreed. I'm absolutely going to a university, and I'll work hard to achieve a lot, so that my family can live a good life. Yu Mixi had great hope for her university. She so badly wanted to change her and her family's lives. You will. Ji Yuning encouraged her. Ji Yuning wouldn't let Yu Mixi stay poor after all. She would help Yu Mixi to grow up and be successful one day in the future. She would wait until her business empire was established. They went back to their classrooms separately. The monthly test was almost the same as a usual test. The first was a Chinese test in the course of 2 classes, 100 minutes in all. One could hand the paper in half an hour after the test began, but no one had ever done that before. Even if they didn't know the answers, most people would not hand the paper in until the time was over. Ji Yuning spent the time of a class to finish the Chinese paper. She handed the paper in, then left the classroom. Everyone was surprised to see that. It was beyond their imagination that Ji Yuning would be the first one. She had always been the last one to hand the paper in the past. Everyone knew she wasn't good at studying, so they assumed that she must not know the answers at all, so handed the paper in earlier. It was acceptable to hand the paper in at that time, so the teacher didn't say anything. However, when she saw Ji Yuning's paper, she was shocked. The paper was well done in good handwriting, and all the answers were right. The writing part almost got a full score for her outstanding skills. Of course, the teacher wouldn't give a full score to the writing part. 1 or 2 points would normally be deducted. Because Ji Yuning had helped Yu Mixi's studying these days, Yu Mixi knew that Ji Yuning had improved her studying, she was even better than her. Thus she knew Ji Yuning must had done a good job. Ji Yuning went to the garden after she had handed the paper in. She was used to being alone, so she didn't feel bored at all. However, only 5 minutes later, Hao Ran and his bros came to her. They had an agreement to come to the garden once they finished the test. Hao Ran and his bros couldn't finish the paper at all, so they handed the paper in early. When they saw Ji Yuning, they were all astonished. They had heard that Ji Yuning was bad at studying, so they believed that Ji Yuning had been in the same situation as them. Thinking of that, Hao Ran asked, "Boss, did you finish the paper, or did you barely know the answers?" "I finished it," Ji Yuning said. "Wow, what score do you think you will get?" Qin Zixin asked. 90%. To get 90% you had to get above 90 points. Hao Ran and his bros were all amazed. "Are you sure?" Hao Ran found it unbearable. Who said that Ji Yuning was bad at studying? Ji Yuning obviously knew why they were shocked. When she had helped Yu Mixi with her assignments, Yu Mixi was surprised too. "You'll know when the results are out." Ji Yuning didn't explain further. Fine. Since Ji Yuning didn't want to tell them, they stopped asking. Then, Hao Ran said, "Boss, today is Friday. Let's go have some fun in our bar tonight." This was the second time Hao Ran had invited her. It wouldn't be appropriate if she rejected again. "Sure, when and where, I'll come to you. After the test, we can have dinner together, then we can go there together," Qin Zixin said. "Not today, I have to eat at home. I'll be a little late," Ji Yuning replied. "Okay, it is in Yongle Road, the V5 bars, it's the letter V in the Arabic numeral 5. It's the mighty homonym, and is also the meaning of mighty, ha ha." Hao Ran said. "Wow, I like the name," Ji Yuning complimented. Although Hao Ran and his bros were all proud of the name, they felt a little shy when Ji Yuning complimented it in front of their faces. Mu Ke and Chu Peihan arrived 25 minutes before the test ended. Although they were both academic, it was rare to finish the test within 75 minutes. Besides, they barely wrote down wrong answers. Ji Yuning was faster than them only because she had her special power. Chapter 100. Did she cheat? Yu Mixi was the last one of them to arrive. She arrived 10 minutes before the test ended. When everyone got there, Hao Ran told them that they were going to the bar tonight. Hearing that, Chu Peihan was the most excited. Although she had been to many bars, she had been there with her elder brother every time and her freedom had been limited. Mu Ke also agreed to go. Only Yu Mixi didn't know how to explain it to her family, so she couldn't go with them. Hao Ran told Yu Mixi she could tell her parents that it was a classmate's birthday party. If her parents wouldn't believe it, they could buy a birthday cake and pretended that they had a birthday party. Then, they could send some photos to her parents as the proof. A birthday cake wouldn't cost much, so they planned to eat it as dessert. Hao Ran's idea was approved by everyone. They all decided to do that. Even Ji Yuning had to use that excuse for her mother, Ji Yuman, but Ji Yuman knew Ji Yuning's friends, so it would be easier for Ji Yuning to use that excuse. After the Chinese test ended, the teacher went back to the office, and spoke with excitement about what Ji Yuning had done to the other teachers. Everyone was amazed by the fact that Ji Yuning had finished the paper within 45 minutes, and all the results were correct. She was a genius. No one was more astonished than Ji Yuning's head teacher, Zhang Chuhua. She clearly knew Ji Yuning's previous scores. They weren't terrible, but they were not good either. It was hard for Zhang Chuhua to believe Ji Yuning's sudden change. Did she cheat? There were other teachers who also knew about Ji Yuning's previous scores, who believed so, but they found it was still hard to believe that she could get all the right answers by cheating. Had the questions been leaked? Zhang Chuhua immediately called Ji Yuning to ask her what had happened, in case her student made a terrible mistake. Ji Yuning insisted that she did it all on her own. If the teachers didn't believe her, they could test her again. The next test was English. It took Ji Yuning an even shorter time, only 20 minutes, to finish the paper, but she had to wait for another 10 minutes to hand in the paper. The teacher had doubt what Ji Yuning had done at the last test, so he paid more attention to her this time. However, he didn't find any unusual behavior from Ji Yuning. She just kept writing. What was even more shocking was that she finished the paper in 20 minutes. The paper remained clean with good handwriting. Unfortunately, he wasn't the English teacher, so he didn't know whether Ji Yuning's answers were correct or not. If the answers were all correct, or at least 80% were correct, then Ji Yuning had to be a genius. Ji Yuning immediately handed the paper in when 30 minutes had passed. The teacher purposely gave Ji Yuning's English paper to the English teacher after the test. The answers were all correct. Ji Yuning's English is very good, and her accent is also very authentic. I even feel embarrassed for myself. I asked her to translate a piece of text the other day. No one in the top class was able to fully translate it, or they would need a long time to do it. However, Ji Yuning did it so effortlessly. If I hadn't looked at her oriental face, I would have believed that she was a foreigner. Although Chen Ming had picked on Ji Yuning because of Chen Zhao, he wasn't a person without a moral bottom line. Ji Yuning's English had really impressed him, so now he spoke for her. He even went to the top classroom, the first class, and let other students try it. Unfortunately, no one could fully translate it even after a long time. What? She's that good? Hearing that, all the teachers were surprised. Wasn't she bad at studying before? No matter how hard they tried to think up a reasonable reason, they all failed at the end. Around 12 o'clock, Ji Yuning received a call from Qin Yifan. The jewelry was done, so he asked when she would be free. Ji Yuning was occupied today and tomorrow. She said that she would be there Sunday afternoon, or the next Monday, but Qin Yifan was somewhat eager to meet Ji Yuning. He proposed bringing it to her at school to her since he was free. He would arrive after half an hour. Ji Yuning wanted to refuse. She didn't want to bother him, but Qin Yifan insisted on coming to her. Ji Yuning finally agreed. Ji Yuning was eating in a restaurant outside of their school with her friends. She told Qin Yifan to find her in the restaurant. She didn't want to hide the fact that she knew Qin Yifan, so she had no intention to avoid them. However, they had tests today, and the free time at noon was limited. Thus she didn't wait for Qin Yifan to have a meal together. Qin Yifan wanted to meet Ji Yuning now, but he forgot one important detail. That jewelry was worth over 100 million yuan. It wasn't safe to give it to a young girl directly like that. Ji Yuning herself didn't care about that actually, so she didn't mind Qin Yifan coming right now. Half an hour later, Qin Yifan arrived with a wooden box as big as half a football. Everyone knew a friend of Ji Yuning's would be here to give her something, but they had no idea who the person was. Thus when Qin Yifan appeared, other than Yu Mixi and Chu Peihan, the rest were all surprised, especially Qin Zixin. Qin Zixin immediately stood up from the sofa, and called, "Hi, my cousin Yifan." Ji Yuning was astonished. She didn't expect that Qin Yifan and Qin Zixin were cousins. "Hi, it's so nice to see you." Hao Ran, Zhang Tianping and Mu Ke all stood up, and greeted him politely. "Why are you here?" Qin Yifan was also surprised to see them. Although he knew they went to the same school as Ji Yuning, he didn't expect that they all knew each other. After a few seconds, he understood it wasn't impossible. They studied in the same school, and were all seniors, so it was natural that they knew each other. However, Qin Zixin and the boys felt that it was surprising. How did Ji Yuning know Qin Yifan? "Please have a seat, you all," Ji Yuning said. They all sat down. Qin Yifan knew that Ji Yuning had no intention to avoid her friends, so she let him meet her here. Thus he gave the box to Ji Yuning without hesitation. "Ji Yuning, this is yours. I'll transfer the money for the rest of the jade into your account later." "Sure, thanks." Ji Yuning took the box. "Ji Yuning, what is this?" Chu Peihan fixed her eyes on that wooden box, and asked with curiosity. Not only Chu Peihan, everyone else was curious as well. "It's the jewelry Yiqui Jade store helped me make for my family," Ji Yuning told them. Everyone suddenly lost their interest when they heard that it was jewelry. Because Qin Zixin and others were here, Qin Yifan felt it was inconvenient to talk to Ji Yuning too much. He also knew they had tests this afternoon, so he left after a while. Ji Yuning and her friends went back to their classrooms too, and the rest of the tests began at 2 p.m. Chapter 101. Be kind. Ji Yuning finished the papers within half an hour as well, without any hint of cheating. Ji Yuning knew that it was hard for someone who knew that she had been bad at studying to accept her change, but true blue would never stain. Now she wasn't afraid to face her classmates and teachers. After the afternoon tests, Ji Yuning left directly. It was just 4 p.m. The appointed time was 6 p.m. in the Yui restaurant on Yui Road. It took around 20 minutes to walk from Fenghua Luxury Mansion to the Yui restaurant, so Ji Yu Man and others planned to leave their houses at 5 p.m. Thus Ji Yuning went back home first. She didn't run this time, but take a taxi instead. Within 20 minutes, she was back at Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Ji Yuning had told her family that she had a monthly test today, so Ji Yu Man and the rest were all surprised that she was home so early. Why are you home so early? Ji Yu Man asked. I finished the tests, so I'm back, Ji Yuning replied. Is it because you didn't know the answers? It's fine. We can keep trying, Ji Yuqing comforted. They never blamed Ji Yuning for her performance, but always encouraged her, because they all knew that not every kid was born academic. Ji Yuning didn't explain further. The results would be the best proof. A short while later, Zhang Xinue got back home as well. She only had 2 classes in the afternoon, and she left her school at 4:05 p.m. She got home at 4:30 p.m. Everyone was ready to leave when it was 5 p.m., but Ji Yuning stopped all of them. She said, why should we go there so early? We always get to the family meal earlier than them, and they are always late. I think it'll be fine if we just arrive on time. Well, Ji Yu Man felt that it wasn't appropriate. I think Ningning is right. Why should we be there early and wait for them every time? Ji Yuqing immediately agreed. She sat back down again. Ji Yu Man compromised at the end. Both Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuqing deliberately didn't dress up. They were wearing the medium-level brand, and looked normal. No one would know what the brand was if he or she wasn't familiar with clothing brands. Zhang Shu was in the same style. As for Ji Yuning, she was still in her casual suit. They didn't leave until 5:30 p.m. They walked to the Yui restaurant. When they arrived, it was 5 minutes away from 6 p.m., but they coincidentally met Ji Yu Qingxiang's family outside. Ji Yu Qingxiang's family included Ji Yu Qingxiang, Lin Liwan, Ji Yu Qingxiang and the old lady. They were always late for the family meal. Ji Yu Qingxiang was the richest one in the Ji Yu family, so he was also the most powerful one. Therefore, he became arrogant and also believed that he was the star in their family. He was upset when he met Ji Yu Man and others outside. Except for Ji Yu Qingxiang, Lin Liwan, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, and the old lady all changed their faces. Especially the old lady, she was still annoyed that Ji Yuning had shouted at her last time. She immediately raised her voice in anger, Ji Yuning the bastard. Who told you to be here? Go away immediately. The old lady had lost all her manners, and was behaving like a crazy woman. All of a sudden, her voice attracted attention from people around. Although the crowd didn't know what was going on, they disdained the old lady's rude behavior. Ji Yu Qingxiang was surprised by his mother, and also felt embarrassed amid the others' people's looks. He called, Mom. He knew his mother never liked Ji Yuning, neither did he. He hated and despised Ji Yuning too. Every time they met, the old lady would humiliate Ji Yuning, but he had never seen his mother get so mad. Ji Yu Qingxiang had been busy these days, and he was seldom home, so he didn't know what had happened the other day. Meanwhile, Ji Yu Man and others were all immediately in a rage. Ji Yu Man felt like crying. She retorted, Mom, could you please be kind? Ningning is my daughter. She is not a bastard. Besides, it's my third brother who asked me to be here. The old lady didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, she was more annoyed. She is a bastard. I'll never admit that she is my granddaughter. If she stays, I'll leave right now. Mom, what is wrong with you? Can we just talk when we're in the private room? You're embarrassing me in front of everyone in public. Ji Yu Qingxiang was a little displeased. No matter what, he was a man of a little fame in City F. His mother's behavior had obviously embarrassed him. However, the old lady was so mad that she didn't care about their faces at all. Moreover, she indeed was a bossy and domineering woman, who only cared about herself. She continued to snap at Ji Yuning, what is wrong with you? You bastard, hit Xiao, but refused to apologize. You even yelled at me. You're insane. Ji Yu Qingxiang was seldom home these days, so no one actually told him what had happened. Hearing the word, bastard, Ji Yu Ning, Ji Yu Man and others were all displeased. Ji Yu Ning threw a cold look at the old lady. The old lady was scared and struck dumb at once. Although Ji Yu Qingxiang preferred to save his face, he lost control of his emotions since his daughter was involved. What? Ji Yu Ning hit Xiao. Ji Yu Qingxiang changed his face at short notice. His eyes were full of anger as he looked at Ji Yu Ning. Ji Yu Xiao criticized Ji Yu Ning without delay. Yes. Dad, Ji Yu Ning hit my head with a plate, then she slapped me several times. Grandma told her to apologize to me, but she refused to do so. Besides, she even yelled at Grandma, and threatened Mom. After that, she gave Ji Yu Ning a provocative look. She was afraid of Ji Yu Ning, but now that her father was here as well she wasn't afraid anymore. The crowd now all looked to Ji Yu Ning with shock. She hit the girl with a plate, and even slapped her. She refused to apologize, then yelled and threatened the older generation. If so, the young girl was very violent and rude. Some immediately had a bad impression of Ji Yu Ning. However, some people, before it was confirmed, didn't immediately believe it. They still had doubts towards Ji Yu Ning. Ji Yu Man, what kind of a daughter do you have? How dare she to hit my daughter? Ji Yu Qingxiang shouted at Ji Yu Man. Ji Yu Man was shocked by his shout. In the Ji Yu family, everyone was afraid of Ji Yu Qingxiang because he was the richest, most powerful and the eldest man in their family. Even Ji Yu Qinyang, who worked in a national department, respected Ji Yu Qingxiang very much. Chapter 102, Who is Rude? Ji Yu Qinyang was an ordinary civil servant, not an important official. He couldn't compare with Ji Yu Qingxiang. Although Ji Yu Man was afraid of Ji Yu Qingxiang, she would never yield once Ji Yu Ning was involved. She retorted, Ningning hit Xiao only because Xiao humiliated Ningning first. So what? She hasn't been hurt physically anyway. She shouldn't slap my daughter. Ji Yu Qingxiang didn't think it was wrong that Ji Yu Xiao had humiliated Ji Yu Ning. Ji Yu Man was so mad that she almost fainted all of a sudden. She almost fell. Ji Yu Ning immediately supported her mother and poured some power into her body. Although there wasn't much power in Ji Yu Ning's jade eyes, it was enough to help Ji Yu Man stabilize her breathing. Ji Yu Man suddenly felt a cool air flow inside. Her breathing was immediately stabilized at once. Ji Yu Man thought that it was strange, but didn't think about it any further because Ji Yu Ning soon stopped. Ji Yu Man believed that it was an illusion. How could you say that? Why should Ningning be treated in that way? Ji Yu Qing was also mad. Even though she knew Ji Yu Qingxiang was selfish, she didn't know that he could be so shameless. It was Xiao's fault for humiliating others, but Ji Yu Ning should never hit her. Ji Yu Qingxiang almost lost his patience. He added, besides, our mother told her to apologize. She refused, and even yelled at our mother. She is so rude. Ji Yu Ning couldn't help sneering. She stared at Ji Yu Qingxiang and said coldly, in that case, I can call you a bastard and call your mother a shameless bitch, and you also can't do anything about it. How dare you? Hearing that, Ji Yu Qingxiang was in a rage. He screamed at Ji Yu Ning, how dare you to say that? You are so rude. The old lady was also very irritated at the same time. What? How come I'm wrong to say that? When Ji Yu Xiao said that to my face, she never thought about respecting my mother. Isn't she rude? Ji Yu Ning argued. Ji Yu Qingxiang suddenly didn't know what to say. Indeed, although Ji Yu Man was senior to Ji Yu Xiao, Ji Yu Xiao did not respect Ji Yu Man, but throughout the past 18 years, no one felt that it was wrong. Even Ji Yu Qingxiang was speechless when Ji Yu Ning said it out loud in public. The crowd now realized why Ji Yu Ning hit the girl. All of the onlookers stood by Ji Yu Ning's side. It was so rude to humiliate someone else's family. Even if her mother did something wrong, the young generation shouldn't humiliate the elder generation. Now, everyone disliked Ji Yu Xiao. Insane. Your mother has done a shameful thing. Why can't we criticize her? The old lady said with rage. In her eyes, one who made a mistake deserved humiliation. Shut up, Ji Yu Ning snapped at her. She threw the old lady a cold look. The old lady felt frightened, and suddenly closed her mouth. Moreover, the old lady felt great pressure from Ji Yu Ning. She almost couldn't breathe. Even those onlookers felt a little stressed from her coldness. You've insulted my mother for 18 years, isn't it enough? I really think that my mother is not your daughter. Otherwise, why do you hate her so much? Since you're the mother of my mother, I didn't want to be rude, but now, if you dare to bully my mother, then I'll let you pay for it. Anyway, you don't admit that I'm your granddaughter. Similarly, I will not admit that you're my grandmother. Thus it's useless to threaten me with morality, Ji Yuning said icily. She had now put her cards on the table. Everyone was looking at the old lady with anger. She had humiliated her own daughter and granddaughter for 18 years. How vicious was she? The old lady had felt frightened by Ji Yuning at first, then she trembled and almost lost her breath. Ji Yuning immediately supported his mother in case she fell down. Ji Yuning even threatened her. Ji Yuning was shocked by Ji Yuning's attitude. She was so different from the old self-abased girl. No, she wasn't. She was strong and confident enough to threaten the old lady now. Ji Yuning criticized with anger, Ji Yuning, you're so rude. How can you talk to the elderly like that? Rude, it's all because of you shameless people. I'm a human being with dignity. I was quiet and polite before, but you always humiliated me. What I am doing now is only to defend my own dignity. The elderly, you don't deserve our respect. You have humiliated my mother for 18 years and called me a bastard for 18 years. It is my shame to have you as my family. If you want to win the respect of people, you must learn how to respect others first. Treat others the way you want to be treated. From now on, I won't endure your insults anymore, Ji Yuning said with strong hate. Ji Yuning face changed quickly. Ji Yuning's word made him feel guilty and annoyed at the same time. He couldn't deny that Ji Yuning's words were reasonable, but he also felt embarrassed. Well put. At that time, a delightful female voice sounded. Ji Yuning immediately recognized who she was by her voice. It must be Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia, Ji Yuning realized that she had forgotten to pay the admission fee back to her. Although she knew Xianxia wouldn't care, she still felt a little embarrassed. Ji Yuning, I'm with you. Never stay a coward, but stand up for yourself. Xianxia supported Ji Yuning. It was beyond her imagination that Ji Yuning had such a complicated and terrible family background. Xianxia felt annoyed for Ji Yuning since she believed that they were friends. Xianxia, what a coincidence. Ji Yuning said. Dr. N, Ji Yu Man and others greeted her politely. This is our family issue. Please stay out of it, miss. Ji Yuning was even more irritated to see that an outsider had interrupted them. Well, I think that Ji Yuning doesn't admit that she is a part of your family, right? So how come it's a family issue? Besides, I'm talking to Ji Yuning, not you. It has nothing to do with your family, Xianxia retorted. Chapter 103, Trouble, You. Ji Yuning was speechless again. However, before he could say another word, another voice interrupted him. Xianxia, what are you doing? A charming male voice sounded. Then, a tall handsome man walked over. He was around 30 and was in a suit with the air of an elite, but not arrogance. What else can I do? My friend is being insulted. I'm helping her, Xianxia said unkindly, but it was not aimed at the man. Seeing the man, Ji Yuning immediately put a smile on his face. He flattered, oh, it's so nice to meet you, Executive La. Are you here for dinner? What a coincidence. Let me be the host please. The man had to be powerful to be able to make Ji Yuning flatter him so obviously. No, before the man could open his mouth, Xianxia immediately rejected him. She was apparently pissed off by Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning wanted to criticize Xianxia, but remembering that the two came together, he shut his mouth. Although he didn't know the relationship between them, they were either friends, or girlfriend and boyfriend, so Ji Yuning wasn't willing to have bad blood with Xianxia before the man. Ji Yuning turned to Le Zhengyu, waiting for his answer. Sorry, Chairman Ji Yu, I'm here with my friend today. It's not very convenient, Le Zhengyu refused indirectly. Well, what a shame. Ji Yuning didn't insist, he didn't dare to insist. Le Zhengyu had a hotel construction project in hand and Ji Yuning was trying to get it. He was on the waiting list now actually. Le Zhengyu would choose 1 out of 5 companies. It was a pretty intense competition. Therefore, Ji Yuning didn't dare to aggravate him. Xianxia immediately invited Ji Yuning and her family. Ji Yuning, come and have dinner with us. You promised to buy me a meal, but I've waited for so many days. You didn't call me once. And Qian almost criticized Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning explained with embarrassment, I have many classes. I did plan to call you when I was free. It doesn't matter whether you buy me a meal or not, but we're friends. We should gather together if we have time. Don't wait for the next time. Let's have the meal together now. Oh, Ji Yuning's mother, aunt and uncle, you all must come with us, and Qian said with determination. She had heard the old lady's words. If Ji Yuning stayed, the old lady would leave right now. Besides, they just had a quarrel in public. It was impossible for them to sit down and eat together again. And Qian didn't plan to help Ji Yuning out, but she really wanted to have a meal with her. But Ji Yuning didn't want to bother Qian and Le Zhengyu. And Qian knew what Ji Yuning was thinking. She said, you don't need to worry. He won't mind. She meant Le Zhengyu, of course. And Qian gave Le Zhengyu a knowing look at the same time. Le Zhengyu received her message. Although he wore a resigned smile, he did not mind at all. He then opened his mouth. Miss Ji Yu, please dine together with us. He obviously only invited Ji Yuning and her family, not Ji Yu Qingxiang's family. He didn't know what had just happened, but he understood that there were two different sides here. And Qian obviously stood by Ji Yuning's side, so he had to agree with her. Alright, since we're already here, we need to have dinner before we go back home. Seeing Le Zhengyu was fine with Qian's invitation, Ji Yuning answered at the end. Mom, Aunt, Uncle, Xinyu, let's go dine with Dr. N. Ji Yuning said to her family. Although Ji Yu Man and the rest all didn't want to bother someone else, Ji Yuning had accepted, so they agreed as well. Ji Yu Qingxiang, however, was totally annoyed that Le Zhengyu was willing to have a meal with Ji Yuning and her family, while he had been rejected. He now hated Qian very much. However, he didn't dare to say another word. Lin Liwan and Ji Yu Xiaoxiao were also mad, but they knew that the man was an important figure, so they closed their mouths too. However, because they knew that the man was special, Lin Liwan and Ji Yu Xiaoxiao were even more displeased. Ji Yuning was only a poor girl. How could she know that Executive La? Meanwhile, the old lady suddenly erupted, Hey, what is wrong with you? My son invited you to dine with him. You rejected, so how could you eat with the bastard? You. In the old lady's eyes, her son was a big boss, while Ji Yuning was merely a poor girl as well as a bastard. Mom, shut your mouth. Ji Yu Qingxiang was shocked. He immediately criticized, you can't talk to Executive La like that. Ji Yu Qingxiang seldom criticized his mother, unless it was important. So the old lady realized that she had done something wrong. She immediately shut up, but also felt stressed because of the look from Ji Yuning. Ji Yu Qingxiang apologized to Le Zhengyu at once, Executive La, I'm so sorry. My mom is a trouble in my family. Please forgive us. I'm fine. However, your mother swore at a young girl like that. It was too rude and too vicious. Le Zhengyu was apparently unhappy to witness the old lady's behavior. My mom is too old to behave herself. I'll talk to her later, Ji Yu Qingxiang said without delay. This is the last time. If I ever hear you call me a bastard again, you'll pay for it, Ji Yuning warned the old lady. She then ignored her, walking inside with others. The old lady almost fainted from anger, but she did not dare to say another word. After they were gone, she then opened her mouth. How could she do that? Ji Yu Qingxiang snapped, enough. I'm on the waiting list of a significant project in Executive Li's hand. I have to maintain a good relationship with him. How dare you argue with him? If he gets mad and removes my name from the list, I'll lose a fortune. Hearing that, the old lady was shocked. She asked with worry, what should we do now? It was all because of the bitch Ji Yuning. If it hadn't been for her. Chapter 104. Utterly unreasonable. Even now, the old lady still didn't realize that it was her fault. She never believed that she could make mistakes. Therefore it must be Ji Yuning's fault. The old lady was so selfish. Mom, could you stop blaming others for what you've done? Didn't you make mistakes? Ji Yu Qingxiang lost his patience, and raised his voice. Although he hated Ji Yuning too, he also knew that his mother was the cause of the mess. How come it's my fault? Ji Yuning did it. If she hadn't been here, it all wouldn't have happened. The old lady retorted with anger. Ji Yu Qingxiang was speechless. The old lady was utterly unreasonable. However, since Ji Yuning knows them, you can get Ji Yuning to help you with the project in front of Executive La, the old lady said airily. People around who hadn't left yet were astonished. The old lady was really shameless. She had just sworn at the girl, and wasn't willing to admit that the girl was her granddaughter. Now she thought it was granted that Ji Yuning would help them. Everyone looked at the old lady with intense dislike, but the old lady was too shameless to notice. Ji Yuqingxiang's family, however, were all cheered up by the idea. They were all selfish people and didn't believe that there was anything wrong with it. If Ji Yuning had known about their idea, she would have laughed out of anger. She had never met such shameless people before. Ji Yuning didn't actually know Le Zhengyu. Even if they did know each other, she had no reason to help Ji Yuqingxiang. It would already be very kind of her not to get Le Zhengyu to delete Ji Yuqingxiang's name from the waiting list. Dr. N, we left the hospital in a hurry last time. I didn't thank you enough for your help. I'm so sorry, Ji Yu Man said to An Qian. Please don't say that, Ji Yu Ning and I are friends, An Qian replied. Even though, Ji Yu Man still felt a little guilty. She said, Dr. N, please let us buy the meal this time. It's really fine. Please let my friend buy the meal. An Qian immediately rejected. She tried her best to show her kindness. Absolutely not, Ji Yu Man argued. She then turned to Ji Yu Ning. Ning, say something. An Qian, please let us do the treating. Ji Yu Ning said. Actually, even though Ji Yu Man hadn't said that, Ji Yu Ning would let Zhang Shu pay the bill secretly later. An Qian knew she couldn't reject anyway, so she compromised. Because of what had just happened outside, Ji Yuqinyang's family were losing their patience waiting. Qingxiang's family was always late, and they were used to it, but Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuqing's families were never late. Instead, they were always the ones who came early. Now, however, it was more than 10 minutes past 6 and they still hadn't showed up. Ji Yuqinyang's family felt displeased. Ji Yuqingyang had a family of 4. His wife, Wen Yulan, and twin children. The elder sister was Ji Yuyinyan, and the younger brother was Ji Yuqingxi. They were both 14 in the 8th grade. Both Ji Yuyinyan and Ji Yuqingxi were good-looking kids with bad characters. They would probably behave themselves in front of strangers, but in front of the Ji Yu family, they would be themselves. They were like Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, who enjoyed bullying Ji Yu Ning and Zhang Xinyue. Therefore, they had a good relationship with Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. What is wrong with our second aunt and the family of our 4th aunt? We invite them to have dinner with us, but they are so late. What do they think they are? Ji Yuqingxi said with anger. He apparently didn't blame Ji Yuqingxiang's family. Indeed, Ji Yuqingxiang was the boss in the Ji Yu family, and no one dared to blame him. Ji Yuqingxiang was the richest one among them anyway. Exactly, I think we shouldn't have invited them at the very beginning. I feel so embarrassed to have such a group of poor relatives. Ji Yuyinyan said with disdain. Both Ji Yuqinyang and Wen Yulan didn't criticize their children for their unkind remarks. They both actually had the same idea, and they would never blame their children. Children learn the way of behaving from their parents. If their parents didn't show any respect to others, they basically would do the same thing. Like what had happened when Ji Yuqingxiang, Ji Yuqing, Ji Yuqinyang and Ji Yu Man had been intimate sisters and brothers in their childhood. Under the influence of their mother, the boys had started to despise the girls. However, the most important reason was that they were selfish people. Their father didn't think that boys were better than girls, and had told his sons to treat the girls well, but their father had had to work hard to support his family. He hadn't been home often, let alone having time to educate his children. Otherwise Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing wouldn't have been bullied for a long time. Ji Yu Qinyang called Ji Yu Qing. He criticized her once the phone was answered. What is wrong with you? Look at the clock. Do you know what time is it now? Do you need us to call you twice to have dinner together? If you don't want to come, just tell us. We won't wait for you. Ji Yu Qinyang's attitude was terrible. In the past time, Ji Yu Qing would tolerate it, but now she was in a rage. She remembered what she had been through for her last half-lifetime, and she couldn't stand it any longer. She raised her voice and shouted, couldn't you be kind to us? Couldn't you find out the reason first? Couldn't you stop blaming us for everything? We've been early for the meal every time, while Ji Yuqingxiang is always late. You never said anything about that. I know we're poor, and you dislike us. I understand, but this time is different. It was Mom who wouldn't allow Ningning to come. She even argued badly with us outside. We absolutely stand by Ningning's side. If Ningning can't come, we won't either. After that, Ji Yuqing hung up directly. Ji Yuqinyong was struck dumb. He never expected that Ji Yuqing would be so mad, and he suddenly didn't know how to react. Because Ji Yuqing's voice was loud, Wen Yulan, who was sitting aside, also heard clearly. The old lady wouldn't allow Ji Yuning to come. They even had a fierce argument. What had happened? They knew that the old lady never liked Ji Yuning, and she always humiliated Ji Yuning every time they met, but she had never been so irritated before. Had Ji Yuning done something that aggravated the old lady? As they felt confused, the door was pushed open, and Ji Yuqingxiang's family walked inside, and everyone seemed displeased. Chapter 105. The V5 bar, especially the old lady, she was still muttering with obvious dissatisfaction. She walked in and said directly, "Tell the waiter we're ready to order." Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuqing's families won't come. It sounded like Ji Yu Man and the family of Ji Yuqing should be blamed. What happened? Ji Yuqinyong asked. The old lady immediately told him everything, along with what had happened between Ji Yuning and Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. She obviously didn't tell all the truth, but attacked Ji Yuning all the time. What? Ji Yuning slapped Xiaoxiao. Ji Yuqinyong's family were all surprised by Ji Yuning's change. It was so hard for them to believe it. Ji Yuning was always behaved like a chicken and never dared to raise her voice in their eyes. How was it possible that she hit Xiaoxiao? Although they also believed that it was Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and the old lady's fault to call Ji Yuning the bastard, they thought it was Ji Yuning who had done the worst things. After that, the old lady told them that she planned to get Ji Yuning to help Ji Yuqingxiang with the project. Her shameless confidence astonished Ji Yuqinyong and his wife. Even they felt embarrassed for the old lady's behavior. The old lady was totally insane. Although Ji Yuqinyong and his wife despised Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning too, they weren't willing to turn to them for help after having a terrible quarrel with them, but it had nothing to do with them. They didn't want to be involved either, so they focused on ordering afterward. At the same time, Ji Yuning and her friends were also ordering dishes. Ji Yuning, tomorrow is the weekend. Let's go shopping together. And Qian said, I'm leaving for City G tomorrow. Sorry, Ji Yuning answered. On the way here, Ji Yuning had already told Ji Yu Man that she was going to City G, and that she would be attending a classmate's birthday party later. Ji Yuning was now completely able to make decisions on her own. Ji Yu Man and others had no reason to disagree. What are you going to do in City G? And Qian followed up, to deal with something. Ji Yuning didn't tell the details, so Qian also stopped asking. Fine, then, we can hang out the next time. However, when you're free, you must call me or text me sometimes. I don't have many friends in City F. I feel so bored, and Qian complained. Sure, Ji Yuning said. It was her fault for forgetting to keep in touch with Qian. During the meal, everyone was happy and the atmosphere was harmonious. Qian didn't mention what had just happened at all. She knew that it was Ji Yuning's personal affairs. After the meal, it was already 8 p.m. Ji Yu Man and the other walked back home after saying goodbye to Qian and Le Zhengyu, while Ji Yuning took a taxi heading to the V5 bar on Wanel Road to meet her friends there. Wanel Road wasn't far away from Yui Road. Both of the roads were near the downtown. It took Ji Yuning only a dozen minutes to get there by car. Yui Road wasn't broad, but even though it was a small road, it was known as the Bar Road with many people and cars around. Ji Yuning knew the number of the private room, so she went straight inside. In the private room, everyone was present with a cake, but there was one man out of Ji Yuning's expectation. It was Qin Yifan. Ji Yuning was so surprised that Qin Yifan as a mature adult was willing to hang out with those teenagers, but she was also happy to see him. Hi, what a surprise. Ji Yuning greeted him. Hi, well, I'm free anyway, so I decided to come as well. Do you mind? Qin Yifan said airily, but he was truly nervous that Ji Yuning would mind. Of course not, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Qin Yifan was greatly relieved. He had actually known that Ji Yuning would come to the bar, but it was also a coincidence. Qin Yifan and Qin Zixin were close cousins. Qin Zixin's father worked in politics, and Qin Yifan was in need of Qin Zixin's father's help, so he had visited Qin Zixin's family. During the meal, Qin Zixin hadn't gotten home yet. Qin Yifan had then asked his father why. He then found out that Qin Zixin had eaten with his schoolmates and was going to have fun at the bar that night. Qin Yifan had then thought of Ji Yuning. He had called Qin Zixin, and asked where he was casually. Qin Zixin hadn't been thinking further, and told him everything. When it had been confirmed that Ji Yuning would be there, Qin Yifan's heart had lost a beat. He had immediately said that he was bored and felt like coming as well. Qin Zixin hadn't rejected. Qin Yifan wasn't a stranger after all, and they often gathered together with Hao Ran and other boys. Both Ji Yuning and Yu Mixi ordered fruit wine without much alcohol, which wasn't as strong as beer. Therefore they wouldn't get drunk, but Chu Peihan had the same vodka mixed with Sprite as the boys. The alcohol was strong. They were playing games. Chu Peihan had lost many times, but she remained clear. It seemed that Chu Peihan was good at drinking. Although Qin Yifan was having the same drinks as the boys, he didn't play with them. Because of their age gap, they didn't get along very well. Besides, he wanted to talk with Ji Yuning more, but Ji Yuning was enjoying chatting with Yu Mixi, so Qin Yifan wasn't able to keep Ji Yuning talking with him. He could only talk to her once in a while. In Fenghua Luxury Mansion, only Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing were in Ji Yu Qing's home, while Zhang Xinyue and Zhang Shu were in their home busy doing their own stuff. Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing were watching TV. They laughed at the funny plot, and already forgot what had happened this afternoon. They didn't care about the Ji Yu family any longer, so they hadn't been affected, but at that time, Ji Yu Qingxiang called Ji Yu Man. Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing changed their faces at once. Why did he call? Although they didn't know the reason, they knew it must be something bad. Besides, Ji Yu Man had broken off their connection today. Thus she didn't answer the call. Her phone rang continuously. Ji Yu Man eventually turned it off directly. In Ji Yu Qingxiang's place, the family all sat in the living room with an unpleasant face, because Ji Yu Man didn't answer the phone. Ji Yu Qingxiang was annoyed that Ji Yu Man refused to answer his calls, but Ji Yu Man had turned it off at the end. Ji Yu Qingxiang was so mad that he threw the phone heavily onto the sofa. She won't answer the phone. The old lady frowned tightly, and said with annoyance. She turned the phone off. Ji Yu Qingxiang raised his voice. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.